125-113. Phoenix came in without Chris Paul, without Devin Booker, without DeAndre Ayton, without Cam Johnson, without Cam Payne, and without Landry Shamet. And they beat the Warriors, winning by 12, 125-113.
Oh, baby. Bonte's parking. He'll be here any second. Everybody's running late with this crazy weather. Shout out to everybody out there driving. We were talking about this morning. Shout out to the Muni drivers, BART drivers, anybody that's out there in public transit right now. It's wild. Shout out to all the drivers who drive for a living, UPS, FedEx, Recology, sanitation workers, any kind of form of truck driving. It's very difficult because this is your job and you're out there. And yesterday I was on 280 and it was as scary as I've ever seen it. This is around 12:30. I'm coming back from the O Club. I'm driving through. I was literally going 5 miles an hour with the hazards on in the middle lane between basically 3rd Street. You hop on 280 and you're coming around, Joey. And I had the windshield wiper on full blast. I couldn't see anything.
I still had people riding my ass on the highway.
Well,
I was like, "What are we doing? Can we not? That's the problem." So please, be a defensive driver. Totally. People, go slow, don't speed. We don't need accidents around here.
100%. And so everybody be safe. It did feel like yesterday. If you were in San Francisco, I can't speak for other areas. That was the wildest storm I've seen in a minute in terms of hail coming sideways. And I joked around. People on the internet. God. Do you not understand sarcasm? I posted a pile of hail that was landing on my deck, and I said, "Snow in Frisco?" Question mark, laughing emoji. Clearly sarcasm. And people are like, "That's hail." Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cumulus, the guy who created clouds. I sincerely appreciate it. Thank you, Albert Einstein.
The guy who created clouds can be created by someone. That's
People are just
great.
Why does everyone have to be Mr. Corrector? Why can't we laugh a little?
Because we want to be right. That's just our society. We want to be right all the time.
Joey, it was windy. Well, there it goes, Bonte. What's up, buddy? I missed you.
He's back, baby.
You know, I want to get right into the Warriors real quick as he gets in and gets himself situated. I'll let him get himself situated. I'll tell you what I'm thinking. I watched that game yesterday, and I couldn't name some of the Suns, although I always love Saric. Me and Kolsky used to argue about him. I just think he's a skilled player. I think he's a good role player off the bench. Would love to have him on my team. I can't understand this Warriors team. I think in the playoffs, they're going to be a good team. I do. I think because it's all different. No back-to-backs. You shorten the bench to 8 guys. The roles are clearly defined. Boy, they miss Kuminga right now. Regular season, I just don't know what to make of this team. I legitimately don't know what, they confuse me. They play great against the Celtics. They play great against the Memphis Grizzlies. There's times when guys are down and this team picks itself up by the bootstraps and goes out there and kicks butt. And then there's other games where they just lay down for 45 minutes of a game, and then they think they can turn it on for the last couple. They confuse the hell out of me, B.
Good morning to you, man. It's good to see you. It's good to see everybody out there, man. I was so excited about coming in today. So excited. And the Warriors were a downer.
There's the B.
The Warriors were a downer.
The big butt.
The big butt. There's a couple big butts here. Your boy was so excited that you go to sleep, you don't set any alarms. And the worst part part about that, I didn't go to bed until 2:30. This feels like my first show ever. I was so excited because it's a huge week. Niners, Seahawks. I wasn't going to let the Warriors get me down from last night. What an awful, awful performance for 3 quarters. We'll get to all that.
Clay played hard.
That was about it. That was about it. I was disgusted last night. Texted a lot of people at the Warriors. I get it. Rotations are unsettling. Curry's back. Wiggins' second game back.
You don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, but he doesn't look right.
He doesn't look better in the final 5 minutes. He looked a lot better.
They all looked a lot better in the last 5 minutes, and that's why I took a big positive from the last fourth quarter. I thought that fourth quarter, win or lose, may have been the most important basketball of the season.
That's a statement.
You know why? Halfway point, right? They're 20-21. You see you see Iguodala out there. You see Draymond out there. You see Wiggins. You see Jordan Poole get aggressive. I need Jordan Poole to be aggressive like that from the jump. However, I got to have Steve Kerr play him first off the bench.
Wow.
Playing Iguodala first. I get it. He's a veteran, but come on. Jordan Poole's the guy. Jordan Poole's going to – he's going to have
a year and a half since Andre Iguodala did something noticeable on a basketball court.
Exactly.
And then let's just call it what it is. He's at the end, the very end. He's teed off on 18. His ball's in the rough. He's short of the green. He's chipping on, and he's like one putt and done here.
I was not feeling the fact that Andre Iguodala was in the game before Jordan Poole last night. Now, it's early. It's the first quarter, but what kind of message is that send? All right, so I wasn't happy about that.
100% agree with you.
But that last fourth quarter, with all those guys playing hard, because how many NBA teams do you see down 20, down 18, early fourth quarter? How many times do you just see the starter sitting on the bench with a towel over their head?
Yeah,
they mail it in.
Yeah, happens all the time.
So a lot of people are going to say, don't give up props because they didn't show up for the first three quarters. They played through it for a second. I said, "Oh boy, they're going to come back and win this basketball game." They cut it to 6. I was like, "Wow, this will be miraculous." How a lot of people didn't want Damian Lee around here. They couldn't wait for him to hit the door and leave.
I was
happy
for him yesterday.
Oh, so thrilled for him. He's such a good dude.
Yes.
I told you the story about him in summer league after the 2019 NBA Finals. Had no team, was wandering around the Thomas and Mack Center by himself, just saying, "I just want to play basketball. I just want to play basketball." And he latched on with the Golden State Warriors, and he made himself some money and became an NBA champion. That was awesome. But there was a statement to me by the veteran saying, we need one more guy. We need one more guy. And maybe that's a veteran. And that's why this deadline coming up here for Bob Myers, Steve Kerr, this is going to be this could possibly be a franchise-altering trade deadline or a franchise-altering postseason. Because they're going to have to make decisions on Draymond Green, Klay Thompson. I know you guys talked about Joe Lacob on the TK podcast. We'll get to all that later. But something's up here, and one alarming thing is they don't get easy. They don't get easy baskets, Shasky.
Well, that's
the last 4 games on the homestand, 3 heavy, 3 heavy, 3 heavy. Can I get somebody to go to the cup, and that's where Kuminga fits in?
No doubt, and they also just don't have any blow-by guys. So I look at all the young teams in the league. They've either got a physical mismatch in terms of I could shoot up and over you, or they've got a couple of guys who could dribble, drive, penetrate, and get by them. Right now, if I ask you, who's a dribble, drive, penetrator on the Warriors? Just one.
Jordan Poole.
Agreed. But he didn't come in until almost the second quarter.
I know, and he comes in late first quarter, and he's not aggressive. Well, and he's MIA, so I got to figure that out.
I think it's really hard to come off the bench. I'm not trying to defend. He has been inconsistent. I admit that. Well, but I think everybody thinks you can just go out there and just
turn it on.
Yeah, it's really hard. I think that the role is difficult, and I don't think we acknowledge how difficult that is, and they're yo-yoing his importance on the team constantly.
I totally agree.
What's the one thing we say, and I don't care what sport, football, baseball, basketball, it does not matter. Have a clearly defined role. Right now, what is Jordan Poole's clearly defined role?
He comes off the bench to score, but he's not aggressive. But if you look at his first quarter totals here. Jordan Poole played 6 minutes and 16 seconds, so he comes in midway through the first quarter. That's fine. He's got to be the first guy off the bench, though. He has to be the first guy off the bench.
How can he be the guy who's carrying your team with Klay Thompson just a couple games ago to you falling behind Iggy? And again, we all like Iggy. I respect Iggy's resume. His current landscape does not warrant him coming in front of Jordan Poole.
I'm 100% with you. So Jordan Poole plays 14 minutes and 21 seconds in the first half. He shoots 3 times. I need him shooting 7 to 8 times. And you look at the free throw discrepancy here in the first half. Again, we've been talking about this all season long. The Warriors are the worst team.
More than anyone.
They're the worst team. Why? Because they can't stay in front of their guy. They can't stay in front of him. Yes. Nobody. Jordan Poole included. 3 shots for Jordan Poole in that first half. It's got to be more aggressive. I need 7 to 8. But 4 free throws total. So that's where Jonathan Kuminga comes into play. And I thought about him last night in the fourth quarter where it's Phoenix team.
Oh, they were missing. Ponce, I thought about him the other night against Detroit.
Dude, Torrey Craig played out of his mind. Dario Saric is looking like, I don't know if you saw at halftime, they had a Magic Johnson shot of, hey, that's Dario Saric playing like Magic Johnson in the LA Lakers. Like, come on, man.
I remember when Philly traded away Saric, and I was like, that's a bad I like Saric. He's not a starter. He's a role player. He's like an 8-9 guy. On a team like the Warriors, he fits.
He fits great. I've always liked Sarge. And remember, he may have been a missing piece for them in the finals when he tore his ACL that season. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Game 2, he was a big piece.
I just really like him as a player.
No, I like Sarge. I can't believe Philadelphia gave up on him, too. But so you need Kuminga there because you need a guy who can go to the cup and get easy baskets.
And defend on the perimeter.
Something.
Mikal Bridges also owns the Warriors.
Wiggins defended at a high level.
No doubt. No, at the end he defended. He absolutely.
Jordan Poole tried hard in the fourth quarter. Draymond Green's got to be better with the turnovers, but they just need a guy who can get easy baskets. I know who.
But is that guy available in terms of a trade? Like, how many teams are a guy who gets easy baskets is an easy thing to say.
I'm just hoping it could be James Wiseman.
What do you mean?
Hoping it could be James Wiseman
to get easy buckets.
To get easy buckets, to get vertical spacing.
Why is he still hurt?
He may be back by the road trip. I'm hearing great reports about Jonathan Kuminga and James Wiseman. They're going to be reevaluated, I believe either today or tomorrow, and they'll be back at some point on a road trip. A road trip, they've got to win 3 out of 2.
So
3 out of 5, excuse me.
Agreed. But as we talk about trades and things like that. Like, I'm just looking around, like, what's available, right? And it seems to me like there aren't easy, but like, even you say Miles Turner, Jakob Poeltl, are those guys bucket getters?
No, I'm not. Forget those names.
Okay, but those are the names that people keep linking.
Yeah. I'm so tired of those names.
Me
those
too.
names are not going to help.
Well, they're like a 7-minute Band-Aid.
I need somebody who can get easy baskets and defend the rim to be physical. Yesterday, the Suns attacked the rim at will.
Yes.
They were grabbing rebounds left and right. Again, Torrey Craig was out hustling everybody. 14 rebounds for Torrey Craig yesterday. That can't happen.
And hitting threes.
And hitting three. Well, he hit 2 of 5. Kerr said it the other day. Looney and Draymond are playing a little too many minutes. He feels like they're thin in the front court. Well, at times like last night in a game like that, I need at least one guy who can score in that front court. There's too many times where there's Green and Looney, Green and Iguodala. Those are 2 non-scorers.
Agreed.
In today's NBA, I got to have at least 4 guys who can get you a bucket. 4 guys on the floor at once. And there's too many times the Warriors have 2 guys on the floor who can't get you buckets or won't get you buckets or won't be an offensive threat. And that's what they're missing. One more guy, and preferably, I think it's a guy who has size, strength, and can get to the cup and get free shots. It sets your defense up.
So where are you going with this?
I'm going as Kuminga's a guy that they needed last night.
They've needed him for about a week.
I don't know if you need a clone, if you need to clone that guy in the lab. I don't know if you need to find another guy who could defend on the wing, but they're missing another wing defender who could get to the cup and get you easy baskets.
There's just not a lot of those guys available on the open market.
And I'm not saying they're going to trade for that. I'm not saying that.
You're saying internally.
I'm just saying
what
internally.
What about Moses Moody? Why is he falling out of favor?
Is
What's
Moses
going
Moody
on?
answer?
Well, no, I don't think so. I'm the more and more I watch him play, the more and more I feel like he's getting phased out, and I don't know what to make of him. B, like, what does he do at a high level?
So I see. This is a conversation we've had, and by the way, good morning to everybody out there. 618, we're just flying on the Golden State Warriors. Thanks to Joe Shasky. He's been on fire this week. Listen to the show a little bit on Monday. Of course,
I ran out of steam halfway through yesterday.
No. You're all right. You don't run out of steam. You drink 3 cups of coffee. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. We got your boy David Sampson on today. 8:30. No, I won't yell at Shasky. I heard you. See, that's the problem. Getting all these DMs says stop yelling at Shasky. It's your fault because you're yelling at it on these Bay Area airways.
This is an abusive relationship now. I am now the victim.
I'm driving in. I hear him and Spinoni because your boy don't set any alarms. I don't go to bed. I couldn't fall asleep till 2:40. I was tossing and turning because I'm thinking about the Niners and Seahawks on Saturday and
that was
divisional
me the night
games.
Before. The storm that came in the middle of the night woke me up and the dogs, and I couldn't go back to bed.
Wasn't even a storm. I couldn't even sleep. I was like, geez, I'm trying everything. I took some melatonin. Couldn't sleep.
Be careful with that.
Yeah, I don't usually do that. I'm not.
I'd rather you smoke weed.
That didn't even work. Oh, no, I'm kidding. So I'm driving in. I'm flying down to Barcadero in the storm. And I hear Shasky, well, Bonte's going to come in, and, I just hope he doesn't yell at me. Like, what? That's my welcome back? Is that what's going around here, London? I'm the yeller now? I'm the guy who's yelling at Shasky? Jeez. Makes me not even want to come back.
I got a quick update, Bonte, because I know we're going to get into so many different things. Just want before we forget, because we're going to get sidetracked. Bruce Mahoney last night, St. Ignatius won by like 20.
Did they beat Sacred Heart by 20? Did you go?
No, I didn't go.
Oh.
I had my own game, St. Brendan's. We played at Cathedral last night. We had all these makeup games.
So, get me wrong.
Shout out Maz and Nestor for refereeing. They did a great job.
They only had the varsity boys game at War Memorial yesterday, huh?
There was a JV game. The girls game. It used to be girls and boys.
Why did they do that?
So they're 2 separate nights because they want them to have, I think, their own platform. I agree because I asked about my niece, like, why aren't you guys playing? I went and saw also over the weekend the 10th. Depending on where you're seeing your ranking, 10th best team in the girls program in the country, Midi.
Oh, they put it on SI. I saw that score.
I was there. It was a blowout.
They won by 30 or something like that?
There's a girl, McKenna something or other, who plays for Midi, who's like 6'3". She's incredible. She's a freshman. She looks like she's a senior, and she plays like she's a college player. She's unbelievable.
I saw that score, and I was like, damn.
Yeah, and then Reardon won on a last-second buzzer beater last night against Sarah at home.
That's what I heard.
And then they stormed the court. I retweeted those videos if you want to look for them. So just want to give a quick little, there's a lot of great basketball being played. We're going to do the sideshow at some point this week.
You know who the best team may be in the city?
Who?
Lincoln High School.
Well, they've got a bunch of rebels.
They got a bunch of rebels in the Reardon transfer.
Yeah, I know.
I think Carl Jacobs is coaching Lincoln, who coached a long time in the Pro-Am. He coached French International High School.
Yeah, they've got a bunch of really good guard play.
No, they're legit. Yeah. They're legit. They're playing in the MLK tournament coming up here over the weekend. But look, man, the Warriors, I was very, very disappointed with the first 3 quarters. There's something I could take away from the fourth quarter, but here's the thing. I tweeted it last night. What a subpar performance in the first half of the season at 20 and 21. First of all, who saw the Warriors 41 games through the season being under 500? And number 2, it may be the perfect cap-off to what was a tumultuous first half of the season. Let's think about it. We talk about the Niners Operation 4-4, right? When they fell to 3-4, and I'm like, hey, man, just be 4-4. Be 4-4 after Trey getting hurt, after Jimmy saga, after Trent Williams going down, after Debo and everything that happened, and George Kittle being hurt. The Niners going into the bye week at 4-4 felt like, whew, all right, we can play ball now. Yeah. We can set up for the second half, and let's play. They've won 10 straight.
God, I missed you. I mean, this is just you hear this guy? I'm loving it. Keep going. I'm done. I'm like enjoying the show.
Oh, are you sure? All right.
I'm enjoying it. Keep going.
But no, when you look at the Golden State Warriors and you see Draymond and Poole, what happened to training camp, and you think about the injuries, and you think about the youngsters not playing and going to Santa Cruz and not going to Santa Cruz, and Iguodala, and then all of a sudden they turn the corner and go 5-0 on this 8-game homestand to start it off. And then all of a sudden you get podcast game. Everybody's doing podcasts all of a sudden like the Warriors turned the corner. And I was guilty of it saying, nobody's beating this team 4 times in the Western Conference. Last night was the perfect ending for the first half of the season for the Golden State Warriors. That capped off everything. An up and down first half. You get blown out by the B team of the Phoenix Suns, and then you lose that basketball game. It was like the cherry on top of what was a tumultuous first half of the season.
Well, I do want to know if you were asking me, Joe, what was the grade for this team, right? Because I saw you tweet that out last night. I thought it was great. I was thinking, all right, then what were my expectations? What would have been I considered par for this roster, this team, this franchise right now? Like, what would have been a good, solid C? It would have been be above 500, have a bunch of guys playing good basketball, right? I don't expect every guy on the roster to play great basketball. If I asked you today, who's playing great basketball? I think Klay Thompson's playing better basketball at this point right now than he has maybe at any time in the last couple of years because of the injuries.
Anthony Lamb was playing some good basketball. And then the rotations got tweaked yesterday, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, back to the bench because we need to play Andre Iguodala. It's so imperative that we get Andre Iguodala on the floor.
Well, Iggy doesn't fit. I'm going to tell you that right now.
All right, so Jordan Poole.
He doesn't have anything left.
Jordan Poole has been up and down, but it was good to see him go 4-7 for the three-point line last time. He's been shooting like 31% from 3 this season, 31 to 32%. It was good to see him hit the ball. But to answer your question, Klay Thompson, Draymond did have a good stretch.
He did.
Looney did have a good stretch, but he's looking like he's kind of hit a wall here.
He's tired.
Wiggins has been hurt. Curry has been out.
That's what I'm saying.
So Dante DiVincenzo, give him some credit.
Agreed. Okay, that's 2 guys.
It's 2 guys. It's not good enough.
It's not. And Dante's missed some time. That's not his fault, but reality is. And then I go into this year, can the youngsters really help this team in a big way? Not it's going to be all 3. Right. Can 1 or 2 of them really contribute? If you're asking right now, we've seen promise, but for the most part, it's been lackluster. Yeah. And if anything, I have 0 faith that Moody can do anything this year because of what evidence is there that has proven it. Other than people saying, I believe in him as a prospect, what have you seen on the basketball floor this year that makes you think Moody can help them?
We expected him to take a leap. Because of his IQ.
He's gone
because
backwards.
Of his veteran's presence. The DMPs have affected him.
Oh, but it would affect anyone.
And, is he the most athletic guy out there? No. Is he laterally, side to side? Is he the most athletic guy? No. But I thought the shot would be more consistent.
Yes.
I thought he had more aggression. And now, again, the first 15 games with the way Steve Kerr handled the rotation, I thought it was a mistake. The youngsters, again, we talked about this all season long. They should have saw at least 15 minutes a night the first 15 games. And you don't do that. So now he's looking over his back. Every time he turns it over, am I going on the bench? Every time
the worst way to play basketball is when you're like this and you're as I clinch up and you're afraid to actually make a mistake.
And you're looking at the scorer's tape, like, oh, they're replacing me. Oh boy. So I gotta say, PPJ, Patrick Baldwin Jr., over the last couple of weeks, has probably looked better than Moody has all season long.
No question about it. And I love PBJ. But Wiseman hasn't done anything. Nothing. He's done nothing.
It's been a disappointment.
And then Kuminga has shown flashes for a couple of game stretches, and then the ankle injury really set him back. This team really needs him. So I guess my overarching thing is, I don't see how you can even say this is a C. They're below 500.
Wow.
There's been injuries for the first time in Wiggins' career.
Wow.
Curry had a pretty significant left shoulder injury. I'm not saying the season's over. What I'm saying is during the regular season, I think this team is going to exert so much energy just to get to the playoffs. It's going to really hurt their playoff chances.
With all that said,
even though I believe they can win a championship once they get to the playoffs.
The West has never been more wide open.
I agree with that.
But they need a couple more guys. Let's continue to talk about this. 888-957-9570. What would your first half grade be for the Golden State Warriors? First half grade, 20-21 through 41. I just asked for 6-2 on a homestand. It looked damn good 5 games through. They lose 3 straight to the Pistons, Magic, and the Phoenix Suns.
You're the worst road team in the league. Just say it.
It's good to be back. All right, we're going to do a lot of things here. We'll come back here. Brought to you by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they can do. Call 188-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Kirby, they're your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. And my friends over at Kirby just won the Motor Top 20 Award for Innovation, brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and so much more. And they just added Kirby's eco-friendly wash. It barely uses any water, but it makes your car look brand new. They use all biodegradable products that provide the ultimate shine and protection to both the exterior and interior of your car, all in the ease of your driveway. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway, no waiting rooms, no coordinating rides, direct access to your mechanic, friendly and reliable service, no middlemen, and no upsells as I get stuck. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Attend the largest sale of the year, the Mega RV Show and Sale at Cordelia RV Center, January 6th through the 16th. 10 plus acres of new and used RVs. Receive a $1,000 gas credit on all 2022 models. Cordelia RV Center in Fairfield. Free parking and admission.
Are you ready to boost your game at work, explode with energy at the gym, and really hit one out of the park in the bedroom? Balanced Medical Solutions has your back with the best solutions for ED, PE, weight gain, and chronic fatigue. Join thousands of Bay Area men who have said goodbye by the low testosterone, low energy, and low libido who now feel like world champs. Mention this station until the end of the month to get a medical evaluation with labs, including hormone tests, for only $69. Call today and get a win. 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Bonus days are back for pros at Lowe's. You earn points and save when you buy the top pro brands you trust, like DeWalt. Right now, you can save $100 on the powerful DeWalt 8¼ carbide tipped portable table saw. Was $399, now just $299. Join today and shop bonus days, only at Lowe's. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 1/20. Subject to change while supplies last. Visit Lowes.com/MVPs bonus points for details.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Well, it's good to have Stephen Curry back last night. It's good to be back on the roast. It really is. I missed everybody out there. As I say, good morning to everybody getting off their graveyard shifts. Good morning to everybody driving on those roadways. Drive safely, folks. It is wet. It is slick. The rain is still coming down. A lot of hail yesterday. I saw everybody posting their videos about that. Great shots of Sutro Tower in the Transamerica building with the thunder hitting it. Those are great shots. Great photos there from yesterday as the Bay Area soaks in this rain. Shout out to the Xfinity mobile text line. Shout out to Twitch. And, of course, YouTube. You guys have been rocking and rolling. Shasky, thanks to you. Spadoni and Lutman for holding it down. Alan Stiles as well. I know Matson came in on Monday as we talked some Warriors. It's Niners Seahawk week. I got a lot of takes about the 49ers. Lots of takes about the Hawks.
What about rain?
You want to take on rain? My take on rain?
Yeah, well, I want your take on rain.
I'm going to be the old man on the line right now. I'm sorry.
I love it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
It's funny when the rain happens and you get all these Bay Area natives posting videos of the rain and, oh my God, look at the storm and look at the hell. Have we never seen rain before? Why is it when the rain comes down and hell comes down, we got to get our phones out and take videos of it and act like we've never seen it before in the Bay Area? We act like we've never seen rain before.
It is a rare occurrence of hail.
I mean, okay, I'll give you that. Yeah, we've seen hail in this region before.
Agreed, but it's rare.
Plenty of times.
Yeah, I still get a kick out of seeing hail pile up that looks like snow on my deck. That's me. I admit it.
It's raining hard, though.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's
thunder
raining.
And lightning.
But it's been raining hard for what feels like weeks on end.
All right. So we've had a drought over the last 5-6 years, whatever.
It's cyclical.
I'm like, okay, great. It's raining. I know it's raining. I can hear it outside my window. I can hear it hitting my rooftop.
Yeah, I get tired. I like to go outside. You know, I like to golf. I like to play ball.
That's what I hate.
I miss that I can't go out. And then you're going to cue all the people. We need it. We've been in a drought. Like, I get it.
Yeah, but when we need it, everybody complains about it, saying, oh, man, it's so tough to drive because the drivers don't know how to drive in the rain. Everybody's slowing. It's been very dangerous. But that's driving. I mean, we know it. It's always dangerous to drive. For sure. Dangerous to drive on a 90-degree day in the Bay Area because people don't know how to drive. They don't know how to merge lanes. They don't know how to put on their turn signals anymore.
I agree with that.
It's a joke.
Nothing is worse than the person who's in the far left lane. I have to take this exit or I have to take this right-hand turn and I have to get all the way over. All of you be damned.
Right.
Take the next turn.
But do you kind of feel me? Just everybody's posting videos of the rain. I'm just like, dude, we've seen rain before.
For sure. I miss the sun. I want to go outside. Like I want to.
Whoa!
I'm an outdoor kind of a guy.
Saturday, you see the forecast?
Oh yeah, I'm ready.
90% chance of rain.
Oh yeah, I've got my whole outfit.
Spadoni, get in here, man. You get in here, Spadoni, because you have partaken in Chasky talking about, he's going to come in here and yell at me. I'm not going to forget that. I'm not going to forget that.
What? No, you're not going to yell at him.
Beat me up like a pinata,
and I get to use all the stuff that I got for Christmas from all my family members. So I got like some North Face gloves, these rainy gloves, and they got
the gloves,
dude. And the gloves have these like finger things where you could swipe the phone. It's like an e-tip or something. I'm not sure what the name of it is.
No, it's the touch sensitive gloves.
Yes, it's incredible. So I get to use all my rain gear this Saturday at the Niner game.
Are you a big poncho guy, Shasky? I was going.
You look like a poncho guy.
Dude,
you kind of look like a poncho guy.
You have
Shout
to
out
look
Harry Hart.
delicious if you're in the rain still. You can't be rocking the poncho, man.
Let me give you a funny one.
Those yellow raincoats.
Yeah, that's
so nerdy.
Shout out,
they do nothing.
Shout out my homie Harry Hart. Back in the day, I did mushrooms, and I was tripping, and all of a sudden, this dude showed up in a poncho. You want to talk about tripping out? Your boy was tripping.
How many times
out.
you ever do mushrooms?
Yeah, back in the day, I was doing mushrooms.
I'm out on mushrooms.
I've done them twice. First time was
I've done
awesome.
It, I think 3 times.
The first time was awesome. I was in a strip club. We go through the Broadway tunnel. It was the greatest thing ever, right? Yeah. The second time was a bad trip. Yeah, and we watched Willow, and it was all bad. Anyway.
Willow?
Yeah,
it was like the worst movie to watch. I watched Scarface, the VHS, the second one.
Man,
I watched
Willow. So good, Willow.
I watched Willow, and I flipped the hell out. It was too much. It was too much. It was a bad
So you were
trip
like
for your boy.
the girl in the Eminem song, I never should have gave you mushrooms, girl. And now you're in the corner crying.
It was all bad. And I've never done it since.
That's a great song. You want to talk about Eminem at his zenith? Yeah. That is one of the great all-time rap songs.
All right, by the way, the Road to Glendale is brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. It's time for Taking Them to School. Brought to you by Evergreen Valley College, home of the free tuition for spring 2023, beginning January 30th. You totally wear ponchos.
I've never worn one.
Pass to Poole. 3-on-2. Poole for 3 off the dribble. Got it! It's madness at Chase Center. It's a 2-possession game with 1:28 to go. Timeout, Phoenix.
All right. That was Taking Them to School, brought to you by Evergreen Valley College, home of the free tuition for spring 2023, beginning January 30th. That's Tim Roy, your California Sportscaster of the Year. How about that, Tim Roy? Congratulations, man. He got honored yesterday at Chase Center on the video board. And when the Warriors
Yes.
cut it to 6 and Jordan Poole was going crazy, I said, oh, my gosh, they're going to – I stood up in the house. I was like, oh, my gosh, they're going to come back. They're going to come back. They're going to win this basketball game and finish 6-2 on his homestead. And
then they airballed a couple shots.
They fouled and turned it over and missed a couple shots and got a little tired. And I was like, oh, boy, a 5-3 homestand after starting off 5-0. All the good vibes washed away. And they fall to 20-21 in the first half of the season. Boy, I did
but
not
are you
see this
surprised?
In a way, I shouldn't be.
Okay, are you talking long-term surprise or short-term surprise?
Both. Can you be both? Surprised at both prospects?
You easily can. But what I'm saying, like in the short term, like in the last couple of weeks, no, I'm not surprised. I mean, this is a team that has inconsistent performance on a quarter-by-quarter basis. I mean, even within quarters, how many quarters have they not finished? We were like, dude, they had a great lead, and then they washed away the final quarter and let this team right back in there.
Yeah, I did not see that first half happening, though. With Phoenix, they had no Devin Booker, no DeAndre Ayton, no Cam Johnson.
Did he?
No Chris Paul. I mean, what happened?
Breaking news. But it's not that breaking news because Dibs will hit me if I play the breaking news sound. Correa passed his physical.
He passed it?
Of course he did.
Glad to see his ankle's better.
Oh, boy. What a rocky saga. And no, I'm not giving the Giants a pass for not signing Carlos Correa. They promised us a star. Instead, they're spending over $200 million on God knows what.
Did I tell you the team? Well, just real quick. I know people are going to lose their mind. This is their ages of their top paid players. I'm just going to give it to you. 31, 30, 36, 32, 33, 31, 33, 35, 32, 32, 31, 32, 31, 31, 33. And then he gets to 26. Then 30, 30, 30, 30. I mean, it's just this team is so bad.
There's over $200 million spent on his baseball team coming up this season. All I'm going to say is this. You spend $200 million on a baseball team, you better make the postseason.
The only other time the Giants have had a $200 million payroll was back in 2018, and that was the year they won 73 games, and we had to get a new front office. So the precedent's been set.
So
that might have been your best contribution yet.
$200 million. You better make the playoffs, especially with another roster spot added to another postseason spot added to the baseball playoffs. $200 million on a team where you got Chalk Peterson batting cleanup and Mitch Hedinger batting third.
So there's going to be a lot of, I guess, people coming down on both sides of this. Oh, see, the Mets, they passed because of the physical. But now the Twins have approved the physical. I don't know what to make of this whole thing.
Whatever. Good for Carlos Correa. He got his money. 6 years.
Oh, I'm rooting for him.
4-year vested option. Four option years there. Good for him. Let's go to Kai in Laurel, Montana real quick. Kai in Laurel, Montana. Never been to Montana.
Is this Yosemite?
Never heard of it. No, it's Montana. Shasky.
Or Yellowstone, excuse me, the show Yellowstone?
Good job.
There, I messed that up.
What's up, Kai?
We're close to Yellowstone.
Yeah.
But yeah, Laurel's just outside of Billings. Some great golf out here for you guys if you ever want to come out.
I do.
But,
I do want to come out. Can I stay at your place?
Shasky doesn't do camping.
Yes,
he's not a camper.
Absolutely.
I don't know if that's a place for you.
My address off the air, Shasky.
There we go.
Someone's got to check you right here because you're flopping around like a flounder on the beach.
Wow.
Yesterday with Mr. Alan Stiles.
Oh, what was
talking about? No one can beat the Warriors in a 4-game series. No one. And then today, now Bonte's back in the building. You're talking about, they're going to exude so much energy trying to get into there that it's going to hinder their performance.
He was just replacing me yesterday. That's all.
Are you going to twist everything?
Well, no, I think what ends up happening is that I'm evaluating in real time what's going on. And so yesterday's price is not today's price. No. And so when I look at this year's team, I'm saying to myself, I don't know what to make of them. They confuse the hell out of me. Can you at least admit that? Like, I don't think any of us know what's going on with this team. Like,
Shasky.
How can anyone have a feel for what this team is going to do right now in the regular season? Forget the playoffs.
I thought this team turned a corner.
Me too.
And then Podcast Gate happened. Joe Lacob jumped on the Tim Kawakami podcast.
Podcast Gate.
Draymond Green's podcasting again. Andre Iguodala's podcasting. But at that point, I was like, all right, they turned the corner. Well, there's still work to do. And I'm hearing Joe Lacob talking on the Tim K podcast. And look, there's a lot of things he said I don't think we need to listen to. There's a lot of things happening with this organization. This road trip and these next few games before the All-Star break is so important for this franchise. Short-term and long-term, I believe. I'm just disappointed with last night. I was happy with the effort in the fourth quarter. The core didn't give up. That means something to me. I see so many teams lay down in an NBA game in the fourth quarter and say, you know what, screw it. We're not going to play. It's going to be garbage time. I give them credit for fighting, but then you ask yourself, well, what was that the first 2 quarters? I can't believe the Warriors are 20-21 going to the second half of the season.
Am I alone in this? Who else feels me? I don't know what to make of this team.
I don't know what
to make of this team.
Yeah, I don't either. By the way,
top to bottom, it's just weird.
Weird rotations, weird injuries, weird. Everything has been weird this season.
We got more full-time podcasters than we do contributors off the bench.
Unbelievable. 888-957-9570. What would your grade be for the Golden State Warriors through the first 41 games of the season? They're 20-21, and right now they would be a play-in team in the wide-open Western Conference. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name in the Bay Area since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today.
The road to Glendale is brought to you by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Bonte, there's no doubt about it. Christian McCaffrey, he's been delivering for the SF Niners. The guy's on fire. But on the days that he's not on the field, I always see him wearing Flag and Anthem. It's his favorite clothing brand, and now it's mine too. I wore it last night. The jeans are so well made, durable with a hint of athletic stretch. So when I was coaching and bending down, it was super comfortable. I wore a flannel this morning. I took it off because it's a little wet because of the rain. But everything you got in your closet, everything I've got in my closet, sweaters, hoodies, they're all insanely soft from Flag and Anthem. The shirt, jackets, and the vest, they keep me warm with the comfortable weather here to stay. That cold weather, it's time to stock up for winter. So head over to flagandanthem.com today and take advantage of some of the best prices of the season. Use the code GAME, GAME, for 25% off your purchase. Flag and Anthem, real close for real life.
It's back and it's better than ever. The 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. January 21st through the 29th. You'll see hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Like motorhomes, travel trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers. Go to RVshows.net for more information. Don't miss the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef. Just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave. The quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
Would you tell Bob personally that I said hi?
No, I will not.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Steve? Listen.
Paul Revere?
It is pretty hard.
Or can you hear me now? Depends if you're a Mac Dre or Beastie Boy.
Yeah. I go Beasties. You got to give them the original. Beastie Boys. This is Beastie Boys. You got to give them their love. Whenever I hear this beat, I don't think Mac Dre at all.
Can you hear me now?
I can, but
Can you hear me now?
Does anyone really have a choice?
By the way, for being a guy who likes to yell at Joe Shasky and hate on him, I did tell Bob Myers during the break last week on NBC Sports Bay Area, hey, by the way, Shasky he's the one that panics and he says hi. I did do that. See, I do that stuff. I don't make it about myself. I give love to my partner in crime here. I don't get no props for that. No props. It's a cold game. Anthony Slater, he'll give you some props at 8 o'clock. We'll talk some Dolphins, Bills.
Congratulations.
Talk some Golden State Warriors, and we'll talk to your boy David Sampson. David Sampson. Is he the Mike Florio of baseball?
Oh, Florio. I don't want to get into that.
You guys are buddies now, right?
Well, so last week we had him on. I'll say this honestly. We had him on, and I told a joke, and maybe I went one joke too far because we teased each other a lot. We were in a good mood, goofing around, and maybe he felt that I disrespected him, and I felt bad. And upon reflection, and then I listened back to my little joke at the end, I said, you know what? I don't really know him like that, so let me reach out and apologize. And I got his number from Sam, and I sent him a text. He has not responded.
He left you out red.
I said what I said.
But you know what? I tried to be not the bigger man. I tried to be a straightforward and candid, and I tried to apologize. And whether he wants to accept it or not, that's up to him. I felt bad though.
No, he should. But I watched that clip back, and I guess it made the rounds on Twitter too. Actually, a lot of people had your back there. So you should feel proud. You didn't do anything bad. Don't feel bad, Chasky. Honestly, don't feel bad.
Well, I just don't.
You shot the local shot. You're on fire right now. You've just had a 7-game stretch where you've averaged 32 points a game. You're shooting 48% from the 3-point line and 55% from the field.
Well, for being honest,
feeling yourself.
I mean, just letting the audience know, because there's a lot of people on the YouTube chat crushing me this morning, and this is what I would say to them: we are the defending champs.
And that's why I don't
think people realize that we are. Like, this show is the defending champs of this market.
Oh, okay.
Like, that's what we are right now, currently. Now we're in year 2, so we'll see, or year 3, or whatever the hell it is. We'll see where we go from here.
Trust me, I got the Jerry Rice Pro Bowl jersey on. I've been off a couple days. Don't make me get arrogant.
Please tell the chat.
Don't make me get arrogant on the YouTube chat.
The numbers
or the
are
airways.
the numbers. They speak for themselves.
They do speak for themselves. And you're right. I'll get in the YouTube chat during the break. I'll let you guys know what's up. The Golden State Warriors. I still believe it's going to be tough for a Western Conference team to beat them 4 times in the series. And here's where I'm at, Shasky.
I agree with that.
Here's where I'm at.
But I do think it's going to be very difficult to get to one of those spots.
Very hard.
That's where I'm trying to be like,
very hard.
And they're an older team.
There's no back-to-backs.
Yeah.
My thing is this. You do owe the core of Draymond, Clay, and Steph one chance to get knocked out in the Western Conference playoffs under Steve Kerr.
That I agree
with. They've never lost a Western Conference series under Steve Kerr. I think you owe it to them to play the string out. You owe it to them. So no drastic trades whatsoever. I see a lot of people, they were tweeting me last, oh, man, you got to do this guy, trade this. No. Keep them. I have to keep Jonathan Kuminga.
I agree with that. Well, I need him healthy, too.
I need him. He should be back on the road trip.
Good, because they really miss his athleticism and his versatility and his toughness.
We know this training staff now with Rick Celebrity and company. They like to play things slowly. They like to be cautious. All right, he'll be back at some point on the road trip, thank God, because he's a guy who can get to the free throw line, get easy buckets, and flush it down over somebody's head. He'll flush it on you. He'll dunk on your head. They got to get some. Jordan Poole's got to be the guy I saw in the third quarter, fourth quarter is the guy I need all game long. Jordan Poole, he needs to be empowered to say, as soon as you come into the game, you are instant offense. Go out there and cook, young man.
Can we just agree on this when it comes to Jordan Poole? Yes, what you said is absolutely true. The consistency, putting your imprint on the game on a nightly basis is there's no doubt. Can we also agree? I feel like he gets a disproportionate amount of blame from the fans when in reality, he's one of the few guys who brings it every single night in terms of being on the floor, available, healthy, and you look up, and I know he's not going to be great every night, but the stats are there. Like, if you just look at it, he is one of the most reliable players on the team.
Do you know what? I do agree with that.
Consistency, he needs to be better. I agree.
We made a huge deal about the turnovers. He has the ball in his hands. He's learning how to lead a team in his 4th year. Yes. He's still improving. These games that he's just had is a learning experience for him. Exactly. This is good for his future. So I got no beef. I've never had any beef with Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole's going to be a fine player. I'm glad they gave him the money. I think he's worth the money.
He
will be worth the money. He is growing. But the same thing you just said about Jordan Poole, it's the same thing I could say about Klay Thompson.
Agreed.
We as a fan base. Now, I get it. They're 20 and 21. I'm not going to tell anybody to relax this morning. You want to panic? You want to say this team isn't good enough? I'm not here to stop you. Last night, I was embarrassed. I was at a loss for words through 3 quarters of that basketball game.
I was frustrated.
I was very, very frustrated. To go out and be 5-3 on that homestand after winning the first 5 on that 8-game homestand, it left a bad taste in my mouth. But Klay Thompson, I mean, for being a 4-time champ, for going out there battling, because he was the only guy to me in the first 2 quarters of that game, first 3 quarters, who wanted to win that basketball game.
Yeah.
He was playing hard. Sure, he forced some shots, but nobody else was shooting.
He was going at it. And clearly he has a thing against Phoenix.
Oh, yeah, because they're chirping. They're front runners.
Mikal Bridges, to be honest, that block on him, Mikal and him were going back and forth.
They're going back and forth.
I was like, ugh.
Bridges is a good player.
No,
he's a
Bridges
solid
is
player.
an excellent
He's
player.
an excellent two-way player.
He's an excellent
But they're
player.
talking. They're lifting their
I
weights.
really like Mikal
and
Bridges.
there's some front runners going on. But you lose to a Phoenix team that lost 9 of their last 10 coming into last night. But a lot of stuff with Clay. People are ready to jump off the ship 20 games in.
Yeah.
And just like, bitch, Clay, we got to be patient here. And we got to be loyal to Klay Thompson. This is Klay Thompson. Out of all the people to be loyal to in this market, a guy who's had big-time injuries, who's provided us with some of the more iconic moments, and not just basketball, Bay Area sports history. I'm talking just Bay Area sports, football, baseball, hockey, all that stuff. Got to be patient. Got to be patient. But somebody else has to step up. Can that guy be James Wiseman? And I try to go back to last season thinking, man, it was tough not having Wiseman because that development he could have got last season would have paid so many dividends this year. Who's going to be that other guy?
Well, I think it's like the chicken or the egg, though, because I look at the head coach. It feels like to me he's anti allowing a guy to develop from a raw ball of clay into something more formed on the court on his NBA team. Like, even if you look at like his infatuation with Anthony Lamb, who I think Anthony Lamb right now, if you're asking me, Joe, who's a more positive influence on the 2022-2023 Warriors, Iguodala on the court or Anthony Lamb? I'm probably going to lean Anthony Lamb.
Yeah. I can't be mad at that.
And I'm not hating on Iggy. I'm saying, like, hey, Anthony Lamb's done way more this year and I think has more left in the tank. It can help this team more than Iggy. That's a wild statement.
Mm-hmm.
But why is Anthony Lamb playing? Because he is a more formed, finished product who can fit into a role that can help Steve Kerr. I don't think he likes playing people who are work in progress. Like,
yeah, he's a veteran guy.
Yeah,
he wants to go with veterans.
But look at the roster you've been handed the last 2 years.
I know.
I'm not saying you got to play all three guys simultaneously. What I'm saying is at some point you have to kind of bite the bullet and realize I got to give Kuminga extended minutes, even if he's making mistakes, even if it's going to hinder one night, because 6 months from now we're going to be a lot better and he's going to be a lot better.
You know, I see a lot of grades on Twitter, C-, C's, to your point about extended minutes for these youngsters. This is a discussion we've had, and I feel like we're going to have it for the rest of the season. Give the youngsters minutes, but now it may be too late. Now it may be too late because I thought the first, again, I'm going to repeat myself. We both agreed on this. The first 15 games, Steve Kerr should have said, Moody, Kuminga, Wiseman, you're getting 15 minutes no matter what. Just go play.
Well, and they lost those games anyway.
They lost
a lot of those games anyway, which obviously is hindsight.
But you lost the games with your veterans.
That was my point.
And the youngsters got all the play.
Yeah, exactly.
The youngsters got all the play in the first 20 games.
For their first minute and a half.
First minute and a half. Oh, man, the plus minus 15. Oh, man. Well, let some of the youngsters play. Like Kuminga, he's going to be better when he plays with Stephen Curry, Draymond Green. Let him play with some of the stars. Let Jordan Poole play with some of the stars. Let Wiseman play with some of the stars. Kerr blew that. So that's why if I had to give a grade to Steve Kerr, he'd get a C- for the roster management in the first 10 to 15 games. Those youngsters should have played.
For as dire as it feels, though, B, and this is where I'm so confused by this team. So for as dire as it feels, I also still believe, like, oh, man, you get into a 7-game series.
Nobody's beating them. I don't know if anybody could beat them 4 times in the West.
As long as they're healthy, right? And they're healthy. And they're going to taper down their particular rotation. Because really, in the playoffs, it's 8. Like, that's the magic number.
8 to 9 with no back-to-back games.
8's the magic number, if we're being honest, in terms of rotation, right? So all this other stuff, like, that's a regular season problem. This team, though, in the regular season confuses the hell out of me because I look at the standings, I'm like, well, they're right there. But then I look at the form of how they're playing on a nighttime basis. I have no idea who's showing up.
Right. No idea. So I thought the roster management was handled poorly in the first 15 games. I'll just
in terms of minute allocation.
In terms of minute allocation for the youngsters, they should have been playing.
I'll agree.
And they shouldn't have probably played together. You got to mix them up. Hey, Kuminga, you got to play this stretch with Steph and Clay. Hey, Wiseman, you're going to play this because, like, when Wiseman and Kuminga come back, this is what I want for the second unit. Forget the read and react offense. That second unit, I want Poole, Wiseman, or Poole, Kuminga, pick and rolls all day long. And the other guy, whether it's Kuminga or Wiseman, I want them in a dunker spot. And you just go pick and roll all day. Who's going to stop that?
I don't know.
And those are 2 guys who can get to the free throw line. They're the worst team in the league when it comes to attempting free throws and giving up free throws. They get no easy buckets.
Well, and they don't get any dunks. Like, I look at this.
No easy buckets, yeah.
Like they get no dunks. Like, I just look at this team as the athleticism has been waning year after year after year. And Wiggins brought a little back, like, of that athleticism.
He did.
And then Kuminga was such a shot in the arm for the 2-week stretch that he was playing well. They truly miss his athleticism. But Bonte, like, I'm looking at someone like JaMychal Green, for example. JaMychal Green feels like the odd man out, and I'm not like trying to pick on him. What I'm saying is he's not big enough to be a rim protector that they desperately need.
Right.
Okay, he's going to stand out on the corner. I got a bunch of guys that could stand on the corner and bomb a three. Like, I don't need that. So him and Moody, maybe it's Wiseman. Those are the guys that I'm saying, like right now, I think Anthony Lamb brings more to the table than JaMychal Green.
I agree 100%.
I can't believe I'm saying that, but that's where I'm at.
He's a guy who can hit a wide open three.
Well, and he competes at a harder level
He does.
consistently.
And he understands how to play the game. He's
I like Anthony Lamb.
Yeah, he's playing well as a two-way guy. I've Warner Rose vibes, Warner Rose juju.
I know, but
I
watch this guy. He plays with an energy that this team needs. He plays with something to prove, and I appreciate his effort.
He knows where to be on the floor.
Yes.
JaMychal Green, I don't know where he fits. I don't know where he fits.
And he's just inconsistent.
He is the odd man out. He is the odd man out for me. But that second unit, I'm going pick and roll heavy with that other guy in the dunker spot. Simplify the game for them. But again, when you blow it the first 10 games and you start off 3-7, now everything is like, all right, now we got to play veterans. We got to catch up. We got to get to 500.
Yeah.
We got to do this. We got to do that. It's too much, man. And last night, even in that rally in the fourth quarter, you got two guys who won't shoot. Draymond Green, when he's aggressive again, we did the numbers. When he scores at least 10, they win 80% of the games. But Iguodala, if he's not going to be out there shooting, and he's not going to shoot the wide open threes that's presented to him, the spacing's compromised now. And now you're forcing up threes. And now you're shooting with guys with hands in the face. How many times did Phoenix contest a shot yesterday? Felt like the Warriors didn't have any wide open shots to the last 6 minutes of the game.
Sarge, Washington, Bridges. I mean, they're all getting anything they wanted. Torrey Craig. Like, listen to these names we're saying. We're not talking about Tatum and Brown. We're talking about a bunch of
Dwayne Washington Jr.
He looked great.
Bismack Biyombo.
What do you have, 17?
Yeah. Bismack Biyombo. Who'd he dunk on? Was that Looney he dunked on?
How about Landale?
Oh, Jack Landale.
Oh, whatever the heck his name is.
Landale. Who
big
got
stiff is what I call him.
He is a big stiff, but he was getting points.
Hey, they gave him a bad whistle the fourth quarter.
Oh, yeah, the elbow on Wiggins.
Twice.
On the inside elbow, yeah. I kind of like that.
Josh Okogie, who's an afterthought now, who's a former lottery pick.
Wow, I remember that name.
I mean, Ish Wainwright played 14 minutes last night. Who the hell is Ish Wainwright?
No clue. Is he Wainwright's brother, the guy who pitches for the Cardinals?
Is he Ish Smith's cousin?
Ish Smith's cousin? I like that.
I like that a lot. I like that. Ish Smith, I believe Curry's boy back in the day, the AAU circuit in North Carolina. Listen.
That is incredible random knowledge.
To lose a game like that last night, and you go out on the road, you're 20-21. What's your grade for the Golden State Warriors? 888-957-9570. At the D?
Yeah.
I'm not mad at that.
Because none of the youngsters are improving.
Except for Kuminga. We saw a little bit with Wiseman, but
Bonte, if we're being honest, like he was good for a couple weeks. Like I want him good for months. You know what I mean? Like I expected a quantum leap forward. That was part of the talking all offseason. Whoa, wait till Kuminga next year and an expanded role and then I look at the veterans and I'm like, Clay's playing really good basketball right now. I think he's playing really. Draymond's had moments this year. Mm-hmm. Curry's been hurt, right, which sucks, but he's been awesome when he's been out there.
Curry's been awesome.
Wiggins has been hurt for the first time in his career, and he's missed a huge stretch of the season. Like, they've underperformed.
And Wiggins was playing like an all-star before he got hurt.
He was.
That was a big, big loss for the Warriors.
But these injuries...
But they were able to stay... They went 6-5 without Stephen Curry.
Which is crazy.
We thought maybe 4-7.
And they blew off a game.
Maybe 3-8. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
It's just unbelievable. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. It feels so damn good to be back here on the roast. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Alex in Atlanta. Alex, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. How's it going this morning? Bonte, welcome back.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. It's good. Good. What you got?
All right. So you guys always know that I like to drop you a random bit of stat knowledge every now and then.
Yeah, I love it.
And today one for the Warriors that's been concerning me the whole season is their over-reliance on threes. You guys talked about it a bit earlier in the show. They're shooting 43.4 three-pointers a game right now. Wow. And the reason I bring it up is going back to 1990, roughly 80% of the time, the team that leads the league in three-point attempts for a regular season makes the playoffs. So that's at least a good sign, right? It's like hitting home runs in baseball. You're probably going to get into the tournament if you're leading the league in home runs. But when you narrow that down to teams that made the finals, only 4 times during that 33-year stretch does the team leading the league in three-point attempts even get to the NBA Finals, and only twice has a team won the championship. And you probably won't be able to guess who actually won the championship leading the league in threes. So, to your point, even if you get to the playoffs, if you're over-reliant on the three, you end up with tired legs. You end up worn out on the offensive end, so that compromises you on the defensive end. And you're usually not going to make it past the second round, just based on the statistics I was able to find.
Can I ask you a question?
So,
you said you might not be able to guess it. Was it either the early 90s, 94 or whatever, Rockets, or was it the Dallas Mavericks of 2010, 2011?
It was the Houston Rockets both times.
Look at me.
So
pretty good, huh?
95 are the only. Yeah, that was pretty good. You know what? Just for that, I'm going to buy another sweatshirt from the, the game shop site.
I love that,
one on the way, but I'm going to buy another one.
It's been 30 years since a team leading the league in attempts at three-point line has went, wow, that's a really good
That's
nugget.
crazy. And those Rockets teams with Kenny Smith, Vernon Maxwell, Robert Horry, of course, Sam Cassell, Mario Ellie, Sam Cassell coming off the bench.
I think Kevin Willis was at the second championship.
No, Otis Thorpe was on the first one.
Somebody
then the
with
second
pipes.
one. Yeah, Otis Thorpe on the first one because Otis Thorpe, Hakeem Olajuwon, Robert Horry in the front court, Kenny Smith, Vernon Maxwell. And then the next year they trade for Clyde Drexler. They became the first number 1 6 seed to win a championship. Remember that? They were the 6 seed. They beat Utah in the 3-6 matchup.
But I think what he's trying to get at, and what I would say is that you do have to have some semblance of balance.
No,
on the court.
I thought about that, and that's why in the offseason.
It's a great stat that he threw there.
This is crazy. This is how delusional I've been. This is how much I needed to get out the house the last 2 days. I'm just watching everything. I'm reading everything. And I'm looking at Milwaukee, and I'm like, You know, all the Giannis Antetokounmpo rumors were running rampant a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And I'm watching the Warriors last, and I said, damn, it'd be good. They need a guy at some point. Maybe not this year. But they got to get a guy who could just get to the cup and get you some easy baskets.
Well, ISO out and just blow by somebody?
The balance. Alex is right on the money. He's right on the money. They played the Orlando Magic, or excuse me, they played the Atlanta Hawks in the double overtime game. They had 59 threes. It was just 3-point crazy, right?
Way too many.
All right, they had 40 the next night against the Pistons. They've been over at least 40 this homestand. And then you look at the Magic game, I feel like the Orlando Magic game in the entire first half was nothing but threes.
Can I ask you why that is?
Attempts.
Because to me, I'm looking at it and I'm saying I think a portion of it is they settle because they have tired legs.
They settle because of tired legs, and they settle because they have nobody who could really dribble, drive, who could dribble, drive, and penetrate.
And they
how many guys do they have? Steph?
When was the last time they had a baseline guy go for a dunk? When was the last time we saw a high-low play where Draymond's throwing an alley-oop to a leaping guy?
It's been a long time.
From the dunker spot.
It's been a long, long time.
Right? They all want to run to the corner or to the outside. So
it's been a long, long time. Long, long time. By the way, 957thegameshop.com, 957thegameshop.com. Go out and get some gear, because I got a story for you, Shasky. And I'm disappointed I didn't get to beat him over the weekend. Sundays, when I started feeling the bubble guts at the Niners game, and it was not good for your boy for the next 2 nights. Never heard of this thing called norovirus, but that's what your boy was dealing with.
No.
I could have probably toughed it out yesterday, but I want to give a shout out to Larry Seiler. Larry Seiler, all right, from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Larry Seiler, big-time roaster, came to the Bay Area last week. Big fan. Listen what he said December 30th. Big fan of the show. My 95.70 game merchandise will be in before we leave Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania to attend the Warriors and Cardinals games. So he did the double dip at Chase, and he went to Levi's. Hoping I somehow run into you and Joe and respectfully request an autograph. Larry Seiler, my identity. Let's go Niners. Let's go Warriors. So I said, hey, man, sorry I couldn't catch up with you. But he said, you know what? Thanks for getting back to me. I missed Candlestick. I missed that blue-collar stadium, but it was good to be out to the Bay. But Larry Seiler, all the way in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Wow.
Buying gear on 957thegameshop.com. And he sent me a photo with the 95.70 Game t-shirt.
Did you see the new one they whipped up for this week?
The Bosa?
DPOY?
Yeah, the Bosa. The Bosa. Sick.
It's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Bosa having a great year. You know, I know we're going to get into Bosa. We're going to get into Purdy. We're going to get into McCaffrey. It feels like nobody's really talking about the season Brendan Ayuk had.
Well, I think he had a really nice season. He had 8 touchdowns, 1,000 yards, 78 catches.
Think about the first-round picks that the Niners have spent
on
wide receivers, and have done nothing.
I know.
I mean, if Brendan Ayuk, say if the Niners make a deep run in the postseason,
he had a better year than Debo.
Wait, I told you, traded kid. He's the best route runner on the team.
Yeah,
he's the best pure wide receiver on the football team. People said that's crazy. Debo's on his team. Talk to me now. Brendan Ayuk's the best pure wide receiver on this football team. Hands down, his route running is so much better than Debo's. It's not even funny. And I love Debo.
Yeah.
But you look at all the first-round picks they've had, second-round picks. Let's get into that on the other side after we take Austin on the Warriors. Let's wrap up Warriors, because I got some thoughts on Ayuk. We'll get to Bosa, because Bosa was special. Shanahan was special. I'm so pumped up about Saturday. Austin, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Ain't nothing much going to work. Good morning, y'all. Man, hey, Vontae, look, man, I told y'all, man, I made a comment about Wiggins and Curry coming off the bench and knocking the rust off. It ain't about figuring out lineups. It's about y'all bench. Y'all bench of the core is hot. So why not bring them off the bench, especially if Phoenix is they ain't playing none of their starters. I mean, like, come on, nobody want to see nobody throwing up rusty shots, and then all of a sudden they want to start kicking it in the fourth quarter. Then you go bring Andre Rusty Butto in the game. Like, come on, man, that don't make no sense, Steve Kerr. Come on, man. Let's roll the dice a little bit. Why this bitch is on fire?
But Shasky, before we go to break, and thanks for the call, Austin. Good to hear from you. Isn't it kind of fitting that they lost that game to close out the first half of the season? With the way this season has played out so far, wasn't that a fitting end to the first half of the season?
Yeah, leaving me frustrated. Of course.
I mean, just tumultuous. It's just an advert, like everything from training camp to the youngsters. It's just been a nightmare.
Bonte, this regular season is very confusing. I don't know what to make of this team. I want to give them the earned benefit of the doubt that they have clearly earned, but at the same time, I'm watching every night with my eyeballs, and I'm saying, this doesn't look right.
No.
They don't play good enough defense. No. They don't attack the rim. They're not athletic enough. Long teams give them problems because they're a jump shooting team. They're injured. Like, they're old. They don't play their young players. Like, there's a lot going on.
And now you got Sean Devaney bringing up LeBron James trades of Heavy Sports. Sean Devaney talking about, hey, man, what if the Warriors and LeBron James wants to play with the Warriors? It could be worth considering. You could trade Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody, Baldwin, or Poole or Wiggins for LeBron James. How about that? That's what we need is a LeBron James rumor around here. All right, what's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. More coming up on the roast. Let's get into some Niners, man. I've been holding these Niner takes in. Let's talk some. I don't think people are fired up, man, about Seahawks week. Playoffs are Saturday, Sasky. Come on, man.
I've been ready.
You ready?
I'm ready.
San Fran Shasky's out the window?
Bro, I'm ready.
All right, let's do this. Let's talk some Niners on the other side.
I gotta say, I'm just fired up to be here today. By God, is that the Harlem Globetrotters music?
Yeah! Harlem Globetrotters! Remix!
It is. The Harlem Globetrotters are live in studio with Vontae and Shasky tomorrow morning at 8.
Unbelievable.
Don't miss the hilarious and talented Harlem Globetrotters tomorrow at 8. Live in studio with a morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here, and I'm going to talk about the tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law. Do you trade crypto? Do you have any NFTs? Have you received a 1099 from a crypto exchange reporting your transaction? Do you need crypto accounting services? Well, if so, then you need to contact the attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law by visiting sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law has helped hundreds of clients over the years with crypto accounting and tax compliance issues, and they will give you a fair and honest assessment of your crypto needs. During your consultation, they'll offer straightforward and transparent pricing while educating you about the solutions that could be available. The IRS is ramping up their enforcement of crypto users, so it's important that you have an attorney experience with crypto on your side. Visit Kugelman Law to schedule your consultation today at sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamal Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Well,
Welcome to No Mercy, hosted by yours truly, Stephen A. Smith. For the first time in my career, I have complete, unadulterated freedom to say my piece on a whole host of different topics. News, politics, pop culture, social justice. Look for my podcast on big topics making headlines across the country, as well as unfiltered conversations with celebrities like Charlamagne the God, Jake Paul, Dana White, Snoop Dogg, and more. Listen to No Mercy, spelled K-N-O-W, Mercy, a presentation of Cadence 13 and Odyssey Studio, available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
At Staples, you can count on every project being print perfect, guaranteed.
I need presentations and brochures printed, and they have to be perfect.
Your bounded presentations, brochures with the finest folds, and more will be done right every time. That's our Print Big promise. Now at Staples, get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more, plus 20% back via store bonus. Try Staples and see the difference. Ends 2/11. Rewards members only. Bonus must be redeemed in store. See staples.com/stores/printbig for details.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
It's despicable.
This is James Wiseman. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Big Wise, can't wait to have you back. Could have used you last night. Could have used Kuminga. Could have used some energy in that first half. Suns going a 32-10 run in the second quarter, take control of the basketball game. Led by as much as 27 last night at Chase Center as the Warriors dropped the last 3 on this 8-game homestand. It was all pretty. It starting on Christmas Day against the Grizzlies. They opened up 5-0, thrilling victory over the Hawks in double overtime. Then you lose to the Pistons on a last-second shot by Sadiq Bey in a game that you probably shouldn't have won. Orlando was tough because Clay's a late scratch. Wiggins is back. He's rusty. He's not right. You lose to the Magic. And boy, I'll tell you about Paolo Banchero. That dude is a beast. Beat Portland last night. Paolo Banchero, one of my favorite players in the NBA right now. He's a bully. He's an absolute stud. Orlando's got something there with him. And then, of course, last night, Damian Lee goes crazy. Damian Lee revenge game. You're lucky to be down. You're lucky to be down 14 at the half, but then you come out in the third quarter, Phoenix scores the first 5 points of the third quarter. And you're like, okay, it's going to be one of those nights. Now, there was a spirited rally in the fourth quarter. Warriors made it interesting. Down 6 there with under 2 minutes, but just a lackluster performance overall. Let's put the Warriors to bed for now, though, because they're 20-21.
Night.
If you want to come in with your grades, we'll do it all day long on the Golden State Warriors. We'll talk to Slater at 8 o'clock, but I do want to get to the Niners, man. It's playoff time. It's playoff time. At number one, as I've been stewing and as you got this week started off, I've listened to the first hour on Monday, Shaska. You're on absolute fire. First of all, screw the NFL, again, for playing the 49ers. How are they not in prime time? How are they not in prime time Saturday?
I don't want them on, primetime Saturday is
Saturday night.
I don't want them on that Monday game.
No,
they don't
Monday.
deserve to be on a short week the following week.
No, screw that.
I'm okay with it.
Screw that.
I don't love the 1:30 game on Saturday.
I don't.
I prefer the evening game.
That's for the Texans.
Yeah.
AFC South Division champion.
The final,
that's that 1:30 slot for them.
Yeah, the final ever Candlestick playoff game was Colin Kaepernick versus Aaron Rodgers.
Saturday night.
It's a Saturday
but
night
even
game.
2019, they hosted the Vikings on a Saturday at 1:30 to kick off the second round of the playoffs.
And they did it against New Orleans as well.
I mean, the Niners are a marquee franchise. You're going to put Jacksonville and the Chargers on at Saturday night over the Niners and Hawks? And look, the Niners and Hawks rivalry's back. It's back. Pete Carroll Company, they're going to come in chomping at the bit. They're going to be talking. The 12s are already
Pete's
chirping.
already selling it.
He's saying, dude,
we have to face the Niners. Like, no one's giving us a chance, and they shouldn't.
Oh, he's playing it, dude. And look, they got a shot.
Pete's a legend.
And they've got a shot. They've got a shot. It's going to be raining. Diamondor Lenore worries me.
Oh, yeah.
He worries me. The back end of the secondary. Every single week, Shasky. Every single week. And I know they cleaned it up against Arizona, but that's David Blau. All right? Gino's slightly better than that. They should be able to handle business.
I asked a question yesterday, and I would love your opinion on it. Was this the finest individual season, start to finish, any defensive player has had for the 49ers in the last 30, 40 years? Because obviously Ronnie Lott's had some amazing years. We know that Deion Sanders missed a couple games, had an amazing year. Willis has had phenomenal seasons. Dana Stubblefield. Like, there's lots of guys that have had individual. In terms of what one man can do and the gravity that he can create and the different pressure that he can create to make others look good on the field, was this the best season and dominance-wise in the fourth quarter that you've ever seen from a player? From the Niners?
I'm guessing you're going Nick Bosa.
I think it's up there. I don't know where I've got it.
Yeah,
it's pretty damn good.
We can start there. Nick Bosa.
Deion.
Well, Deion's in the conversation. Navarro Bowman season.
2013, which I referenced yesterday.
Navarro Bowman season 2013. Because it started off in... Was that the season they started off in Lambeau Field? Mm-hmm. The first game of the season?
Where David Akers came in. No, 2013 was the following year. This was the year they acquired Anquan Bolden. He threw 400 yards, and Bolden had 200 yards on opening day.
I think... We always talk about Navarro Bowman's 2013, and it was special. He should have been a Defensive Player of the Year. I thought his 2012 was equally as good.
Yeah, Willis was good too in 2012, though. He was really good.
But remember, Bowman was playing on third down, and Willis was on the bench.
Yeah.
When they went dime defense, Bowman, and remember, he picked off Aaron Rodgers at Lambeau Field to start that season. Mm-hmm. He made the play in the NFC Championship game against the Atlanta Falcons.
Tony Gonzalez.
So, Navarro Bowman's 2-year stretch from 2012 through the end of that NFC Championship game, there's not many players who play better defensive football than Bowman over that 2-year stretch. Bosa's up there.
Because, like, what Bosa does allows Fred Warner to run around and Dre Greenlaw to hit the gaps, and then obviously makes Diamondor Lenore look better. And how many different interceptions did Sean Gibson have this year that were a direct result of Bosa cracking somebody?
Absolutely. When I think of Bowman, I'm going to make the case for Bowman. I don't know where I stand with that. But Bosa's got an argument, and Bosa turns his game up in the playoffs. There's no doubt about that. Dana Stubblefield had a great year, but I remember he was quiet at times when he won DPOY.
Yeah.
Bryant Young's had some years. I don't know if they've been as impactful as Nick Bosa.
In terms of winning and losing,
but
too.
But like Bowman, the thing I remember about Bowman was you could just leave him on a running back and you didn't even have to worry.
Well, yeah, he held Danny Tomlinson in check. He did it on numerous occasions.
If Fred Warner Jr. and Drake Greenlaw was out there in space against a running back, you feel a little nervous.
Yeah.
Or against a tight end, you feel a little nervous. Bowman was guarding running backs and tight ends like it was nothing.
His tackle rate in terms of like missed tackles versus tackles is one of the best of all time.
Then he was a very good blitzer.
Yep. He had the spin move.
He's very good blitzer, always disruptive. Yeah. Had to play on fourth down in that NFC Championship game in the Georgia Dome against Matt Ryan and the Falcons.
And would have had in the 2011 NFC Championship game the strip on Ahmed Bradshaw, which should have been a strip.
The strip there. You should have had the fumble in Seattle when you got hurt on that play and you ended up with the football.
I still don't know how he got that ball. That was one of the most incredible, as his leg is getting snapped in 3 different directions.
But it speaks to also Nick Bosa's greatness. To have your season compared with that Bowman stretch.
That's what I'm saying.
With Ronnie Lott.
Yeah.
With anything Charles Haley has done. With anything Burton Hicks has done. Deion Sanders, Tim McDonald.
Yeah.
Zach Bronson, 7 interceptions. Had a great, fantastic year. What was that, 01, 02?
Yeah,
those years. They
picked
made
off
the
Peyton
playoffs.
a couple times.
Picked off Peyton. He had the big pick in Soldier Field against Chicago and Shane Matthews.
If you go Zach Bronson, I immediately go Lance Schulters.
Yeah, I love Hofstra.
Look at you.
Lance Schulters on the coaching staff with the LA Rams last year when they won the Super Bowl.
No
How about
way.
that? Yes.
With the gold tooth?
I don't know if he had the gold tooth.
The gold
he was
tooth
on
was
that
so
coaching
sick.
staff. He was on that coaching staff. I miss Schulters when he moved on to Tennessee.
He was nice.
He was good. I remember Matt with the coach's clicker. Kept, look at Lance Schulters, and boom, he puts his helmet in there. Boom, puts his helmet in there. Boom, and he had the coach's clicker going back and forth for Lance Schulters. But Bosa's season
was incredible.
It was incredible. And during the playoffs, he steps his game up to another level. Now, he got a little quiet in the NFC title game because he got doubled a lot and he ran out of gas. But his season was special, and it's going to end with the DPOY. There's no doubt about that. He was all-time great. I'm a little disappointed he get to 20 sacks because that was a big number. I was like, there's no way he can get to 20 sacks.
Well, he missed a game and a half.
Missed a game and a half.
He wasn't right for a couple games.
Fell short of Alden Smith's 19.5 sack single season record for the 49ers. But Nick Bosa, all-time great. And he's going to have to be great for the 49ers if they want to get to Glendale.
He already holds the postseason sack record for the 49ers. And you think about it, like, this is his window. I was thinking about this with J.J. Watt kind of retiring. We think these guys are going to play, like Bruce Smith played forever. Mm-hmm. To get to 200 sacks, you got to play like 17 years.
Got to play forever.
Right? Like, even Michael Strahan, he played forever. Like, some of these guys played for so long. With J.J. Watt making the amount of money that he did, is it any surprise that he wanted to walk away with his body somewhat intact? Like, I get it. It makes sense.
J.J. Watt looked good on Sunday.
No, you didn't see my tweet?
No.
I'll say it on air then.
Say it on air.
If I was talking to Jed and John and Kyle, who am I would say, you know what Eddie D would have done? He would have picked up the phone.
Oh, my gosh.
He would have picked up the phone. He would have said, are you sure you want to retire? Are you sure you don't want to pull an Andy Pettit or Roger Clemens and come in the middle of training camp and just be a situational pass rusher?
Oh, my gosh. That would be genius. But he doesn't even need to do that. You don't have to come back middle of training camp. You come back in mid-November.
That's what I'm saying.
We'll pick you up at SFO like we did Kevin Green.
Yes.
Remember they picked up Kevin Green in like November?
You wouldn't take him right now? He deserves a ring.
They signed Charles Haley for a playoff game.
I know.
Everybody forgets to catch two with T.O.
Who was the safety playing linebacker for the Rams last year who was playing basketball?
Oh, Eric Weddle. They signed up for the playoffs.
Yeah.
I will tell J.J. Watt, hey, you want to go win a championship? If we're in a position to win I think J.J. Watt's going to sit. I think J.J. Watt will come back next year. He knows he's got something left in the tank. You can't end your career like that.
He looked great.
He cannot end his career like that with Arizona.
With Bosa.
Oh, my gosh. Eddie D would totally do that.
That's an Eddie D move.
He did that. He did that.
Richard Dent, Ricky Jackson.
Remember the game Rice came back and he tore his knee up on that Monday night against the Broncos? The year the Broncos went to the Super Bowl.
Catching a touchdown pass.
Catching a touchdown pass, and he tore his knee up on the touchdown pass. Kevin Green had a fumble recovery for a touchdown that game.
I love Kevin Green.
And I remember when they picked him up for the airport. I think it was either
best lettuce in Niner
history.
history.
Fred Inglis, Marky Banez, or Joe Fonte, KTVU. At the airport, SFO, Kevin Green getting off the flight with the gym bag and the hair. Yeah. Like, I'm coming in to sign with the 49ers.
In the Jordache jeans.
In the Jordache. They signed Charles Haley.
Tucked-in shirt. The tucked-in T-shirt into the Jordache jeans.
I'll never forget KTVU being at the airport at SFO to go get Kevin Green, right? Charles Haley, they signed up for a playoff game against Brett Favre and the Green Bay Packers.
When I was watching him, J.J. Watt.
I would totally do that with J.J. Watt.
All
because
day.
Sunday, did you go to the game Sunday?
No, I didn't.
So I was
stayed
at
home.
the game Sunday.
Yeah.
99 was everywhere.
Your boy had to. We're now here. Yes, 91 was everywhere, but I had to stay home because I had to dispose of the multiple trees in the house. And I'll admit to you this. This is full admitting. Okay,
Wow.
I said this to Michelle.
Wow.
While I love the smell of a real tree, there's something beautiful about it. I have got little, whatever they're called, the little leaves of the tree all over the house. And while I was trying to take the lights off, the ornaments, repackage everything, I said to Michelle, maybe Bonte's onto something with the fake tree. The putting it away of all the stuff, nothing fit in the box, you know.
I'm so glad you came around.
And then the disposal of the tree, and then I'm gonna have tree stuff all over. There is glitter. That's the other thing. I told you I banned glitter wrapping from the house. I'm banning glitter ornaments from the house. Glitter's everywhere.
You know what? It's just apologies. Apologies galore.
I admitted that I think you're onto something. So I said to her, maybe next year, one real tree,
You didn't
one
tell her
fake
that.
tree.
What did she say?
She said no. And I was like, all right, well, that ended that.
Dude,
real
tell
quick.
me, fake tree's the way to go. Fake tree's the
We
way
now
to
have
go.
3 giant plastic containers filled with ornaments and lights.
That's too much.
Yeah,
that's.
I'm well aware.
So you missed the game Sunday. I was there, obviously, with a little bubble gut, so I was locked in. But even my boy Diego and Zuri, who they sit next to us in section 227, Baby Chaz was going crazy. I'm sitting there like, oh my gosh, I don't know if I'm going to make it. J.J. Watt was flashing, and I was like, damn, he still got something left in the tank. He'll be nice on the contender. I swear to God, that thought went through my head.
You're telling me, like, if you were running the 49ers, you wouldn't, but hey, JJ, I know you want to spend time with your family. We don't even need you all year. We just need you in situations.
Come in November.
Yeah, that's the Andy Pettit. Missed the first 3 months of the season. I'm ready for the playoffs.
Come in November. I have no problem. Pull Odell Beckham Jr.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Do that.
They could use him, and I know the defensive line's our strongest. Guys like him, he's a butt kicker.
By the way,
that dude's a beast.
I think Spadoni was just in my ear. It was Fred Inglis at the airport to go
Fred
meet Kevin
Inglis.
Green.
That's a name I haven't heard in so long.
Is that great knowledge? I don't know what he's up to. Is that great knowledge?
That's phenomenal.
Come on, I remember it was like Kevin Green's coming to the Niners.
You've had a lot of time off.
Dude.
You're sharp today.
Dude, I couldn't wait to get out the house. I'm telling you. I couldn't sleep last night. Full disclosure, folks, I come in about 6:08. I wake up. First of all, I go to bed after the Warriors game. I'm sitting there. I'm like, I can't believe they lost this freaking game. But I was like, you know what? I'm not going to let it get me down. Back on the roast tomorrow. I can't wait to be back to work. Been in the house for 2.5 straight days. I'm going crazy, right? It's just too much.
Seeing me just get all the shine.
Actually, didn't see anything, but I'm glad you did get to shine. You did a great job, and I'm sure you liked it. I'm sure Shasky was like, hey, I've never got so many texts from everybody. Hey, you sure you don't want to take another day off? I was like, damn, y'all don't want me back? Trying to buy me out here? I'm about a 2-way contract, but geez, all of a sudden, we're talking about the ratings being great in year 2022. What have you done for me in 2023? Oh, you're sick. Bye-bye. Go away. Like, damn, I'm chopped liver now?
Well, I just don't want you to get anyone else here sick.
Yeah,
That's my thing.
I'm sure that's what it is.
Just stay away from me.
I'm sure that's what it is.
We're going to do some social distancing today, Bonte.
Yeah, we have done none of that today. None of that.
That's a word I haven't, or a phrase I haven't heard in a long time. Social distancing.
Aren't you happy that word has gone away?
Yeah, I'm very happy.
So anyway, so the Niners, so the rating stuff, whatever, all that stuff. I was like, I can't wait to get back to talk some 49er football about, playoffs in Seattle with Shanahan and
How about
everything.
Sennett Benson being compared to Brock Purdy? We're already here.
So, I was supposed to be at that national championship game.
No, I didn't. Please tell.
So I was going to
Please explain.
All right, you got, 888-957-9570. If anybody's jacked up, hey, Spadoni, do something for me. Do something for me. This is why Georgia kicked TCU's ass 65-7. I want you to hear from Kirby Smart first and foremost as we pivot to the Niners.
Your ass is prepared for this for 365 days. I think about the fuckers in that locker room. Think about getting our opportunity. All the you went through this week to get ready for this game. Now is when you pay the price. You go out there with energy, enthusiasm. Hey, guys, ain't nobody in this room should be cautious. Ain't nobody in this room should be nervous about shit. Go out here and their ass up. Don't think about scoreboard. Don't think about shit. You think about knocking the shit out of them. Did you hear what Box said on Monday? When I sat in that fucking meeting, I wanted to go play right then. Tore your shit up out here. 2 years ago, your shit up. Stop Ryan Joy tells me you these guys up. You go play the right way. You play the right way. You knock their ass off. You stay off the ground. You tackle the man with the ball. The shit's easy. Look at the right shit. Punish their ass on offense and kick their ass on special teams, guys. It's about
I mean, no wonder TCU got their asses kicked 65-7. That is one hell of a speech. One hell of a speech.
I mean, Guru and him were very similar.
Very similar.
Wow.
Kick the Celtics' ass.
Wow.
Kirby Smart. Wow.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
I mean, Kirby's like, go out there and plead these dudes up. They never had a shot.
I was listening to Fox is my favorite part. I was like, who was saying that Georgia wasn't going to win that game?
Well, Sonny, I kept thinking to myself, there's no way Sonny Dykes is winning a national championship.
No, there's no way.
I watched him at Cal.
Yeah, we all did. We all did. But yeah, no, I know you guys, a lot of people I know, because I get DMs all the time. Hey, Bonte, so glad you're off today. Take more time off. I'm like, damn. What have you done for me? But you know what? I'm back, baby.
But
I'm back.
Like everything, though, like I was like a straight up like the Teddy Bridgewater. One game, I'm fine. Multiple games, not good.
So you're Nick Mullins?
I was leaking oil.
No, you were doing fine. No, honestly, you sounded great. Shout out to Alan Stiles, who came in and filled in. He's pulling his Stephen Langford on. He's doing a phenomenal job. I know Matson, I heard, came in on Monday as well, filled in the last hour. You guys did great. You guys did awesome. It was good to be back. I hated not being here.
Well,
I hated not being here coming off that Niners game.
Going real inside, like I was so exhausted after Monday, right? Because, your brain's going crazy. And then Willard and Dibbs expected me to just stay till 9:26, and I did.
And it goes, babe, you are real sick if you're considering not going to work. She goes, you've been less than 100% multiple times. He could yesterday because you never called it sick. I was like, dude, 5:30, and I was like, all right, I'm going to cut this out. And there was one more stomach turn. I was like, there's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way. I'm going to yak on air. Everything that came down came right back out.
Yeah.
It was bad.
Pepto-Bismol,
Sorry.
you need a new sponsorship?
I do. Because
Diarrhea.
So, check this. So I go to the team store, right? I handle my business.
Yeah.
Speaking of diarrhea, handle my business in the 49ers team store. And I let some stuff out of my stomach. Yakking, right? So we get to the car, I'm like, and I need you to drive. Big Dog City's in the back. Baby Chaz she needs her pacifier. She wants to go to sleep. We were stuck in that Levi's parking lot. First time all season I got stuck after a game. We were in the same spot for 30 straight minutes.
It's a problem.
It's a problem.
But today's not the day.
It's not the day. Whatever, it happens. I opened the door, and I gotta let some stuff out.
Oh, you did what my niece did.
I'm yakking, right?
Yeah.
And I had no alcohol. Honest to God, swear to God, no alcohol, no nothing.
No, you were doing the sober yaks.
And then I get up in the passenger seat, I say, oh, that felt good. There's a guy to the left of our car who's on the rail, who's yakking as well. And Big Dog gets out the car to help him up. I'm like, oh, what's going on here? And as soon as I yacked, I kind of looked around and say, is there any cameras around?
Did anyone notice me?
The last thing I need is somebody with a camera phone to be like, ha, that's Bonte yakking. It's the last thing I need in my life. So it was bad. It was tough not to be here, man. And then Shasky, I hear Shasky in the back, I'm like, love me, man. I may not be able to make it. Shasky, don't worry about anything. I got it. We'll be okay. It's like, yeah, this guy wants to go solo.
And then I said to Sam later on, I was like, make sure we book Nahegan for my contract extension talks immediately after the show.
So we got to see.
Unlike Farhan, I can get the deal done.
By the way, Farhan had chased her yesterday.
He was?
Rumor had it he was sitting courtside.
Up in the bleeds?
Peter Goober.
Oh, he's going to go work for the Dodgers?
I didn't see a photo, but,
He was sitting next to Peter Goober.
Maybe he is a
secret
agent.
Were they discussing entertainment? Because they have two very different philosophies regarding entertainment.
Warriors with Star Wars night?
Yeah.
Giants with Platoon night, I guess. I don't know. I'm not wasting time on them. So, Nick Bosa, all-time great season.
Yes.
Kyle Shanahan, all-time great season as head coach of the 49ers.
I think it's his finest work.
This is the year Shanahan, he delivered.
Yeah, and I was saying it to Matson, which is a wild sentence to say. He has cemented the fact that unless some wild stuff happens, he's going to be here longer than any coach in the history of the 49ers.
I think he could go on the 10 to 15-year run with the Niners, at least.
Well, he's already been here 6.
Yeah, it's 7
years.
So he's going to be here a long time.
I mean, Mike Tomlin right now, what is he, 15 years
16 years. Shanahan could have a Belichick-type run here. Now you got to win rings, I get it.
Of course.
But Shanahan's, and we had this discussion last year. I don't think his seat was ever hot. And even this year, I said, look, he's not going to get fired. But I thought in a wide-open NFC, you had to make the playoffs this year. They did that going away.
I mean,
they did that going away.
With a lot of things not falling their
Right.
way. I mean, again, everyone's like, well, Debo's fresh and healthy, but plus, yeah, but he wasn't great in the regular season.
No, he wasn't.
By his standards, because I believe him to be a great player.
Right.
The Christian McCaffrey trade, the guts to do that, incredible. And from the organization top down, obviously, the ability to do this with 3 different quarterbacks, with 2 essentially rookie guards, and then another guy who
unproven center.
I mean, he had a monster year for given how bad I thought he was heading into the year. McGlinchey had a bounce back season. I look at the defensive line. You missed Armstead for periods of time. Bosa went down for a while. You really didn't have a pure person that you could plop opposite Bosa every single play. They kind of rotated that position, and you got the best out of a young man, Drake Jackson, Ibukam, Hyder. Like, you squeezed the lemon. Greenlaw had a monster year. Fred Warner had a bounce back year. And then you played around with Jimmy Ward playing slot corner, most interceptions ever in his career in a season. Gibson playing in the safety.
Way, real quick, Jimmy Ward after the game. He's giving me Richard Sherman vibes.
He's already on his...
he's giving me Richard Sherman vibes. Already talking about, I'm looking... I don't like that. Anyway, keep going.
No. It's just... And then Hufanga, who started off great, it showed some slippage. I think we identify the big misses, which there are a lot of them, but he's a solid player. I think he's a really solid player. I think he's better than Tart, period.
And he's got the most out of George Kittle. George Kittle became a red zone threat. Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey. You see the last 4 weeks of the season, Kittle, 18 catches, 265 yards, 7 touchdowns. How much do we complain about George Kittle not being a red zone threat? All of a sudden, he's been unlocked. He's been unlocked. And remember the last couple times against Seattle, up in Seattle.
Killing him.
Killed him for 4 touchdowns.
Here's the element of his game. We talk about this in basketball and in baseball. Like baseball, I'm going to do a new pitch. Basketball, I'm going to learn to finish with my left around the rim better. You know what I mean? Like Steph Curry, every year has he added elements to his game?
Absolutely.
Right? Like he's added obviously to his physical physique, like his strength is clearly there. The conditioning always there. But like finishing around the rim has been an element he's added. I think Klay Thompson this year has added more. Take a couple dribbles, pass to somebody in the lane. Like, he's done a really good job. That was not in his bag a couple years ago. I didn't know George Kittle had the footwork around the sidelines like I've seen this year. And that's an element of being a red zone target that I didn't think he had in the bag.
Not only that, because that's a great point.
He added that.
Not only that, I think he's actually gotten better at going to get the football.
High-pointing it.
High-pointing the football. I complained about that for
agree.
years. Travis Kelce, what makes him a difference maker is he goes up there and goes and gets it. Whenever Darren Waller gets on the field, that's a problem when he doesn't get on the field. When he gets on the field, he goes up there and gets the ball. He high points it. George Kittle, high pointing that football over Isaiah Simmons, who I liked out of Clemson, but he can't cover cold. Well, I mean, he can't guard anybody. But Kittle with the footwork on that touchdown and going to get it up in the air, going to get the ball at his highest point, I think he's gotten tremendously better at.
And did you think heading into this year, because you and I, like, you got to use him in the red zone. You guys, they used him in the red zone, and Brock and Jimmy had some beautiful layered throws over coverage to him. But I felt like going into the year, I felt like we saw the best of George Kittle. Yeah. Like if you were asking me, Joe, can he get better? Is he going to stay the same, or is he going to slightly decline? I'd probably go, he missed the first couple games of the year. He's probably going to start to show some decline. Now I'm looking at him like, I don't even know if we've seen the best of George Kittle. I still think there's another layer as a pass catcher.
I think we're seeing the best of George Kittle, not only because of Brock Purdy. I'm going to give Brock Purdy his credit.
He's been awesome.
He did look shaky in the first half.
Shanahan and CMC.
Shanahan, just led me to my point. It's the biggest difference maker of the season. At the time, we discussed this trade. People thought we were insane. Bonte, they don't have the money. Bonte, you can't give up picks. You got to keep picks. You got to keep stacking picks. You got to build the depth of the roster, blah, 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 blah. They make the big-time move for Christian McCaffrey because this is something that we noticed this in the NFC early on. The NFC's wide open.
Yes.
Philadelphia, okay, cool. Nobody really believes in the Cowboys.
Oh, I know. I'm telling you right now. I'm taking Tom Brady to beat the Cowboys.
Yeah,
I'm
nobody
raising my
believes in the
hand
Cowboys.
now. I'm telling everyone. And don't sleep on Tom going to Philadelphia and winning that game.
So, couple things with the Dallas Cowboys. I heard Herm Edwards yesterday on First Take. That's how bored I was. I had First Take on.
Ooh.
Herm Edwards was like,
you were down and out.
I was down and out. But Herm Edwards said something that Guru texted me Christmas Eve when they were playing the Tennessee Titans. Guru texted me, goes, the Cowboys aren't a grass team. They're a team that plays better on the fast track. I swear to God, Chasky. Herm Edwards yesterday on First Take goes, Dallas don't play well on grass. And guess what Raymond James Stadium is? It's a grass surface. I was dying. I sent that to Guru. And I was like, come on, man. Half the league has grass. You can't play on grass.
Monte. That is like a golfer saying, I only play in Bermuda. I don't play in that in Fescue. I'm a Bermuda golfer. I can't putt on Poa annua. It's like different grass types. It's like, get the hell out of here.
So I don't believe in the Cowboys. But that's why I thought this was a year the Niners should go out there and shake it up and make a big boy move. Who's out there? Can you go make a blockbuster? Yeah. Christian McCaffrey became available.
Yes.
That, to me, is the difference in this entire offense. By the way, the road to Glendale is brought to you by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow,
those
and together.
Those got me on Monday and Tuesday. They're all over the place.
Lubman told me 6 minutes ago, hey, in the box, check it out. Read.
Lubman's favorite thing to do, I noticed this when I was driving the mothership, and I was not doing a good job. So, unlike the Millennium Falcon that kind of drives itself.
Yeah. Dude, you did a good job.
That doesn't happen. Here's the problem. I'm talking, and then Lubman gets in my ear while I'm talking, and I'm trying to listen and talk. This is just very difficult.
That's me on television. Sackteek does it. It happens all the time. It's you got to get used to it.
I know, and I'm not. I can't. Well, this is where. See, look, but some people know their roles. Like Vontae, see me. Like I'm not a Z receiver, right? All right, like to go. X, Y, Z.
Stop. You're the slow white guy slot receiver. You know Wes Walker.
Exactly.
That's seriously. So McCaffrey.
Yes.
They swung big because this NFC is wide open, and you get Christian McCaffrey. To me, he is the reason why George Kittle's wide open in the red zone and getting one-on-one opportunities. He's the reason why Brandon Ayuk is flourishing in one-on-one coverage.
The Curry gravity.
It's the Curry gravity. Christian McCaffrey, folks, and he put on a show Sunday against Arizona. He put on a show. He's a tone setter. His jump cuts are remarkable.
Yes.
The screen game and him in open space, he knows how to sub his blockers. He's not easy to bring down. He breaks tackles for such a short, small guy.
Oh, he's so much powerful than you think.
He's so powerful.
And so much tougher.
So strong, so compact. Christian McCaffrey was the difference in the entire NFC. The Niners made that move, and it went from maybe a sixth-place team in the NFC to a fifth-place team to now saying, you know what? They may go to the Super Bowl with a rookie quarterback.
I've got 5 teams I think that can win the Super Bowl. That's me. Cincinnati, Buffalo, Kansas City. And then on the other side, Philadelphia and the 49ers.
Yeah.
Those are the 5 teams I think can win.
You know, it's crazy because I saw some rankings yesterday floating around about quarterback rankings. A lot of people had Brock Purdy as a worst-ranked quarterback in the postseason. And I was okay with that. I was like, you know what? That may be fair because you don't know what you're going to get in the playoffs. But this team is built so well with their defensive line, their defense, and you have weapons around him to where Purdy, he doesn't need to throw more than 20, 25 times a game in the playoffs.
That would be the same thing if Jimmy Garoppolo was there.
Exactly.
Which is a byproduct of the roster and the philosophical way they play football. On the Christian McCaffrey thing, I heard Rod Smith. Did you listen back to the Robert Smith? Did you listen back to the broadcast?
Chris Myers.
Chris Myers terrible, but did you listen back to it?
I did.
Okay. He was talking about strides and how Christian McCaffrey, the way he shortens up his stride and then goes to full speed, it's like a track star, the way they're coming around and they have certain angles and stuff. He was describing it from the running back position, and I'd never heard it put that way, but the way that he and then all of a sudden, like his feet slow down and he does the little choppy steps, and the next thing you know, he's in full stride within 1 or 2 steps. Like the way he said it was brilliant, and then he times the block setups just right. The guy isn't. He was born to play running back in the Shanahan system.
And it's a reason why we were so excited when they made that move. So excited when they made that move because, look, I know a lot of people still believe a running back's not going to lead you to the Super Bowl. Yeah, your quarterback has to play great. Your quarterback has to be, he can't turn the ball over. He has to complete third downs. He has to move the sticks. He has to sustain drives. He's got to make money throws. And Brock Purdy is going to have his moment to where he's got to make plays. And so far, he's done that. But the reason why he's done that, I think why it's been so, I'm not going to say easy for him, but the gravity of Christian McCaffrey, man. This is why I wanted a home run hitter out of that backfield. This guy plays a slot. He plays out of the backfield. He runs between the tackles. And now you got Elijah Mitchell and Jordan Mason running hard behind him. And that's the difference. Now, let's go play bully ball. Let's go play. I want McCaffrey with 20 carries out the backfield. I want Elijah with another 10 to 12. And then give Jordan Mason some cleanup duty and give him 8 carries.
How many yards do you think Jeff Wilson Jr. had for the Dolphins after the trade?
Under 300.
It was about 300.
Yeah.
You know how many Christian McCaffrey had for the 49ers? 1,100 total scrimmage yards.
I am the bully
ball man.
I mean, come on.
They haven't lost a game since he started.
I mean, and
that is
Jordan
the
Mason,
difference maker. So don't ever tell me, I don't ever want to hear ever again, moving forward in the NFL, running backs matter.
Oh, they're
running backs matter,
dramatically
folks.
important.
Now, quarterback, you need a quarterback. No doubt about it.
Of course.
But running backs matter.
Of course. I agree with that. The Niners are just in such a good spot right now. Christian McCaffrey's a stud. I listened to Brock Purdy at the podium. Grant Cohn asked him a question. Is it easier to play quarterback in the NFL than you thought? As in, like, comparing the college to the NFL. And Brock gave a really interesting answer, and he was like, in college, I was asked to do so much more, and I had to do much more, and it was more frenetic. When you are surrounded with so many playmakers, I don't have to do so much, and I'm able to just check down and take the easy play, and if I hit these guys in stride, they make all the plays happen. And it's crazy, because in your mind, like, if you think about it, Ayuk and Debo, Juwan Jennings on third down, George Kittle, you got Juice, you got CMC. It's a loaded roster. I think this is the best weaponry they've had since the 90s.
No doubt. No doubt. And that's why I was excited for Trey Lance coming into the season. And even with Jimmy, because we mentioned this with Jimmy, this is the best set of weapons he's had. And that was before Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
And now you add in Christian McCaffrey. I got 3 capable running backs now. In Jordan Mason, Elijah Mitchell, Christian McCaffrey. Deebo Samuel's now back. All right? They'll work in Deebo. George Kittle's playing at an all-pro level right now. He's now coming up that ladder as like one of the best tight ends in pro football. I didn't know that at the start of the season. Now George Kittle's playing at a high level. And again, Brandon Ayuk, Shasky. So the Niners have taken J.J. Stokes in the first round. They've taken Rashad Woods in the first round. They've taken Michael Crabtree. They've taken A.J. Jenkins. Dante Pettis in the second round. You've taken John Taylor in the second round. Think about that draft in 85, 86. Back-to-back years, you end up with Jerry Rice and John Taylor.
Yeah.
Now, you look at 2019 and 2020.
And Charles Haley.
But I'm just focusing on wide receiver.
Yeah.
Wide receiver.
Yeah.
Let's just focus on that. Rice and Taylor, 85, 86, back-to-back seasons. 2019, 2020. You end up with Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk.
It's an incredible draft.
And Brandon Ayuk, if he balls out in this postseason, to me, would already be, what's the word?
No, he'd be better than Crabtree.
He'd be better than Crabtree.
Because Crabtree had the one great year. Now, he was solid in his rookie year, but the one great year, which was the year he caught 85 balls for 1,200 yards, and that was the year they had Randy Moss opposite him with Vernon Davis underneath.
So he had 85 for 1,105 in the regular season that year, 2020.
How many touchdowns? 7, 8?
7 or 8.
Yeah.
So he started scoring, and I remember him wanting to get a chance to make plays. If Brandon Ayuk balls out in this postseason, he'd already surpassed Crabtree, in my opinion, on the pecking order of all-time 49er wide receivers. He's already surpassed J.J. Stokes.
Yeah.
J.J. Stokes never had a season where he had more than 770 yards receiving.
Okay, I'm gonna go. This is off the top of my head. If we were ranking them in no order, but if we were ranking them, the guys that will be above Ayuk already, just in my head, Rice, Owens, JT, Freddie Solomon, Dwight Clark, okay, R.C. Owens, Gene Washington, absolutely, number 18. Come on, you got to get in there. And then I think he's right in there. We've had an unbelievable run of wide receivers.
Unbelievable. But you had an unbelievable run of bad wide receiver luck. Bad drafting. Jalen Hurd, Dante Pettis.
Yeah.
I mentioned A.J. Jenkins.
I mean, come on.
All right, A.J. Jenkins' career, he finished with 17 catches, 223 yards. Rashawn Woods finished his career with 7 catches, 160 yards, and 1 touchdown. He's a Biletnikoff Award winner.
Well, so was Crabtree, two-time. But here's the thing that with Rashawn Woods, they should have took Vince Wilfork that year.
I know. So, Brandon Ayuk, shout out to him. I think he's the best pure wide receiver. I thought that coming into training camp. He had a great training camp, and he came in and balled out. Congrats to him on his first 1,000-yard season. And this is a running football team. It's not like they're throwing the ball around 40 times a game. They're running the ball down your throat. And the fact that he was able to get over 1,000 yards receiving, be a weapon, his route running is exceptional. He's got some dog in him. He's a tough dude. This has been a great year for Brandon Ayuk. Think about where we were last year heading into November with Brandon Ayuk being in the doghouse, and we're blaming Shanahan, and we're all pissed off about Ayuk not being used. Now look at him. He's going to turn out to be the best first-round pick for the 49ers at the wide receiver position since 1985 when they drafted Jerry Rice.
That's a big sentence. That's crazy.
It's crazy to think about, right? By the way, it's a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Trust the name since 1922. Visit freeman'sappliance.com today. I wanted to do this, Shaz, because I see Spadonia Lubman looking at me.
Clock.
I know, guys. Injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, I see the lines stacking up here. Ryan in St. Louis, hang tight with us. Danker, I see you in the city, hang tight. I see the lines blinking up. Yeah, we're international. Look at this, nationwide, man. Montana,
That
St.
first Nelly
Louis.
album hit.
Did hit. I didn't feel it at first.
Huh?
It grew on me.
We're going,
It grew
man.
on me.
Come on, he's wearing all St. Louis
It grew on me because the whole underlay, EI, I wasn't feeling it at first.
Really?
I was like, come on, man. What is this? What are we doing?
Play me nothing but Nelly coming back.
The Nelly stuff grew on me. It grew on me. And then hot in here, I was like, all right,
You
I'm
were
all
a
in.
Band-Aid guy, weren't you?
No, I was definitely not a Band-Aid guy. I was definitely not a Band-Aid guy.
Fonte left pant leg up, right Band-Aid under the eye.
I never did the LL Cool J pant leg up.
Nor did I.
I didn't
That's
do the
an East Coast
Band-Aid.
thing.
I did do the little FUBU, like little wave
Actually,
tap
St.
thing.
Mary's Park, there was a lot of guys that did the left or right pant leg up.
Yeah,
there was a lot of Reggie Milligan. If you're out there, you know what I'm
Big
talking
Reg. Big Reg with the curl. What's happening, Reg?
Yeah, he got the NWA curl.
Yeah, he used to have the NWA curl.
Yeah.
Used to.
Now he's got the Guru shortcut.
Yeah, he's got the waves. The figure waves.
Give me the injury report because we're really late.
Guru. All right. 49ers had a lighter practice yesterday as they prepare to face the Seattle Seahawks, and a pair of 49ers were back in the field after missing Sunday's game. Drake Greenlaw, limited participant in practice yesterday. They need him back. He was out with back stiffness. Al-Shaair. Shasky, I'm not. Al-Shaair, Aziz Al-Shaair.
Over pursues. He's trying to get a contract. I think he's the odd man out.
Teams run right at him.
McCrary, Ball, and then the other guy from Stanford are going to take his spot next year. Sadly, I'm not trying to be mean, but they've done a great job at linebacker.
They have. Guard Aaron Banks, who missed Sunday's game with injuries to his knee and ankle, was also back at practice. He was on the practice field for the Niners as well. Good news there. All right, the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Want to get right back into the Golden State Warriors, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, the one and only Anthony Slater joins the roast. Coming up.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi, we've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yeah, check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Our winter sale is almost over. Visit us in-store or at ikea-usa.com/offers to save through January 22nd. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and ikea-usa.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
There is zero doubt about it. Christian McCaffrey delivers for the Niner Nation. The guy's on fire, but on the few days he's not on the field, I always see him wearing Flag and Anthem. Did you see him at the postgame? Wearing Flag and Anthem. His favorite clothing brand, and now mine too. Why? Because the jeans are well-made, durable, with a hint of athletic stretch, so I can bend down when I'm coaching and draw something up on the play sheet. The flannels layer up with everything you got in your closet, and their sweaters and hoodies are insanely soft, and the shirt, jackets, and vests, well, they keep you comfortably warm. And with the cold weather here to stay, it's so rainy, it's time to stock up for winter. So head over to flagandanthem.com today and take advantage of some of the best prices of the season. Use the code GAME, G-A-M-E, for 25% off your purchase. Flag and Anthem, real close for real life.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait, you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now reporting.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
If your resolutions include more energy, stamina, fire in the bedroom, or losing weight once and for all, listen up. Thousands of proactive patients have met or exceeded these goals with the caring team at Balanced Medical Solutions, the Bay Area's premier vitality clinic dedicated to helping all patients enjoy long, healthy lives full of energy, vigor, and sexual satisfaction. Until the end of the month, mention this station to get an evaluation with comprehensive labs, including hormone tests, for only $69. Call now 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
That doesn't sound good.
Paper shredder's jammed, but I think I fixed it.
Oh, well, try shredding these $50 bills then.
Seems like it's working.
Better try another $400.
Stop. Instead of using money, use regular paper. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always.
Oh, baby.
I don't know if I have the pipes today to do that. Let me try it. Because your boy's stomach was...
You don't need to clean up on Isle Bonte.
Dude, the stomach was bad. I'd never heard of norovirus. I get it. And then I hear about 3 other people getting norovirus. No joke. No joke.
What is it? What is it? I didn't know what it was. I thought it was a variant of
COVID.
Yeah, because there's so many strains now.
It's basically a stomach. It's basically like stomach virus, stomach ache, food poisoning.
You know what I'm going to say here?
What are you going to say?
Taco Bell. So damn good.
So I've done a great job of like working out.
I'm very proud of you.
But not only that, so damn good. I've eaten really, really well.
You have. I agree.
Now, probably too well because your boy, as your boy from the 510 said a couple years ago here on the Xfinity Mobile text line, I love food and food loves me, but I love good food.
Yeah, me too.
I love good food. Not good food over the weekend. So it wasn't the food that was the problem. It was just
you went to Che Fico?
Yeah, how you know?
Well, Instagram.
Was that on Instagram?
Yeah, I think Anna reposted something that Darrell's wife had posted or whatever.
Yeah. We had some fun Saturday night. We had some fun Saturday night. It was good times. Good times. Good vibes. It's a vibe. It was good vibes. Very good vibes. Shout out to 2 Chainz.
The Warriors, are not vibing right now.
No, they're not. They're not.
2 Chainz would say it's not a vibe.
I miss Anthony Slater at Chase Center because whenever the Warriors are struggling, I will walk into the media center and Anthony Slater's sitting right there. He has this nice little smile on his face. What's up, man? What's going on? And it's just
I thought I was coming into a commercial for a second. So you guys had food up. I
like texting Slater about the Dolphins and Bills. It's a nice conversation. He was telling me about the line movement between the Bills and Dolphins. It went from 11 to 9. The Dolphins.
We're here. Wait 1 second, Slater.
11 to 9.
You're a Dolphin fan. Just real quick, do you want Tua to play this weekend?
Why wouldn't he?
Well, because of the concussions.
See, you got me in public right now. You're putting me on public record asking me this question.
Yeah.
If you want to ask me this question via text message, I'll give you my real answer.
So give us the fake answer.
My public answer would be like, no, they should probably, worry about his safety.
That's a good answer.
That's a great answer.
Let me start here.
There's no snow. There's no snow in Buffalo. Going to be 20 degrees Sunday morning as the Dolphins take on the Buffalo Bills as they limp into the playoffs.
That means it's not Buffalo.
By the way, shout out to my guy Diego real quick, Slater. You'll appreciate this. You like to keep your eyes on the gambling world. Shasky's new to the gambling world. My boy Diego, section 227, had a parlay in. And the final leg of that parlay was the Dolphins to cover the 3.5 against the New York Jets. They were up 9-6. That safety at the end of the game helped them win $800. So shout out to Diego. Shout out to the Dolphins for coming up with that safety, Anthony. That's a good bet. That's a hell of a hitter.
That's the opposite of a bad beat. That's a great win.
Yeah.
And the biggest surprise on that question is that Shasky's new to the gambling world.
I don't gamble. I don't gamble at all.
You see Shasky's videos online, right? You think this man needs to gamble? He would be a wreck if he gambled.
It just struck me as like he was throwing 14 parlays at the age of 9. Like,
you would think.
No.
You would think
you
he's
know how I
know-it-all.
lose my money? I lose my money on real estate property taxes. That's how I'm losing because I just made another payment.
What a flex.
Yeah, I'm sick of it.
What a flex, Anthony.
I mean, come on, geez Louise.
Anthony,
speaking of guys that are getting paid way too much, and I'm not talking about the state, Andre Iguodala coming into that game last night in front of Jordan Poole, what was that? Like, honestly, what was that?
I think it was just like he wanted to get he came in for Looney. What surprised me is the game before he did that, but it was for Wiggins, so it was just a 1-for-1 sub. I don't know. I mean, Poole still played. Like, look at the minute totals. Jordan still played double Iguodala's minutes probably. So just part of the rotation, I guess, getting Andre a little run.
He looks finished, though. Like, am I tripping? Because, like, if you're asking me today, and sincerely, not resume. His resume speaks for itself.
Yeah.
Who can help this team win games right now? Like, if you're saying, Joe, it's between Anthony Lamb and Iguodala, and I'm just picking Anthony Lamb because he's gone on a two-way right now. Like, Anthony Lamb's doing more for this team right now than Iggy, and I don't think that that's an unfair thing to say out loud.
No, I mean, but it's been two games for Iguodala after not playing for, he barely played in the playoffs last year. I mean, it's really been a season since he's played like full NBA basketball. So I think they want to give him some time to like kind of break in and see if there's some moments to throw him out there. He was part of that lineup at the start of the fourth that changed the game.
Mm-hmm.
Not shooting. I mean, there are limitations that he's going to have out there, but I don't mind them, trying to find another rotation piece because they should be searching for another rotation piece because they're light, especially with Kuminga out.
Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game insider here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game on the Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922 here in the Bay Area. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Anthony, if you had to give the Warriors a grade through the first 41 games of the season, what would that grade be?
Oh, man, my work is asking us to do this. They're asking all 30 writers to, like, pick for 30 teams to grade. as of yesterday, when I was supposed to turn it in, I said C. Should I change my grade? Was that worthy of dropping to a C- or D+?
Well, then let's
pretty bad.
That was
do this
before the game.
exercise.
Before the game.
Let's do this exercise then. Who's playing well? Like, forget like what they're great. Who on the Warriors right now is in form, playing well, and has had a good season?
Yeah, I mean, look, Steph Curry was like, supernova for a while. Obviously, the injury, and we'll see how he, gets back into form over the next couple weeks. But you feel very good about what Steph Curry can still do at his age. I would say the same about Wiggins. I know his last 2 games shooting-wise haven't been great, but like he was, on his way to probably a second All-Star game. Yep. I think Draymond Green is in the Defensive Player of the Year conversation, particularly through the last few weeks. I mean, he was not great last night, but Kevon Looney, I think, is really good as in his role. I'd say top 10 defensive center type in the league. Their starting lineup is the best lineup in basketball. I mean, over the course of they played probably like 300 minutes together now, I think. Jordan Poole, we can get to. He's still getting 6th man of the year. Like, I think NBA.com just came out with a survey or whatever, and he was right in the 6th man of the year conversation, despite inefficiency, high turnovers, all that. But I still feel good about their top 6. They are 20-21. The 3-7 start, throttled them a little bit. The back end of the rotation choices, or back end of the roster choices, I should say, I think have handcuffed them a little bit. So I think they're worthy of a C-, D+, but there's still good things going on with them. You just have to kind of use context to find them.
The development of the youngsters, Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman. I'll leave Patrick Baldwin Jr. out of the conversation. We expected him to start off at Santa Cruz, but he does look nice. I would have liked to see him play a couple minutes last night. But the development of those 3 guys, Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga, we expected them to come in and replace GP2, replace Otto Porter Jr. Now, Otto Porter Jr. is out for the season after playing only 8 games, and GP2 just got on the court in Portland. We don't know what the hell's going on up there. But DiVincenzo's replaced kind of some of what GP2 has done, and Kuminga has done some of the things that GP2 has done. What would you give that grade to the youngsters there, Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga?
D, probably. I mean, I came in, I remember in Summer League thinking, Moses Moody is ready. Moses Moody was in the this is interesting to think about last night. So you have Damian Lee on the court, showing, man, like, how did the Warriors let him go? He's like one of Phoenix's best bench pieces. He goes 14-14 from the line. He's shooting 48% for threes, like the best corner 3-point shooter in the league. And then Moses Moody on the other side getting a DNP. And you're like, why was that change made? And then you think back to the West Finals, and you guys probably remember Game 2 against Dallas, Damian Lee's in the rotation because Gary Payton got hurt and played so poorly that Moses Moody replaced him in the second half. And it was something fans were calling for, everybody was calling for, and then it worked. Moses Moody was good in the rotation in the West Finals to the point that if you're going into the offseason and you're thinking about the roster and you take your brain back to the playoffs last year, it seems very reasonable to be like, okay, Moses Moody is ready to graduate beyond Damian Lee. He kind of already did during the playoffs. So why is it now that we're, mid of his second season, he can't get on the floor? And forget the Damian Lee part of the conversation, but why can't Moses Moody get on the floor on a regular basis? Yeah. So that would be, he's, his development has gone backward, it seems. Wiseman, that's a whole nother story.
We need an hour for that.
Yeah. Kuminga, I would say, is on a good path. I like where he was going. It's unfortunate for them that the foot swelled up, but I think everyone, feels pretty good about where Kuminga's at.
In a way, Anthony, and we're talking to Anthony Slater, 95.7 The Game Insider here on the Morning Roast. In a way, to me, that aspect, those 3 guys, the 3 youngsters, Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga, that's probably been the biggest disappointment for me to start the season. But in a way, last night's loss was very appropriate to how the first half of the season has gone for the Golden State Warriors, right? Don't you think? Going back to training camp and what happened with Draymond and Poole, the 3-7 start, the DNPs for the youngsters, the injuries, everything that's happened. It's kind of a perfect ending to the first half of the season for the Warriors.
Yeah, and it was interesting how that was the end of the first half. It was like either winning your one game over 500, losing your under. What's interesting is that Steve Kerr made it a point, I thought, in this post game to not blame the young guys. He's like, look, the vets are on the court. The vets are the one that got popped in the first half. They came out at halftime. I mentioned, best 5-man unit. Well, they went against the Suns team without anybody, basically, besides Mikal Bridges. Got beat 14-7, where you thought they were going to be motivated coming out of halftime. There was some signs in the fourth with Wiggins and Curry, who are really probably their two most important players. Like maybe they're busting out a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it did kind of fit what has been a really just odd first half.
What is it about the Suns? What is it about the Suns that gets under the Warriors' skin? Mikal Bridges, it felt like him and Clay were jarring at each other last night. Clearly, Clay's been upset since the last time when he got ejected with the Booker situation. What is it about the Suns that gets under the Warriors' skin?
Well, it's mostly Klay Thompson's, right? That wasn't a Memphis situation where the whole team,
it's a good point.
Going after it. Yeah. And as far as, what's getting under Klay Thompson's skin, I think it's a few things. Number one, Chris Paul's on the Suns, so if you're going to overarching, like what bothers them about the Suns, there's check mark number one.
Mm-hmm.
But the Devin Booker situation from earlier in the year, just Devin Booker is like ahead of Klay Thompson on the shooting guard pecking order, and I think when Klay Thompson hurt his knee, he was ahead of Devin Booker. I mean, there's all-star spots on the line, and I just think that game earlier in the season that was when Klay was really in a slump, and I just think that aspect of the game frustrated him. And Devin Booker started kind of talking a little bit, and it set Klay off. Last night, similar. And I think the other thing about the Suns that bothers the Warriors a little bit is I just think they look at their regular season last year as a little bit fraudulent in the idea that, the Suns are in their tier as a contender over the last couple seasons, but haven't proven it in the playoffs. And the Warriors almost view themselves in an opposite lens of regardless of where we are in the regular season, you always consider us a championship contender because we've proved it. Whereas on the flip side, doesn't matter what the Suns do, they haven't proved it. You guys remember when the Phoenix beat them late last season in Chase and then had like a workout session out in the open in Chase Center? I think there was a little bit of when that happened, and then to see them, they were supposed to play in the series last year, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, that was supposed to be the West Finals, and then they just, laid an egg in Game 7 in the second round. I think there's a little bit of scoffing at how that all went down.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Anthony, before we let you go, these next 5 games on the road trip, maybe they can go 3-2. You start off in San Antonio in the Alamo Dome. It's going to be 60,000 people there. You go to Chicago, Washington, and, of course, Cleveland and Boston. What do you think would make this front office maybe pick up the phone to try to make a deal to add to the foundational 6? Is it a win-loss record? Is it injuries? Do you think this organization with Bob Myers without a contract after the season, you think they're going to feel pressure to maybe make a move at this deadline?
Not really. The people I've talked to, there does seem to be kind of like a patient vibe emanating from them, which there typically is. The only time they made a big in-season move was when they were already dead, a few years ago, that 15-50 season, and did the Russell for Wiggins move. So when they've had a core like this, they've generally, stayed pat. And I think they will explore fringe moves, maybe buyout market, maybe roster upgrades. They will add a 15th before the playoffs once there's a prorated scenario to do that. But I don't think anything big's coming. I just don't. Especially the market's not good. I guess you would say seller's market. I mean, nothing in the league is really going down. What's the biggest trade so far? Like Noah Vonleh and Gorgie Dang or something. But again, maybe something small at the deadline. But it's just, to me, I'm not sure a 2-3 road trip instead of a 4-1 road trip would just rattle the tables enough for them to just completely reconfigure their core. Sure, they might get a 9th man upgrade, but at this point, I don't think 1 or 2 games on this road trip will dictate that.
Man, doom and gloom with the Golden State Warriors, 20-21 to start the season, 41 games in. They lose last night to the Suns. They lose the last 3 on this 8-game homestand after opening up the homestand 5-0. Anthony Slater, enjoy Sunday. Dolphins, Bills. We got Niners, Seahawks. You're the man, Anthony. See you at Chase when you get back from the road.
I'll be at Warriors Bills Sunday. Watch it from my laptop. So that should be just thrilling.
That will be thrilling. Tua. He wants Tua. All right, Anthony. Have fun, man. Safe travels.
Have a good one, buddy.
Safe travel. Anthony Slater.
I didn't say that, sir.
I know you didn't. I'm just putting words in your mouth.
He didn't say it. He texted it.
Yeah. No, he didn't text that either. We don't have his phone number. We're playing. Anthony Slater
buddy.
is a man. What a weird year. All right. Gosh, we're going to get David Sampson on, who used to be part owner of the Miami Marlins, your guy.
Well, he gives a front office perspective as someone who ran the Florida Marlins for a long time, and then obviously eventually they became the Miami Marlins. Yep. And look, I think he's a very controversial character. I don't think his resume is squeaky clean by any means.
Right.
But the way I view these things is that when you want to get like information, Goodfellas, one of my favorite movies of all time, Henry Hill is a rat. Mm-hmm. He's a gangster. He is a rat. He turned on all of the mobsters and snitched on everyone and gave you the details. Yep. Okay, so Henry Hill's a rat to the gangsters that are out there, the real mob. Right. Okay, La Cosa Nostra. But if we don't have Henry Hill, we don't get that information, and we don't have great movies like Goodfellas, for example.
No doubt.
All right, so I'm not saying that David Sampson's Henry Hill, but what I'm saying is that people with checkered past who are in the middle of these front offices who may or may not have done a lot of good or bad things, how you're going to understand how these front offices operate is from the mouth of someone like him. And I find him to be a very candid and transparent individual to a fault. He also has acknowledged some of the horrible things he's done. Yeah. I think, number one, he sold a stadium on a community that the taxpayers are paying money for, and that's a bad thing. And you know where I stand on that.
It's a terrible thing.
It is.
It's a terrible thing.
But that being
he's
said,
got used cars and survives.
I agree.
Doubt.
But that being said, he understands the inner workings of Major League Baseball. And what I find refreshing is that he explains the breakdowns behind the scenes between the cash flush owners, the John Henrys who run Boston, the Cohens who run the Mets, the Steinbrenners who are operating at a $40 million loss, but that's a lie. That's only for money purposes on their taxes. And then the have-nots, the Pittsburgh Pirates, the Tampa Bay Rays, the Marlins. Like, he understands the plight of both sides of it.
You know, I'm not going to crush him. I know he's your guy. And I watched his podcast yesterday, breaking down the Correa deal, and I'm like, this guy has used carsman vibes. Used car salesman vibes all over him.
But he understands Boris.
No, he understands Boris, but he also, I can't unsee the other stuff that he did. He's a crook. And when you bring up Henry Hill, you know, Henry Hill's a great character. At the end of the day, he's a snitch.
Oh, no doubt.
You know, that's why Jose Canseco, he say what he wants. He comes on the show. He comes on the station. Well, Jose Canseco's a snitch. Snitches don't get respected. It's tough for me to like.
But didn't Jose Canseco also tell you a lot of truths?
He did tell you a lot of truths, only because he got blackballed, so he sung on everybody.
No doubt. I'm just saying this. So, like, as a baseball fan, the biggest story of the offseason thus far has been the Correa news.
No doubt.
Whether you're a Mets, Giants, Cardinal fan.
Ask you this. Do the Giants get absolved from the Correa stuff after him going through the Mets and they're not passing the physical, and then he goes back to the Twins and he takes less money, $42 million less than what the New York Mets wanted to pay him, and he takes the 6 years and he's got the 4-year option or whatever? Are you giving the Giants a pass now?
Well, so I think that too many hosts, radio hosts, across are too sophisticated with how they view these transactions. No, like my dad, for example, couldn't really explain to you the whole timeline of what happened with Correa, with the Giants, with the Mets. Like, it's kind of fuzzy, right? We know every little detail. Right. I think the way a lot of Giants fans view it is this. We were in contract with a guy. We didn't get him. The Mets wanted him. They didn't get him, but he ended up going to the Twins. And then I look at my Giants roster, and I'm like, well, we really don't have anybody that I like. Or anybody that I know.
And they have a $200 million payroll.
Which is wild.
The Giants have a $200 million payroll, and Jock Peterson's batting cleanup. He's going to platoon. Mitch Haniger played 57 games last year. You bring in, like, I do like the Luke Jackson signing, 2 years, $11 million. That's not a bad move at all. Rodgers, we'll see. Ross Stripling, we'll see. Sean Manaea, we'll see. It's all these we'll sees.
Yes.
$200 million. And there's not one player I go pay for a ticket to go watch play.
You know what this reminds me of? The housing crisis. Because there's no way this home that the Giants have built in terms of their roster, if the roster is their home in terms of a metaphor, it's underwater. Like, I can already tell you right now it's underwater. Like, the money that they're spending, they're not going to get the bang for the buck.
No, not even close.
Right.
But with that payroll, that screws me saying, damn, well, you spent over $200 million on a roster. There's an extra playoff spot now in the Major League Baseball postseason. $200 million, go make the playoffs. Like, you don't imagine spending $200 million on the team and you don't make the postseason.
I mean,
We're in the same spot that we were in when Farhan took over the damn team.
8 of the top 11 spending teams made the playoffs last year.
And the Giants are going to be in that top 11 this year, right?
Well, I mean, it's just Bonte.
Right, Lubman? Where are they going to be at? I mean, Michael Conforto was talking yesterday. He hasn't played in forever.
Bonte. I'm looking at this. I'm going to give you the top paid guys. I'm not even going to give you their names. I'm just going to give you their ages, okay? Jock Peterson's 31. I won't even give names. 31, 30, 36, 32, 33, 31, 33, 35, 32, 32, 31, 32, 31, 33, 26 Logan Webb. That's your first arbitration guy.
Damn.
There's not one 20-something-year-old on this team.
So, to that original question I asked
wild.
They don't get a pass for the Correa stuff because of what you just rattled off. 36, 35, 32, 31. I just heard a lot of 30s in my head. Is it the 30 for 30? Or is that what we're doing here? Watching the 30 for 30 on the 2023 Giants?
It's my blood pressure. I don't even know if that makes sense.
No, it's going to be high, though. That's why I'm not even...
You know what's crazy?
I can't believe
you know what's
we're
crazy?
wasting time on baseball.
Michelle wants to go to Arizona for the Arizona Diamondback series in May to go visit Nash. I think I'm going to get an Airbnb out there.
Have fun with that. The Giants will be one team I don't travel for this year.
Oh, no, I'm traveling to golf and to see Nash. And then the Giants just happen to be playing the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Have fun with that.
May 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th.
Have fun with that. We should have been spending time talking about the 2022 Players All-Pro First Team. Patrick Mahomes at quarterback, Josh Jacobs running back, Kyle Juszczyk fullback.
Ooh.
Trent Williams at left tackle.
Okay, that's 2.
Nick Bosa, edge
3.
rusher. Fred Warner,
4.
off-ball linebacker.
Wow.
And that is it. 4 players.
4 All-Pros.
Yeah, this the inaugural Players All-Pro team via the NFL Players
So let me can I guess some of the other ones? Is Justin Jefferson on there?
Yep. Who else at wide receiver?
I'm going to say Quentin Nelson's on there.
No.
Wow.
So you have...
Give me your linemen.
You have Patrick Mahomes, quarterback. Josh Jacobs, running back. Kyle Juszczyk, fullback. Justin Jefferson, Devontae Adams.
Wow.
Travis Kelce, tight end.
Yeah, that's appropriate.
Joel Bitonio, Cleveland, left
Bitonio,
guard. Travis Kelce, tight end. Jason Kelce, center.
Oh, the Kelce
Zach
brothers.
Martin.
Zach Martin
right
back
guard.
in there.
Yeah.
That's the Cowboy push.
Lane Johnson.
Lane
right
Johnson,
tackle,
even though he missed some games. Yeah, that's appropriate.
So
he hasn't
here's
given up a sack in like 5 years.
He's been awesome. Who's your opposite edge rusher, Nick Bosa?
Michael Parsons. Well, I guess they have him as a linebacker.
Myles Garrett. Chris Jones. Aaron Donald inside.
Wow.
Aaron Donald got the popularity treatment.
Yeah.
Dexter Lawrence at nose tackle.
Wow.
From the New York Giants.
Good. Yeah, New York Giants. He's playing really good. Lawrence the second.
Yep. Roquan Smith, Baltimore. Alongside Fred Warner. Patrick Surtain and Darius Slay at corner. Mika Fitzpatrick, Derwin James Jr. at the safety spots.
James Jr.
Cordell Patterson. Turpin as your returners. Jeremy Reeves. Justin Hardy, core teamers, Jason Myers.
Should have taken
Tommy
Derwin James over Mike McGlinchey. I don't care what anyone says.
Clock, 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 clock.
David Sampson coming up, brought to you by Pfizer.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com, sponsored by Pfizer.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yeah. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Our winter sale is almost over. Visit us in-store or at ikea-usa.com/offers to save through January 22nd. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and ikea-usa.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Get in zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Go farther with better fuel efficiency. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com. Get in zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
In San Jose, more rain today, highs 58.
Weather brought to you by Auto Trader. Shop millions of new cars, used cars, and electric cars on Auto Trader and find your 1 in a million car. Finally, it's easy. Auto Trader.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey.
Yee! My guy, Larry June, what's happening? You heard what Larry June said, YouTubers? Xfinity mobile text line, Twitch. Morning Roast is doing numbers. Fact check that, baby.
Why
Fact check that.
I feel this way.
Talking that talk. Got David Sampson coming up. Nothing personal with David Sampson. Of course, former owner of the Miami Marlins / Florida Marlins. I used to love those original uniforms.
I think the
Marlins.
black and the teal is such a great
the
look.
pinstripes.
Yeah. Turquoise or teal. I don't know what it's determined, like what the specifics are.
Now, the new ones are starting to grow on me.
Yeah.
And I get why you would change it to the Miami Marlins instead of being the Florida Marlins. Like when there's Like, I didn't like when the Phoenix Cardinals went to the Arizona Cardinals. I'm
trying to get the broader area, not the Boston Patriots.
Yeah.
But the reason why I like having David Sampson on is, A, his podcast informs me from the perspective of the ownership suite and just how a front office thinks. And he has been tapped in on this Correa, Scott Boras, San Francisco Giants kind of saga, the Cohen saga, how Cohen's viewed around the league. Like, this is a fascinating sports angle. We're Giants fans, so obviously we're disappointed that they didn't get him. We're mad at ownership, blah, 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 blah. But, like, what happened? I think that's the big question. Like, what the hell happened here?
Let's bring him on to the roast. David Sampson, former president of the Miami Marlins, also held the title as executive vice president of the Montreal Expos, or with the Expos, from 99 to 2002. Nothing Personal with David Sampson is his podcast. He has it on YouTube.
Yep.
He's talking about everything that's happening this offseason. David, good morning. Welcome back to the Morning Roast with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill, back here in the Bay Area. And, boy, we're just discussing how the Giants have spent over $200 million with their payroll, and I don't know if they have one marketable player. What a disastrous offseason for the Giants. And I thought the way they handled the Carlos Correa situation was a disaster. But, we've had more details come out about that situation. So first of all, David, good morning. And what is your overall thoughts of how the Giants handled that situation with Carlos Correa before we get to Carlos Correa and him signing with the Twins and spurning the Mets? What's your thoughts on the Giants in that Correa situation?
So good morning. I think the biggest issue is the Giants felt that they actually had a chance of getting Aaron Judge, and they made the mistake of the word leaked out. And when you get your fan base all excited about the possibility of something like that, you feel as though you have money burning a hole in your pocket. You don't want to let down your fans or your season ticket holders or your sponsors. So they pivoted so quickly to Correa. And I think it was pretty clear that what they offered him was probably not reasonable. And I think that the Giants are in better shape today than they would have been had that deal gone through. And I understand the frustration that fans feel in San Francisco, but I encourage you to think about this, not just today, but in 1, 2, 5, and 8 years. And I think you're going to look back and be happy.
Well, there's a whole nother conversation, which I think we all agree on. 10, 11, 13 years for any player, I don't care if it's Babe Ruth in his prime, is an absurd amount of money to lock someone into. So let's throw that to the side. But dealing with Scott Boras in particular, why? Actually, before we get to Boras, what do you think is the deal with the medical thing? Because you were talking about different medicals around the league and how when you were president of the Marlins, there were some contracts you would say, just we're passing them no matter what, and some we aren't. Explain to the average fan what happens with these medical situations, and what do you think happened with the Giants in particular and the Correa medical?
So when you're signing a free agent who's not been your player, during the season, let me rewind a little bit. During the season, when you make a trade and it's always contingent on physicals or on medical information being passed back and forth, what really happens is the team trainer of the team acquiring the player talks to the team trainer of the team where the player currently plays. And they talk, and that's it. Then if there's an issue that one trainer says to the other, like, hey, he's been on the injured list, he's got a problem with his knee, then you may ask for pictures. You may ask for an MRI or for x-rays. And when we were making trades, we would never allow an opposing team who we were trading with to touch our player. No MRIs, no x-rays, no nothing. We'll exchange medical. We'll give you what we have, but that's it. And the reason we did that is we didn't want to take the chance that a team we were trying to trade with would say no to our player, word would get out, and then we would get less for that player, because if we're trading that player, we're trading that player because we have to trade that player. So that's what happens during a season. When you have a free agent, it's a little different. When it's not your player, you bring him in to where you are. He sees your orthopedic surgeon. He goes, gets MRIs, blood work, urine. And the doctor then will call the trainer will call the GM will call the president will call the owner. It is very rare for something to come up where a team would say, hey, we're going to back away from this deal or we're going to renegotiate this deal. But it does happen with some free agents, and specifically with Scott Boras free agents. And the reason it does with Boras free agents is that he is very careful. He doesn't give you any information when you're negotiating with him at all. Remember, if I can go on for one more minute.
Yeah, keep going. You're educating us.
Boras related. There was a rule that Scott Boras had for his amateur clients, meaning kids in the draft. He would not allow a team who was going to draft one of his players to do any sort of physical prior to drafting the player. And we always wanted to do physicals on players before drafting, or at least understand any sort of physical issues that could be taking place, because we didn't want to waste a draft pick on a player who would fail the physical. Scott would never allow that. MLB changed the rules. Players now do undergo physicals before signing out of the draft. And that's a direct result of the way Scott was. And now teams are much more comfortable, and you're not going to have any more of those Kumar Rocker situations where the Mets draft a player and then don't sign him, because that's not good for a team or the player, quite frankly. So in this case, Correa does his physical. The Giants feel they need to sign somebody because they lost Judge.
Yes.
Yep. Desperate.
Out comes this issue with the lower leg. That's an old issue. There is no reason in the world to fail Carlos Correa based on his lower leg, because he has not missed time because of it since the injury happened in 2014. So when you're signing a player to a medium deal, you're not thinking about it. You're going to sign him to a 3, 4, 5-year deal, and you're going to pass him, you're good.
Yep.
But when you start getting into the decade, you have to project with your doctor, what is this player going to look like? The reason why more players don't fail physicals is that most teams, when signing these long-term deals, me included, you're not worried about the back end. You're willing to write off the back end, like the Angels did with Pujols, or you're just you're not getting performance. But the Giants felt, and I couldn't agree with them more, they felt at 28 years old, you want to make sure you're getting production into the mid-30s, like 35, 36. Yeah. And if there's any possible inkling that something could creep up, normally it's an elbow or a shoulder or a knee with arthritis or something that's going to get worse as a player gets older. But in this case, the doctor easily could have said to the Giants, you are taking a risk here. You're not going to be able to insure this pre-existing condition, which is what an injury is that a player's had. Are you willing to do it? Doctors don't make the final decision. The front office does.
Gotcha.
And so the Giants just said the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. So then you go to Boras and say, we want to renegotiate the guarantee language. And Boras historically has said, no chance. We are not renegotiating. Every dollar will be guaranteed.
Yeah.
And the Giants stood up to him. Good for them.
And then he pivots and goes to Cohen. Similar thing happens with them over there. But you were obviously, and we'll get to the Mets thing and how they're viewed around baseball. But dealing with Boras, I have listening to you, I've been trying to pay attention to it. And I look at the Giants organization. There's 50 million people on this board that run the Giants. Boras likes to deal directly with one owner. You've said that time and time again. Yep. Jump over the GM and talk straight to the owner. In this situation, when I see that the Twins signed 6 years, $200 million, why weren't the Giants back in these conversations with Boras? Is that because they don't have one singular owner at the top, or is that Boras being Boras?
So it's a great question, and that's my issue with the Mets, right? Carlos Correa is the piece that's going to take them over the top. He was critical to them winning the World Series. You offer him 157, but then stop. You don't beat Minnesota's 200 guaranteed. Why not guarantee Correa 205?
Yeah.
You want it to be a Met. He had his kid wear a Met jersey, for crying out loud, in an Instagram post. So to me, there's more going on than meets the eye as it relates to the Mets and Correa.
Yeah.
As for the Giants, I wonder whether or not he wanted to be in San Francisco. I wonder whether or not he would have been willing to go back after maybe feeling embarrassed, having to eat crow, having fewer guaranteed dollars, whether it was punitive by Boras and Correa not to allow the Giants to match. Because if you're willing to go the 315 that the Giants were willing to do, then you're willing to go 200.
What does it say, David Sampson here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game? What does it say about the Giants as they do now have a payroll over $200 million? They have a lot of guys signed a one-year contracts and 2-year contracts with 1-year opt-outs. How do free agents and agents view that organization when they're saying, well, I don't know if they want to really give out a 13-year, 12-year, 11-year deal. They're more apt to give it out a 2-year deal with a 1-year opt-out clause. How do players and agency view an organization like that?
they're still going to call on the Giants, right, every time. When you've got a payroll that high, you know you've got an owner willing to spend, you know you've got the revenue to do it. So it's not as though that your fan base should feel as though your owners aren't spending money, right? Their payroll is quite healthy, and you want them to be smart. And I love, and the commissioner's office talks to teams about this all the time, having flexibility with your team is so important because maybe you're not getting the performance that you wanted, and that's how you end up having to trade players but pay their salary down because you've overpaid a player who still has years left. Having the flexibility of 1- and 2-year deals is outstanding, and it reminds me that during collective bargaining, I always suggested to the other owners that I would love to make every player a free agent every year. Don't make them wait 6 years. Let's give the union a huge victory and make every player a free agent from minute one. No 6-year reserve. And the Players Union would never allow that.
But, David, it's an interesting concept because I've heard the man who's the architect of free agency back in the day, he's on the Ken Burns baseball doc, that would flood the market with free agents and, in fact, actually lower market value because now there's only so many free agents. Everyone's vying for 1, 2, 3 different guys that are at the very, very top. It drives the market up. Like, this is basic supply and demand.
You got it. And that's why I love it. And I also love paying players for performance. I'm always happy. That's why I love arbitration. Arbitration is based on what you do, not what you're going to do.
Yeah, I love that.
And I love that. I want to pay a player for actually how they're performing at that moment.
It makes sense to love that as a president, as an owner, as a GM. But if I'm a player,
of course,
I don't love that because of the risk of injury. I'm in July, and I've got 30 home runs and 90 RBIs. I'm going to the All-Star game. I come back in the dog days of August. Boom, I blow my knee out. I'm not playing till next August.
You're a pitcher.
Now what are you going to do, David? Are you going to pay me my money? Or are you going to say, you know what? You're not coming back until August. So I, as a player, I get why they would never want to do something like that. That would be asinine for a player to do, David, want to be a free agent every single season.
Yeah, that's why it'll never happen.
Right. Think about why it's never happened. And actually, there's a rule in baseball that when you have a player in arbitration who stinks or who is hurt, you can only cut that player's salary by 20%. Even if that player, let's say a player's making $10 million and is hurt all year, you have to go back at, $8 million. And sometimes that's just teams do it, but it's not fair.
Yeah.
But that's why that system continues to be in place because it's not perfect for either side.
All right, last question before you get on. David, you're educating us so much on this. I really do truly enjoy your podcast. Nothing personal. It's just business with David Sampson. I want to talk to Sampson. But last thing, when I look at that's one of his segments, B. Don't be giving that.
I was going to say, David, you two need to get in a room or something.
Right now.
He needs to come down to your suite,
I'm fascinated.
man.
I don't think the media is well-versed in the business of sports. That's my particular opinion. I think a lot of people talk about sports that have no idea about running a business, so I find it fascinating. Last thing on this. Cohen wants to drive his payroll through the roof, and it's making the Yankees, the Red Sox, other teams, the Dodgers, look bad in comparison. Explain to the audience what's going on between the large market teams, small market teams, and how they're viewing Cohen right now as a rogue new owner spending dollars.
So this is the very important point that we're not hearing about. And the Mets just released a statement that just simply said, we did not come to an agreement with Carlos. We wish him the very best. And I think it's a bunch of horse hockey. I believe that there's a situation here where the Mets payroll is so out of control that both the Dodgers, Yankees, and Marlins and Guardians and Royals all feel the same way. And those teams can't agree that the sky is blue. So when you get that number of teams all feeling the same way, the commissioner's office is going to get involved because the commissioner does not want infighting between owners because that's what leads to unrest, and that can lead to advances by the union when there's not a united front. So there's so much going on here. And Steve Cohen, when he came in the game, everyone knew he was going to have a high payroll, but they thought that they'd be the number one payroll, but not number one by a mile. And that's what's happening right now. And that's a real problem for baseball.
You know what, though? Hal Steinbrenner came out and he was bitching and moaning about Steve Cohen spinning. Yankees been doing this for years. They were at the top for years. And so I find it pretty laughable that people are laughing at Steve or complaining about Steve Cohen. He told you what, like you just said, he told you what he was going to do. He's going to buy the Mets and he's going to spin.
Right? The Yankees were number one, right? But it was always, there was distance between 1 and 2, but not the size of the Gulf of Mexico. Right. Now, what Steve Cohen's doing with the Mets is making it so $500 million all in, including the luxury tax.
That's crazy.
It's making the Yankees and Giants, who have a very high payroll, Dodgers, et cetera, all say to themselves, we don't want that sort of thing. The same way the owners don't like it when a team like the Rays has a $30 million payroll and beats them.
Right.
The big market teams hate that, and that creates a lot of issues in the ownership meetings in the room. When you've got a good team at a low payroll, they love, right, just like the union, they love a bad team with a high payroll. That's always good. But a good team with a low payroll is a problem for everybody because it makes employees like GMs hate that. Here's a little nugget for you. GMs of large market teams do not like it when small revenue teams with low payrolls win because their owners say to them, what's wrong with you?
Yes.
Why do you need all this money just to lose? Look at what this guy's doing in Tampa. So that creates a ton of jealousy, by the way.
Wow, very interesting, very interesting.
stuff.
But I do want teams like the Pirates to spend more instead
all
of just
do.
losing left and right. And you know what, David? I guarantee you the Mets are not going to win. Not going to win a World Series. They're the Mets. You know the Mets from the NL
They
East.
do have a good team.
They have a good team, but it doesn't always mean everything when you spend the most money. But anyway, David, thanks for the time today.
Here's what we got to do, though. We got to talk about next season because Ohtani, the Giants could be after him. The Mets could be after him.
Listen.
It's going to be fascinating.
David, we talked all offseason, all year about Aaron Judge. And the Giants, I thought they were horrible on their recruiting pitch. Horrible. Should have been at Warriors games. Should have had Willie Mays, Barry Bonds, all this stuff.
It started at $350 million.
They should have started at $400 million. If you want your guy, go get your guy. Start high. You're bidding against the Yankees.
That's how we signed Giancarlo Stanton, by the way. I went into the hotel suite in Beverly Hills, and I said, what number can we offer where you cannot say no?
Wow.
He said, what about 325 over 13? I said, deal. He said, deal. See you later. That's how that negotiation.
See, and I was begging the Giants to do that for Aaron Judge, and you know what? They're not going to get Shohei Ohtani. Who are we fooling here? David, thanks for the time
stuff,
today.
David.
Have a great day.
All right, you too. David Sampson.
I mean, the comments on the
you love him.
Xfinity stream, great interview. This is awesome.
It is
wow.
a great interview.
This is the best thing I've heard on baseball.
I had to push back on him,
no doubt,
because it's from the team owner, president perspective.
But he's telling you on the front end,
right?
Like, this is how I want this thing operating.
But Howard, you think that's why fans don't like him, though?
I know.
That's why baseball fans, is very informative. And it's good to go behind the curtain of the front office. But that's why baseball fans don't like him.
Of course.
He's pro-team.
Look, Bonte, if I was
you
a baseball
heard what
player.
He said, I would rather sign players every other year.
Of course. But if I'm a pitcher,
year.
let's say I'm a pitcher, right? My son's a pitcher, right? My son's a lefty, and he's a free agent or whatever. Right. I don't want a one-year deal. Every pitch could be his last. He could have a bullpen session, one pitch, right. Tommy John, out for 2 years.
Done.
Right?
Done.
So, I want the guaranteed money. I'll straight up.
Right.
What Lincecum did, going year to year and having smaller deals, is very unprecedented. Most guys in their prime, Matt Cain, give me the 5-year, $100 million deal.
Money.
What?
Yeah, they wouldn't give Lincecum the money.
Well, and I think he kept wanting smaller deals. There was a little bit of both there, but every pitch could be your last pitch. You were talking about hitters, and yes, hitters is very fickle. Every pitch could be your last pitch.
It could be, but people, and it is fast. David Sampson is a fascinating guy. We have this conversation, by the way. You want to talk about Florio giving the longest answer?
That was the longest answer.
David Sampson gave us the longest answer.
That was a 4-minute, 45-second answer.
See, that's
and
what
you were ready to kill me.
I'll appreciate David, though, because he did say after 2.5 minutes, I got one more minute here, guys, and then he's like, we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, he was trying to set it up, though.
Let me ask you, though. Would you want David Sampson running your baseball team?
If I was the owner and I wanted to make profit, yes.
As a fan.
As a fan?
Joe Shasky the Butcher.
No. But I'll give you this. He told you how he got Giancarlo Stanton on board. That was pretty good.
And what did we say? You should have started at $400 million.
He told you, what's the offer that I have to give you where you can't say no?
And the Giants didn't do that.
Yeah, exactly.
The Giants didn't do that. So they don't get a pass. They spent $200 million.
What about the medical? What about the medical thing? And I think he brings a great point. Why didn't the Giants get back in there at 6 or 200? There's something there. He doesn't know the answer.
Honestly, I think when Scott Boras came out chirping, they said, you know what, because that's not right, because they signed Michael Conforto.
Well, he's got an entire bevy of clients.
Yeah, I don't know. That to me, I want to hear from Cray about it. How did it feel to be in a hotel room?
That's a good
question.
Getting
dressed, getting ready to go down to 24 Willie Mays Plaza.
And he wanted to play with Lindor, who he plays on the World Baseball Classic team with, where he plays third base and Lindor plays short.
I know, guys. I know. Fast Five coming up. Fast Five. Line them up. 888-957-9570.
I like that.
888-957-9570. Joe Shasky loves David Sampson. I was cool, though. I didn't attack him. If it was one of my guests, Shasky would have attacked him. I kept it cool. Little pushback.
I would have asked for their cell phone number if it was one of your guests.
That's great teamwork. That's great team. See, exactly.
Tell Bob I said hi.
Here you go, man. Here you go. 888-957-9570. I got to say, YouTube, thank you so much.
Yeah, they're on fire.
They're representing their morning roast. It's so good to be back looking at the YouTube comments, Xfinity Mobile text line, and Twitch. You guys have been awesome. I missed you so much. Tomorrow and Friday, we're going to start hyping up this wild card game. It's Seahawks week, damn it. We thought the rivalry was dead. It's alive, folks. It's alive. Pete Carroll's coming back. Wild card in the rain. Woo! Operation Glendale still on and cracking. By the way, the Road to Glendale brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, and together. 888-957-9570. Fast 5. It's time for the Xfinity Fast 5. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast 5. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with super.
All right, Bonte, let's rat-a-tat-tat some of these texts that I'm seeing on the Xfinity text line right now. 650. David Sampson's a great interview, but I want him as far away as possible when it comes to running my particular baseball team. Both things can be true.
I'm also with that, and we can't unsee, and he admits it. He can't unsee what he did with the Miami Marlins as well. Let's go to Ryan in St. Louis. Ryan in St. Louis, what's happening? You're on the morning roast, Fast 5. What you got?
I just wanted to say I think we should be incredibly optimistic about the 49ers' future when you consider how good our defense is, how young our team is, how many weapons we have on offense. Our big question was at quarterback. And Brock Purdy, I know he's young, but remember, he's just a rookie. And I think the one thing everyone always forgets is how terrible Jimmy G was in the playoffs. And we still managed to get to a Super Bowl and get to an NFC Championship game with him at quarterback. In the playoffs, Jimmy G's career in the playoffs quarterback rating is 74. You can make an argument that Trent Dilfer is a better postseason quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Wow. They've allowed Trent Dilfer to throw the ball, but I guess you could say the same thing about Jimmy Garoppolo.
The worst throw I've ever seen in a playoff game was the Jimmy throw in the Dallas game. I watched it back the other day.
Oh, the one to Brandon Ayuk? When he ran the post corner, he was wide open?
The
interception.
The pick in the second. They were up by multiple scores. I said, I still don't know where he was throwing it, and it was like a three flies up throw.
So I was talking big smack right before that. We're good. Fast 5 second. Dinker. Hang on tight. 888-957-9570. Quick story about that. The Heats tweet me. Where you at, Bonte? Let us know about Jerry's World. I'm talking big smack. 2 minutes later, he throws that interception. 2 minutes later, I get an alert with Draymond Green being out with the back injury. I go, oh, God, why did I piss off the sports god? We're going to lose this football game. Jimmy Garoppolo.
That's part of our Fast 5.
That's part of the Fast 5. That's number 2. Taker, you're number 3. Fast 5. What's happening?
Hey, to all-time 49er defenders, shout out Julian Peterson. Played every position, one game.
Good call.
You know, franchise player.
Yep.
But, I mean, any team you add McCaffrey to, it's elevated, right? Quarterback's better. But what I love about Brock is when the defenders have a beat on him, he's like a matador. He gives them a look like he's about to load and then breaks out of it and then gets rid of the ball, something Jimmy had a problem with. He keeps the play alive. Jimmy was the one target. If that's not there, I'm going to try to squeeze it somewhere. Brock is smart.
Good call.
And with this defense, they're getting rest on the back end, too. So I'm saying Super Bowl, gentlemen. Have a great one.
Super Bowl with a rookie quarterback, and nobody's even batting it high about that.
Well, I'm just going to say first start because he doesn't feel like a rookie at this point. 415. The 49ers are in great shape looking forward because they don't have to commit $25+ million to just the quarterback room.
Yeah, that's true. And now you get Trey Lance. That's why I would not trade Trey Lance whatsoever. Bring Trey back. Have Brock there, and let's see.
It's a combined $10 million.
What if Brock goes out there and throw 3 picks? I want to speak that to existence. You know.
Well, let's just see. Let's take it again, guys. We learned this last year with Jimmy Garoppolo. What is true today cannot be true 7 days from now, or might not be true 7 days from now. Let's just see. We might not be alive.
You know what? This is appropriate for the day. We started off talking about the Golden State Warriors. 561 Xfinity Mobile text line. Warriors need to get it together. Playing like absolute garbage and unacceptable at Chase Center. Last night was one of those nights where I thought Joe Lacob should have got up there with a microphone at halftime and said, you know what? Drinks the rest of the night. On me, baby. On me.
He ain't trying to operate at a loss.
No,
Come on,
David
bro.
Sampson. We just had David Sampson
Debo's
on.
sweater last night too.
Yeah,
we're in the Seahawks neon colors by the way.
How about when he wore the double New York hat the other day?
That was a little weird. Debo, I'm not going to.
Can I ask you a question on that? Can you wear New York Giants gear? Because I cannot.
No.
Am I? Because I've seen it on sale at certain spots. I cannot rock any New York Giants.
The black and orange hat?
Yes, the New York Giants going back.
I have a hard time doing that.
I love that font.
I love the font. I have a hard time doing it.
I've never done it. Yeah, I couldn't do it. How about you, Mark?
No, I've never done it.
No,
By the way,
I'm not a New York Giant fan. I'm a
Me
San
neither,
Francisco
exactly.
fan.
That was Fast
Sorry about
Five,
that.
brought
Go
to you
ahead.
by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. It's been a good, been fun. Be back.
Welcome back, buddy.
Good to see Dibs and
Welcome
Willard, man.
back. Look at you
Good to
with
see
the
guys.
stretch four.
Doing all right?
Little stretch four.
Yeah, I
mailed it in on Friday.
Carried the show on Friday. Listen, we did have the morning mail in on Friday. What did we do last Friday?
Well, it's me and Florio.
Oh yeah, it was
And then
Florio.
there was an apology text.
Florio, that was the longest question, longest answer ever. And then David Sampson today comes in with a 4-minute and 45-second answer.
Yeah, he's top spot in the Doobie Awards right now. Longest answer ever
David
by a
Sampson.
guest.
I didn't hear the whole thing because we got into our conversation, but I heard the first thing he said, and I thought it was pretty interesting.
They're better without.
No.
The $200 million player.
What he said was, and a Giants team that we would all agree likes to do things without speaking.
Yeah.
Likes to do things under the radar.
Yeah.
Whether this was their fault, I don't even know where this all started, but the fact that they let it be so public that they were chasing Judge and that they legitimately, and I don't even know if they thought they had a legitimate chance, but they certainly let all of us think that they had a legitimate chance, was the beginning of the bumbling of the offseason. Because then once that doesn't happen, and
it's a letdown.
Maybe it never was going to happen.
Yeah.
Then we're let down. Then you pivot to Correa, and you're like $350 million when no one else was even offering $300. And then obviously that goes the way it goes. You sort of like, they put themselves in a very vulnerable spot to get kicked in the you know what's.
I can't believe
they did.
I can't believe they have a $200 million payroll.
That's insane.
And this is the roster. $200 million payroll.
It's
and this is the
$200
roster.
million?
Yeah,
it's over $200 million, Dibs. I couldn't believe it last night.
But that's with arbitration because you're going to have some guys that are like Logan Webb. Who knows what his salary is going to be, but like it's going to get bumped up because of arbitration.
No, I mean, Haniger and Conforto contracts.
Those guys aren't cheap.
No, they're not. Well, but they're not the guys that they don't make headlines.
No.
It's not $300 million.
But they're making a lot of money.
But they're
John Peterson.
those are contracts. Those are numbers, man.
Those are big.
That's big
But
money.
you also have the business of baseball.
That's a payroll that says we need to be in the postseason.
It's a well, yeah.
Well, almost everyone's in the postseason now.
Yeah,
so.
that's true.
Well,
But you spend $200.
You think so, Mark?
I'm not saying based on what it looks like. I'm saying based on that number.
On the number,
and just based on the fact that you're the San Francisco Giants. Like if you're the Dodgers, the Giants, the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Phillies, you don't go into seasons like we're shooting for 3 years from now.
No, I know, but like I don't even have one guy that I'm looking at. I'm like all-star potential heading into this year.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. These guys are all coming off injuries.
He got sold on the Zoom yesterday.
No.
Willard sold on the Zoom.
First of all,
Conforto.
Before you rip Conforto,
I like him.
I'm not ripping him.
Conforto 11:30. So just relax.
I'm not ripping Conforto.
I'm a big Conforto guy.
I'm not ripping
Conforto 11:30.
I had him in fantasy baseball.
Sounds like someone who would whack you in Sopranos.
That's true.
Send Conforto after.
Seriously.
I had him in fantasy baseball 4 years ago. He helped your boy
4 years ago.
4 years ago.
No, he's a good player.
But I was just ripping the Giants for the Zooms. The Zooms, not the pressers. The Zooms. They do everything
all
to
I want to
Zoom.
do is zoom.
Oh my goodness! Look at you.
Let's shake your rump.
Wow.
This must
Rex
be the
in
90s
effect,
part
yeah.
3.
Wow.
Rex in effect. Rump shaker.
I was here for the 90s. I really was.
What was those CDs? This is the 90s.
This is the 90s.
Remember they used to sell you those Columbia
That's
House
what I call
CDs?
music.
There you go. There you
And
go.
VH1 with I Love the 90s,
Oh,
where they
that's a
still
great
roll
show.
those out, yeah.
I love
As
it.
opposed to Pop-Up Video, which was also a great show when they had.
Yes.
They'd show you a video and then like, boop.
Loved it.
Ask a girl to prom and have Jodeci playing in the background.
look at you.
Oh, come on.
The leather
man.
vest.
Let's
Mark wearing
go.
just the leather
Let's
vest,
go.
nothing underneath.
Dude, we had Sinatra playing when I
Champagne.
asked my girl to the prom. Come on, I'm so old.
Frankie Blue Eyes.
Dude, seriously.
Hey, you're coming with me.
Being used to the prom. Yeah. Gonna drive my dad's Edsel.
We were in 6th or 7th grade when Jodeci was hit. We were doing bumping and grinding as 7th graders. I don't know if you guys did that in private schools.
Hey, bro,
or
I'm
the
going to
public
tell you.
schools.
Jodeci, the girls love
Private schools may
Jodeci
have
and
been a little
Boyz II
different.
Men. Boys to Men and Jodeci were on like
all
up top.
day.
Oh,
and then
my
you have
God.
some Mariah Carey. Mariah Carey CDs all over the place.
She makes the most money. I said this during Christmas. She makes the most money at Christmas time. She makes like $10, $11 million a year just off Spotify plays.
That song has become the theme
Right?
of Christmas, whether you like it or not.
That is wild.
It's
Mariah
true.
Carey, what a run.
It's true.
How about those Warriors?
11:30. Yeah, Warriors. Oh boy. You want to talk Warriors?
You know what?
Confusing.
I got bugged by the comeback. I don't know. Did you guys get?
Where's this defensive effort for
that's
more
I'm
stretches?
like, okay, now you're going to come out here with 8 minutes to go and remind everybody, oh, right, we have all the good players in this game.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, this is my takeaway from a game like that. Because I said to Dibs yesterday, I'm not calling this a must-win or even a gotta have it, but this would be stupid if you lost this game. And then they went out there and they lost the game. And I look at this, and we've been trained as Warrior fans, correctly, by the way, to relax through the weird regular season stuff because we know that they know what they're doing. However, I'm also here for the people who say, look, we're fans. We want good basketball. We're paying money to go to these games. The Warriors have basically set up a situation where they are so chill and lax about the entire regular season that I'm like, you're kind of, I don't know, like there's a piece of Warrior basketball that therefore we don't get.
Are they too cool for school, you're saying?
Well, yeah, it's like, wait a minute. How can you have Steph Curry return night against a college
come
team
out flat
on Star Wars night?
Thank you.
I know.
It's a trap.
Bruce Mahoney night, too.
And look like that. Like, if you're not going to have any urgency ever until April, I don't know. So should we treat you like March Madness and just show up at the end?
That's a good question.
Couple things. That's
a good question.
I'm not mad at that.
That was the 2018 version of the Warriors.
2018 and 2019, you could have just done the same thing. And I don't blame you if you don't want to spend money. But Steph Curry comes back, I'm going to sound like a homer. I was encouraged by the fourth quarter in terms of the core group. Because how many NBA games have we seen in our lifetime where you're down to 18, 19 going into the fourth quarter, and you know Steph's not playing, Clay's not playing, Poole's up. The starters are done. Shut it down.
Yep.
The fact that they didn't shut it down, I said, okay, I'm going to stay up and watch this game. And they made a rally. You're like, okay, so there's still magic there with some of the starters, although you're playing against the Phoenix Suns taxi squad.
Exactly.
Where's the effort at in the first 2.5 quarters? The only guy I saw playing hard in the first 2.5 quarters was Klay Thompson. Jordan Poole kind of lost. Yeah, Poole's
Phoenix
lost coming off the
under his
bench.
skin.
Yeah, they do. But Poole's lost coming off the bench. He's not starting. Iguodala's the first man off the bench. I had an issue with that.
Nice follow dunk.
I mean, but Iguodala,
1 for 1 from the floor,
and an injection.
Draymond's turning the ball over. Steph's rusty. Wiggins is not right. Looney looks like he's hit a wall. So I'm thinking about the first 2.5 quarters. How the hell is this happening? But I was encouraged to saying, okay, they at least played with some sort of pride in the fourth quarter. Now moving forward, when you look at their first half of the season, I give them a C minus, because everything has gone wrong for this team in the first half of the season. And it was the perfect ending to the first half with the way the season has started in training camp, with the way the youngsters have been handled, the 3-7 start. And now you see them at 20-21, and it's like, well, you're still in the race in the Western Conference.
Sure.
You're still in the top 6, and nobody's running away with it. But, boy, it's got me scratching my head a little bit.
That's why it's a C minus. I was thinking this morning driving in, listening to you guys, I was thinking a D, but the fact that the West has not run away from you, that you have to look at this in terms of like the old college class where everything got graded on the curve. The Warriors right now, their first half number is about a 68%, which is a D or a D plus, but there's only 2 teams that got an A. Everyone else is in that low B, mid C, or below level. So if you grade it on a curve, they do get a C minus, in my opinion, because as bad as they've been and everything that Bonte just laid out coming off of 5 days rest, which was so eloquent, you grade it on a curve, and they're still right in there.
Yeah, no, they are.
Friday mail.
Can we? The thing that you brought up regarding the Warriors, it's not exclusive just to them. Like, it's not exclusive just to them. Like, and I know we've talked about it, and we look at. arguing about reducing the schedule it's a fool's errand because we know that they don't want to give up Gates and all that. But like so we had a CYO game. I went to Original Joe's and we're sitting there watching the game in the bar area, and everybody's watching, and people don't know who any of the players are on the Phoenix Suns, right? And I'm just saying the casual fan. It's a TNT game. It's a national.
Dario Saric?
Saric was good in Philly.
Used to be Saric, but now he.
I didn't even know. The audio wasn't on.
Yeah.
So, but like,
shut your mouth.
Point being is like this is clearly an NBA issue. The fact that the Warriors are so inconsistent, so not bad, and you look up and you're like, oh well, they're right there with everybody else. And every night I have no idea who's playing with every team. Like, I don't know, man. This NBA regular season, that something's got to get.
Nightmare. Adam Silver's got to do something, and they want to introduce this.
Could not be more different from the regular season.
This in-season tournament too, like. Get your regular season in order before you start an in-season tournament.
To defend the teams, I would employ similar strategies of rest and health because the bodies are so expensive, and this makes it sound like property, but I'm investing so much money in you. I want the best version of you when it's the most important. Like, that all makes a ton of sense. There's science behind it. You're doing the best to win a championship. That's the ultimate goal. There's just too much inventory of games. Something's got to give here because the product. Last night they played nobody. Even if they won that game, what do we learn about the Warriors?
Well, you learn that they're over 500 and you're feeling good about yourself. But the homestand was a disappointment. You won the first 5, and then you lose Detroit. You didn't deserve to win that game.
But there's no apples to apples comparisons on any teams throughout the regular seasons, at all.
I walked out in the second half, and Suns go on a run to start the second half against the Warriors starters. And the broadcaster and me felt bad for TNT. I'm like, you put this is on national TV. The Suns have none of their players, and the Warriors are not, feel like they're not trying. And I know the Warrior players would take issue with that. I know Steph is right. You got your get back game, and maybe even Wiggins is still doing that. But the Suns literally, to your point, have no players that anybody's heard of. And you're out there with your actual starting 5, and you can't.
He played great.
You did.
Played great.
World champion.
I was happy, but you're right, Mark. Like, keep going, because this. I look at it from a television product standpoint. It is, and like you're doing the consumer wrong here. So something's got to give. And I know that there's a financial component to this in terms of gate and television contracts locally and all that. I don't know what the fix is, B, but this isn't right.
You should ask Davis Sampson. He didn't care about the consumer down in Miami.
Exactly.
These owners don't
care. Do
you
think they care about the consumer?
But people aren't tapping in. So, like, for example, like the
tickets are bought.
Every bowl game, every single bowl game, every bowl game for college outranked the highest, and like by 3 times, outranked the highest viewed Christmas NBA game. Yep. That's a giant problem.
I don't think it's a problem.
It's not
I think
a problem
just football's
for the NBA.
king. The football's been king for so long.
Right, football bowls?
I've been watching college
football bowl games.
Was Chase Center filled last night? Was Chase Center was it a sellout crowd? Absolutely.
No,
so
I understand
to that extent, and ultimately, this Warrior team in particular is waiting for April, and they're just going to try to hang around and be in the mix. When April comes, then you'll get everybody fresh, and then you'll make a push for a championship. And until then, these games in the NBA regular season, they just don't matter as much as they do in football.
We're starting to see a little bit of that in baseball, too.
That's curious, because if you think about the way a business runs, it's not as simple as, is my store full?
Yes, exactly.
The consumer has to then enjoy the time that they have in the store.
Will I get return, repeat
because
customer?
you want them to come back.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that Warrior fans are not going to come back, but let's go ahead and run that across the parking lot to what you guys were saying earlier today about the San Francisco Giants. How you feeling about your house being full this potential coming year based on the experience that your customers had when they were most recently here?
And there's a big difference, though, because in the NBA, like
matters.
Chase Center last night, for example, the Warriors didn't play well, and they lost to a team that had nobody. But there's the threat of Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, and there's the threat that you're going to see something magical. If you go to the Giants this year, and I love Michael Conforto, I've been a big fan since I found out he's coming on our show.
Thank you, Scott Boras.
And Mitch Haniger and the rest of it. But at the best, you're going to get 4 Conforto ABs, and at the best, he's going to get 2 hits, maybe 3 hits, maybe he hits 1 home run. Steph Curry last night, even though that game was very bad, he hit 2 late threes in the 4th, and at least you got your money's worth from that standpoint.
I get all that.
I was standing up in front of the TV. I thought they were going to come back and win the game.
But 5 years from now, Steph Curry's not going to be in the building anymore. And you want something to. I know.
And Lacob knows that. Which is why Lacob is on the podcast with you. You don't think Joe Lacob knows that? I think the 49ers, and look, they'll never admit this, and I could be totally off base here. I think the Niners season, they looked at the NFC, first of all, saying it's wide open. And two, it's like, we need to be box office.
Yes.
We got to have marketable players here. And they have Bosa,
That's always
Kittle,
right.
and McCaffrey.
That's
always
always
for that.
effort. I mean,
this is a star-driven
sure.
market.
And the quarterback will always be
we call the NFL king, but why are they playing in London? Why are they Why are they on Nickelodeon?
Growing it.
Because you never, ever get complacent.
Totally
You always need to build the business. So I think when what you're saying, spotlight one night, sure, Steph, Clay, Dre, Andrew, they're here. I'll buy a ticket to go watch that. But is there a larger global NBA issue of where this is headed, where it's just constant complacency throughout 6 months of a regular season? That's a fair thing to bring up.
It's a problem. It's a big problem the NBA has, and Adam Silver has to figure something out. The one disturbing thing I had about yesterday was just, you look at the last week of the Golden State Warriors, and I thought they turned the corner. I'm like, man, nobody's going to be just 4 times in the West. And they, they were feeling themselves. And then you get all these podcasts. You get Draymond Green coming back with the podcast. You get Iguodala coming back with the podcast saying, I'm returning. You get Joe Lacob going on the Tim Kawakami podcast via The Athletic discussing the teams. And I'm like, all right, now we may be feeling ourselves a little too much here. And then you lose 3 straight to end the homestand. And all of a sudden, fans are irate saying, trade this guy, trade that guy. Where's Kuminga? What's going on with Poole? It's like, we got to fix this. We got to turn the corner. There's just been too much noise, too much nonsense going on with this team in the first half of the season. It started with Punchgate, no doubt about it. You start off 3-7. I think Steve Kerr mismanaged the youngsters to start the season, not giving them at least 15 minutes to play through their mistakes. And the loss yesterday was a perfect, it was the cherry on top of what has been a tumultuous first half of the season. And I just thought last week was like, all right, we don't need to start talking now.
I thought they turned the corner. That's the crazy thing.
Everybody started running to a microphone.
I thought
that's
they
what
did.
scares me. What scares me is if the Warriors get to a point where they don't know what the problem is. When I watch the Warriors, it's always like they got this.
Yeah, they know what their issues are.
They got this, right? We talked about that last week when I went on the whole trust the Warriors rant. Like, they know what they're doing. But I will get concerned as a fan if it starts looking to me like they don't know what the problem is. And if they are on podcasts going, we back, and then you go out there and lose 3 straight to Detroit, Orlando,
Draymond,
and half of the Suns.
I get the Orlando loss. I love my Orlando, and I heard.
Well,
the
streets told me. Yeah, the streets told me you were talking about the Orlando Magic, and I told you about Paolo Banchero.
He's been on that.
Dude, I've been on Paolo Banchero since he was playing AAU.
Exactly.
Okay?
No reason that Paolo Banchero should win a game at Chase Center.
No, Clay's a late scratch. Wiggins is rusty.
Well, at least now.
I thought that was a bad spot for the Warriors.
Draymond
Clay got
Green in his podcast, we're 5-0 in the homestand, about to go 6-0. Maybe not. Draymond,
long sniff.
Maybe you want to show up and actually play the game.
But at least he does play. Iguodala thing drives me bananas. I'm
perfect from the floor last night.
I'm asking you guys a serious question here. Not resume. Right now. Who will help this team? And maybe it takes a couple weeks and things changes. So I'm opening that right now. Who is going to help the Warriors more this season? Anthony Lamb or Andre Iguodala?
Well, it's Lamb. I think really the question is Ty Jerome or Iguodala, because Lamb's going to get that final roster spot.
You think so?
Absolutely.
Okay, because I think he deserves it.
And I can't believe I'm saying this, but you can't win without Anthony Lamb.
But he's been good.
That's where he's been great.
Point shooting matters.
Yes, and energy and effort and availability, because you talk about Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody. They played a grand total of 0 minutes last night. Moody can't play. He's unplayable. Kuminga now hurt, and I don't even know what's up with James Wiseman.
The development of the youngsters, if we could grade the Warriors all we want, the development of those 3, and Kuminga's kind of burst through the scenes here over the last couple of weeks, that's been a D-F. We were all expecting them to be, okay, Otto Porter Jr., GP2, great Warriors last season champions, but you got the young studs coming in, right? Moody that's an F.
Yeah,
and it's not all Moody, I don't believe.
I'm more focused on Wiseman, and I understand there's been some things that are out of their control there, but Moody was what, 16th overall, 14th
overall?
You know what I mean?
But he played important minutes in the Western Conference Finals.
Yes, and that's big. That's a first-round draft pick, but that you're halfway through the first round. If you got the number 2 overall pick and you got somebody who 3 years later can't even play, that takes a cake.
I think it's been mismanaged.
That
takes a cake.
How come he can't play alongside Steph and Dre,
he can't
like
play.
Kuminga. But no, but
He can't
just
play.
a vertical spacing, playing with better players makes you better.
But you watch the defense.
You know?
The defense, and listen, they were saying this, listening to Tim Roy last night. Like, I know we always focus on the offensive end. It's what a fan's eye does. It's what we care about. But the Phoenix Suns, what was the final score of that game last night? What did the Phoenix Suns score in that basketball
125,
game?
125,
Okay, that's absurd.
Listen,
That's
nobody's
absurd
playing defense on this basketball team.
That group scored 125 points in a basketball game on the road against the Warriors. That is north of 30 points a quarter, and I think they were north of 30 in every single individual quarter.
No answer for Dwayne Washington Jr.
What on earth?
We fixate on Wiseman's defense and we fixate on Poole's defense. Nobody on this team outside of Draymond Green is playing any defense. Let's just be real. And at the end of the day, this league is about getting buckets. We talk so much about defense. Oh, man, his defense was great. Clay scored 54. How was his offense? You know what I'm saying? Everyone's, Clay's defense is back. He scored 30. You know what I mean? This league is about getting buckets. Can you get me a bucket? And right now, they don't have enough guys getting buckets. That offense got stagnant, and Phoenix got into the passing lanes. Nobody can get you a bucket. Iguodala ain't getting you no buckets. Draymond, when he wants to, maybe it gets you 10. It's about getting buckets.
Phoenix shot 46% and ran you out of the gym. I mean, I was watching that game, and like you said, Bonte, all these guys, they didn't have like 5 of their top 6 players, and yet they were just completely running through the Warriors.
Bridges.
And the Warriors were slow and reckless with the basketball. And Steph, first game back, you knew there'd be a little bit of rust.
Course.
But beyond that, they were terrible last night.
They let Saric hit anything he wanted. He got anywhere on the floor that he wanted, and they don't have athleticism. You don't. When was the last time you seen a guy slashing and dunking from the baseline going into the rim? Like they lose that.
Yeah.
But they miss that. Like, I look at this team, they don't have enough athleticism. They got no dribble drive penetration outside of Jordan Poole offensively. It's a lot of chucking.
No free throws in the first half.
Curry.
But Curry's been out. I'm talking about recently. I'm talking about my bad.
They can't get easy buckets. They don't get to the line. Everybody's complaining about the whistles not going their way. We got to go to the rack. He shot, 50-plus threes against Orlando? They didn't even try to go to the hoop. Against the Pistons, they shot 59 threes, or that was against the Hawks in double overtime.
Right.
What about Steve Kerr as a coach in the first half of the season? We can talk about all the players. We can talk about the front office, the owner. What about Steve Kerr's performance?
Well, it's not been great. And the coach's performance is always reflective of how the team plays, but I don't know what else he's supposed to do. And you talk about playing the young guys. If Steve doesn't think that they're ready to be playable, I got to defer to Steve Kerr. And I don't often do this in terms of not ripping a guy just because it's what I do. But Steve Kerr has done so much with the development of this team that if he doesn't think they're ready, then I got to default to Steve Kerr on that.
He's the greatest Warrior coach of all time. There's not debate. He's got an unbelievable skill set. But would we agree on the list of things that he does really well? The one thing he doesn't do really well is empower very young, raw players in the middle of the season.
I'm going to acknowledge what it feels like this situation is, though, and take it. And Dibs can.
I don't think he wants to coach young guys.
Dibs can relate to me on this. Do you have teenagers? If anybody's ever had teenagers, the Warriors have been great for so long. And it's kind of like having a teenager. When they're 5, 6, and 7 years old, you could tell them anything.
For sure.
They're scared of you, and they'll do what you say. And right. When they're a teenager, they're like, Dad, I heard your act. You're right. Like,
F you, Dad.
Right. I'm gonna do me. Huh. And sometimes
you've seen the bumper sticker. Hire a teenager while they know everything.
What is Steve Kerr gonna say to a room that houses Draymond Green, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and this whole group? And so, in other words, it's like at a certain point, the Warrior wheel is something that just has to either turn or not. The whole group is coaching this thing. Because those guys in the locker room have such incredible cachet, and they think they know exactly how to do it, and they're right. So, like, I that's not to just absolve Steve Kerr of a role. He has a role, but coaching this group is very different than coaching anyone else. And we want him to develop these young guys, but also win a title at the same time. It's like he's coaching 2 different teams.
Do you think front office and ownership is happy with the way he's handled the roster and the youngsters and the 2 timelines or whatnot?
Probably not.
Last year, they probably were happy with it because they won a championship.
Right,
this year, with being a game below 500, it's probably a little bit easier to say, hey, maybe you should be playing the young guys more.
This did not go financially the way they wanted the first half to go.
Okay,
There's no doubt about that.
The other thing is, I think part of the essence of true great coaching is evolving over time based off the talent that you have and how they depreciate, etc. Popovich won in a variety of ways. That's what made him so unique to everyone, right? Like Steve Kerr, ball movement, that worked great when you had an entire high IQ team and you can pick and choose your spots. I think his biggest flaw is the rigidity and the stubbornness and him only wanting to play one way. When you have to incorporate some of the skills of what the young guys can do, he's so focused on what they can't do, which I get. And they may just stink. I understand that. But you need to evolve a little and meet them halfway and compromise. That's the true essence of coaching and maybe they don't have the runway because of the great players that they have.
But think about Wiseman. What can he do?
He can stand near the rim and a post position and get the ball down on the block.
You can't give him the ball and say go score.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is they had him at the top of the key at the beginning of the year, and they wanted him to play in the Bogut role.
That's not his game.
That is not his game at all. It's not
That's Looney's game. Looney's great at that. Set a screen,
vertical
hand the ball.
Exactly. Which you missed last night.
He didn't know what to do with Kuminga for a while.
Wouldn't it be nice to have some vertical spacing every night? Sorry to cut you off.
No. It would be nice. Yeah.
Yeah, but you guys are immediately going again to the offensive end. This guy.
Well, defensively, he's lost.
He's totally
Defensively,
lost.
he's been lost. I thought he got better. I thought he got better the last 2 weeks.
But he fits right in with Jordan Poole, Steph Curry. There's a lot of guys who don't look great defensively.
Not to his level. Not to his level.
I agree on that.
You can't. You know what I mean? Like in Jordan Poole, you live with it. Steph Curry, you live with it because you're getting 25 at the other end.
But if you're committed to the development of a youngster, you have to.
They're committed to winning the championship.
The organization is committed to the youngsters, and the coach is not. So that's what it feels like.
Well,
to me.
then you're at cross purposes because if you're Draymond, Steph, and Clay and Andre Dunkwidala, you're looking at this going, I don't want to sit around for 2 years while we teach James Wiseman how to play basketball. I want to win right now, and Steve Kerr's in the same mindset.
So moves are going to be made then? Or you think moves have to be made by the deadline?
You got no move you can make.
Yeah, I don't know
unless
what the move is.
Unless you want to trade one of your big boys, which you're not going to do.
That's not going to happen.
The only move you're going to make is allocate the 15th roster spot to Anthony Lamb, and maybe JaMychal Green gets sent packing. Wow. He hasn't played in like 6 weeks, right?
Well,
what'd you see?
I just got a text. Speaking of podcast, and it go to say Warriors. ESPN and Omaha Productions launch a new podcast with Warriors general manager Bob Myers. Lead by example with Bob Myers. Debuts January 17th with special guest Stephen Curry.
Wow.
Proceeds will go to the Warriors Community Foundation.
Good.
This is according to ESPN Public Relations Department. Bob Myers debuting a new podcast courtesy of ESPN and Omaha Productions.
And wait, the proceeds go to the Warriors Foundation?
Community Foundation, yep.
I have a hard time believing he's not going to get re-signed if he just started a podcast that's benefiting the Warriors Foundation.
Yeah, he's getting that money.
Yeah.
I would love to be a fly on the wall in that during
first
that.
thing that my mind went to there.
Well, the first thing I thought of is after you book Steph Curry, who's guest two? When you're a guest-driven podcast, that's a tough job. Kyle Madsen on line one.
Bonte, maybe?
Clock, 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 clock.
I love to be a guest. Oh my God, I love to be a guest on that podcast. That'd be great. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Solo and Electric. Laconica. It's good to be back. Willard Dibs coming up.
Solo is the new single-seat EV built to take you where you need to go. And with up to 100 miles of range, it can take you almost 3 times as far as the average person drives a day. Take it to work, the store, the gym, or even the bank with all the money you can save. Reserve yours now at drivesoloev.com.
Damon and Ratto, weekdays from 3 to 6.
Not only is maybe Christian McCaffrey smarter than the rest, he's faster than all of them. Christian McCaffrey is a blur 2 steps into any route he's running or handoff he's about to take. I don't think I've seen anybody move faster in a 49ers uniform than Christian McCaffrey.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's up? Mark Willard here for the Game Time app, the absolute best way to find your way into the hottest games, concerts, and events in your area at the last minute. My son actually turned me on to the Game Time app. He used it to get into a Padres-Giants game in San Diego this year. He's 15. He was like, Dad, I can get into this game tomorrow for like $15. I told him, you should do it. The Game Time app offers amazing last-minute deals on tickets, and with the NFL playoffs right around the corner, the Game Time app is where you'll want to be. But it's not only pro sports. I was looking at the app today to find Louis C.K. tickets. Ed Sheeran is coming to town. All the events, all in one spot with great deals. Game Time is the fastest growing ticketing app in the nation, and with these deals, it is no surprise. So download the Game Time app, enter your email, and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, enter your email and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yeah. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Oh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Our winter sale is almost over. Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/offers to save through January 22nd. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Bonus days are back for pros at Lowe's. You earn points and save when you buy the top pro brands you trust, like DeWalt. Right now, you can save $100 on the powerful DeWalt 8 1/4-inch carbide tipped portable table saw. Was $3.99, now just $2.99. Join today and shop bonus days, only at Lowe's. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 1/20. Subject to change while supplies last. Visit Lowes.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
They're longtime friends.
Yeah, man, the comeback actually frustrated me last night.
That's so funny.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. 888-957-9570. Let's throw it right out to you, Warrior fans, right away. KJ Wright is on the show. We got plenty of Niners stuff. It's the good doc, Nirav Pandya, making his 2023 debut today on the show. And ... we think Michael Conforto is going to join us.
Oh, my God.
We are dotting I's and crossing T's. He's got to pass physical before he can come on the show.
Man.
So he'll be on in the 11 o'clock hour, pending physical.
Turns out Correa passed his
He
physical.
passed his physical.
So are the Minnesota doctors just either
they
completely
don't
incompetent,
care.
or do they just not even care?
No, apparently all
I wonder.
doctors think it's all going to fall apart 8 years from now. So it's fine
Exactly.
for 6.
7 years from now or whatever.
13 and 12.
Although he can get vested
Too many.
if he plays enough in his 6th year,
get
he
up
gets
to 8.
vested.
Yeah, he can. By the way,
my God.
other little tidbits that have dripped and dropped in this morning that if you missed them. So 3 things. 1, yes, Carlos Correa, ladies and gentlemen, I thought there would be air horns, Spadone. Carlos Correa has passed a physical. So thank you. And yeah, there you go. He's going to play baseball this year, ladies and gentlemen. Not for your Giants, not even in your league. Although, with this balanced schedule, do the Twins come to Oracle Park? And what will the reception be for one Carlos Correa when he comes to the plate, assuming he's not on the injured list?
Yeah, I wonder. You can't boo him. Giants fans don't boo anybody, so...
Oh, too bad. We play him in Minnesota.
Oh, that's it?
That's too bad.
Yeah.
Carlos Correa is not coming. I got him for 1.5 homers in that series. You take the over, the under.
I will take the under.
Okay.
Under 1.5. That's a lot. I think 0.5 would have been a better line. I'll go under.
And then 2 football quarterbacking notes. Tua is out for the Dolphins this weekend. The Bills are heavy favorites, even heavier than the 49ers. And this won't change that. Skylar Thompson is going to start for the Miami Dolphins. The Tua situation, Mike McDaniel, everything that has gone so sideways ever since they arrived here at Levi Stadium at 8-3, and they were the bee's knees and all of that. And now Tua with the serious side of this, all of the concussions and the falling apart, if you will, of the Dolphins season. But they scratched their way into the playoffs, probably to be food for the Buffalo Bills this weekend.
I thought you were going to go FUBAR.
Yeah,
but food also works.
They're going to be FUBAR after the
Yes,
game. They're going to be
yes.
food at the start of the game.
They're going to be food up by any recognition is what's going to happen.
And
I think the spread will move with that news unless they already set the line expecting Tua to be out.
It felt like the initial line was expecting him to be out because the initial line was like 11.
10.5, I think, yeah.
It was really big. I don't know if this confirmation...
It's up to 13 now, so
Is
yes,
it really?
I was right. Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
It went from 10 to 13 because I saw earlier Jimmy Shapiro, I mentioned it yesterday, he had sent out hypothetical lines, and if Skylar Thompson was going to start, the number goes way up.
Well, that was the other issue is would it be Bridgewater or would it be Skylar Thompson? It'll be Skylar Thompson. Bet Rivers has it at 12.5 right now, so there's your Bills-Dolphins line. And then, rap sheet, Lamar Jackson, quote, not looking good.
No?
Not looking good for him to play this weekend. And, man, if this is a negotiating ploy, this is the biggest one in the history of mankind and creation.
You know what that would be, right?
I do.
It would be a negotiation sensation.
It
Thank
would.
you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
cash you out one time.
It's my favorite is anytime I say, you know what that would be, right?
I do.
And then you take a second.
I'm like, wait a minute.
I do know what that would be.
I do know what that is. Bengals, Ravens line.
And thank you, Tim Roy.
Holding pretty steady. The Bengals open at 6.5. It's at 7 right now.
Yeah.
But, quote, not looking good for Lamar Jackson. And has he played his last down as a Raven? I don't know. I don't know where that whole thing is going.
The answer is yes. If he doesn't play this weekend, if he doesn't, quote, gut it out, he's telling you all you need to know about how interested he is in playing for Baltimore. And we talked about this Monday. Think about all the teams out there who are looking for the next quarterback?
Oh, gosh.
There's 10 teams?
At least. Because there are teams you're not even thinking of right now. Like, for instance,
Seattle.
The Bucs. What if Tom Brady is everyone thinks he's a Raider. I don't know if that's happening or not. I don't even know if Tom's playing next year. But one way or another, aren't the Tampa Bay Bucs likely looking for a new quarterback?
Right.
Like that whole division is looking for a quarterback. That entire division.
Tampa, Carolina, New Orleans, and Atlanta.
I mean,
yes.
Right? Desmond Ridder, I don't know.
Maybe.
Like that whole group, if there was a solidified quarterback situation to be had, they would sign up.
Arizona, sure. The Rams, maybe.
Yep.
The Seahawks, most likely.
Maybe.
I mean, there's a lot of gigs out there if you're Lamar Jackson.
The Packers, maybe.
Right.
Let's go to the East. The Commanders, you betcha. The Eagles are good. The Cowboys are fine. I think the Giants
Danny
are okay.
Dimes, does he get paid now? Talk about rolling the dice. Yeah.
I mean, what if they win this weekend?
Right.
What if they win?
Well, even if they don't, he got them back to the playoffs and playing on his walk year. He's got to get a nice little piece.
That's a weird deal. The New York Giants still being. If you go into the analytics, the Giants are the team's like, huh? I do what? Like because Danny's. His stats are not great, but he runs a lot. He did the darn thing. They won the games. I get it. So anyway, so that's all out there. But let's dive into this Warrior thing. And then I got some Brock Purdy stuff that I really want to get to at 10 o'clock. I think we're going to have what I feel can be one hell of a healthy debate. Because this is one where I firmly believe one side. However, I also get the other side. And I did some research. Did a lot of research last night to get ready for this one.
You did a deep dive.
I did. It was a dive. I don't know how deep it was. But anyway.
Well, I saw in the email you said, Dibs, don't look any of this up.
Don't look at it.
And I didn't.
Good for you.
I didn't.
I appreciate you.
Because I thought about, you know what? Look it up. That way you won't look like a clown when you don't know any of the answers.
No, but it come on.
But I could play along like,
right.
Oh, Mark, I have no idea.
No, you have to. We need a clown for this particular bit. And
like a clown?
Why, I can't be it because I'm the one who did but actually it's not being a clown because I guarantee you that everybody listening will be in the same boat as was I before I went to the dark reaches of the interweb.
Look at you,
the
dark web?
All the
You're on the dark web?
I was.
Dang.
I was at like 5:10 last night. I'm like, I'm going diving right now. So all that's coming up at 10.
You must have had something going on because you sent out the pre-show email early. I thought maybe you had
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you exactly why.
You must have had something going on.
I'm so freaking exhausted right now with everything going on. I'm like,
you've had a lot going on.
If I leave this, well, it started with that whole take a plane trip down to Orange County and drive back so my son's car could be here thing last week. I haven't recovered yet. I'm so tired that I'm like, if I save all this, you don't know how many times I'm typing out that show email and my head is hitting the laptop because I'm falling asleep.
Usually like 10 p.m.
I'm
it's
like,
pretty
we're
late.
doing this at 5.
Good.
We're doing it at 5, and then if something happens in the Warrior game, we'll add that in. We can talk about that in the morning, and to a degree it did because they went out and lost to a G League team.
Yeah. You're like the Warriors right now. You're down 25. You're just trying to recover.
Brother.
You're trying to rally.
It's called parenthood. But here's the thing why this comeback, this mini comeback, if you will, it bugged me last night. Because, A, it sucked me in. In fact, even young Jude got an extra 45 minutes of awake time last night. Why? Because we were going to go to bed and night, and the Warriors are down by 30. And then here, oh, wait, Steph's hitting threes. Wait a minute, Dad, now they're down by 10. Dad, they're down by 6. I want to stay up and watch. And how does a host at 95.7 The Game look at his kid and be like, no? You get into bed.
Tim Roy even said it. It's a 2-possession game.
It's a 2-possession game, and every time it is, it always rings in my head. Years ago, I'm at a press conference with Alvin Gentry, then the head coach of the Los Angeles Clippers. Thank you. And just a post-game conference, and he said something. He goes, a 6-point lead in the NBA might as well be 0. It's nothing. He goes, that can be erased in 11 seconds. So as soon as the Warriors got it to 6, I'm like, okay, we got ourselves a basketball game. So, A, you sucked me in. B, you stole 45 minutes of sleep from an 8-year-old.
That's just wrong.
And C, you showed the way you should have been playing the entire time. The reason they rallied wasn't because they started hitting every 3. They actually weren't even that great on the offensive end. But they rallied because they played intensely on both ends of the floor, which meant they could athletically overwhelm a bunch of G League players, a bunch of bench players. And you saw it. Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins were making steals, and they were diving on the floor, and guys were getting open looks. And damn it, that Steph 3, if it had gone in, and that Iguodala call that got reviewed and all that, who knows where this would have gone. But the point is sometimes it bothers me when I see that, because it's like, why can't you bring that in the first quarter? Why can't you bring it in the third quarter so that you don't fall down by 30? And I get it. They're veterans, and they've learned how to sort of, run all of their energy and dilute it a little bit so that they don't run out by the end of the year. But at the same time, it's like, come on, man, you've lost 2 in a row. This is the Steph return night. You're at home against the G League. Stop sleepwalking. And why do you wait 3.5 quarters to shake yourself and wake up?
It's the Star Wars night, too. And this is akin to Luke Skywalker not hitting that shot on his second pass into the Death Star. Turns out
damn it, came in a little hot.
It turns out you rattled that one out, in and out heartbreak, and next thing you know, that big destroyer beam lights up the planet, and ball game, Empire wins. And that's basically what this was. Luke Skywalker, it was a nice try in your comeback, but you fell just short. And
You were the chosen one.
Yeah, exactly. And you look at last night and just the way that game was going, it's like, oh, okay, Warriors are up early. Yeah, that's how this is supposed to go. And then they're down 5, they're down 8, they're down 11, they're down 15, they're down 19, 23, they're down 30. Wait, what? It was an Ayton? Chris Paul?
I find your lack of effort disturbing.
And that's, you talk about things that bug you, and this is a very small bug in terms of things that bug me. When Steve Kerr comes out and says, this is on me, I didn't have them ready to play. Come on, Steve.
What does that mean? I didn't have them ready to play. I mean, you're looking at Steph Curry and be like,
bunch of bull.
Right, does he have to go locker to locker before games in January? Okay, we go. Come on. What do you need? Capri Suns at halftime?
Exactly.
Come on.
And I know what he's doing. He's
course.
trying to take the blame away from the players, but the players are the ones who need to be blamed for that mess.
He also said that maybe this is good for them. This is going to be the wake-up call because it was embarrassing. I don't know. When you looked at the Warriors last night after the game, did they look embarrassed? I really don't know, and I'm not saying that they didn't. I don't know. I don't know how they felt about that. But I know that the Suns have now beaten them all 3 times this year. I know that Orlando swept them. I know that Detroit swept them. And I know the context, and that for each and every one of those statements, there are reasons, although not the Suns. There was no reason. That's why it was the Detroit thing. All right, you hit a buzzer beater, right? And the Orlando, everyone keeps telling me that Banchero is just the next damn big thing, and you just can't do anything with his best shot. And then, of course, they were very limited. They were injured. They did not have all of their players for those games, Steph, Clay, and beyond. But last night, what are you going to give me? Steph needs his ramp-up game? Name a Sun who played last night. I'll give you Mikal Bridges.
There's that Washington guy you couldn't guard.
Anybody else listening, name a Sun, and you're going to tell me, yeah, but
Damian Lee. You shouldn't have given Damian Lee his damn ring. He was feeling himself.
Yeah, he was.
With Seidel and his young son in the building.
The Curry family shots were the only good thing about that game last night.
Right.
They're like, look, here's Steph's mom, and here's Seidel, and then they're like, and look, there's Aisha. She's over there. They're rooting for opposite teams, and that baby's cute. He's got cheeks and all that. Great.
The whole deal.
Great. That was fun. But outside of that, come on. Come on. There's no reason to lose this basketball game last night.
Are you hitting me with a what are you doing right now, Warriors?
I mean, the whole game was a big old what are you doing?
Seriously.
The whole game.
And it's Willard and Dibbs want to know, hey, Warriors, what are you doing 20-21? Because, hey, you won the first 5 games in your homestand. They're back. They've turned the corner. The Warriors, championship or bust. And then you lose those 3 games in this fashion. And, it's why I feel pretty confident in where I've been throughout this entire season, which is This is not last year. This is a totally different deal.
Well, of course it is. We know that. I just don't know that it's not going to end the exact same way. Like, I'll go ahead right now here on this show today. I'm going to do away with something that I promise you is going to show up on our station and across media here over the next few months. The panic meter. I don't have one. It's gone.
I know you don't.
They've won 4 rings, and there are reasons for them being where they are right now. Some of them are better than others. I don't have a panic meter, okay? There is no panic. They're the Warriors. I trust them. They're going to make good decisions, and if there's any way for them to be involved in April, May, and June, I have full confidence that they will be. But
April, May, and June?
And June.
Do you want to make the Guru bet? Because I was trying to get a piece of that yesterday. Guru and Steiny made a bet. Guru bet Steiny $100 that the Warriors would win the championship. Steiny took the field. I wanted to get in yesterday on a piece of that action, but
so you're asking me if I'll do the same bet with you?
You be Guru, I'll be Steiny.
I want you to listen to me very, very closely.
No, I listened yesterday when you talk blocked me when I was trying to get a piece of that action.
I want you to listen to me very,
you
very
said,
closely.
Guru, don't do it, Guru, no!
Here's my answer. I'll say that word again.
Thank you, Spadone.
The answer is no. No, I'm not making that bet with you.
You just said April, May, and June.
Yes, if there's a way for them to be involved, I have full confidence.
In April, May, and June.
Right.
Tell me the odds.
June,
Involved.
If they're involved in the NBA Finals, will you then make the bet?
First of all, the conference finals wiggle their way into June.
I got to check that out. I got to confirm that.
Second of all, being involved in June does not mean winning. No. By the way,
if they're in the NBA Finals, would you then make that bet? If it's them versus fill in the blank Eastern Conference opponent?
You're going to ask me then. I don't know.
No, of course you would then.
I'm not making stupid bets with you today.
No. I'm not saying to make the bet now. But if we get to June and it's the Warriors versus
probably Milwaukee or Boston or
whomever,
or Brooklyn, whatever.
Then at that point you're making that bet.
Probably, yeah, because things have gone incredibly right since then. Or since now.
Right.
For them to get to that point. That's kind of like the Brock Purdy question. Wow, if Jimmy Garoppolo's healthy, then what? If the 49ers have won 10 in a row and Brock Purdy wins the next 2 weekends, I'm sorry, you want to bench him for who? You want to bench him for what? I'm not benching him for anyone, let alone Jimmy Garoppolo. So, no. Like, if you get to then obviously things have gone very differently than they're going now. But the larger issue is the entire sport of basketball, college and pro, right now seems to be sending us the same message. The good teams are sending the same message. We'll see you after football. We'll see you when football's over.
Are the Warriors a good team?
Yes.
I don't even know.
I
don't know anymore.
But they're like a good team in waiting. They're like, we'll be good when we need to be good. I remember this. Ready? Get the drop ready. Spadone, get the drippy drop ready. So when I was covering the Lakers, and I used to talk to Kobe and Shaq after every game.
Oh, my God. Kobe?
Shaq was the one who coined this.
Do you do a Shaq?
Everybody does a Shaq. I don't do impressions that everybody does. I don't do Ronald Reagan. I don't do Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I do a one-word
and
Reagan.
I don't do Shaq.
Well.
And it's pretty good.
Well.
Yeah, so keep it to one. Oh, that meant it got creepy.
Well, that's what he used to call Nancy. Well, Mommy.
It's so weird.
Nancy.
So anyway.
Well.
Shaq was the one who really got the flip the switch thing going. And he even would say, like,
tell me how he'd say it.
He was terrible at shooting free throws.
I'm terrible at shooting free throws.
I'll make them when they matter. And that's
you do a Shaq.
That's what he would say. But you know what? Like, if that has now taken over the whole damn league. Look.
We'll flip the switch when we need to.
We'll be there when it matters.
We'll be there when it matters.
I don't know. As a fan, sometimes I want to go, me too. Let me know when it matters, and I'll show up. Because I wasted 45 minutes of my 8-year-old sleep last night.
Poor guy.
You know what I mean?
He's going to have to gut that out. And by the way, your April, May, and June, I hate to be Captain Corrector here, but the Western and Eastern Conference Finals concluded before May itself had concluded.
Last year.
Correct.
Well, it's the schedule this year.
Well, the schedule, it all depends on whether or not it goes 7 games
maybe
or not.
It's going to go to June 1st.
April, May, and June. June is the NBA Finals.
Yes.
The finals last year started on June 2nd. So And I'll have to see, because the dates are already slotted in this year.
Well, let's take a look.
The NBA Finals. I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, no, I bet I can beat you to it. It's your turn to talk.
Yeah. Oh, look at me. Actually getting a turn. What a novel turn. Yeah. June 1st, the NBA Finals begin.
Yeah, but there could be delays. You never know.
Oh, you calling for another pandemic? Let's go on this one for Dibber Claus.
Another pandemic.
By the way, there's a new variant out there.
I know. Now there's 20
Mask
people that
up.
just screamed at their radio, "This one's not over yet."
It's not over yet.
I mean, but
we're getting the partition back in here.
Is it ever going to be over? It's not like COVID's just going to be like, "All right, I'm done here. Good night. I'm leaving." No, it's going to be here forever. We're just going to have to deal with it. We're going to have to get immune to it. So anyway, I don't want to go on that
polio's
rant.
not here anymore, so I mean, we could eradicate
it. It could go away.
So people got vaccinated.
Yeah, but I feel that way sometimes as a fan. I'm not saying I don't love going to games. If somebody wants to give me tickets to Chase Center for 2 weeks from now, I'll bring all the kids. Believe me, it's a great time. But
it's a great time out.
It is. It's a great time out. Gosh, that has a ring to it. So anyway,
it's catchy.
Point is the whole sport of basketball is just giving that to us too much right now, which is we'll play with all of our effort when it matters. And my response is, let me know when it matters so that I can keep my heart until then.
Yeah, and that's why I stopped betting on the association. And I'm glad that nobody I know who's close to me or who I work with in a changeover situation bets on the NBA, because that thing is dangerous. It's volatile. Yeah.
Guru's TikTok has fallen to 1 and 2.
Possibly 1 and 3, because we weren't sure if he bet on the Warriors or Wiggins.
I don't know.
Both of those lost.
He was wrong both ways.
Yes.
So, yeah, we'll find out coming up.
Today
11:57.
We'll play the audio.
Yeah, we'll break the news. But anyway.
Off of my timeline.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I just wonder about this team's ability to, quote, "Oh, we're going to flip the switch," when we need to, because the hole they're digging and the route that they're going to have to take might be too much for even this championship caliber team to overcome.
Your Warrior calls are welcome at 888-957-9570. Twitch, YouTube. Keep your comments coming. Thank you for being with us today. We really, really appreciate it. The postseason begins now, though. The road to Glendale is brought to you by Marist Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. And don't forget to get geared up for those playoffs by going to 957thegame.shop.com for relevant shirts and DPOY shirts and hoodies and all the gear. 957thegame.shop.com. Former Seahawk KJ Wright is 35 minutes away. But coming up next, could Brock Purdy just be a flash in the pan? I did research, and I found the answer. And that is coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
The road to Glendale is brought to you by Marist Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact Contact SFB Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Make the switch to green soaps and personal products and green cleaning products for the sink and shower. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
So, you've unwrapped a new device this year. Don't forget to take your favorite stations and podcasts with you.
No matter where you go.
With the Odyssey app.
Stream the music and shows you love on your phone, tablet, laptop, smart speaker, and more.
Create an account to save your favorites across devices.
And jump back to the moments that matter most with Rewind.
Your favorite local listening. Available when and how you want.
Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Go farther with better fuel efficiency. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
All right, Steph, you take it away. Can you go please put this team on your back and go get some W's? I mean, this is the other thing that's really scary, to put a little quick bow on the Warriors situation. Now they got to go on the road for 5 games. How's it feel like they're going to do?
0-5, Mark.
Seriously, if I put the over-under on wins on this road trip at a half, there's a healthy conversation.
Nah, there's a couple of.
You think they're definitely going to win a game?
Well, San Antonio is trying to lose, and that's a win.
Phoenix wasn't trying to lose last night.
Phoenix is playing hard. Phoenix gave you their best punch, Mark. And you don't want to take on Phoenix's third string.
You're right. We don't want
in
any
that
of that
spot.
smoke.
No. You don't want any part of D. Washington
ridiculous.
or Jay Landale.
I mean,
or D. Lee. Good Lord, D. 14 of 14 from the line.
He was good, man. He's one of the top 3-point shooters, the top corner 3-point shooter in the game this year. Who the hell saw that coming? I heard Slates.
Thank you.
On with the Morning Roast, and he made a really good point. He's like, look, they essentially said in the playoffs last year, we're going to let Damian Lee go and let Moses Moody take that role, and not a sane person on the planet would have disagreed with them at that time. Damian Lee went out there in the playoffs and couldn't function. We were screaming on our television sets, get him the hell out of here. Moody comes in, he does well, and you're like, okay. So, of course, they're going to let him go. But then how's that look last night? Damian Lee puts the game away while Moses Moody can't even get into the game?
DNP.
Oh, that's a tough look. But, for instance, Otis Bird, one of our faithful YouTubers, just said about the road trip, hopefully 3-2. Do you realize that if the Warriors do that, they will match their road win total for the whole season on this road trip? I don't think that's realistic. I mean, a back-to-back in Boston and Cleveland, do they have a chance to win either of those games?
I get a chance to win one of them, yeah.
They do?
Absolutely.
Doesn't feel like it.
Every time this Warrior team goes up against a team where we think they don't have a chance, they win that game.
But not on the road.
That's also true.
All of those have been at home. When they beat Boston, when they beat Memphis
on Christmas, yeah.
All of those games have been at home. Not once.
At San Antonio is a win. At Chicago and Washington in back-to-backs, they'll win one of those. And then it's a question of can they beat Boston or Cleveland. I got the over-under on this road trip at 2.5.
Yeah, I mean, I think as long as you can get 2, I'd almost take it. You come back 2-3, you're only 2 games below 500.
Think about what you're saying right now.
I know, but
Listen to the words that are coming out of your mouth.
I'm talking about a 20-21 basketball team. Why wouldn't I say that?
And you're talking about a 3-17 team on the road.
Worst road record in the whole league.
Worst road record in the history of the association of a team following up a championship.
And you giving them a win Friday night in San Antonio, you shouldn't do. That is not a cakewalk. At all.
Oh, it's a gimme.
It's an NBA game on the road.
Oh, they stink.
And they're doing that whole Alamo Dome, bajillion people are going to be there. There'll be some sort of different energy in the building.
They're trying to set a record.
But right.
It doesn't necessarily mean that San Antonio is going to have home court advantage. The Spurs, they stink.
Yeah, they do. Right. And on the road, the Warriors...
They stink.
Yeah, they also stink.
It's my Steiny voice.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right. 888-957-9570. KJ Wright is 25 minutes away. So, I got 2 Brock Purdy, 2 Brocks.
Oh,
inside. This stretch here on 95.7 The Game. First.
2 Brock Chalk.
Nice.
Trader Joe's. Remember when $2 Chuck came out? It was like, oh my God,
it was
get a bottle of wine for $2? This is crazy. And you know what? It's halfway decent.
Yeah, it's not bad. And then
think about 7 bottles of it.
You show up to a party now and there's like 12 bottles of $2 Chuck, and they're like, look, we put a party together for $25. You're like, oh God,
yeah,
I'm not staying
I'll have
here.
water.
Yeah, seriously. Like, well, what are you doing? So anyway, there's a couple Brock things. Let me start with this, and then we'll get to the second one, which is sort of a continuation of what happened on the changeover with Steiny and Goo yesterday, whether or not Brock Purdy is the most important 49er on the field, because Steiny's making this point like the Niners have found the magic elixir. They're telling the whole NFL they're the only team in the NFL who doesn't have the quarterback as the most important player on the field. And I'm driving around going, no, wrong, incorrect. So we started that conversation yesterday. I got some more information. We can continue that conversation today. But what about this? Could Brock Purdy just be a flash in the pan? We already know all the people to which we compare him now.
What do you mean by flash in the pan? Like he has a 5 or 6 game run here,
right,
and then he goes back to being Mr. Irrelevant, and he's really the third stringer that we always thought he was.
Like what you're seeing right now isn't real. It's just a guy on a heater, and he's going to calm down. I think that's everyone's deep, dark fear. Their fear is that the slipper doesn't fit, and it's going to come out on Saturday, and it's going to be raining, and Geno Smith's going to look like first half Geno Smith.
Oh, man.
Right? And it's going to be like the Raider game, and all of a sudden It's, oh gosh, you're down by 10, and now it's raining sideways, and here comes the Chicago PTSD and all this stuff, and the 49ers only score 13 points, and they lose 20-13, and the whole thing comes crumbling down, and Brock Purdy's actually not what we thought he was.
If the slipper doesn't fit, then he must sit.
So that's the nightmare, and you wake up in the cold sweat. Is that possible? So,
absolutely, it's possible.
I disagree.
But is it probable? Of course it's possible. And, I mean, Pete Carroll, the gum chewer, all of a sudden he's got 6 games of tape, and now all of a sudden you're going to find a way to solve Brock Purdy. It's possible, but I don't think it's probable because of that beautiful laminated play sheet.
I am going to go through 4 players in sports history. 3 of them have, in theory, a direct connection to this situation with Brock Purdy. One of them played in a completely different sport. But 4 players who, in the moment when they came on the scene, you went, where the hell did this come from? What is going on? How on earth is this going to last? 3 of the 4 did not last. They were flashes in the pan. The 4th became the greatest of all time. His name is Tom Brady. So, 4 players in sports who have something to do loosely with the Brock Purdy situation or simply the idea of a flash in the pan. Let's start with the one who is not in the sport of football. He went by the name Jeremy Lin. There was a nickname for what happened to him. It was called Linsanity. It took over New York. Lin is a local guy, has ties and time with the Warriors organization, as we know.
Palo Alto High.
I want to know what you remember from Linsanity. How long do you think it lasted? Where did his career go next? All of that stuff. Jeremy Lin, Linsanity in your mind lasted how long?
Linsanity in New York lasted about 2 weeks. He went on like a 6-game heater. By the way, I had Jeremy Lin on our show, on our station, and it is the single most widely shared interview in the history of 95.7 The Game.
Damn.
Jeremy Lin referenced Tim Tebow and their mutual love of God, and the interview got picked up globally. This interview got shared
by the Pope.
Millions of, I mean, the Pope is like,
it's pretty good.
Download the Odyssey app. This is back in the intercom days.
Go for a ride in the Mobile and get some fresh air. This is a good day.
The great Rashid from Warriors World hooked it up for me.
Okay.
Shout out Sheed. The Linsanity run, I believe, was a 2-week run in New York, and I think it was a 6-game run.
It was essentially a 2-week run that they call Linsanity. However, what started on February 4th essentially went for the remainder of the regular season, with Jeremy Lin being a key piece of what the Knicks were trying to do. However, and I think this was lucky for him and his contractual status, he got hurt on March 24th and never came back. So
it's about 6 weeks.
Linsanity, or Jeremy Lin as a thing, lasted from February 4th to March 24th, a period of a month and a half. During that run, he had 11 different 20-point games. How many 30-point games do you think Linsanity had?
4?
1.
He had 1?
1.
1 30-point game?
38 against the Lakers, MSG. A lot of people will remember that game. That was it.
Huh.
Never went north of 30.
Again,
more
wow.
than once, and he got a damn nickname out of it. What do you think he averaged from February 4th to March 24th that year? Average points per game.
Well, knowing that he only had 1 30-burger, which means he probably had a handful of 20s, he probably averaged about 19 a game.
18.4 points per game. Very nicely done. Even though you overbid, Price is Right.
But had you asked me those in opposite directions, I would have said he would have averaged 25 a game.
Exactly. So over a period of 26 games, he averaged 18.4 points per game. Got a dang nickname and a contract out of it. And as we know, essentially was never really heard from again in terms of being a star in the NBA.
He was a flash in the pan.
Flash in the pan. Now, let's go to the backup quarterbacks who then win Super Bowls. Let's start with Nick Foles. Your memory tells you that
Big Slick Nick.
He took over in
Sorry, just a quick
Wait,
swivel.
did you say Big Slock Brock? Anyway.
Something like that.
Your memory says he took over when in the regular season?
He took over like week 16, I think. He only started 2 games in the regular season, I think, because Carson Wentz, he got hurt. So I think Foles started 2 games in the regular year, and then obviously throughout the course of the playoff run that he was undefeated.
Yeah, you're very good at this. He started 3. except for the third one was one of those we don't need it final week of the regular season things. And so they lost to the Dallas Cowboys, and he only played, I think, a quarter. But the other two starts, he won both of them. But listen to some of the numbers now. Nick Foles' run really wasn't that regular season. It was actually the playoffs. Nick Foles, in his 3 starts in the regular season, taking the Eagles into the playoffs, went 2-1, completing only 56% of his passes.
Really?
5 touchdowns, 2 picks, and 200 yards per game. 200.
Garoppoloian.
200. Less than Garoppoloian. Easily. 56%?
Yeah.
That's Garoppolo light.
Yikes.
Go to the postseason and things got wacky, okay? It just got wacky. 73% completion percentage, 323 yards per game, a 3-0 record with 6 touchdowns, 1 pick, and 1 Philly special. So
3-0, they were a top 2 seed.
Yeah, and
two teams got to buy.
And they won the Super Bowl. And they won the Super Bowl.
Only 3 games though in the postseason.
And then how did Nick Foles' career go after that?
I believe it went south, Mark, like a duck flying in the winter.
Flash in the pan? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Somewhat. I mean, he's gotten gigs and he's started again, but he hasn't done nearly what he did in Philadelphia.
Sorry if this hurts 49er fans' feelings. Let's talk about Jeff Hostetler, who came in here and engineered a 15-13 victory over the San Francisco 49ers in an NFC title game.
Winning ugly.
1990 Super Bowl. Here's Jeff Hostetler's run. In the playoffs, 59% completion percentage, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. How many regular season games do you think he started for Phil Simms?
Phil Simms.
This is going way back now.
Yeah, we're going back. Phil Simms, I think, got hurt in about week 11, so I'm going to give Hostetler 6 games in the regular season.
The answer is 2. He started 2 games, won both of them with 156 yards per game passing, and only 2 touchdowns.
Great defense, though, and boy, they could pound the rock.
And did not throw
How many catches for McConkey?
Yeah, at least 1.5.
Mark Bavaro.
Right, exactly. And as we all know around here, if Roger Craig doesn't fumble,
oh boy,
we're not even talking about Jeff Hostetler.
Too soon.
Because he doesn't go to the Super Bowl. All right, let's go to the final backup quarterback to win a Super Bowl.
Pan.
Well, his name is Tom Brady.
He'll never stick.
What do you remember? This is the one that really got me. What do you remember about when he took over that year?
Well, I remember watching the game when Drew Bledsoe got basically cut in half along the sideline in Foxborough, and I think he either ruptured or severed his spleen. He had like organ damage, and I want to say it happened somewhat early in the year. I'm going to say Tom Brady started 7 games that first year.
Tom Brady took over in week 2.
It was that early.
It was that early.
Okay.
Week 2, and as we know, he was not a rookie. It was his second year, but he took over week 2, had not really played as a rookie. They had lost week 1, and they lost the game that Tom took over. So they're 0-2 when Tom then becomes the starter, and they end up 11-5. So he wins 11 of the next 14 games. 64% completion percentage. How many touchdowns do you think he threw? He started now 14, played 14 and a half games.
Right.
How many TDs?
Probably 20.
18.
Yeah.
18
because
touchdowns.
I know they weren't lighted up offense, and I'm maybe basing this on the Tuck game where they had to gut that thing out, but it strikes me as that's the way that whole season went for the Patriots.
And I know what a lot of you are thinking, which is that also, especially Hostetler and to a degree Brady, this was a very different NFL that we're talking about that threw the ball a whole lot less. But Tom Brady went 18 TDs, 12 picks, had a very good defense with the Patriots, a quarterback rating of only 86.5. And he ends up winning a defensive battle as an underdog in the Super Bowl over the Rams. I think the final score was 20-17, something like that. Adam Vinatieri and the legend begins. So, what does all that mean for Brock Purdy? When I read all of that, my sense is this. I'm not going to sit here and tell you he's Tom Brady. That would be ridiculous.
But is he better than Nick Foles?
Yes, and he's better than Jeff Hostetler. And the stats and the history of things like this will tell you he's much more likely to be on a Brady-like track than he is to be on a Foles-like track. So this not only goes to our expectations for these playoffs, but it goes for what the 49ers will want to do next year. And it's going to go to my next point with regard to how good Brock Purdy actually is. If you're not playing the home game, Brock Purdy has played 5+ games. They've won them all. He's already got 13 touchdowns against 3 interceptions, a quarterback rating of over 107. For reference, Patrick Mahomes' QBR is 105, and he's going to win the MVP. So, multiple touchdown passes in every single start and a completion percentage of 68.3. To do that over a 5.5 game span would suggest there is no Foles here. There is no Hostetler here. I'm not saying he's Brady, but this idea that Brock has simply walked in and grabbed the reins of a machine that whirls by itself, I do not find realistic. You don't play a full third of the season, put up these kinds of numbers, and then take the slipper off and fall back to earth in the future. This is a very good player.
He's a good player. We don't know how very good he is until he does things that we haven't yet seen. And if you look at what he's done compared to what Jimmy Garoppolo's done this year in the same system, in the same offense, the numbers are uncannily similar. So Brock Purdy is basically taking what Jimmy Garoppolo did and duplicated it. He's had the exact, look at his numbers.
Injected steroids
Completion
into
percentage is almost identical. He's throwing for a little bit more yardage per game. He's had a better array of weaponry than Jimmy Garoppolo most likely has. And look at me being the guy defending Jimmy Garoppolo here.
Multiple TD passes in every start.
He's been better in the red zone, and he's been better at finding George Kittle to be certain. And, you know, you look at the opponents that he's faced, neither of them has faced that much of a gauntlet of opponents. But
I mean, the first
we don't know if Brock Purdy is going to be a flash in the pan until he does it for more than 5 or 6 games.
The first 3 games he played were all playoff teams.
Right.
Facts.
Right.
Facts.
No, great. Playoff teams.
I know none of them are dominant.
None of them are very good.
Well, but we keep doing this to teams, and if we all agree there are only 5 good teams in the NFL, then who's actually been tested? Have the Chiefs been tested? Who'd they beat? They lost
the
to
Chiefs
Buffalo.
have been tested. They've played tough teams.
And they've lost. They lost to Buffalo, and they lost to Cincinnati.
I'm not here to defend Jimmy Garoppolo.
They beat the
versus Brock
49ers,
Purdy.
but the idea is, but the 49ers are untested.
I'm just saying with Brock Purdy, it's too early to dismiss it as a flash in the pan. Now, if you look at the way it's trending, it's definitely trending toward more permanence than it is toward not being permanent. The Hostetler one's an interesting comp because if you look at the totality of his career, and I'm looking at his numbers right now, in 1990, he completed 54% of his passes, and they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He never was above 63%, but at that time, it wasn't the same level of completion percentage as we see now.
No.
Teams, when you threw the ball down the field. You didn't check it down like you do nowadays.
Hostetler's a great comp for what Jimmy did in 2019, because for those of you who weren't around for 1990, Jeff Hostetler was doing what Jimmy was doing against the Packers. Handing the ball off. The guy's name was O.J. Anderson, and he was a bull. And he took down the Buffalo Bills in the Super Bowl, and to a degree, he helped run out the clock against the 49ers in a 15-13 game that set up a game-winning field goal at the buzzer that sent me over to Whale Park to shoot hoops for about an hour and a half to meditate. I was so upset as I was 15 years old. So anyway,
Hostetler never had a losing record throughout the remainder of his career with the Giants, with the Raiders, with Washington. But at the same time, he was throwing for about 180 yards, 200 yards a game. So in that way, he is probably more like Jimmy Garoppolo than he is what Brock Purdy could be.
I mean, Garoppolo has close to twice as many passing attempts as Brock Purdy this year, and has 16 touchdown throws. Brock has 13.
Yeah.
3 less in about 60% as many throws. So I get that the completion percentages are similar, but if you've watched 49er football this year, you understand that these completions are not the same. They're just not. He does have a higher average per attempt than Jimmy Garoppolo, and the red zone has been completely different.
Yeah.
But it's not even that. I'm not telling you that Brock Purdy's an elite quarterback. I do disagree with something that just came across on YouTube saying if you put Brock Purdy on any other team in the NFL, they don't go to the playoffs. Well, that's a bunch of bull. I mean, that's a bunch of bull. Bro, there's a bunch of NFL teams that Brock Purdy could take to the playoffs. There are a bunch that he couldn't, But this is not. This is the idea I'm trying to dispel. I think a lot of you are cruising around out there going, this is a 49er machine that goes, and all they need is somebody to not mess it up. And so there are a bunch of people that could quarterback this team to the Super Bowl, and I think it's absurd.
See, I disagree with that.
Totally absurd.
And I think that you've seen it from Jimmy Garoppolo to Brock Purdy. And if you took any other quarterback in the NFL and you put them in this system, the majority of those quarterbacks will play better than they play in their own system.
Yes, but not this well. Not this well.
Well, this is one of those things we can't quantify. You can't tell me if Brock Purdy is in Houston and Davis Mills is in San Francisco, is Davis Mills as good here as Brock Purdy is? No. Is Brock Purdy better than Davis is in Houston?
Yes.
Yes, but Houston's not a playoff team.
Right.
And the Niners aren't not a playoff team because they have Davis Mills.
I'm not here to dispel the 49er roster. I'm not a dummy. I get that they've got a great player seemingly at almost every position. I totally understand that. However, I think it's funny that we spent 5 years going, Jimmy's not good enough. And then once he's gone, we're like, well, any old horse can quarterback this team. Well, if that was true, then why are we even looking for a new quarterback at any point? All we need is some horse to go stand out there.
He's a horse.
And hand the ball off to Christian McCaffrey.
See, I don't think it's any old horse, but I do think that what Brock Purdy is doing, and you look at what Jimmy Garoppolo did, it does devalue what Jimmy was able to do in some way based on what Brock was able to walk in and do in this system with this personnel.
I mean, maybe in some ways, maybe that's what these playoffs will tell us, right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, does it denigrate Jimmy? Does it mean that, I mean, the open market is also going to tell us something about Jimmy Garoppolo as he goes into a healthy one as a free agent this offseason? Quarterback needy teams, I guarantee you somebody's going to go after Jimmy. They're not going to pay him top of the market. He doesn't deserve that. But I don't know. You know, if Brock runs this thing through and wins 4 more and does it on the road in Philadelphia and goes toe-to-toe with a Mahomes or an Allen and wins, now we're having a completely different conversation. That's not really where I started my point, though. My point is that what you're seeing from Brock Purdy over a 5.5, honestly, 6-game span, and the numbers that are being turned out because of it are very unlikely to be not real. And I think a lot of people are still not sure. They're still not convinced, and it's based on largely what you're saying right here, which is some people think that any old horse could stand out there with this roster and win, which is odd to me because this
that's
roster,
not true.
This roster was 3-4, and we were freaking out 11 weeks ago.
Well, Trey Lance would be the example, Exhibit A, as to what you're talking about, because Trey Lance had the keys to the kingdom. You didn't have Christian McCaffrey, but you had everything else, and this offense was not running at the same level. Now, did Shanahan not give Lance a chance based on the play calling, or was Trey Lance not ready, or a combination of the two? We do know this. Brock Purdy came off the bench as a third stringer, and this offense got better. Those are facts.
Scored north of 30 in every game except for the road game on Thursday night at Seattle, where he was not expected to even make it through the end. That's it. Scored north of 30. This was the whole narrative at the beginning of the year, which is that the 49ers can't score 30. And yes, McCaffrey's a part of that. But when Jimmy was playing with Christian, they usually get to 30.
Do they get 30 on Saturday? Considering the weather,
talk to me about weather. Talk to me about weather, and I'm not going to
talk to Steiny about weather.
I'm not going to say that weather should get in the way of
Pike.
We did get a good hit the Pike yesterday. I'm not going to say that weather should get in the way of a 49er victory. It could get in the way of a high-scoring game, right? And the 49ers, if there's weather and they get a 2-score lead, they're going to sit. They're going to sit on it, as they should. So, 20-3. Yeah, that could happen. If they need to score 30, then yeah, I do think they will. The Seattle defense doesn't worry me one bit. The Warriors do, though, and it's Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. KJ Wright's joining us next. We'll get deeper into this game as the postseason begins now. And the road to Glendale is brought to you by Merrill Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. And Willard and Dibbs also sponsored in part by calhope.org. KJ Wright joins us next on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Watch the Morning Roast live on YouTube every weekday from 6 to 9.
I think Nick Bosa's been a better draft pick. Look at what he's done on the opposite side of the ball. Eric Armstead had his best year. D Ford was awesome. Ebicam, a case can be made. He's the greatest draft pick on the defensive side of the ball in the last 20 years.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
It's back and it's better than ever. The 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. January 21st through the 29th. You'll see hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Like motorhomes, travel trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers. Go to RVshows.net for more information. Don't miss the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
From the beginning, Meriwest Credit Union was created to provide a brighter financial future for you. We work hard for our members because they're our greatest strength.
Meriwest worked for me when I needed an auto loan for my first car.
When I need to make a mobile payment, Meriwest works for me.
Put our premier savings account to work for you, now paying up to 25 times the national average. Meriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. It looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's rock and roll. We're one day closer to what's going to jump on you now. You're going to get to the weekend and do that whole Friday night thing. You're going to wake up and be like, holy hell, the Niners play in a couple hours.
Exactly.
Like this thing's going to come at you fast now. The appetizer game, if you will, which I wonder if the Seahawks are almost taking as a slight, because let's be honest, we all agreed if it had been the Packers playing the 49ers, this would have been a Sunday game, and I've seen it written in a number of places. The NFL's tucking this in first game Saturday because they're not expecting it to be close. So I wonder. Let's get KJ Wright, who's played for this team, played for this coach, to jump in, and we'll talk it out a little bit here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Good morning, KJ. Thanks for coming on. How are you?
Doing well, man, but I'm not doing good here in appetizer game and not being close. What are we doing here?
Yeah, right? What's this all about? This is supposed to be a rivalry game, and the NFL's basically like, whatever. This is going to be a Purdy party. We'll see. If you were on the Seahawks, how would you take the way that this game is being discussed?
I mean, as a player, you hear the disrespect. You hear the noise. You hear the outside world saying you can't do this. This team heard that they would be 32 before the season started. They heard all that noise. And so I do believe that with Coach Carroll, he's been here. He's done that. He has got to find a way to get these guys' mind right, first of all. And secondly, when you look at this roster on San Francisco, it is loaded. Let's be clearly transparent with that. But where can we attack this defense? How can we attack this rookie quarterback? In our first two matchups, we were disastrous running the football. And so I know that San Fran on paper is a really good team, but I do know Coach Carroll, who's done and seen a lot of football. And so I'm looking forward to him finding a way to be creative.
And what is that way, KJ, in terms of how you can get to the 49ers, other than trying to pressurize and heat up the rookie quarterback? What can Seattle do offensively to try to put this Niner defense on its heels?
I mean, when you look at our first two matchups, in the first game, we ran the ball 14 times. Second game, we ran the ball 14 times. That is far from Coach Carroll's philosophy. And what I saw we did in those games, that we got away from the run game. We didn't try to keep attacking this San Francisco defense. When you look at you guys' defensive linemen, you guys are in track stances, rushing the quarterback on the way to the run. And so we got to find a way to stay committed to it. We got to find a way to get Kenneth Walker going. If he does not get 20 to 25 carries, it's going to be a long day for the Seahawks. And so it may be ugly early on in the game. The defense may stop them, but I need to see the Seattle Seahawks defense to find a way to create turnovers. I need to find us a way to get 3 and outs. And so both sides have got to play hand in hand with each other. And so if they come up with that same game plan like they did in those first two games, it's going to unfortunately be another loss.
KJ Wright is with us here on Willard and Dibs. KJ, you've mentioned Pete Carroll. You played for the man. I need you to translate this for me. Take a listen to what he said in front of the media yesterday getting ready for this game.
So sunk into the being Lions fans, man. We love the Lions. Coach Campbell did a great job with his crew, and they played a fantastic football game to get the win, to give us the chance. So we're going to try to do something with it. Unfortunately, we're playing the Niners, and they're loaded and healthy and on a roll and about as hot as you could possibly get, and doing it in a really commanding fashion too. You know, with the young quarterback who's doing so well, just kind of would buck the odds. You know, that everybody would think you could do that, and everybody in the media anyway. We'll see how we get our guys back for this weekend. It's coming up quick with the Saturday ball game, and we've already started our week and we're underway.
KJ, I don't know if you're a Hoops fan, but Jason Kidd of the Mavericks did the same thing with the Warriors last year in the playoffs, where it was just like, look, we don't even belong in this series. I don't even know why we're arriving. We got no chance to beat this team. What's Pete Carroll actually doing here?
I'm hoping this is a case of using reverse psychology. That's the best thing that I could think of because he's sounding very defeated. He's sounding very down. But I do believe that this is the case of hopefully reverse psychology. And this man is a competitor. He's the most ultimate competitor I ever met. He's optimistic. He's positive. And so I do believe he's going to find a way to get these guys going. Regardless of the outcome with the Seahawks, with this team, you got first-time Geno Smith as quarterback playing in his first playoff game. You got about 6 rookies out there playing in their first playoff game. The experience alone is going to propel this team to new heights. You get these guys, you get a taste of this playoff football, get a taste of everyone's at the house watching us play. And just for these guys to get this experience, I do believe that it will build them to something special going into the future.
Geno Smith as quarterback, is he the QB of the future? Is he Mr. Right, or is he just Mr. Right now?
Ooh, that's a good question. I do believe, I'm telling you, especially with these quarterbacks in this draft now, Seahawks have the number 5 pick. A lot of talk has been talked about C.J. Stroud. When I look at Geno, the man is a Pro Bowler. He broke a Seahawks record last week. He broke Russell Wilson's passing record, number 1 in QBR. The name of the game is when you play well, you get paid well. And so I do believe that he's earned himself a 2 to 3 year deal. Hey, Geno, we love what you did. We see you, being a quarterback of this team for the future. But also, let's be transparent. There's some good young quarterbacks coming up. You're going to your 11th season. We're still going to draft a quarterback for our future. But as of now, you are the guy that can lead it. We don't want to throw a rookie quarterback out there with this roster that we have right now. So he is Mr. Right now. And I do believe that the Seahawks are going to find a way to extend him for about 2 to 3 years.
KJ, you're a defensive player. I'm interested in your take here because there's one thing that Brock Purdy, I guess 2 things in this game that he's never done. He's never played a playoff game, and he's never played a team twice. So he's been fantastic. There's no way around that. But if you as a defensive player, now having played him before and knowing he's still young, you would approach that game and that matchup how?
I would approach it as a defensive coordinator differently. You have a rookie quarterback, first time. The elements are going to be bad. It's going to be rainy. It's going to be wet. If I line up as a defense and do the same thing that Brock Purdy has seen on film, then I'm doing my team a disservice. If I come out and run the same quarters, 3-4 stuff that we run multiple times a game, this young kid is going to figure this out. So what I got to do is I got to throw this man some curveballs. I got to bring a pressure that he's never seen. I got to go either a zero blitz where there's no safeties in the middle of the field. I'm going to go for it and get this quarterback rattled, get this quarterback off the spot. He's surrounded by plenty of weapons, but you got to find ways throughout the game I got to give this man something different that he's never seen before. And so I'm really looking forward to Clint Hurt really trying to rattle this quarterback, giving him new looks. Because if you get out there and do the same thing that he's seen the first matchup, Kyle Shanahan is going to put him in position to be successful. So there's going to be another explosive play.
You mentioned the weather, and if it is foul weather here, if it's a sloppy track, is that something that can be an equalizer? Does that give hope to a heavy underdog? Are the Seahawks hoping for a sloppy track in order to try to equalize the footing, so to speak?
No. Yeah, we don't need a sloppy track. We don't need perfect weather. It is what it is. I know that when we step foot on the football field, both teams are going to have to feel the elements. They're going to have to feel the weather. It's a matter of which team is the most prepared, which one comes out with the proper cleats, the right gloves. I hope everyone takes off their visors so they can see. And so the Seahawks don't need any extra special elements. They just got to go out there. Coach Carroll, we know what you want to do. We know your philosophy. These guys are going to have to grow up. You have tons of rookies on this football field. Let these dudes grow up. And so it's going to be a cool experience regardless of the outcome. But on paper, the Niners are definitely one of the best teams.
Yeah, KJ, I'm hearing everything you're saying from it's going to rain to Pete Carroll's philosophy. You've mentioned Kenneth Walker and run the ball. And we know that the 49ers don't usually give that up. Josh Jacobs had a good game a couple weeks ago. And that's about it. So philosophically, do you think the Seahawks should be trying that more, or do you think that that's just not even an option for them in this matchup?
Well, there's no other option. There's no other option. When you're a coach or you've done something your entire career, you've done something all season. I'm going to live by this, or I'm going to lose by this. And so, can he get creative? Absolutely. Can he do stuff a little different? Absolutely. But at your core, you are who you are as a team. And if you just get outmanned and outmatched, then those are the results you're going to live with. You can't come out there and expect to throw this ball 40 to 50 times and think you're going to win the game. That goes against everything in his DNA. And so I need my defense to step up. I need the offense to step up. It's going to take a team effort. And so any given Saturday in this situation, anything can happen. And so I'm really looking forward to the play calling on both offense and defense to see what can we do differently to get these Niners teams off track.
Are you still sensing that this is a big-time rivalry from the Seattle side? I know Niner fans remember the Richard Sherman and, Turkey on the 50 and the playoff loss to Seattle. Do the Seahawks still see this in that same vein?
It's not even close. No, absolutely not. Just what we experienced in 2012 to 2015 is something that will go down in history books as one of the greatest times in football. You just talk about the players that you guys had with Frank Gore and Navarro Bowman, Justin Smith, just the list goes on with what you guys had. And we had a legendary defense ourselves with Legion of Boom. And so these guys are coming. I do believe that maybe in the future it could come back to it, but absolutely not. I lived through history and just how special that time was, the NFC Championship. Seeing the 49ers go to the Super Bowl the year before. We go to back-to-back Super Bowls. So two talented teams, two talented coaches. But right now, it's not there yet.
KJ Wright, former Seahawk, member of the LOB on 95.7 The Game. Great to have your thoughts this week, KJ. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, there he goes, KJ Wright. And I think that the tone that he strikes is the tone that we always hear going into a playoff game, which is that, sure, anything can happen. Pete Carroll's playing reverse psychology. These are the things that need to happen. But you even hear the yeah, but in the back of his mind.
Right.
And so you're right. It's an oblong ball, and it could rain, and it's the playoffs, and it's a rookie quarterback. But of all the different scenarios that could play out this weekend, feels to me like about 90-something% of them lead to a 49er win.
95 to 100%, I would say. And the only thing that I think about would be is if the Niners were -3 in the turnover differential. If they're only -2, they can still win this football game. If the Niners turn it over 5 times and they only get 2 turnovers back, or if they turn it over 3 times, even if they turn it over 3 times and Seattle doesn't turn it over, I still feel good about their chances in that they could limit Seattle to field goals in those instances.
I agree with you. And actually, the thought that went through my head is if they're -3 in turnovers, you already have a problem because they turned it over 3 times.
Right.
Like they should not. I think a good offense that's making good decisions, and Brock Purdy has certainly done that, doesn't turn the ball over 3 times. Now, maybe you're talking about rain and fumbling, but they've got to be prepared for that. They've got to not do that. They've got to know that you got to hold on a little extra tight in the rain. Turnovers are also based on where you do them, not just if you do them, but where on the field you do them. Like, for instance, that Raider game, Purdy threw the pick, and it was a great pick. It was a really great play by the defender, but it was also a downfield throw. Like, one thing I've noticed about Brock Purdy, we like a lot of what we've seen, but I really love when he chooses and how he chooses to take a risk. In fact, even go back to one of his first interceptions in the league was 4th down situation, throw a jump ball down the field, and if it gets picked off, it works as a punt. And so it'll go down in the books as like, oh, Brock Purdy threw a pick. But it's like, yeah, but that's not going to kill you. You throw the ball down the field. It ends up just being a punt. And he did throw that pick against the Raiders in the midst of trying to engineer a comeback. And it didn't stop the comeback from happening. So I'm with you on that. They can survive 1. They might even be able to survive 2.
Right.
3 for me, that's the opposite of the magic number.
They've turned it over 17 times in 17 games.
Yep.
And according to my math, that's 1 a game.
You're good at this.
And do you know where they rank in terms of giveaway, takeaway, turnover margin in the National Football League?
They've got to be, like, first of all, teams, you end up in the playoffs based often on this stat. And I got to think they're a top 7 team.
Number 1.
Number 1.
Yes.
Yeah.
plus 13 on the year. They've taken 30.
That's the deal.
They've given 17. And if you look at the teams, all the teams that are above water in this ranking, Niners, Cowboys, Eagles, all playoff teams. Lions and Patriots are next, and they were right on the cusp of it. Then it's Bengals, Jaguars, Chargers, Ravens, all playoff teams. Steelers, another team, winning record on the cusp. Giants, playoff team. Packers were right there. Then it's the Vikings, the Seahawks. Then the Bills are at 0. All those teams have a winning record, Mark, and it's not a coincidence.
There it is. I mean, if you ask Kyle Shanahan what he wants, first and foremost out of his quarterback, it's not turn the ball over.
Right.
And I can't think, by the way, and Kyle, maybe you got this, someone on the top of your head.
Hey, Kyle.
How many times have they lost a fumble since Purdy took over? He's thrown 3 picks since he took over as the starter. So that's only 3 turnovers in the 6 games. How many fumbles have they lost during that time?
Brock hasn't lost any.
Brock's lost none.
That I know.
I feel like the team is doing a better job in the second half of the season. First half of the season, there's some fumbles I can really remember. Debo in the red zone in Chicago week 1.
Debo on the play, he got hurt. He fumbled.
He fumbled there. Okay. But
how could you when your entire leg's about to fall off?
He only missed 3 games. Injury wasn't that bad. Hold on to the football.
Okay.
Wow.
What did I tell you, Cap?
They fumbled 8 times. They've lost 8 fumbles
all year.
On the year.
On
correct.
the year.
Yes.
On the year. So I can't think of more than 1 or 2 in the Purdy party. So you're talking, I think, about less than 1 turnover a game since Purdy took over. And look, with this roster, if you average less than a turnover a game, let me tell you where this is going. Glendale.
Yes.
That's where it's going. So that's the deal. And so I'm with you totally there. And that's why I would submit to you that weather does come into this conversation. Like, for those of you who are listening to a very hot moment with Steiny and Goo yesterday.
It was hot.
Over whether or not weather should be called an equalizer. Steiny was damn near, if not offended, by the idea that 49er fans would worry about weather. He's like, you've got the better defense, you've got the better run game, you've got home field. What on earth are you worried about? It should help you.
He was saying, so wait a minute, you're telling me that the team with the best run game and the best defense is worried about a sloppy track? Hit the pike.
Right, we got a good hit the pike.
Come on.
Now, he's right. However, where it can become an equalizer is simply because now you've not just got an oblong ball, but a wet one. And that can lead to not Brock Purdy throwing terrible throws, but it can certainly lead to a ball bouncing off of a receiver's chest plate and turning into a pick six.
Please.
It can lead to a fumble in your own red zone by your running back. And if you do that at the wrong time and in the wrong game situation, yeah, it can flip a game. So that's true for the Seahawks, too. I don't think it's an equalizer. I think the 49ers are a 10-point favorite no matter what the hell's going on in the skies. That's what I think. But it does lead to a higher chance of sloppy stuff going on. Slippy, sloppy.
Yeah.
Right?
Slippy, sloppy. And this is where I was listening yesterday, too, and I was kind of on Team Guru because, and this is why I asked KJ Wright that, because when you get a sloppy field, the sloppy turnover takes away from the team that should be more dominant.
Yes.
Now, it's not to say that the better team all of a sudden is going to fumble more because it's a sloppy field, but a sloppy field, I think, brings the overall level of the game down, and it allows the underdog to maybe get a fluky thing to go their way, because in a sloppy game, a sloppy field situation, a loose ball is more likely.
Here's the thing, though. What I also think in weather is you get an advantage when you're the team that is more buttoned up. And if I was really going to use a phrase to describe what I've seen from the 49ers since Purdy came in, is, man, they look buttoned up.
Yeah.
They look like they know what they're doing. They look like they have a plan. They look like they executed. Have you noticed that not just the turnovers have gone down, so have the penalties? I know Hufanga's still got a face mask here and there, but if you go back to the Chicago game, it wasn't just missed assignments on defense. It was a total lack of discipline on defense, out of bounds hits, late hits, like all of that stuff that kept coming from the defense. That's lessened as well. And Purdy's got nothing to do with that. That's usually on the defensive side of the ball. So to me, it looks like a very mature football team right now. And that that not only helps you in the playoffs, that helps you, I think, when it starts raining.
Yes, and I think the whole idea about giveaways is so important to every team, but especially this team. The 49ers have played 4 games this season in which they've turned the ball over 2 or more times. Do you know what their record is in those 4 games, Mark?
Okay, 4 games where they've turned it over two
or more times.
Well, they definitely, let's see, they turned it over 2 or more times in Chicago. So
That's a loss.
That was one of them. Let me think, and I won't look up the stat, but let's see. Did they turn it over more than once against the Chiefs? I was in the record in those 4 games. I'm going to say is 1-3.
0-4, Mark.
Oh God.
They turned it over
Are
thrice.
you serious?
Thrice against Denver. They lost 11-10. They turned it over 3 times against Atlanta in a 2-touchdown loss. They turned it over 3 times against Kansas City. You got motorboated by 3 touchdowns.
So you just found, that's the elixir. There's the magic right there.
11 turnovers in 4 games, 6 turnovers total in the other 13.
In the 13 wins.
Yeah.
So if they turn it over 2 or more times, they're 0-4. If they turn it over 1 or less, they're 13-0.
Yes.
All right. Hey, kid, hold on to the ball.
Pretty much,
That's
right?
what I'd say.
And
That's
you
it.
look at
Hold on to the ball.
You look at those games against Chicago. You were a -1 against Denver. You were a -3 in turnover differential.
And lost by 1 point.
-3 against Atlanta, turnover differential. -1 against Kansas City. That's the only time where you've been underwater in terms of your turnover differential.
That's incredible, and that's why Kyle Shanahan freaks out about it so much. Don't turn the ball over. And look, Purdy. 3 picks since he came in, and probably 3 that he's gotten away with. So it's not like that's not within the repertoire.
Right.
It absolutely is. Hell, he threw one right to the Seattle backer in Seattle and lucked out. It got dropped. And then there was even the one, against Vegas where the duck went flying up into the air and Ayuk went and got it luckily. But that could have been, right? So that could have changed everything.
But the other big part of this is the defense has become much more greedy in terms of takeaways. First 8 games, the Niners defense had 9 takeaways. Since that time, they've been a takeaway machine.
Yeah, Tashawn Gibson feels like he's had 7 picks in the last 2 games.
Exactly.
I mean, that's what it feels like right now.
Just camping under these errant throws.
Totally. I'll never forget almost fainting when he caught that ball in Vegas.
You saw that thing.
Well, again, yeah, when you're looking at it from an all-22 angle, the minute Stidham let it go, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's fly ball to center field. And Gibson's the center fielder. He's the only one underneath it. But as he caught it, you had the Robbie Gould PTSD kick in, and I wanted him to go for 6. I wanted to end the game. And I started jumping and screaming and jumping and screaming and jumping and screaming. I swear I almost passed out. there had been a couple beers too. So, but only
Look
a couple.
at you.
Well, when in Vegas, right? You got to get after it a little
Couple
bit.
beers for you. That's going deep right there.
I really lost myself, Dibs. Yeah, I had 2.
Getting after it, kid.
Oh, my God.
It was wild. I might have even had a cocktail the night before. Tell you what,
Man.
I am a rebel. All right. 888-957-9570. That is our number. Your phone calls now. There's also this. I called my guy, speaking of Vegas, I called my guy last night. I gave him a call. I said, hey, help me with a bet. And it wasn't even a bet, but it was a conversation between the 4 of us yesterday. Steiny, you, me, Goo, we're all sitting here.
Oh.
Now, Steiny had made the point the day before the 49ers are becoming the team in the NFL, showing you that quarterback is not the most important position for them. It is for everybody else. So I said, look, and I tried to walk out the room and do a walk-off, but no one agreed with me, so I came back. I said, look, if there's any one 49er who could be knocked out of this game, announced as out tomorrow afternoon, that would change the spread in the game, the biggest change would be Brock Purdy. So, yes, he, even in the face of Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, and more, he is the most important player on the field coming up this Saturday. I called Vegas. I tried to confirm my point, and Vegas came back with a and a huh. So I got the answer for you coming up next. Postseason begins now. Road to Glendale brought to you by AmeriWest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Also, get geared up for the playoffs right now at 95.7 The Game. Shop.com, relevant shirts, DPOY shirts, all of it. It's at 95.7 The Game, shop.com. Thank you, Matt, all the way out in Charlotte, who just bought a relevant t-shirt. And it's Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. We'll get to your calls next. The good doc is next hour as well on Willard and Dibs.
By God, is that the Harlem Globetrotters music?
Yeah!
Harlem Globetrotters! Bring me!
It is. The Harlem Globetrotters are live in studio with Vontae and Shasky tomorrow morning at 8.
Unbelievable.
Don't miss the hilarious and talented Harlem Globetrotters tomorrow at 8. Live in studio with a morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just one dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 nerve care company. Nervive tablets contain alpha-lipoic acid to relieve nerve aches, weakness, and discomfort, plus B-complex vitamins to support healthy nerve function as you age. Live life with less nerve discomfort with Nervive Nerve Relief. Learn more at nervivehealth.com. And try Nervive Pain Relieving Cream to block nerve pain signals at the source. Use as directed.
What is the most random thing you are afraid of?
I am terrified of getting a paper cut on my eyeball.
That is pretty random. I'm Larry Mullins, the host of a new podcast, Your Weirdest Fears, where we dig into the weird, the wacky, the things that keep you up at night, and learn how to survive them. Listen and subscribe on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
Because our way works great for us.
But it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated to put clients first. It's the highest standard for a financial advisor.
So, what do you provide? Cookie-cutter portfolios like the rest of us?
No cookie-cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable retirement, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the Ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
My Dodger hatred ended.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's awkward.
Never. Ever. Well, since you brought up baseball, I do have this development, which you might find interesting, Mr. Dibley.
I was just enjoying the Carlos Correa timeline on MLB Network with the various jerseys. When he goes into the Hall of Fame, does he go in as a Giant or as a Met? Yeah.
That's a good question.
And they had him wearing number 1 with the Giants.
I'm so done.
You can't wear number 1 with the Giants. Is that Armando Rios?
I don't know.
Great Giants who've worn number 1.
You know me. I don't. It's like I know what Will Clark wore. I know what Buster Posey wore, and that's it. I don't like.
You know Timmy, and you know he's a horse.
Timmy was 55,
correct?
And the horse was.
He's a horse.
Hang on, don't tell me. The horse was
your favorite way to drink a beer.
With my right hand? Wait, what do you mean?
40.
Oh. Yeah.
40.
I just don't even. I don't notice.
Kaner was 18, I think.
Yeah, like when I'm the kind of when you tell me, well, he was 75 because that was weird. So I got that right. But when you tell me, I'm like, oh yeah, right. But if you just go, what number is he wearing? I don't know. Like I'm so wooed by their eyes. I just never look at their number. I don't look at the backs of people. Dibs.
Correa was supposed to wear number 1.
I look him in the eye.
Which great Giants who wore number 1.
Yeah.
Mauricio Dubon, Kevin Pillar, Gregor Blanco, Ehire Adrianza.
So every turn and burn outfielder from the last 15 years.
Benji
is what you're
Molina
saying.
wore 1.
Oh, okay.
Jose Guillen, Ishikawa, Armando Rios, Nefi Perez, Forever Giant, Damon Minor, Glenn Allen Hill, shout out Santa Cruz, and Davey Martinez.
Nefi Perez, back from the days when shortstop weren't allowed to actually get a hit. Remember that? Like we did a chant in San Francisco for a guy that in a good year might hit 220. We're like, ooh, Rebe!
Good
We're
call.
like, good Lord, dude, you can't hit. Like, let's just go to the bathroom and let us know when the next guy's up. Anyway, so here's my baseball development. Are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, Carlos Correa, whose physical has been passed and is now officially a member of the Minnesota Twins again. Their World Series odds prior to the Correa physical, Dibs, plus 5,000.
Really?
But now that the physical has been passed, Correa is officially back on board. The Twins' World Series odds are plus 5,000. Right. So there you go. Didn't move one damn bit. And that's the effect of Carlos Correa, which I'm laughing at myself on that one because I spent an entire day walking around on my head. I was so excited this guy was coming to town. And it turns out he doesn't even move the line.
Well, I mean, who does in baseball?
I don't know.
I don't know if any player really moves the line in baseball.
I think an elite starting pitcher does.
Perhaps, yeah.
An elite starting pitcher does.
But Carlos Correa, with his bum scan, you know.
But it's also the lines. You're playing the public, and the public gets excited when a big name comes to town, and therefore it changes the line. I would have bet you that the Giants line, and maybe somebody followed this, I don't know if it moves pre-physical or not, but when the Giants signed Correa, I bet their World Series odds changed. But that's because it's San Francisco, California. Now he's going to Minneapolis. How do you measure excitement in Minneapolis?
Right.
Like the nation's not going to be like, oh, he's a twin. This changes that division or whatever. No, it doesn't.
And a lot of times we talk about the odds moving and we forget to contextualize the fact that these are the gambling odds put out there in order to gauge interest. So a move like Correa to the Giants or the Dodgers is going to move the needle a lot more than it will to a team that isn't going to draw as much gambling action.
Exactly right. All right, Doc is at 11:30. If you were with us earlier when we mentioned that Michael Conforto was potentially coming on the show today, Conforto has been moved to the TBD area of the remainder of this week.
Okay.
And again, as we said, it was pending a physical. Not the Giants physical, that's already been passed. But in order to come on the show here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game, you have to pass a rigorous physical challenge. And Conforto has not done that as of yet. So when he does, we will rebook him.
Okay.
And so good Doc Pandia making his 2023 debut back to his normal time slot on a Wednesday at 11:30.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. So let's go to the phones. 888-957-9570. How about Bobby in Los Altos? Hey, Bobby, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Just, as always, intently listening to you. So the reason I called is you guys just mentioned how Steinmetz went apoplectic yesterday. I was the poor soul, long-time caller that called in and got him started on that. I've never been told to hit the pike in my life before, so it was a bit jarring. But the crossover, can you just tell Steiny that he hurt my feelings?
Definitely.
And I'd like an apology. But
definitely, yeah. We're going to start with that, actually. Oh, and there he goes. Listen, I would take it a different way, though, Bobby.
Apology
We will
not accept.
Yeah, we'll ask for the apology. Spoiler alert, you won't get it. And then secondarily, don't look at this as a bad thing. You don't need an apology. It's like, dude, you just got your stripes. You just got your stripes, man.
Boom shakalaka.
Yeah, you just got
Bill Murray.
That was an initiation sensation.
Harold Ramis. That's a buck.
You get told to hit the pike on 95.7 The Game. You go to a different bucket of callers on this radio station. So I want you to take that as a badge of honor, not anything else. Let's go to Rolando in Napa next up here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Rolando, what are you doing?
I'm a big fan of the show, guys. I'm just having my amazing Starbucks coffee from my amazing baristas here in Napa. They always take care of me, and I love listening to you.
What's your order, Rolando?
Yeah, Rolando, please, your full coffee order when you arrive at a Starbucks.
It better be 4 words or less, or you're getting run.
I give you 5. I
Okay,
usually
my
give you 5.
apologies.
5 words or less. If it's more than that, be honest with us, but we will rip you. Go ahead.
Mobile app, pistachio ice latte. That's it.
Pistachio iced latte.
How sophisticated.
Yeah. What size, Rolando? Are you a crazy person?
No, just like a large size. So I'm a big fan of pistachio, and they have it there, and that's my go-to.
Yeah, but large at Starbucks, as we know, Rolando, large at Starbucks means medium. Because the word grande actually translates to large, but at Starbucks, it's a medium.
Grande is a medium.
Yeah, so do you
Venti is a large.
Thank you,
yeah.
exactly right. So do you actually get a large or do you get a medium?
Largest size.
Oh, you are a crazy person.
Yeah. A lot of pistachio.
Venti pistachio. All right, Rolando, what else you got?
Hey, I want to talk about the Niners and especially Brock Purdy. I got 2 quick points. To this day, I still think that Arizona Cardinals messed up the draft by passing on Nick Bosa, and I'm very grateful that they took the Brian Shrimp, Kyler Murray #1, and the Niners took him to the 2019 draft, because right now the Niners look better at number 2 pick than with the Cardinals right now.
No question. No question.
Also, too, I was making this anomaly, but I want to think what you guys think. Looking at Brock Purdy the past couple games, he reminds me a little bit of Madison Bumgarner, where the big-time moments, everything seems to be calm about the guy. That's my anomaly about Brock Purdy. It reminds me of Madison Bumgarner. Like, when he won those 3 World Series with the Giants, Bumgarner looked calm, cool, collective, and he made it look very easily. That's why I see the resemblance of Brock Purdy when I see him play the games. He doesn't look like a deer in his headlight. He seems like he has the offense all in control, and I want to hear what you guys think about that. Am I right about that?
I think it's
Thank you, Rolando.
Yeah, Rolando. I
and
think
enjoy your pistachios.
I think it's a fantastic observation. It made me think of. Did anyone else see the video of Brock leaving the game on Sunday? He's leaving Levi Stadium, and he's got somebody with him. I don't know if it's a strength and conditioning person or whatever, but whoever it is twice his size. And Brock Purdy's got a backpack on. He's wearing joggers, and he's got his hands in his pockets. And he's walking out of the stadium, literally looks like a kid walking home from school. Like, go by any high school today in the Bay Area at 3 o'clock and just watch the kid, and, beep-a-da-boop-a-da-bob.
He's just kicking a rock.
Just like, whatever. Like, we're going to the playoffs for the 2 seed. And he looks like he's 4'11", and his shoulders are not broad, and he's unassuming. Now, you compare him to Mad Bum. Others would compare him to Joe Montana. I know that's hard because I don't mean that in terms of his greatness. I mean that in terms of the stature and the cool under pressure. This is a definite observation that I think is very key to the Brock Purdy conversation, which is that certain people in high leverage situations don't have the same heartbeat as others. And I mean that in a good way.
Yeah.
Camilo Doval, who hasn't had tons of success, he's been fine, but they joke with him about it because it's the 9th inning and it's a 1-run game and there's runners at first and second. And Camilo looks like, what's going on? Like he's just sitting there.
And Brandon Belt is still getting criticized for his hangdog, demeanor in that same sort of way.
Right. Crawford, a lot of the Giants just are, thank you. They just kind of have whatever, like flat face, emoji face in these big moments. And Brock seems to be one of those guys. And I would bet that at some point over these next 3 weeks, that's going to come in handy. It's going to come in real handy.
Well, I wonder if he's able to keep that countenance. Certainly, as things go bad, if they potentially get rough, if he makes that mistake that we haven't seen him make yet, where maybe it's a fumbled snap, or maybe he doesn't see the pressure coming from the backside, and it's a strip sack or a pick six or something really, really bad happens, then we'll see if he truly can keep this countenance. So far, he hasn't really faced any adversity even close to the level where he might be tested. You're down 10 to Vegas.
Yeah, it's not
You're already a playoff team.
Right.
Big
It wasn't
deal.
the whole world wasn't going to come crashing down if they lost that game. That's true.
Right.
But it was exactly what we asked for him to face.
Right.
We knew at some point,
doubt.
second half, double digits on the road, and he was fine. He was like, we're good here.
And so far, so good, no doubt.
Yeah.
But he hasn't really faced that real adversity of, playoff game and it's your fault.
Right.
And I'm not saying that he's going to crack and start going Phillip Rivers on people or go into a full Aaron Rodgers mode where you're throwing your teammates under the bus. I don't know if that's going to happen. And the good thing, Mark, the guy had a ton of games in college at a high level to where he's already been through this sort of a leadership adversity role.
Right. This guy, I'd have to look, but in 4 years, I would imagine, let's see, Iowa State. This guy played some road games, whether it's the Oklahomas, the Michigans, the Ohio States of the world, whatever. He's been in environments like that, and I'm sure that will help coming up here in this month of January. I'll also say this because I promised it. So I texted my guy in Vegas. I'm like, all right, which 49er is announced as out and it moves the line the most? And the answer is Purdy, but with a caveat. He goes, part of the reason it's Purdy is not just because he's playing well. It's because the drop from him to his backup is more significant than maybe some other players. So the only other name that came up in the conversation was Christian McCaffrey. And I know a lot of people are bringing up that name. I would submit to you, though, that it's actually obvious, no matter which way you're looking at it, is the gap between Christian McCaffrey and Eli Mitchell smaller or larger than the gap between Brock Purdy and Josh Johnson? It's smaller. It's smaller. So, yes, part of this is just who's your backup. Part of it is what position do you play? But a very big part of it that I feel is being dismissed is the way Brock Purdy has managed this offense and how it's looked with him at the helm. We keep saying anybody can do this, and the fact of the matter is that in the Kyle Shanahan era, no one else has. So why do we keep saying, well, any old person can go out there and do what Brock Purdy's doing? Nobody's done it. Nobody's done it. Jimmy hadn't done it. Trey hadn't done it. Beathard hadn't done it. Mullins hadn't done it. Nate Sudfeld hadn't. No matter who else you want to throw in there, and I know there hasn't been any other, whatever, quote-unquote elite player, but no one else has been able to be like, I'm going to grab this, and we're going to score 35 points a game every single week. So, yeah, I get what you're saying, which is that to you, the MVP of the team, the jersey that you'd want to wear, the one who brings you to your feet the most, might be Christian McCaffrey. But the most important player on the field for this team, and quite frankly, just about all the others, is a quarterback who's playing well. Like, not even all the playoff teams can say that. I don't know if Geno Smith is playing well. Doesn't look like
when
it.
You go across, we did this yesterday with the NFC, and you don't have a lot of world beaters at quarterback. Daniel Jones hasn't done anything in the playoffs. Kirk Cousins has one postseason victory. Put Tom Brady aside, the greatest of all time, but other than that, you don't have a lot of experience in the NFC. Dak has one playoff win, and he's thrown more picks per pass than any quarterback in the league this year. So there's a lot of question marks across the board. I'll say this, though, about your argument and your odds maker conversation. If Jimmy Garoppolo were healthy enough to be the clipboard holding backup, the drop off from Brock Purdy to Jimmy Garoppolo is not nearly as significant as the drop from McCaffrey to Mitchell, the drop from Trent Williams to Brunskill, the drop from Kittle to Charlie Warner.
But to move the line,
the rest
do you think it would not? It would move the like.
And again, this is a different conversation because the line is it's an obtuse thing.
It's a perception.
It's completely,
a perception,
and it's a perception created in order to mitigate risk from the casino's standpoint.
Here's where I'll meet you. I'll meet you that it's an unfair conversation because one of them's a quarterback and he has the ball on every play. And
the backup is a guy who's never, I mean, he's 12 years in for 17 teams.
But let's go if it's Jimmy. Even if it's Jimmy, because it's not just Jimmy coming in. It would be Jimmy coming in off of injury, having not played for 2 months or month and a half.
Yeah.
Right? And when we saw Jimmy come off the shelf early in the year and have his first start against Denver, it was a complete disaster. So I think if it went Purdy to Jimmy, I actually do think there would be line movement. If it went from McCaffrey to Eli Mitchell, would there be line movement? Very few players move a line. Maybe there would be, but it wouldn't be much.
I don't think there'd be much.
I don't think if Eli Mitchell were starting this game, I don't think anybody's like, well, now I think the Seahawks can win. I don't think that at all. I mean, if McCaffrey were out in this game, what do you think the spread would be? Right now it's 10, 9.5, 10.
If it's 10 right now and McCaffrey's
out,
spread's still 10.
Yeah, might go down a point.
If Kyle Shanahan loses his laminated play sheet and he suddenly
goes down to 2.
Exactly. So, I mean, I think that because of Kyle Shanahan and what we've seen from this offense pre-McCaffrey, with McCaffrey, you could rightly say, I'll just put Debo back there.
Yeah.
You got Debo, you got Mitchell, you got Mason. You've got enough to where even if you didn't have McCaffrey, there wouldn't be that much of a step down.
Brock to Josh Johnson, what happens to the number?
It goes to probably 7.5.
I think maybe even lower.
I still think it's a touchdown.
I mean, you're talking about a guy who's like barely ever started a game in his life in the NFL.
But you still feel like they would be able to run the football enough to where, I mean, they're not going to be, hey, Seattle's favored by 2 all of a sudden because we don't have Brock Purdy.
You know what the weirdest part of this text conversation was with my guy in Vegas? Again, odds maker. He fires back and he goes, so a part of this conversation is going to potentially be irrelevant soon because Jimmy's going to be back. And he didn't mean that in terms of the drop-off from Brock to Jimmy. Vegas's perception, at least from one odds maker, was that when Jimmy gets back, he might be the 49er quarterback. And I keep hearing this from places outside of San Francisco, national debate shows. Now I got an odds maker saying, and I'm looking at these people going, you're not watching, are you? You're an odds maker. And so I know he's watching. He's an incredibly smart guy. And
it's his job to watch.
It's his job. I go, are some of you under the impression that the 49ers will get to January 29th in a road game at Philadelphia and even pause for a millisecond at the idea that an available Garoppolo would be their choice to start at quarterback? I mean, maybe if they win the next 2 games 3-0. That would literally be the only...
Right, and Brock has 3 turnovers in each game, and he suddenly looks like Mr. Irrelevant again.
Where we sit today, is someone under the impression that the Niners would knowingly and by choice start Garoppolo?
Go back to Garoppolo.
Over Purdy?
In a vacuum, I can understand where they're coming from, but let's take a step back and think about what the Niners have done vis-a-vis the treatment of one James Garoppolo. Garoppolo leads you to the NFC Championship game, and you tell him, thank you next, Ariana Grande. And by the way, we've already spent 3 first-round picks to get your replacement. So I know you did great last year, and you led us all the way within 1 drive of the Super Bowl, but we don't want you anymore. Go ahead and play on the kiddie field while we try to trade you. We can't trade you. You're still not our starter. We're going with Trey Lance. Now we have no choice. Now we got to start you. Brock comes in and wins 5 straight games, and now you're just going to go back to Jimmy Garoppolo? It makes sense outside of the market if you look at it and go, well, Garoppolo's won more. He's done more in the postseason. Yeah. But when you look at what the Niners have done in terms of the treatment of Garoppolo and what Kyle Shanahan thinks of Garoppolo, there's no way they go off of Brock Purdy.
And just watch the last 6 games.
Exactly.
I don't know. Like, do you want to go into the national championship, the NFC championship game? Do you want to score 35 or 25? I mean, essentially,
35 is better.
I
Mark.
like 35. I'll take 35. It looks to me like that's what we're dealing with. You want 25 or do you want 35? I'll take 35. That's just me. But apparently, this is a discussion of some sort. It's not. It's not. I mean, listen. Look at even the history of the league. When someone catches fire, you don't play with the fire. Tony Romo came back. We'll stick with Dak. Right? Alex Smith came back. We'll stick with Colin Kaepernick.
But you don't lose your job due to injury, Mark. That's the old adage in sports.
Yeah. You do.
Harbaugh looked at that and said, you do, by the way, and we're going to the Super Bowl with the backup.
Right.
And it's the same case here. You don't lose your job due to injury. So Jimmy G's back healthy for the NFC Championship game, and Shanahan goes, you know what? Darn it, you're right. You don't lose your job due to injury.
Gosh.
Jimmy, hey, Trey, if you're available, we'll go with you, Trey.
Now, I will say this. If you're someone who sort of believes in karma or just the way that the story goes, because we're here now and the playoffs have arrived and we think we know how the storybook ends. We think that Brock Purdy runs the 49ers to the playoffs, wins at least 2 games, and then we take our chances after that. We think we know. How many other times this year have we thought that we knew what was going to go on at the quarterback position? Would it be wild for me to suggest that it just feels like this is something that would happen to these 49ers and to the person named Jimmy Garoppolo, that he would get cleared for January 29th and that something would happen that gets him into the damn game and the 49ers are suddenly back on his back again?
It seems outlandish and ridiculous and far-fetched, but to think that it couldn't possibly happen... And there's something about the Jimmy Garoppolo angle. So Brock Purdy wins this weekend, and you go out and you win in the divisional round, and something happens, though. A little tweak of the ankle or a little flare-up in his oblique or whatever it is, and it's like, geez, he's questionable, and here he comes, number 10, handsome as all get out, and he's back under center. I mean, it's a ridiculous thought.
It just gives me... I mean, it's the only time in my life of watching Jimmy Garoppolo, my shoulders get tight as you're sitting here saying the scenario. I do not want that to happen.
Or God forbid Brock Purdy get hit by the new variant and he goes into the protocol. Something innocuous like that, where Brock Purdy, good. Purdy's got the vid. Purdy's out.
It'd be better than Josh Johnson, though. It'd be better than Josh Johnson.
But, you want to watch the internet melt down.
The postseason begins.
Mask up, Brock.
Now, the road to Glendale is brought to you by Mara West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together. Please keep getting geared up for these playoffs at 957thegameshop.com. Got the hoodies, got the shirts, relevant shirts, DPOY shirts, Get your hands on them at 957thegameshop.com. As we sit here and talk about the health of players, why don't we get Duck Pandia into the conversation? Cleared to Play is next. Steiny and Gouloom. It's Willard and Dibs.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
The Manufacturers RV Show is back. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 21st through the 29th.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAX-EXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
Hey, I'm Andy, and every morning I wake up thinking about shaving. When I started Harry's almost a decade ago, the shaving industry was a mess. Flashy, overpriced razors as far as the eye could see. I just wanted a great shave at a fair price. Too much to ask? I didn't think so, and that's why I started Harry's. 10 years and 20 million Harry's customers later, we're still obsessed with giving you a quality shave experience. Sharper blades, a better lubricating strip, and making our handle grippy in all the right places? All upgrades based on your feedback. And it all comes at a great price. Seriously, as low as $2 per cartridge. These days, my mornings are a little bit different. Morning, girls. But I still wake up thinking about shaving. Our starter set has everything you need for a close, comfortable shave. 5-blade German-engineered razor, weighted handle, and shave gel. Get yours now for just $3 with free shipping, backed by our quality guarantee. Just go to harrys.com now and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Your body's not a temple. It's a temple of doom.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Thank you, Dante. Thank you very much, Mr. DiVincenzo. You know, right now, actually, I was listening to Bonte earlier today say he referred to the foundational six. And I think if you're a Warrior fan, you know exactly who we're talking about. You're talking about the foundational six. It's the starting lineup plus Jordan Poole. And I immediately was
Sorry,
like,
Andre.
Well, yeah, that's true. He used to be part of the foundation, and now he's not. And that's fine. But I also, this is how quickly I have taken to one Dante DiVincenzo. I'm like, what about DiVincenzo? I know he's not foundational, but give him the 7. He's the only other player on this team where I'm like, love every minute of what you're doing this year so far there, buddy. He's the only other one. So as far as a playoff run, I know that in a global sense, he's not part of the foundational six, but is he part of any rotation that is going to do anything this year? Hell yeah.
If you're a championship team, he's not your number 7 player. And this is no disrespect to
your number 8.
DiVincenzo.
Might be your number 8.
If he's your number 8, you're probably not a championship team.
Their starting lineup, Poole, Kuminga, and DiVincenzo. I got no issues with that. That's a group. That's a squad.
It's a group. It's not good enough to win a championship, in my opinion.
I mean, that's been their core.
Is it as good as what you had last year? No, it's not.
We'll see. Time for Cleared to Play. Take you inside the tent. Get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. And I'm going to say it to you right now, Doc, and Dibbs is going to hate me for it, but it's the first time we've talked to you. So, Happy New Year, Doc.
Happy New Year. Yeah, you could say this for the whole month of January. It's still Happy New Year.
That's medically inaccurate.
Take that, Dibbs.
Doc Pandya, and you and I both highly educated. You know better, Doc. You're better than that. It's January 11th. It's time to turn the page.
We can debate about that offline, Dan, but yeah.
Perfect, yes. All right.
There's some Warrior stuff to get to for sure, but I'm going to ask you just a projection question because it seems to be something people want to talk about. Let's say January 29th, the 49ers are still playing football, and let's say Brock Purdy tweaks a little something, and here comes James Garoppolo onto the field. Yeah. Should 49er fans be like, great, or in your mind, are you going to see someone who moves even less than he normally does?
Yeah, I think, just kind of hearing the reports, he's kind of just putting a little weight on it, not really putting full weight on it. I mean, I think by that point, assuming this is a normal break, the bone should be healed. But the real question is how much mobility and movement and strength will he have back? And I think that's the key thing, is that there's healed for like the regular person who's on the street, and then like being healed and rehabbed and strong enough to play. So I think we would probably see a less mobile Jimmy G out there. I think he's absolutely capable to be out there and play, but it could be very hard for him to be effective. And that would be the main concern. It's not necessarily can he play, but how well will he play.
Yeah, and we know that an immobile Jimmy G is not very different from a mobile Jimmy G, so hopefully we don't have to face that. From the hypothetical to the actual medical, Steph Curry comes back after nearly 4 weeks out with the shoulder subluxation. What did you see in terms of his left shoulder mobility last night?
He definitely did look a little bit more hesitant, and I think that's not unexpected given the nature of this injury. I mean, I think when you have a lower extremity injury, you know a little bit more about what to feel. Like, people have soreness in their lower extremities, but this upper extremity, it's a very hard injury to kind of get that confidence back. So he seemed to be moving a little bit more gingerly. He wasn't necessarily moving his arm as fluidly when he was going around. He obviously was taking less shots. So I think that's expected. It's going to take 7 to 10 days to get that confidence back, because the key thing with this is, just like he injured it, it was an unexpected blow. You're kind of going around the basketball court and trying to avoid unexpected contact sometimes, and it's hard to do that. So I think he's definitely going to be a little bit more cautious, but I think we'll see his confidence get better and better as the games go on. But his conditioning looked great. That was my biggest concern, was how much conditioning could he do? I think the confidence and his shooting touch will come back, but the hesitancy, totally expected at this time point.
Doc, I feel like we've asked you this before, but the calendar suggests we ask it again. We're at the 1-year anniversary of Klay Thompson's return to the court, and he's still not playing back-to-back games. Does that make any sense to you?
It absolutely does. And I think people, once they see him back on the court, they're thinking, wow, this is, he should be back. They shouldn't have these issues. And even when you look at a single injury, like just an ACL, just an Achilles, it's year 2 and year 3, you still see some of the physical deficits. That doesn't necessarily mean that you don't have great performances like he had, but the high minutes, the usage, the back-to-backs, even after one injury will be there. And now we're talking 2 injuries and someone who's over age 30 and playing on an NBA court. So it totally makes sense to me. And I think we saw this the past 5 or 6 games where he was playing high minutes and then he had knee soreness. So absolutely, I think he's clearly capable of doing it. He can do it in short periods of time. But anytime something pops up, maybe before the injury where you let him play through it, I think you're just going to be careful so he doesn't become someone who's on the injury report. Kind of like Kevin Durant has had, these MCLs, these hamstrings coming back off his Achilles when he's been playing high minutes.
From one player to another on the Warriors, Jonathan Kuminga sprained right foot. He'll be reevaluated in a week. That reevaluation happened earlier this week. What's your sense of when Kuminga might be able to come back off this nagging little injury?
I think he is out of the boot, which is obviously the key thing, because typically whenever you see that boot, they're trying to get the inflammation and pain down, and the fact that he's out of it usually means they're on to that next phase of rehab where they're getting you to walk on it, potentially doing some running. So I would think in general, if this is kind of your garden variety kind of foot sprain, potentially 7 to 10 days, barring any setbacks. So I think that'll be positive for him. And I think the team, as we saw last night, clearly needs his defensive presence and kind of that inside the paint kind of skill. So hopefully he'll be cleared and back on that court, hopefully within that time frame.
We look forward to another great year with you here in 2023. Doc Pandia, once again, for Dibs especially, Happy New Year, Doc.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Mark. I'll keep every week we do this segment, I'll say Happy New Year until February.
Perfect.
Doc, get well soon. That's a sickly take that Mark just foisted upon you.
It's weird, Doc. Dan is texting Dr. Feely right now. I don't know what he's saying, but I found that to be odd.
I wished him a Merry Christmas because I haven't had a chance to talk to him since then.
All right, Doc. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, take care, guys. Bye.
All right, there he goes. That's the good Doc, and the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. And I also want to point out, Ernie Chavez is one of our great YouTubers who actually did the upcharge and the super chat and threw a couple bucks into the kitty to get his comment highlighted to us.
Yeah.
And he said, subluxation sensation, that's a buck.
That's very good.
Yeah. I almost did it when he said something about Jonathan Kuminga being reevaluated.
Yeah.
I was like, that's a reevaluation sensation.
I thought about
which
it.
Which is also a buck.
But it's a serious medical segment.
It's very serious.
Very serious, although he laughed like 5 times.
Very serious.
Without a doubt. I didn't want to trivialize an injury with a Tim Roy nod, but yes, the subluxation. And I was kind of keeping my eye on the sleeved left arm of Steph Curry,
sure.
Just to watch, and it felt like there was a lot of times, especially on defense, where he was reaching more with his right arm. He didn't want to put his left arm into a vulnerable spot, which makes sense. And over time, he'll regain confidence and regain strength, and hopefully he'll be back to the same 2-armed Curry.
Also felt like when he went to the bucket, he might have, I just think there's contact hesitation at any time, and maybe we're making that up. Maybe it's just a guy who's trying to get his legs back and is easing his way back in. And normally when someone's out for a month, anything 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks, when they come back, they're a little rusty. Andrew Wiggins looked a little rusty again for 2 games in a row now since he returned. So maybe it's just that, or maybe there is that mental hurdle that still needs to be crossed.
On the positive, Klay Thompson is feeling it. He is playing great for the past month. And, what you said to Doc Pandia, you asked him about the back-to-backs, and I think that's going to be in place for the rest of the year. That may be in place for the rest of his career.
Crazy.
And it's just the way...
That's the way it is.
It's the way of the world. And we already saw earlier this week, Mark, where he had to sit out a game because of knee soreness. And so they're going to be extra cautious with Klay more than any other player.
It's all sponsored by Solo, Willard, and Dibs. 957thegameshop.com is where you can get your gear to get ready for the playoffs, like a Relevant shirt or DPOY shirt. Coming up next, Steiny and Goo going to jump in here, and we will freak out about weather. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
Driving should be fun, even just running to the store. And it is with Solo, the new single-seat EV. With its responsive handling and cockpit-like environment, it always puts a smile on your face. And at less than $16,000, the price will too. Get yours at drivesoloev.com. Price excludes tax, title, and other fees.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight pad.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
From the beginning, West Credit Union was created to provide a brighter financial future for you. We work hard for our members because they're our greatest strength.
West worked for me when I needed an auto loan for my first car.
When I need to make a mobile payment, West works for me.
Put our premier savings account to work for you, now paying up to 25 times the national average. West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
At Staples, you can count on every project being print perfect, guaranteed.
I need presentations and brochures printed, and they have to be perfect.
Your bounded presentations, brochures with the finest folds, and more will be done right every time. That's our Print Big promise. Now at Staples, get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more, plus 20% back via store bonus. Try Staples and see the difference. Ends 2/11. Rewards members only. Bonus must be redeemed in store. See staples.com/stores/printbig for details.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Are you ready? Bonus days are back for pros at Lowe's. You earn points and save when you buy the top pro brands you trust, like DeWalt. Right now, you can save $100 on the powerful DeWalt 8 1/4-inch carbide tipped portable table saw. Was $399, now just $299. Join today and shop bonus days, only at Lowe's. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 1/20. Subject to change while supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
Rain in Lafayette. Highs near 55.
Weather brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Choose Barbasol Shaving Cream for a thick lather and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better buy Barbasol.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm a full-service partner.
You are, dude.
On the air, off the air, during breaks. 24 hours a day you get me, Mark.
Coworkers usually look at you, do not mess with my money. Like, that's why Jimmy Ward is probably a little peeved at the Niners this year.
Fair enough.
Don't mess with my money. You just mess with my money, but in the right way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Speaking of messing with money,
good on you.
Hashtag fade the goo. Coming up, Guru's lock of the day. Rare uptick.
Yeah. Have we recorded Goo's TikTok into the system yet so that we can play it? Because not only was it wrong, I watched it and I wasn't even sure what the bet was. That's how great his TikTok was. It wasn't like, what do I bet? It was, what did you do wrong? Anyway, that's
actually
coming up.
they've renamed the social media from TikTok to TikLock. That's two upticks. I'm probably overdoing it.
Good job.
And that's coming up. Yeah.
It is coming up.
Yeah, thank you.
It's also Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Before Steiny and Goo get in here and everyone starts screaming about the rain. Hey, Kyle, what was this? I'm already getting upset at these Eagles fans. I don't even know if this game's going to happen. It's 3 weeks away. There are 12 quarters of football that need to go the right way before the Eagle 49er game even happens. But we're already getting all the, remember Matt Nahagian? Oh, Niners don't want any of the Eagle fans smoke. You're not going to take that. I mean, yeah.
Jalen Hurts.
Cheesesteak. Yeah, stop. You're not scary.
Liberty Bell.
You're not scary. Like, I know in Silver Linings Playbook, a couple people got beat to a pulp in the parking lot. Outside, you're not scary. This isn't the vet. It's not, oh my God, Brock Purdy's going to just wilt because there are people yelling. Stop. He's played at Iowa State for 4 years. He played in Vegas. I was there. It was loud. It was loud. He was down by 10 points. You're not scary. But the trash talk is already starting about a game that hasn't even happened yet. So, Kyle, what was it your Eagle fan buddy said to you?
I get a text from a friend of mine that says, yo. And I'm like, what's up, buddy? What can I help you with?
Starts with yo. You're already on a bad track.
Because sometimes he'll run a thought or an opinion or like I have this issue. I said, yeah, buddy, what's up? And he sends back in all caps, fly, Eagles, fly, B word.
Right. So,
why you got to say it like short?
It's January 11th. The game, which may or may not happen, is 18 days and 3 correct outcomes away from even happening. Now, and then what did he continue on to say? Something about Brock Purdy. What did he say?
And then, so we were kind of talking about the Eagles and Niners, and he goes, admit it, you're scared going into this weekend with a rookie quarterback.
All right, so this is East Coast.
And I said, you got me.
Every East Coast frat boy who's got the bill of his cap like squeezed too tight and it's all like curved around his face. Every one of them.
Did you ever go flat, Bill, or you've always kind of gone to
yeah, I like a curve, but I got a few flats. You get to a certain age where it's like, what are you trying to do there, buddy?
But you don't have the super crease.
No.
And that's what you're talking about.
I don't like the super crease. Yeah, like it's most of us, right? You're in your 40s. Your head's too big for that. Like it looks good if you're 15. We're not 15 anymore. Anyway, there's a great tell. You can tell when someone is from Philly or New York or whatever.
Boston.
Admit it. You're scared. No, I'm not scared.
And I won't admit it.
I'm not scared of Brock Purdy. I'm not scared of the playoffs. I'm definitely not scared of you, Philly Eagle fan. I tell you what, if somebody ought to be scared about quarterback, how about you're also out of nowhere third-round quarterback who's not even healthy, who's supposed to go play in a week and a half and win a football game that may well be against a division rival, for all we know. In fact, it's probable that the Giants or the Dallas Cowboys, and if it's not one of those two, it's the GOAT. Those are the teams that could end up in Philadelphia next weekend. It's just so funny.
If Tampa and the Niners both win, then it's Tampa. Am I right?
If Tampa and the no. So that Philly's opponent is essentially determined by Minnesota. If Minnesota wins, they're coming here.
Unless Seattle beats the Niners. If Seattle beats the Niners, then Seattle goes to Philly.
You're going to know most of what you need to know as soon as the Minnesota and Giants game is done. You'll know what day the Niners play, and you'll know mostly the opponent.
You're assuming the Niners beat Seattle. Admit it, you're scared. You got a rookie quarterback. Admit it, Mark.
I'm terrified.
Say it. Say, I'm scared.
I am. I'm scared. I'm scared.
There you go.
I'm no more scared than I am in any 49er game.
Say, I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you, Jim.
Exactly. Like, I'm looking at this one, and you'll be able to tell right away. If Minnesota wins, they're coming. If the Giants win, then you know the 49ers will play. By the way, if Minnesota wins, Niners, Vikings next Saturday. If the Giants beat Minnesota, then the Niners will play on Sunday, hosting either Tampa or Dallas. That's how that's going to work.
Right.
All right. So,
assuming that the Niners beat Seattle, and you've already admitted you're scared, and so this game suddenly is a toss-up.
Niners are going to have to win. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, if Seattle wins.
I'm sick and tired of you putting the Niners through to the divisional round.
I am.
Especially considering you're scared.
Admit it.
You're scared.
You're not scared. I'm not scared.
I'm not.
But this is the larger point is not even, I don't know who's going to win these football games. The larger point is Philly fans' view of self, which is hysterical. It's hysterical to me because the city is literally built on
losses,
not self-loathing. The city is built on self-loathing. Any Philadelphia fan, you know this. You want to admit something? Admit it. You hate yourselves. You're the same people who start screaming for the next team. Yeah, look me in my eye. You are. Philadelphia fan is self-loathing. You start chanting for the next team on opening day if your team's losing.
Big homie's going to be fine,
The Sixers can go out there and they're down by 5 at halftime on opening night, and people will start chanting, "Let's go Flyers." It's the most defeatist fan base in the history of fan bases. I love the city. It's an amazing city. I walk through it and I wonder why you do this to yourselves. But it's clear when you meet locals, they have this confidence problem. And so
it's because they don't win, Mark. If you go back to 1980 and you take the big three sports, football, baseball, basketball, they've won a grand total of 4 championships.
Yeah, but it's been
the Sixers
good lately.
have 1, the Phillies have 2, the Eagles have 1. Do you know how many the Bay Area has since 1980? The Niners have 5.
Got more than that in the last decade.
The Giants have 3.
Yeah.
The Warriors have 4. We've got 12. They've got 4. So no wonder why they have a chip on their collective shoulders.
I get chip on the shoulder, and I understand cold weather cities. I get it. We get to be out here and freak out when a little water comes out of the sky. They've got to get a shovel so that they can get to work. I understand. I know the whole dynamic. It's just another reminder that the loudest person in the room is almost always the most insecure.
Yeah, it's true.
So, Kyle, when he texts you, yo, all caps, fly Eagles, fly, B, your response is, Bro, why are you so insecure? Admit it, you're scared. Admit it, you're thinking about me 3 weeks before the game even happens.
Brock Purdy does that to people.
Chill, bro.
Admit it, you're scared. You got a rookie quarterback.
Why y'all hot under the collar 18 days before a fake game even potentially happens?
You know what I actually told him?
Chill,
I said, no, you know what I'm scared of? I'm scared of Jake Brendel against your interior defensive line. Got him.
Which is
zapped.
The most Kyle answer ever. This is the most Kyle answer of all time.
I got Spencer Burford.
Yeah. And then Larry Krueger showed up to the argument and started talking about some center that they can draft 3 years from now from Iowa A&M. Like, it just, the wheel keeps on turning. All right. Let's get Steiny and go in here. Hi, boys. It's raining outside.
No.
And it's very scary when it rains.
Wheel in the sky keeps on turning.
Shout out Journey.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Kept a tune there pretty good, too, Steiny.
Journey. You ever see me? Wait, you hear me sing Joni Mitchell? They paved paradise to put up a parking lot.
He sang some many famous songs, not only Gathering Timber, and this again is a throwback reference to. And speaking of throwback references, we got a little something special for you boys as you come in here. It's a throwback to our glorious 51 weeks together as a trio. Spadone?
Wow. Willard. Wow.
You're as cold as ice.
Nice. Everybody's singing.
Yeah, it's what we used to do.
But why are you guys smiling? Like,
you know why we're smiling?
Because it was funny.
You know why we're smiling? What? We're smiling because of this.
Your boy Guru handing out winners. Last night, TCU, Georgia for the national championship. Georgia did it all by itself. Went over 6.
Oh, my God.
All right.
You're as cold as ice.
Now,
and you're smiling because Steiny loves this.
I'm gonna take the L here because in re-listening to that, it is a wee bit clearer than I thought it was.
Yeah.
Here's what happened. I text the guys and I'm like, did he take the? Because the spread of the game was also 12 and a half.
Interesting.
Oh, wow.
So that's what, when he said that, they got him at 12 and a half. My mind went,
and I tried to specify it was Wiggins, but
and the Warriors are down 30, and I go, boy, so Goo had the Warriors minus 12 and a half.
I could have, nothing won.
I don't know. I was
Wiggins at 12.
Well, Dibs,
the bid would have died if you would have won.
Yeah.
Dibs
shot a 3, went in and out.
Dibs fires right back and goes, no, I think he had Wiggins at the 12 and a half. And I'm like, well, I don't know what he picked.
He's just rusty right now.
It looks like he lost either way.
So I'm watching Wiggins, and he goes up in the one sequence, offensive rebound, put back, no, offensive rebound, put back, no. It's like, tip, no, tip, no. And I was like,
oh, my God. Wiggins, there's a reason why this is happening. I got to say this to you.
What's up?
In my time with Steiny and Dibs, I've never said the Warriors no-showed. Even on the road, there was a rhyme to the reason they were without. I heard you with Bonte and Shasky. Willard, you were running a little hot. What happened when you had your guys? Like, that was odd last night on a TNT game. I'm stating the obvious, but that bothered me.
Yeah, sometimes when a team rallies back, it doesn't hit you in a way of like, yes, we're on a rally. It makes you go, what the hell have you been doing for the last 2 hours? Like, I can tell you're playing hard now. It's too little, too late. Like I never heard of any of these sons not named Damian Lee running around out there. Of course you can athletically overwhelm them. Andrew Wiggins, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Kevon Looney, and Jordan Poole all on the floor getting beat to a drum by odd-shaped people in Suns uniforms? Wow. Like, what on earth? And then you start playing hard, and you erase a 30-point deficit in the snap of a finger. And I was like, what were y'all doing? The game started at 7. It didn't start at 9:15. So, yeah, that one actually bugged me last night.
Yeah, and what bugged me is Mark talk blocking me yesterday before I could get in on that $100 bet because, man, your bet was Steiny. You saying the Warriors are going to win the chip.
I'm not retreating yet.
No. Yeah. Well, yesterday, you may want to have
you want to double it?
Yesterday, I'm listening to you guys on the air, and I'm thinking, God, I wanted to get a piece of this yesterday. But now that the Warriors have done what they've done, I'm sure you're not eager to double down on that wager you made because the bet you have is you have the Warriors, Steiny has the field.
Which is three based with three other teams.
Yeah.
And Willard, go ahead, Steiny, because
I got nothing to say.
It's not about a successful road trip. It's not about a homestand. It's about June. They're going to be a playoff team. But what makes me feel so confident and not bend the knee like O'Neal is the fact that the rest of the West stinks.
It's a good uptick. It's a good Steiny right there.
Good tick. Might be my best one. I know you sound dated.
So can we just now this is to get the little mathematical on you, though,
all right.
to understand if you do a straight up bet of the Warriors versus the field. You have essentially given up 850 points in your favor.
29-1. Yeah.
They are plus 850 right now, and you took them at even money.
Can you wait, please, until I get down before you mathematically break this down?
I don't feel like I talk blocked you because I don't believe that was on the table yesterday.
It could have been. I could have goaded him into
this
it.
This bet was made weeks ago.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't made yesterday. It was made weeks and weeks ago.
Yesterday, the level of hubris coming out of Union City, the cocksure nature with which you were talking about. I mean, you were saying, like, I'd make that bet again, Steiny. You guys are going back and forth. I'm a big-time listener of the program.
Appreciate it.
And I'm driving thinking, I got to get a piece of this, man. I mean,
but Willard, you're not sitting here saying, right now, I don't know what's going on. It's a lot of rust. Like, you're not looking at me. Forget our bet. Oh, the Warriors go back-to-back. That's a crazy... Like, by June, they wouldn't be...
I'm not ending the season.
Clicking on all cylinders.
I'm not ending the season because the Warriors, I guess not necessarily like this, but NBA teams have done this before. The Celtics were 500 in January last year. It's not a crazy thought that they'll all get back and they figure something out. And they've shown us that they value the spring more than the winter. So, sure, they're going to play differently when we get to the spring. I understand all that.
Over-under 7.5 playoff wins for the Warriors this calendar year, 2023.
That's a fun question.
Which would mean if they win 8, Steiny, that would mean they win 2 series. Over-under 7.5 playoff victories.
So you're saying you're betting on whether or not they'll make the conference finals.
Correct.
I mean, the mathematical play would be the under. Like
under 7.5.
That's another $40. I will bet you that they'll get to the
I loved your $40
yesterday.
You're
talking to me. Will, he looked at you.
Yesterday, you're like, Steiny, $40. And Steiny goes, $40. And Guru goes,
but times are tight. Series? Like, do you know what it's going to take?
Just the way you said that yesterday had me rolling. You're like, little bell time.
And I'm not a Super Joe fan, Willard.
There was another one where Steiny at one point in the show goes, I got something for you. And you looked at him and said, I hope it's chicken.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't even wait. He didn't even wait for what the subject was. He was just like, I hope it's chicken.
Your show enlightens me and infuriates me all within 60 seconds. God,
it's Warriors
so
on mine. I just give me that team that's going to knock them out when it's go time. Like, I'm subscribing.
Well, you're assuming that there's gonna be a go time, and you're assuming that there's gonna be a go time when they're healthy 1 through 8 or 1 through 9. And first of all, I'm worried about that. And secondly, they're halfway through the season now, and they got kind of no roles. Like, they're back to square one. Like, okay, Kuminga and Wiseman were just starting to chip in a little bit.
Incredible.
So now
injuries.
What happens on the road trip? I bet they take a step back. It's just kind of the nature of young players.
And Moody, DNP-CD, coach's decision.
I'm with Monte with that.
No. Well,
hold on. You don't call him a scrub.
No.
I think it's the coach. Moody has something to offer, i.e. last year's Western Conference Finals. I don't know why he's not getting the run. I'm not saying he's an all-star, but what you said to Shasky and Bonte about Wiseman on the other end, the important end, is defense. He's lost.
Yeah, totally.
And I'm rooting for him more than anybody, but he's lost.
You know what I wonder about Moody? You know who just popped into my head when we're trying to figure out why Moody was a playoff performer and now can't even get on the court? Is Brandon Ayuk. Right? Like, we haven't talked enough about what he has become, and remembering the beginning of last year where Kyle Shanahan went, you know what? get your butt over to the bench, and I'll talk to you later. And as a fan base, we went, this is malpractice. What are you doing, Kyle? You shouldn't do this. Right? And then look what's happened now. He pushed the right button.
1,000 yards.
I don't know why it needed to be pushed. We don't know what was going on behind the scenes. But Brandon Ayuk, now is a better player than he was prior to that happening. And I wonder if that's not what's going on with Moody. Moody got some playoff run. Who knows? He goes into the offseason, thinks, all right, I'm an NBA guy now. And he's come back, and they're like, go sit down. I don't know. I don't know.
Like, how would we get that answer to that? Because that's pretty strong.
He's pushing a button, and I'm sure he's got a reason.
And
right?
This is where I differ with Bonte, because I'm going to default to Steve Kerr. In Steve, I trust in this case. And if he doesn't think that these young players are playable for whatever reason, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt until they run through a year. Like, if this year ends and they're 40-42 and they're the 9 seed and they don't make it out of the play-in tournament, then we can take a look and ask hard questions. But right now, I got to give him the benefit of the doubt in terms of what he's done already as the Warrior head coach.
Yeah, I think also, again, we're halfway through the season, and we're talking about Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody. It's actually going to get harder and harder for them to get onto the court now because they're 20 and 21. And you can say seeding doesn't matter, but they don't want to be in the play-in game. They do not want to be in the play-in game.
I agree with that.
And I don't
expect them to be in the play-in game.
I just don't think they can get it done from the play-in game. I really don't.
And they're one game out of not in the play-in game.
Okay, all right.
So they're also a half game out of not even being in the play-in tournament. So that's what sort of denigrates the importance of these games, which is that everybody else is kind of going through the doldrum as well. Denver's good. Memphis is good. New Orleans is separating itself a little bit, and outside of that, nobody is doing anything that matters. And so I don't know what that it sort of plays maybe into the Warriors' philosophical hands, which is that they don't want to hit the gas until March.
Okay.
And
well, you're doing a good job.
Right.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
But if everything is still sitting here for them to go on a 5-game win streak and you end up going from the 7 seed to the 4, great. That's an opportunity for them. That's advantage Warriors.
Yeah.
I think. So
well, I'll say this to the style of basketball they play. Looney and Dre just are not going to get to the free throw line. It's just not in their DNA. And when they're out there together, all of a sudden now I'm seeing just 3-pointers everywhere. And it's kind of been their staple. But when they're not falling, do you got a plan B? Do you got somebody a stretch down you could even give it to him on the block or drive to the rack? Outside of Curry and Jordan Poole when he's not falling down, who Kurt talked about that last night, that part scares me. And I just wonder what you have if you decide, Bob Myers, to make a move. What do you have to go? Because to get something, you got to give up something.
Right.
And that's the question I have. If right now, currently constructed, do the ownership feel like they have enough?
They've got no move. So the only tradable players are guys that you would never think about trading, and that includes Draymond Green. So then you're going to look at what you're going to trade JaMychal Green and get what in return. The only thing you can do,
Sadiq Bey.
The only thing you can do is
Wiseman and Moody and sort
what's the trade value of James Wiseman? Can't stay healthy and can't play on either end of the floor.
But you also know that highly drafted players always at least get a second or a third chance because people will think, let me get my hands on them. Let me buy low.
He was playing with stars all around.
But if you're going to buy low
and all that,
if you're a buy low team, you're not going to sell high in order to buy low.
I don't think there's a great player that they can go get. But if you ask what the Warriors have to give, that's it. You're right.
Steve Kerr was bothered by that loss last night. Like he's bothered by all of them. That one to me in the post-game stuff, there was a feel of
if he was really bothered, he wouldn't have taken the blame himself.
No, that's totally what he does. When he's super, super bothered, that's when he says, I didn't have the team ready, which tells me what he's really saying is these bums didn't even bother showing up. But he can't say that because he's a player's coach. So every time, Steiny, that Steve Kerr says, this one's on me, what he's really saying is this one was not on me in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah,
exactly.
What do you think of this? So, one of the conversation always happens if I say, I just don't see the Warriors winning it this year. That's what you said last year. That's what you said last year. That's what everybody said last year. What do you give me for this analogy? I made a bet last year with Ibanez that Garoppolo would not be back. He was back. I lost the bet. 17 things happened.
You almost won it, though.
Exactly. 17 things happened, and Garoppolo was back, and I lose the bet.
Ibanez got a 17-team parlay.
It was unbelievable.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And then, so that's kind of the way I look at the Warriors last year. A lot fell into place. They won the title last year. Nobody saw it coming. I'm making that same bet again. Like, I don't think Garoppolo's going to be on the Niners next year. I'll make that same bet, even though I lost it last year. Wow. I will make that bet right now that Garoppolo will not be a Niner.
You got to bet with me.
But it's kind of the same as last year.
It's a good bet. I mean, one response to that would be that if we want to get a little overly mathematical, I would look at any team in the NBA right now and bet that they're not going to win at all. All of them are plus odds. Nobody's, right? There's nobody that you're like, well, that team. It's not like when KD was here.
Yeah, man.
And you almost had to break off money to somebody. Right. It's not like that doesn't exist, which also works in the Warriors' favor. So I agree with you, but then I'll side with Goo that I can completely see a scenario where this breaks their way in the next 3 months. Right. They're 20-21, yet I can absolutely see them winning a title.
And that's where I think there's a big...
The West is not running. They're not running away from you.
But I think there's a big difference between 20-21 and 30-11. When you're 30-11, which is what they were last year, boy, does that give you some wiggle room for the second half of the season. Listen, I'm not saying it's... Now they're one thing happening from... What if they're 22-28? If something, if Clay or Poole goes out and they can't win games, then it's like, what are we doing? What are we going to do if we're like they can't afford a 2-8 stretch right now?
I look at it this way, Steiny, and I think you're absolutely right. But if they go into the playoffs and if they're in the play-in or not in the play-in, whatever, they end up being one of the top 8. Even if they are completely healthy, they're still not as good as they were last year because their bench pieces, in my opinion, aren't as good as they were last year. Last year's
now, though, I'll give you that right now.
I mean, 1 through 10 last year versus 1 through 10 this year, they were better last year. And so unless Steph Curry is otherworldly again and Wiggins becomes a darn near MVP again, I just don't see how this team is able to replicate what they did. And they got some breaks along the way last year in terms of Ja getting hurt and Phoenix getting knocked out. So everything broke their way last year. I
forgot. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app, even 13 minutes after the hour. So here's the thing, though. Like when we break, and I just think it's not a flaw. It's the way that human beings watch sports. We look at the offensive side. We do it in football. We do it in basketball. They still sit here, even now having rallied back to 500 and 5-game win streak and all that. They still sit here today at the halfway mark as the fifth team.
Worst.
Only 4 teams in the whole NBA are allowing more points per game than the Warriors.
Why don't you name those teams?
Okay, they are
the Lakers. By 1 percentage point.
By 1/10 of
now give us the
point.
next 3.
The San Antonio Spurs.
Oh, they stink.
The Charlotte Hornets.
Wow.
And the Detroit Pistons.
You can't handle Detroit.
The Hornets and Pistons are the 2 last teams in the East. They only have 11 wins. The Spurs are second to last in the West. They only have 13 wins. And the Lakers, We know that story.
Wow.
They've got to figure out the defensive end of the court, and they will start winning their games.
I was hoping to have that thunder all to myself because I was gonna.
Sorry about that.
But you got to be healthy too to fix that problem.
Let's put the rat on the table. Your guy. Draymond Green cannot be a Defensive Player of the Year candidate if he's on the worst defensive team in the league. Like, what we've got to stop saying that the Warriors are who. Like,
I'm gonna give you something.
Every single starter through 6th man has gotten worse on defense individually this year. Remember Curry? We're talking about his defense. I think he had his best defensive year last year. He's not the same. Clay's not the same. Wiggins is floating again. He's floating.
Right.
Draymond Green. Stretches, excellent. Can't sustain them. Looney, just overmatched every night.
But that plus minus with those starters is still what it is. Number 1 in the league up until Steph got hurt.
But they only play that group 10 minutes a game.
All right. And there's a reason. Real quick, if you allow me.
Yeah.
There are 2 games this year to where I feel good about my bet. Boston came in here.
Yeah.
The Warriors did. They went to a zone that only champions can go. I saw it, led by Draymond Green. Memphis came in here talking and barking. They went to that place. So that's Steiny. I hear what you're saying and what it looks like now, Willard, but that's still in them.
And also what you said before, real quick, Mark, about no back-to-backs in the playoffs. That's where, and I know you don't necessarily agree, Steiny, but I think it's a huge benefit to a team like the Warriors.
So here's what's scary about that. Okay. And it goes to a point that I always make about, like, you know, if you don't eat for 8 hours, you're starving. You're not as hungry as the person who literally can't get food. And the Golden State Warriors have won so much that this team now only starts to think that it matters in March. And that says to me, you have a hard time. Like, even what you just said, that means you're only showing up with your best pitch when you're really, really motivated. And if you end up in the first round against Denver, they're not going to dance. They're not going to dance onto the court like Memphis. They're not going to tick you off like Phoenix. They're not going to do that. And if you only show up when Devin Booker or Ja Morant or Jason Tatum is in front of you, you're not going to even get to those teams. You won't even get there. They have got.
That's a fair point.
They've got to find a way right now to find their best pitch in the midst of what they usually think is sleepy time.
I mean, the other thing that I think people are dismissing is, you know, even when they've not had home court advantage. If they've played 30 series over the years, like 4 times. So not only are they terrible on the road, but now they're going to have to play 4 series as the road team. And 2 things are going to happen. 2 things happen there.
Potentially, yeah.
One is that's one extra road game that you have to win and you stink on the road. But 2 is it guarantees that you're probably not going to have any quick series. Because 3 of the first 5 are at home, and I'll bet you that you can win 2 out of 3. You know what I mean? So the series are going to go a little longer than they have.
That's valid.
I think.
Yeah.
And now we're talking about, they're digging. I don't know if they're digging themselves a hole, but they're putting themselves in a position where they are going to have to really.
It's totally valid. Like,
this is going to be Houston Rockets, when they won it as a 6 seed.
Think of the Memphis series this last season.
It was scary,
and how terrifying that second half was. Because what do y'all think would have happened if they'd ended up back in Memphis? What do you think would have happened?
I don't know. But see, this is where they probably would have won.
Maybe,
the Warriors,
maybe. But you're right. Like, that whole stat about they've won at least 1 road game on every series.
Right.
Well, when you have home court advantage, that allows you a slip up at home too. Now, if you're on the road, you don't have that. You slip up 1 at home. Now you got to win 2 on the road. That's hard. Hey, that's really hard.
What'd you think about Iguodala's impact last night? Dibs
played great. Follow dunk. Got a bucket. Got a nice follow dunk.
Why'd he get thrown out? He don't like. You know what? Somebody sent it to me. I thought you were just playing.
No, he doesn't
Andre
like it.
I just hated him getting tossed.
He is so in the wrong. It's not even funny. That is automatic. You throw a ball into the stands, you're gone.
Frustrated.
You notice he only got. That's a technical and ejection. You can get ejected after 1.
Yeah.
You must go after 2. But when you throw the ball, you're done.
It's an automatic.
What about when he didn't foul the
get
guy? They did with the review. It was
you see him what he got mad about on Twitter after the game too?
Exactly.
No, he got mad because Bleacher Report says Andre Iguodala tossed after words exchanged with the ref, and he goes, "It's like, here you go again. There were no words exchanged." It's like, you're going to play semantics
and
after this?
You need to worry about your game. You looking like me a little bit out there from the back with the he had the guns. I was like, who was that? That's Dre. Okay, get back in shape. But don't worry about Twitter. You got to work on your game. You worry about that stuff when you're at your peak.
My favorite part of it is late in that sequence when he's getting ejected. He can't really yell at the ref because he's out of breath.
That's
2 T's. 1 game played.
He had to go 8 words and then. Let me give you a little bit more.
That's pretty good.
You know, Bleacher Report puts up the video of Andre Iguodala, and it's a 40-second video or whatever of him getting tossed while down 17 with 5 minutes to go in the game. And the headline is, Iggy got ejected after exchanging words with a ref.
Dre.
And Andre responds right back, narrative. Y'all keep doing this, our people. No words exchanged. Okay, fine.
But you got thrown out, Jay. Come on.
Yeah,
I got to get my John take off real quick. I want y'all to stay. So last night I'm getting in bed and I see that the Giants' payroll for this upcoming season is around $200 million.
Yep.
That hit me like a frying pan on Esther. And I'm like, you're not, and I heard you guys this morning, you're not getting your bang for your buck. So I come in this morning, I tell Stoney, hey, look, I've never been in a baseball boardroom, but if you want to go Niners, arrow pointed up, Warriors still got a couple years left with Steph and the gang. But the Giants, okay, you tried to ask the prom queen to dance. She didn't want to dance. I kidnapped you yesterday after we did this. Mark, Ohtani is everything that the Giants are missing. And if I could talk to them, I would just write on a piece of paper, my name is Daryl Johnson, Union City, Ohtani, go get him, and you're right back. You got a pitcher and a dude that can hit 40 homers. Like, just tell me you're going to try. And
I'm sure
Giants, Ohtani can be a thing. And I know you got 162 in between that, but that can get you back.
I'm sure that they are well aware.
Is he friends with Sia?
Yeah.
See you later, the guy who the guy who didn't want to play.
Honestly, can they get it done?
Yeah, so you're Ohtani.
Probably not.
You're Ohtani, and you play out this year,
Talk to me.
and then you head into free agency, and you look at all the teams where you might possibly want to or could go. Are you going to look at this organization and say, yeah, this is where I want to play? I just don't see it.
But what about this market?
No idea.
What about San Francisco?
I mean, I read an article.
Stuff.
I read an article for whatever this is worth. I read an article 3 days ago that already started the Ohtani Derby, and it listed listed 4 teams. One of them being the incumbent. I have no idea if he actually wants off the Angels as much as people think he does, but whatever. There's that. And then the other 3 teams were the Dodgers, Mets, and Giants.
Not Padres?
Nope.
I thought the Padres were.
And the Dodgers scare me because they've been quiet.
There to offer a $500
the Dodgers have been quiet.
$600 million offer.
The Dodgers have been quiet. That scares me.
The Dodgers sort of recalibrating their finances this offseason should scare you because they're definitely the favorite to get him.
Okay.
Don't you think?
Absolutely.
I mean, he's right down the street.
And they were quiet, Dibs, this off. Maybe that's where. But, Giant, just go give me a try. And I'm going to say this. We are a place of second chances. I'm being real. And I'm not saying I condone what I'm about to throw out. But Trevor Bauer can pitch for some team. If the Giants took a flyer on him, would it be holy hell to pay?
Holy hell.
Yep.
No chance.
So then that statement that I just made is not true. We are not a place of society of second chances.
This is a market of second chances unless you do things of that nature. When you commit crimes, and I don't know if it was a crime, they never charge him, etc. But like Deshaun Watson, he could never be a 49er based on the transgressions, to put it lightly, that he has undertaken off the field.
Is that because of the organization or the fans?
I think it's the fans. I think it's the ethos of the Bay Area and the nature of the fans. The organization, we don't know the first thing about this new organization.
Well,
they're willing to pay $250 million
on the other day. You guys had Sabian on the other day, and I remember interviewing him like 5 years ago about the fans and their impact, and he acknowledged they absolute, like some teams are like,
you have to know. You have to know.
They acknowledge, the stuff with the hometown guys. They realized that was important.
I hate to draw. This is a little bit of a broad brush. There's a reason Joe Mixon and Deshaun Watson ended up in the same state. Oh, wow. Okay, right. and the same division and the same types of fan bases. No, there's no doubt about it. So yes, that's part of it. However, the world also goes a certain way. I'm not 100% convinced we're going to see Trevor Bauer pitch again anywhere.
Oh. Well, damn. Okay. I was just throwing it out there.
That one's a tough one because even though he's going to be over here to be like, I got cleared.
Right. No doubt.
Baseball. The Dodgers released a statement a week later, just actually a few days ago, where they're like, look.
I read an article, Mark, where behind closed doors, that took a little while. They were thinking about, do we bring him back?
Based on all of our internal investigations, we are very uncomfortable with what happened. All right. And that's going to be real tough for a fan base to welcome back.
And bottom line, he's not a good enough pitcher anymore to be able to disregard all that. He hasn't pitched in 3 years now.
2, but he was pitching great.
Yes,
when he went
but we don't know. Like if he's able to,
putting the sword in his pocket
go somewhere, if he goes to like If he goes to Korea, for example, and he's lights out, and he's like throwing no-hitters, and he's back to being the pitcher he was, he'll get work again.
So you think that's the course of action?
How's the Giants payroll at 200?
Dude, that's incredible.
Just give me like Crawford, 13.
Because our brains this offseason have been focused on $300 million players.
Yeah.
So therefore, anything less than that, we're like, oh, this is peanuts. Haniger's making money.
Yeah.
Conforto's making money.
About 10 guys.
Manaea and Stripling are both making 10 plus.
Right. Okay. Peterson is making money.
But what if I said I don't think that's a good thing that it's at that total? With the names you just named.
Highlights.
No.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Conforto didn't even play.
Here's where I'm going to walk out of the room so I don't throw something at me. Unless they play a whole lot better than you think they're going to play.
107 on line 1.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Make the switch to green soaps and personal products and green cleaning products for the sink and shower. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $38.99. Go farther with better fuel efficiency. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show is coming to the Alameda County Fairgrounds, January 21st through January 29th. And 95.7 The Game has your chance to enter to win a 4-pack of tickets. Head to 957thegame.com/contest to enter.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Come on, man. What's up, baby? Come on.
They're in trouble. If you think there
was one game,
right, yeah, 41 games.
It was a
if you think if you're talking title, come on, they're in trouble. Listen, I get it. There's only 2 arguments right now in favor of the Warriors being able to put this together. One is they did it before. Okay. Irrelevant as it relates to this year.
Okay.
And then, the West is bad.
I'm hanging on to that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, congratulations. You got a lot going for you. Come on now. Goo, this team
disarray?
Not disarray, but
real quick, were you incorporating 2 guys that have been out? Arguably your 2 best players.
You can't lose that game.
Oh, no, you can't.
They did.
I'm offended by that. That turned me off. They weren't ready to play, but I could put on the Boston tape, the Memphis tape.
Great. They can dial it up here and there. That's all they can do right now.
So what are you telling us?
What are you? They're not going to win it.
Okay, we get.
That's what I'm telling you.
We got the bet.
They're not going to win it.
Good afternoon.
Here's the other thing.
Give it to me.
Their defense stinks. It's terrible.
Right now
Terrible.
it is.
They give up 118 points a game. You heard Mark Willard. The Lakers, Pistons, Spurs, and Charlotte.
That's bad. So you don't think that now?
Why would it?
Okay, I'm about to give you 2 reasons.
Wait a minute. Draymond's getting better defensively?
I'm about to give you 2
Wiggins
reasons.
is getting better defensively?
I'm about to give you 2 reasons.
Clay's getting better? Come on.
Don't laugh at this. And we got Zaza coming up at 1 p.m. on the executive show, Steiny. Kuminga was showing signs of playing defense. When I was out, you and Evan were doing a show. I heard you talk about, what?
One guy.
But
one guy.
What about the big fella? If he figures it out by June.
He stinks on defense, Goo.
Yeah.
He's a liability. He makes them worse defensively if you're talking about Wiseman.
I'm not saying he's Bill Russell. I'm not saying he's an anchor. But when you're out of answers or options, Steiny, he was showing some signs of getting it. Wiseman before he stubbed his toe. And those 2 injuries we don't talk about are concerning because it's like going on 2 weeks now. So they're without those two guys.
That's another reason.
Options of seeing, hey, has a light gone
Let
on?
me tell you
That's
something.
all.
And you're doing it again.
What
you're
is
doing it again.
Because I'm not being.
Here you go.
You know I don't
They're
like
20
protector.
and 21.
I hate it.
And the first thing you say, you're talking about they need are the two second-year players who, A, aren't playing now, and B, have very marginal roles. Can we talk about the big three? Can we talk about important players for this team?
No doubt.
How are they doing?
Okay, Clay is doing better.
He is not.
Steiny, what do you want from him? Because if you want 2019 Klay Thompson, Mr. Steinmetz, that will never
then they
happen.
can't win it. How
Last
about that?
night, he was hitting shots. He was the only one hitting shots.
Daryl, he was 5 for 9 in the first quarter, and he was 5 for 15 the rest of the way.
Right, gotcha.
5 for 15 the rest of the way. His defense, bad again.
Okay.
Poole, nice little offensive game. Defense, unacceptable.
And for me, the nice little offensive game didn't come until it was too late.
Right.
And I know he was coming back off the bench. I'm not selling you lemons, telling you know, they're diamonds. I'm just trying to. Why are you going vodka on us? You are so
I've been saying it all year.
in saying
You just
nothing
don't listen,
can
and I
grow.
try to be a nice guy about it. Seriously.
Good. No, Steiny, you're robbing yourself or the fans of it getting better. Greater later is the slogan. And Curry coming back in Wiggins' second game, you shouldn't have lost that game.
Well,
you just
did.
shouldn't have. But it's bigger than that when we talk about what are you going to be in June or April. That's all I'm saying to you,
Cross
man.
your fingers is not a strategy. All right? That's a hope. Let's put the rat on the table.
Okay.
Let's talk about this homestand. D+ at best. They start off Christmas against the Memphis Grizzlies.
Incredible.
They win.
Okay, shocked me.
Okay.
All right.
The next 7 opponents, if you look at the standing, they then played 7 sub-500 teams.
And every game was hard.
3 of the games were against terrible teams. Charlotte, Portland, Utah, Detroit, Orlando, Phoenix stunk, and the Hawks. They went 4-3, okay? 4-3. They expended a ton of energy. Draymond and Clay, they brought them to the 5-0.
Gotcha.
And they go 4-3? And come on now.
Hey, I'm with you.
Come on now.
And I got a bitter taste in my mouth, as probably does DubNation, after getting off to that start and losing the last 3. But last night, there was no bad Carroll. That was, I don't know what that was. And I was just, can I tell you something? I'm being so real right now, Steinmetz. I felt like the Warriors were getting the whistle last night, and they still couldn't bring it home. But again, if you want to go Mark Willard on us and be offended that why did you wait too late to start playing, I don't have the answers. But Steiny, I'm not saying they don't need to make any moves. All that's on the table. I'm just confident that they'll make the right moves. Tom Cruise, all the right moves, and those games that you just mentioned on the homestand, all but one did not have Steph Curry. So there's rust involved. That's all. Like, I'm seeing enough for Clay that, okay, on any given night, you'll never be the number one. But if you get off to a hot start, you might be. But defensively, I think that's about want. I think it's about will. And I think when the stage gets bright, this road trip, they can tap into, okay, enough BS.
Say that and uncross your fingers.
Now that's
I noticed
pretty,
you got both hands with your fingers crossed.
That's pretty good.
Listen, Warrior fans, listen to Steph Curry.
The way the guys played those first 5 games and scratching and clawing and pulling out those wins was huge. We hit a tough stretch for the last 3. It happens, but I think we have to be honest with ourselves about the details of what makes a winning team and remind ourselves, what that is and hold ourselves to that standard in terms of everything you saw in the fourth quarter tonight. Not saying you're going to pick up 94 feet every possession and be able to sustain that for 48 minutes, but the level of focus, the level of togetherness, toughness, high IQ basketball. We demonstrated a lot of that to try to give ourselves a chance to win tonight. So got to put all those pieces together. And a lot of it too is our defensive principle, not fouling, rebound the ball, which we didn't do either one of those tonight. Offensively moving the ball, we showed bright spots of that. And then figuring out our rotations again, because, we've had guys in and out the lineup and guys on minute restrictions, and you want to find hopefully a good run where we have a full squad and understand again how we can build momentum. We've been talking about it for a long time, and eventually you got to do it or else time runs out.
You know, be honest. He's saying we got to be honest with ourselves. We got to be honest with ourselves. Got to be honest.
No, he said we
ain't
got
that good right now.
No, we ain't got but 41 left. We got to get up. We got to make it happen. And I'm gonna say something that may shock the hell out of you.
Sure,
we talked about windows with the Niners, windows with the Warriors, and I get it. It's a real conversation. I'm telling you, Matt, with our bet and me with the hopes that this team is going back to back, I still stand by it. Last night was embarrassing. It was pathetic. No excuse. But with that, if you end up being right, and the Jackals who say, and it's not too many, Steiny, outside of you that say you think this team can't get it done. If they didn't get to the Western Conference Finals, I would come in the next day and tell you and our listeners the window's closed. Like, hey, let's say they don't get it done and I lose the bet. If you don't get to the WCFs, it's a wrap,
You know what? Since it's a window, the window's closed right now. Now, because it's a window.
They're champs. It should be open.
The window is closed right now. Now, because it's a window, I reserve the right to reopen it a crack. But right now, the window's closed. Stop it. They're 20-21. They're one of the worst defensive teams in the league. Come on. They shoot 58 threes a game. You know, here's the other thing. And I am kind of playing devil's advocate. Yeah. Not devil's advocate, but I'm trying to, like, they have a 3-guard offense, and neither of the 3 guards can guard.
But Wiggins can. But I get you. All right.
But I'm talking about.
I know who you're talking about.
Hey, if you don't play pool, then you got a scoring problem.
How did Phoenix win that last game last night?
If you play pool, then you got a defense problem.
Pool fouled. I'm not blaming the game on him. But I was like,
of course.
They know how to go.
You wouldn't blame it on Steph or Clay.
Stop it. That's a
I know, Steph's first game back.
Those are Wiggins second.
Yeah. No, you're right.
But you expected to be a
I expected him to beat the Phoenix Suns.
So did I.
And I expected him to be better than 5-3.
So did I.
With this
on TNT
horse bleep homestand of opponents. That's all. That's all. I'm not, could they win it? Yes, of course, it's within the realm of possibility.
There we go.
They ain't going to, please. Stop insulting me, though.
Who's defending champ? That means nothing to you, but still, who's defending champ? They got the ring. They are the champs.
No, they're not.
How?
They're not champions right now.
So
you got to play like
champions.
champions.
Were we at broadcasting?
The defending champions.
That's all I'm saying.
See, and that's the thing. That's what you hold on to.
When
doesn't matter.
In the window, you have that.
Right. They have
Look
experience.
at my ring. What did D-Lee get last night?
They have experience.
His ring.
They have experience. Doesn't win them
that hasn't been tested
one game
yet.
this
I'm not
year.
saying they're being lazy asses, Steiny, and they don't look all good. Don't count them out.
Stop it,
Don't
Goo.
go New Edition. Counting them out. Stop it. Count me out.
Yeah, I guess you're not a big eye test guy, are you?
That's the only test I take.
Oh, yeah. Well, they look good, don't they? 20-21.
Last night was what happened?
They're not very good, Goo.
You didn't leave here saying they're going to lose to Phoenix.
Of course not.
Nobody did. It was 12.5 points spread.
So the fact that they lost that game isn't like, oh, well, they lost that game.
No, you don't go in fetal position and not practice.
Guru. They had and you know what? Oh, you got to adjust. They had everybody back, and the Suns were missing Ayton, Booker, Paul, Campaign, Johnson.
Oh,
they're missing
man.
5 of their top 6 guys.
Dude, I'm still shocked.
Okay, but they're going to win it. Yeah, they're going to win it.
Hey, I'm not defending last night. That was pathetic, and you can tell by Kerr's words. He's like,
why do you think the defense can get to championship level? Why do you think this team can get to the championship level defensively that they were at last year or at any time in the dynasty?
Okay.
Their personnel is different, and it's also older.
And I'm going to say it's also been absent, and also it's a mindset. And for whatever reason, and maybe, Steiny, this is what happens when you win. They're going to turn it on or flip that switch. We always hear that in sports. Now, there may be no electricity, but to me, I think there will be a full charge and a guy that I know this bothers you when I bring up his name. Defensively, Kuminga can help. And unfortunately, he got hurt at the time. that, he would have really been able to take advantage of Wiggins not being there, Steph not being there. But with that, I'm betting on him
to do what?
To bring to help this defense when it's go time. I'm not ready to say they got cement shoes, they can't guard. I saw it on Christmas. I saw it against Boston.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't you get it? Don't you get it? When you get old, you can't do it consistently anymore. You can only do it in fits, starts, and spurts. Draymond Green has had levels this year where he has been off the charts. They have been few and far between compared with years past. Yeah. I don't believe, here's the thing. One of the reasons they put it all together last year was because when the playoffs came around, they were a 3rd seed and they were completely healthy. That's one of the reasons that they won it. We have and that was lucky. That they were absolutely lucky that everybody got healthy at the right time.
No doubt.
I don't think that's going to happen again.
Well, you pointed something out yesterday, and I got to go back to it. You said Draymond and Stephen A. Forget Stephen A. Draymond said they could go on a run and they could win it. They won it. Draymond also said this year, this is Oaktown A on YouTube, that seeding doesn't matter this year. Okay. And they're sure acting like it, but I'd like to see them to be higher until I see them crumble or look bad defensively in the playoffs. Then I'm gonna say, what, Steiny, you saw
they're
gonna
be able to
anybody.
turn on their defense.
I think that comes with the territory.
Come on.
And it may be before the playoffs. It may be this road trip.
They were
embarrassed last night.
They don't have the personnel anymore to defend like they used to. Plain and simple. We talk about the three-point shooting. Their championships were built on defense and switching everything. They had Steph Curry, who was an average defender. They had Klay Thompson, above average, perhaps the best two-way defender in the league. Wiggins and or Durant, both positive defenders. Draymond at a level by himself. They can't do that anymore. Okay. Now they have Jordan Poole, who must play 25 to 30 minutes a game. He's awful on defense. Right. They have Steph Curry, who has taken a step back on defense. They have Draymond Green, who cannot recreate what he did in 2018 for an entire playoff series.
But Wiggins, you got a front line of Wiggins, Looney, and Dre.
Okay.
And forget DPOY because that's going to raise your blood pressure. He has been active.
Who?
Draymond
that
this year
win
for me.
Championships, Goo.
But those three combined, that ain't mincemeat. That ain't barbecue chicken.
It has been so far.
Hey, got me there.
Yeah.
In 2021, I don't like it.
Zaza Pachulia coming up in 10 minutes. It's the executive show on 95.7 The Game. Let's go out to Robin. Robin's in San Francisco. Hey, Robin, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. A few thoughts here. I think Guru sometimes it's hard to let go.
Oh, wow, Rob. I love you. Go ahead. Elaborate.
I finally gave away this dress. I paid $200, $300. It was $200 about 10 years ago. And I was going to throw it out, and then I looked at it, so I'm keeping my dress. And my son looked at me and said, "Let that dream go, Mom." And so, because I was never going to get back in it, okay? So I gave it away. And so I think, I know that Steinmetz is poking a bear, but a lot of times he speaks the truth. Last night, what it showed me was that they lacked size, athleticism.
Yes.
I hate that word. I said it wrong, you guys. And they got killed on the boards. And you had younger cats out there. That alone whooped their butts. You understand what I'm saying? And the war, and so I wasn't surprised. They seemed like they were playing a pickup game back in transition. Jordan Poole didn't seem to know where to go or who to do or who to go to or what he wanted to do. There was just so much not connecting. And also, I just think that the Warriors' goals are a little different. I mean, you bring up Kuminga.
They still have agendas, Robin. You're right.
You know what I'm saying? Kuminga, he fouls all the damn time. What do you mean when he's going to bring us defensively? So their goals are a little different, right? So they're in transition right now. This thing that they're going to win every year, that they're going to go to the playoffs, let it go. I had to let my dress go, so let it go, Guru.
Wow.
You don't know. I mean, you don't have to let
Happy
it go
New
yet.
Year, Robin. Well, we know that. They're defending champs. And Robin coming down Young Kaminga's road, I've done it. He didn't play last night. Before he went out, I heard you on my vacation. Me and little Daryl riding play hoop full court. I heard you say, you know what, Evan? He called to me. You're like, Kuminga might be able to do it on the defensive end.
Right.
And
Not
that was
40 minutes a night as a stopper.
I get that, and that's not what they're going to ask of him. But before you say a movie's no good, you got to see it in its entirety.
We're halfway done, and it stinks.
And I'll give him a D. I'm going to give him a.
Robin used the phrase "poke the bear." I guess that's what I'm doing. I've been look. They're 20 and 21. We're at the natural halfway point of the season.
Right.
They're halfway through the season.
Gotcha.
And you know what? Do I think it's their year? I don't think it's their year. But the whole time I've been. You know what? Give them credit. Give them credit. They can do it. You know what? I'm just tired of telling that lie. I'm not going to say they're going to do it just because they've done it in the past. I must believe what I'm seeing now. And what I'm seeing now is it's a team that can't win it.
Okay.
They can't.
You don't. Hey, I love how you share with us how you feel. That's how you felt last year, and you were wrong.
This is a completely different. Everybody felt that way last year.
But you can't take the award for being right until this plays out, Matt.
You're right.
But it looks ugly, and it stunk last night.
Don't compare this year to last year. They were 30-11 at the halfway point.
Hey, those are facts.
They had put together a stretch where they all knew,
Gotcha.
You know what? We're still really damn good.
Yeah.
That's why Draymond said, don't let us get into the playoffs. You know why? Because they started 18-2, and they were like, what, 30? They were like 28.
Road Warriors.
Right. So at that moment, they knew they were a good team. It could be a good team. They fits and starts, 53 wins. They're not the same team.
Okay, all right, got you.
Guru. Curry, I can't not do this. Curry, Clay, Draymond, and Looney are getting worse. Now, it's not happening all at once, but they're getting just a piece by piece by piece, a little more inconsistent, and it makes it harder and harder to win because their wiggle room is not nearly what it used to be.
Okay, I won't fight you on that, but before Steph went out, Steiny, we were talking 50, 40, 90. Now, am I telling you athletically or defense? See, I never heard you say that. Because I'm usually the guy.
Stats don't matter.
I'm usually the guy that says, Steiny, I'm the eye test, and then you basketball reference and the numbers.
My feeling is when you score a lot of points at a loss, it basically, who cares?
Okay, right. My thing is, if Draymond Green was to my left and Steph was over there on the other mic, and I'm being real, do you really think they have no chance?
I think they know they're in trouble. Oh, I absolutely know they're in trouble.
Chance, because you know what, Steiny?
They never felt that
they're in trouble, and you may
never felt it was
producer
in trouble last night.
In the next week or two may hit a button. You may hit the breaking news sounder, and something's done.
Yeah, maybe, it's possible.
I'm not telling you this is how it's going to get done. Hey, that was awful. That was awful.
Steph is getting better, Steiny. See, this is what I mean. This is where I guess I got to be the bad guy. His defense is getting worse, and that's half the game. Stop it. Please.
And Jordan Poole didn't wake up until the end. I didn't understand. Well, you brought him up just a second ago.
Two turnovers. Two turnovers.
No, I didn't say. Hey, I'm talking about E40. Tell me when to go.
Again, there it is. Let's stay off the veterans. Let's get on two guys who didn't play.
Funniest
and our
non-real
guy.
thing you guys, Tiny. I'm not. I don't know what you want from Clay. That's really what
I want. A little bit of introspection. That's what I'd like.
And what would that look like on the court?
Just be smarter, okay? Just be smarter. I don't know, Goo. They got Curry, and they got a history. Other than that.
And a starting five. I know where you're going. Let me just get it out.
You know what?
And a starting five, when they're together, it still leads the league in plus minus.
Okay, great. That's 10 minutes a game. That's 10 minutes a game. Because Looney doesn't play late in the game. So great. Great. They have a great five-man unit. How were they last night, by the way?
Hey.
How was that five-man unit?
You got that one, buddy.
How was that?
Look at you.
I'm just saying.
That's an eye-opener. Like, if that can be your low and Steph coming back and we got the gang together, I thought they were going to get molly-whopped.
Who?
We all did.
Who did?
The Warriors. I thought because Steph coming back, okay, hey, kind of tired of playing and not having all our guys. I thought yesterday was going to be a party at the expense of what was left of the Phoenix Sun. That wasn't even the sun. That was the moon. The Suns weren't even there. There were backups, and they were up 19, 20.
27.
Go ahead, boy.
The lead got to 27.
Hey, that was the low point last night for the first half of the season.
And here's the other thing that
was the low point.
And I understand that some people could say, well, this has nothing to do with anything. I disagree.
Uh-oh.
Okay? I think there's stuff that's happening that we're not even aware of. Well, we are aware of it. The punch. Don't tell me it goes away. It may go away, but it comes back and goes
I kind of retired.
Draymond Green is in a contract year. Plain and simple. All right, he may opt out. Nobody knows what he's going to do. Bob Myers may not be back next year. He hasn't signed a contract for next year. Kerr's got one more year. They see it. I think they see it.
But is that bother? Is that in their mind when the blow-bys are happening to them?
No, that's just age.
I'm again. And you could say, Goo, you're
I'll let you have the last word.
Shout out Jim Rome. This team will win the chip. Hey.
It's so hard for me to let you have the last word there, but I will. All right, hey, it's a Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. That means anniversary, 100 years for Friedman's Appliance. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Coming up next, the executive show, Zaza Pachulia. Don't go anywhere on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Glendale is brought to you by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
It's back and it's better than ever. The 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. January 21st through the 29th. You'll see hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Like motorhomes, travel trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers. Go to RVshows.net for more information. Don't miss the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi, we've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yeah, check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Our winter sale is almost over. Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/offers to save through January 22nd. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish door dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Just happy to be here. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to go inside the boardroom.
It probably is timeless. You know why? I respect anybody that was on the Warriors beat during those years.
And take a seat at the conference table.
Guru's great too.
Welcome to the Executive Show.
Nothing easy.
On 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal. Less mess, reduce stress. Budget friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com.
All righty, let's get right to it. Zaza Pachulia joining us on 95.7 The Game. How you doing, Zaza? What's going on?
Is this the first show for this year?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah, look at Zaza.
Happy New Year.
Yeah,
Let's start the year right.
All right,
there you go.
All right. Well, you know Ron Adams, obviously, right?
One of my favorite pupils.
Ron
coach, but one of my favorite pupils in the world.
Yeah, one time a couple years ago, he was listening to our show, me and Darryl the Guru Johnson, and he basically said he and his wife both agree that we're crazy.
Wow.
The two of us. Remember when he said that?
Oh, Ron.
So I'm going to bring you in to our conversation, and it's pretty simple. I'm looking at this team right now, and can't win it, Goo. They can't win it. They don't have it. And he, of course, is relying on that championship pedigree and the Warriors' experience. How do you balance knowing that the Warriors are an experienced team and a championship team with the reality that right now, at least, you're not a championship team?
Well, first of all, I mean, it's very fair. I think that both sides is a really good argument, right? So for a coach and even for me, well, I don't want to predict anything. I don't want to say anything until the season's over. Because to me, the end is the most important thing, just like in a good movie, right? So, obviously we talked about so many times, it's a long season, ups and downs. And I understand probably this is the most, bumps on the road we had, throughout the years. But it seems like every year something is new, with an injury or multiple injuries or, lineup changes or, we have young guys, where the second unit is not as good. I mean, not as I don't want to say it's good, but, they're not playing at the level we want to, but they will, right? So there's a hope, so we're going to wait. So every single year there's something, guys, right? So for you, I think it's a fair point for you guys say what you guys have to say. We don't look good. We all know that we don't look good. But at the same time, from our standpoint, from coaching standpoint, the Warriors standpoint, management, and ownership, I just want to see the end. And then we can talk about it, right? So, meanwhile, before obviously, it's not like we're sitting in the offices and waiting for end of the season, April, May, June to come. There's a constant, the work and brainstorming how we can help, how we can be better. And one of my favorite quotes I was reading actually a couple of days ago was Steve Kerr talked about it that, we're going to figure this thing out. I know it's not pretty. I know that's where we want to see ourselves to be, the position we are, but, we're going to figure it out. And that was one of my favorite. It's coming from a head coach. And, I still a lot of confidence in it and belief and trust in his staff and in the players. So, like I say, let's wait for the end of the season.
Yeah, Zaza, you said what I just told Stoney a few minutes ago about the movie. It's not done. You guys are defended champs. To me, that means something until somebody takes it. But you played a couple teams that, when I watched the game, forget the outcome, I said, man, the Warriors look a bit small. It was Orlando. They had some young active players, Atlanta and Detroit. Now, I know the two young fellas are out, Kuminga and Wiseman, but what you brought to the table was size. What if I asked you, Zaza, is size a problem for this team moving forward to go back-to-back?
That's a great comment because, Warriors, I think, were one of the first teams to start playing, small ball. And, it was pretty successful, right? Let's be honest, with Draymond on the 5. But at the same time, their age was different, right? But without size, I'm talking about general, right? So without having size and the players that make damage out there, will make their presence felt, right? And it's just so hard to win, especially when you look at it long term. I mean, the long season, right? There will be moments, of course, there will be games, there will be series in the playoffs where you need to go small. And that's what we have seen, in my opinion, throughout the years, that the small ball, great success. But I don't think small ball going to be successful when you look at 82 games to play good with the small ball lineup. I don't believe the small ball going to be successful, when it comes to the playoff run, right? That you need to win 16 games in the playoffs to win the championship. So, that's why I'm going to keep having this conversation about how 2017-18 your Warriors was most balanced, and this is an amazing team where it was we had the superstars, we had athletic guys, we had smart guys, and we got size as well. And especially in the center position, you guys remember we were fine with this splitting the time, and me starting, and JaVale would come, and D West would finish it, second quarter. And then sometimes we had Draymond. We had a small lineup with a Draymond on 5, and second half was the same way. And you have so many looks, right? And it was beautiful to see. But I'm a huge believer of having true centers, the size and strength in the lineup.
Zaza Pachulia joining us on 95.7 The Game. It is the executive show. Zaza, here's the thing that I struggle with when I think about you guys as a possible championship contender. When you guys won it, in those years you won it, you guys were, I know you shot the 3, but your guys' defense was phenomenal. You were one of the first teams that could switch 1 through 5 in a big way. You had Klay Thompson, maybe the best two-way defender at the time. Draymond, phenomenal defender. Iguodala played a lot. He was a great defender. Even when Durant came in and Wiggins, those guys were positive defenders. Last year, hate to do this, last year you had Porter and Payton II, both defensive-minded. Can this team even be a really good defensive team, considering that some guys are getting a little bit up there and the role players may not be as defensive minded as some of your guys in the past?
That's very interesting, and I'm glad you're asking this question because I think because I was in that situation when I first signed with the Warriors, that I knew where I was coming. I knew that besides this championship team, I was not looking rings and trophy, right? I was looking for so what it's going to take for me to adjust to this team, right? So what should I bring on the table to experience that? And then literally every free agent, especially veteran free agents, they know what they are getting into, right? So they need to be, defending minded, and if they're not, they have to turn and they have to be extra, paying attention to the details, and extra intelligence when playing the Warriors basketball. So I think all the players, the free agents, they know what to expect, right? And when it comes to the players that you mentioned, it's interesting. Like Dante, for example, is definitely that type of player. He's awesome, defensively.
True.
Minga, I think lately, and before he got hurt, he was having an amazing stretch, and unfortunately, he injured himself. Wiggins, obviously, we all know, and we experienced the championship with him, so we know that he's a two-way player, right? So the problem is we just could not get those guys consistent basis together, on the court. There's always something is missing. At the same time, we saw throughout the last couple of years that whenever one of those guys are out, Steph or Clay or, Draymond or Wiggins, this team is, so built to be collective, like everybody brings something on the table, and we need everyone. Unfortunately, because of the injuries, and honestly, guys, the 16 years I played, the January month is the worst month, for NBA, for any team. Because fatigue, it's not like necessarily beginning. All-Star break is around the corner. You're thinking about it, even though we should not. Maybe we still job to do, and we've got to be professionals. But you know what? You are preparing for All-Star. I cannot wait to All-Star break to come because you're just tired. It's a lot of wear and tear. It's very hard to win. We mentioned it so many times. So it's the worst month, and obviously with this injury, it's definitely not helping us to have consistent practices and, going through the, defensive drills or, just add on and build on this, the run we have, like for a 5-game, run we had, for example, or, prior to that. So it's very unfortunate. It's very hard for the coaches as well. I mean, I know it sounds like excuse, but that's the reality, combination of being in January, the guys, already feeling tired. And not only us, as the Warriors, I mean, if you look at around the league, I'm pretty sure 29 other teams have something to say about the month of January. But like I said, like Coach probably Ron Adams is feeling, I'm going to echo that. Like, we just, we're looking forward to every single day to be better. And we're looking forward to second half of the season. And we're looking forward to hopefully in the playoffs, and let's see how it's gonna look. But I'm gonna finish with saying that winning is hard. It takes a lot.
Zaza, let me ask you this, because every time we have you on, I always give you, because you're big, and I give you a Wiseman question. But I'm rooting for the kids. So is DubNation. And there were times where, it didn't look like it was working. But here recently, it looked like a light went on and he was making contributions, and the opportunity for him to get out on the court, it was there. And then Zaza, I ain't got to tell you, he gets hurt. Like, how big of a setback is that for the big fella?
Well, I don't think it's as bad as, the previous one. So I'm very optimistic and confident he's going to come back and without being out too long. So, yeah, I agree with you. He was, getting minutes. He had a good run in the G League with our G League team. And you could tell his confidence, and you could tell he was feeling it. And, so he had a good momentum going on. And unfortunately, injuries are part of the game. You cannot... You cannot be extra careful. I mean, you're just out there and trying to play. And honestly, last night in the halftime, I was talking with Joe Lacob. I said, I wish James Wiseman was playing right now, because you feel you need some, young guy who comes and, like, tears the rim, like, gives an amazing play, dunks or blocks the shot and runs in the fast break and catches it a little, because we needed some kind of momentum play yesterday during the game, but unfortunately, both him and Kuminga were out. But like I say, I mean, health is important, right? So we need him to be healthy. That way, he focuses on his career and on the season.
Zaza Pachulia joining us on 95.7 The Game. It is the executive show brought to you by Yellow Sack. And let me ask you about this game coming up against the Spurs. Looks like they're going to get over 60,000. You ever play in front of, what's the biggest crowd you ever played in front of?
Oh, gosh.
You weren't on Atlanta when they got 62,000, were you?
No, no, I'm not that old, guys. Come on now.
Raymond Ritter told me to ask you that, by the way.
But it's exciting. I mean, I'm kind of jealous, to be honest. I mean, I wish I was playing and experiencing this amazing moment. That, first, I give the Spurs organization credit for targeting this particular game where, the Warriors, one of the best teams of, the hottest teams of decade, right, to play against. And, I'm pretty confident they're going to fill out sell every single fit. And that's great for NBA overall, and definitely happy for our guys because, like I say, I don't care if you're Steph Curry, Draymond, Clay, or the, youngest guys we have. I think there's going to be a hell of an experience to play in the kind of huge arena and in front of the 60,000 plus fans, the basketball fans. So it's going to be great.
Zaza, I need you to be honest with me, for real, because I'm a fan. I know you are, but I'm a fan, and I'm a big eye test guy. Like, they give me the nerds, give me the numbers. I'm like, okay, but the eye test to me means a lot. Now, the Warriors are 20-21. That's not ideal. A lot of people questions. But there's two games I keep telling my partner, Memphis came in talking, and Christmas Day, they embarrassed them because the Warriors went to that place. Boston came in, Boston, and the Warriors went to that place. To me, that means something. So, as a fan, am I crazy to think when it's really, really go time, the Warriors, defending champs, can go to that place and get that stuff, that antidote to be a problem?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a big one as well. You cannot underestimate the championship experience that we've been talking about it. Maybe it doesn't show the games like yesterday. Maybe it doesn't show games like against Orlando, right? Or even Detroit. But when it really, really matters, and not that these regular seasons don't matter, but even 2017 that we've been talking about how it was probably the best team ever, in history of NBA assembled. Even that year, if you guys remember, we had a moment, towards the end of the season, right? And there was a little frustration. There was questions. I said, wow, really? Are we really going into the playoffs with this kind of mindset that we lost 2-3 in a row? Think about 2017 team where, the starting lineup was Steph, Clay, KD, Draymond, and myself, right? And then, off the bench we had amazing players, right? But yes, good teams and veteran teams, and we do have a lot of veteran players know what it takes to win. And there's you heard that turn the lights on and off like switch button.
Yeah.
I hate to use it, but it's realistic. Veteran players know how to turn it on and off, right? But yeah, no. So meanwhile, we tried even yesterday, the fourth quarter. I mean, it took so much energy from our starting group and our veteran guys to come back and try to win a game. But again, it's not the best thing to do and put yourself in that situation. But playoffs is different mindset, guys. Total different mindset, and it's always exciting.
Zaza Pachulia joining us on 95.7 The Game. I'm hearing Bob Myers is going to start doing a podcast with Peyton Manning, and quite frankly, Zaza, you're a better interview than him. So why does he get that and not you? What do you got on the horizon?
Well, I'm in the better hands, guys. I'm with you guys.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean that's. I'm fortunate to be surrounded with amazing people like you guys. So I definitely enjoy it. Honestly, best thing probably is we're gonna interact with the fans, and the most important thing is their feedback. So I got a lot of feedback, so I'm super grateful about it, and I'm enjoying what I do, and let's keep it going, okay? And we're gonna ask Bob actually his experience with his own podcast.
Yeah, it's funny. I'll tell you. Here's how our show goes. Daryl, the Guru Johnson, says, I saw Boston and Memphis, and you can dial it up. You have that in you. And I always say, yeah, but they don't have it enough. They don't have it enough. They can't do it for long enough stretches anymore. And it's just going to be fun to see whether you can or you can't. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's the beauty of the sports, right? So nothing is given. Nothing is easy, right? And you have to work so hard. And consistency, obviously, is a huge fact. And that's why you see a lot of players, getting emotional, crying. And that's why, pouring champagne, opening bottles of the champagne, and, once you win, because, it's hard. It's hard, and you got to celebrate it at amazing moment.
Hey, Zaza, before we let you go, I need a favor. I'm still running full court hoop at the 24-Hour Fitness. My partner has legs like a starting two-guard in the league, but he's retired. Anything you can give me to kind of get him to unretire so I can get my man back on the court with me?
That's the toughest situation I'll be. How I'm gonna talk to the guy who's retired till I'm retired when I'm retired? It's a tough task, guys. Let the man enjoy his retirement.
All right.
Thank you. I don't need a knee brace at my age. Hey, Zaza, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man.
Thank you, guys. See you guys in the next 2 weeks.
All righty. That's Zaza Pachulia. That is the Executive Show brought to you by Yellow Sack. Now, let me tell you something about Yellow Sack.
Tell us.
Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal, less mess, reduce stress, budget-friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com. I've used Yellow Sack 3 or 4 times. It's unbelievable.
You swear by it.
Dude, they bring out the biggest sack you've ever seen, and all you do is you throw the crap in it.
That's what we need.
And they come pick it up. They drop it off. You throw all your crap in it.
They know who you are.
And then they pick it up. What do you mean?
Are they like, this is Steiny's house?
I don't think so.
Oh, there's no interaction then.
Well, I've
You go out there.
Yeah, I always say hello.
Because you botched the rat on the table endorsement. Remember, you had the people
Pacific
at your house.
Coast Services?
But that should be a part of the show.
Not only didn't we get them, I think they charged me double.
Wow. Hey, Zaza didn't seem too worried.
That's because he's been around for 30 years, and he knows at the end of the day, they might win it, they might not. There's no skin off his back. By the way, Yellow Sack, let me say one more thing about Yellow Sack.
So we lied to Zaza.
So it's rainy. It's going to be rain. It's raining.
Outside.
Your basements are going to get flooded. Crap's going to get ruined. Stuff is going to get ruined. And I'll tell you what, so after the water clears out and you take inventory, you're probably going to want to get rid of a bunch of crap. And there's no better place to do that, no easier place to do that than Yellow Sack. Mm-hmm.
The little things that count. That's great. Zaza thought he was the first. We had Bob last week, which was the 4th of January. But it was true. The first for you.
That's true. Okay. Let's have some fun today, Goo. Come on,
We
man.
do it every day. Yeah. Somebody asked it for Niner Talk. I said we did 2 hours yesterday at Niner Talk.
We can talk about the Niners.
We got a playoff. They got a playoff game.
Hey, Jeff Garcia.
We got to get him back on. Honestly, like if you
you don't have a game on Saturday, you told that to Jeff Garcia.
Oh yeah.
Hey Jeff, you're not playing Sunday.
But you went Westbrook. I had to sneak that in because you had like 3 questions.
I just didn't know you were going to hit hard.
We were remote then still.
You were hitting hard.
We went viral.
Well, Jeff Garcia went viral.
He was on our show.
Yeah.
It's people want to see your leg, your calves.
That ain't gonna happen.
Just take a pic, put it on Twitter.
No.
Don't step in it.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm absolutely not gonna do that. All right. Golden State Warriors now they got a 5-game roadie.
It's San Antonio.
2 back-to-backs.
Well, you can lose anybody if you lost to that last night. That was.
Stop thinking you're watching
Willard
the Warriors.
never gets offended. He was offended.
Wow.
Dude, and then they almost come back in 4 minutes. That's the whole, what did I just watch? This is crazy.
Here's the other thing.
Did you think they were going to pull it off?
No,
I did. When they got to
didn't.
6 and Poole hit the one that went, I said, here they come. They're going to win it.
Do you realize how many circus shots they made last night? I mean, they are unbelievable.
Shots.
But here's the other thing. I get it. 27 down. They came all the way back. They still could have and maybe should have won that game.
Refs were giving them the whistle.
Phoenix had 22 turnovers.
And they went CYO at the end. It was like,
They
what
reminded
do I
me,
do,
you know
coach?
what? They reminded me of Durant in the backcourt against Oklahoma City against the Warriors.
Dude, they were short-circuited. I was like, oh, my goodness. Well, that was,
There's another reason I'm a little worried and about the Warriors, but let's open it up. All right, 888-957-9570. Listen, I don't want to. Seriously, I got no interest in poking the bear. All right, you know what the deal? Seriously, you know what the deal is? I mean, you still think they got something in them?
The movie's not even halfway.
It is halfway done.
Okay,
it's halfway done.
But this is a sequel. The first one went blockbuster.
Which one?
The first championship last year. So it's like Superman 2.
Entirely different cast.
Oh, okay. Steph in the movie? Yep. Clay in the movie? Yep. Kerr in the movie? Looney? Dre? Iggy?
But they're all washed up actors.
See, now that's
washed up. Like
you don't
it's
mean
like,
that.
It's like De Niro in The Fockers.
You better be careful.
The guy was in Goodfellas. The guy was in all the and then he goes meet the Fockers.
Yeah.
Come on,
it was a pretty good movie
I'm
though.
Just kidding. About the Warriors. No, I mean I think there's
you
signs.
Don't believe?
Huh?
I said you don't believe. I get it.
I also think. Does anybody think that? And I know you believe in the gods. I don't quite go that far with you, but I do believe things happen over the course of a season where you just look at it and you say, yeah, this ain't our year. It just ain't our year. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Tell me why you think it still could be the Warriors' year without citing last year or the weak Western Conference. Give me something tangible to hold on to. All right. The Road to Glendale, it's brought to you by Mara West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic.
For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Servicing your Ford has never been easier than it is at Serramonte Ford. Scheduling your vehicle service is as simple as 1, 2, 3. Just go to SerramonteFord.com/service to find a time that works for you. Then ask us about vehicle pickup and delivery. Only at Serramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
From the beginning, Mara-West Credit Union was created to provide a brighter financial future for you. We work hard for our members because they're our greatest strength.
Mara-West worked for me when I needed an auto loan for my first car.
When I need to make a mobile payment, Mara-West works for me.
Put our premier savings account to work for you, now paying up to 25 times the national average. Mara-West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Pass to Poole, 3-on-2, Poole for 3 off the dribble, got it! It's madness at Chase Center. It's a 2-possession game with 1:28 to go. Timeout, Phoenix.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, that's the California Broadcaster of the Year, I believe,
Yes,
Tim
sir.
Roy.
Congrats, our
Congratulations, Tim Roy. He's so solid.
Man.
So good. Yeah, I'm going to change my tone. Sometimes okay, I'm not going to say, I'll just say, I just figured out how you do it and why people like you. And I figured how I do it, and that's why people hate me. Mm-hmm. You say, Steiny, I'm worried about the Warriors.
Right.
And that sounds like a conscientious fan. And then I come and say, well, they stink. So maybe I'll just start out by saying, Goo, yeah, man, you know me, as a big Warrior fan, I'm worried. I just don't see it. I don't see it happening.
But you didn't see it last year either.
I know, but this is so different.
Says so you, different. The team might. Yeah, I got you. But they're so. If I asked you a letter grade for the Golden State Warriors through 41, the first half, technically, it can be. And I'm talking to the fans. There's nothing less than a D. It has to be D or F. And this is a guy that's betting on the come, that they're going to go back to back. But what we've seen capped off with last night, you got to give them a D. You got to start at a D.
How are you judging them? And I mean this. And this is the other
championship standards.
Okay, well, then they're D. You're right. You're right.
Then nothing else.
But is it fair? Like, because the goal is to win it all. It's to win it all.
Oh, okay.
Then if that's the goal, I don't see it. Now, if you're going into this year saying, let's see if we got one last run in us. Let's see what we can do. Let the chips fly, you know? Okay. I could see them winning a round or two. But
with
even
Wiggins,
then,
Curry, and Jordan Poole, and Draymond Green, and Looney on a good day, you think that
they're only
it's not,
60.
I just don't think they're at last run.
I'm sorry, 7. Yeah, DiVincenzo's a guy I've forgotten, and I shouldn't
He didn't do anything last night. Not that he was bad. Jerome didn't do anything last night. Not that he was bad. But now, don't you get it? What scares me and frightens me is everybody had their role while the big dogs were out, Wiggins and Steph, and now you're seeing less of certain guys. And that's gonna.
Wait till Kuminga and Wiseman come back.
Doubt.
Although you know what?
Now is it the first game of the season against the Lakers? Like, that's what scares me. But you got 41 to get it right. But you can't look at me and tell me or anybody, oh, no more injuries are going to happen.
Exactly.
And the only thing you said yesterday that I liked was, Guru, the margin of error is done.
Right. I don't think they have it.
Yeah.
I don't think they have the margin for error.
Yeah.
I don't mean have it.
We got 2 minutes.
We got 24 minutes.
Well, I got to say something.
We got calls.
I'm worried about my job.
Uh-oh.
And I'm worried about my job because
too many hot takes?
No, you gave me a gift yesterday. It was a medicine ball from Mitch. And I didn't take it home because it was raining. So I was with Board Op John, who we love, and you said looks like
John.
Yeah, who's it look like? Sean O'Connell.
Sean O'Connell, yeah.
So we're playing catch before the show. It's a medicine ball, mind you.
Yeah.
He threw it to me. I threw it to him. We're like, oh, it's heavy. I'm really nervous. And I threw it back to him, but he went to grab his coffee.
Yeah, I know.
And in doing so, the medicine ball hit him square on the head.
I know.
And he don't look right.
That's assault.
Dude, see now, I don't need that.
I turned, looked over my shoulder. He was on the ground.
And you hurt, and then you looked at me.
I said, oh, my God, are you all right?
I did something wrong. It was a bad he took his eye off the ball.
I had a coach, one of the greatest coaches in all of college history. And he used to just have a rule. Turnover is always the passer's fault.
Oh, then that's totally wrong. Forget John when we let you down.
No, it's your fault. You turned it over and you hurt a teammate.
Did you leave your feet? Then it's your fault.
You made no eye contact with him.
Magic used to do the no looks.
No, right. Magic didn't make eye contact, but the player he threw the ball to made eye contact with Magic.
Anyway, I'm worried, Stoney. I hit him on the
noggin. Said he has a headache.
He's in concussion protocol.
Now, you guys are playing, man.
I'm not.
I'm a man.
You messed up.
Dude, he's a big dude.
415 saying figures. It's the first time Guru ever threw a pass.
That's funny to you.
That's a 415. That's a 4. Brian in Palo Alto. What's going on, Brian?
Hey guys, how you doing? So this is
dynamite.
I mean, I think Steiny. I think you're correct. They don't have it. And they have it. Look how many wasted roster spots they have.
I know.
Rollins is not an NBA player. Wiseman is not an NBA player. Kuminga is sometimes good and sometimes awful, but not a reliable asset. And now those guys are hurt. And Wiseman turns an ankle, boom, gone. 2 weeks? It's just tough to watch with Curry just starving to get back on the court and Draymond and Looney playing through it. And our young guys, I feel like the young guys feel like, hey, Lacob has anointed us. We don't really have to earn it. And you can't have guys like that on a championship team. Not that the Suns are like some model of greatness or anything, but they actually tried to fill the roster with NBA players. And they were on the court last night. Saric scored, I don't know, what he scored, 25?
Yeah. Well,
he doesn't even play when they're healthy.
Right.
So, it's a poorly constructed roster, filled with Lacob's arrogance that he can waste, 4 roster spots. And for me, the young guys, the second timeline is done. It's done. Wiseman's never going to get there. And I actually think Baldwin will be the best guy out of the young guys.
Oh, he looks great.
You know why? Because he actually has some skill. So, anyways, that's my take, guys. It's just like I have no, for me, Kuminga, Wiseman, Rollins, Moody, right? To me, I have no issue if they move them for guys that can actually help the team. That's my take.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it.
Let me handle that.
Okay.
Those four that BPA just mentioned are not the reason you're 20 and 21, especially Baldwin. And with Wiseman being out and not getting, DMPs, he's not the reason you're 20 and 21. But BPA, he went on steroids to call a show, the flagship 95-70 game of the Golden State Warriors, and say this is a poorly constructed roster after winning the chip.
Well, no.
I mean, can I go NHL goalie on that?
Yeah.
Can I stick my legs out? Come on.
Well, this year might not be a well-constructed roster. Last year's team was a well-constructed roster. This year's team's different.
Kuminga
can't sniff Gary Payton II's jock. Let's put the rat on the table.
That's no doubt.
Well, then that means when you go to Kuminga, it's a drop-off from a year ago.
But are you telling me when I was on vacay, you weren't seeing some signs from Kuminga? I heard you in that.
Signs are different than a guy who was basically your defensive stopper last year.
Don't we have until April, though? Don't we have until April?
They're not ready to play championship basketball, and they're not going to be ready to play championship basketball. No. Maybe by mid-20s.
Well, that's how you look at it.
You're right. It is how I look at it.
What
are you betting on?
By April,
what are you betting on? Wiseman?
It
what are
ain't
you
about
betting on?
GP2.
Kuminga
They're
coming
gone.
off the bench, averaging
Can
15
you
and 10?
what you're going to bring every night? And who talked about it? Was it Willard or Dibbs? We see it might have been them four, Shasky and Bonte, all of them. When's the last time you see somebody slash baseline and go up for the Warriors? That's Kuminga. Moody at times, but I want to fight you like Ali Frazier on what you think Moody is not.
What is he? Why don't you tell me what he is?
A guy that a jack of all trade, master of none.
Those guys are no factor in the NBA.
He's a 14th pick in the draft.
So what?
He's shown me
not
he can
entitled.
Play.
Wiseman was the second pick in the draft.
You're making me sound like he's going to be the next Steph Curry. I'm telling you, Moody is fundamentally sound.
He's mediocre, but he found himself on a team last year with championship players, so that every time he got the ball on offense, he was wide open. That's what happens when you play with Curry and the boys. And he can't create.
What if I told you he could be Hershey Hawkins? What would you say?
You're crazy. That's what I say. That guy was one of the purest shooters in the league.
Well, that's what I get flashes of him when I watch. And then you got mad at me because I said Bruce Bowen on D.
That's
see
disrespect.
I
think
see
that's
flashes of a lot. Moody is
Don't you think
nimble.
that's disrespectful?
He's not stiff. He can shoot, and it's about empowerment, Steiny. When you get hot and you get
when's he gotten hot?
You getting opportunities over and over, and you're not playing with Hall of Famers everywhere you look. Don't hate on Moody. Because he played his ass off in the Western Conference Finals when they called on him. I stand by that.
Okay, great.
And I'm not saying, put him in the game, they'll be better, but he ain't no stiff. And BPA, he didn't even mention Moody. He may have, but it wasn't in a good positive. Moody can play, and right now it just ain't on him. And the other day, a clip was floating on Twitter. The reporter asked him about him not playing. He said it sucks. But I got to stay ready.
Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody are not ready to play championship basketball. Do you think they can get there by the playoffs? I don't, because that's too quick.
Okay, whose responsibility is it to help them be ready by April?
Everybody. It's the coach. Okay. It's the teammates.
And I think people are ahead of one another in that order. It's Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman.
So you want So you want the Warriors to be a championship team and have 3 21-year-olds in their rotation.
You left the barn with this. This is what you left the barn with.
Right.
Where we going? We're going to repeat.
It was foolish.
Until you make a move. And if you don't make a move, you didn't. Lamb is going to get a spot.
Who cares? See, you're cares about Anthony Lamb. Seriously.
Dude, Tiny, I'm not telling you.
We're talking about winning titles.
Okay, no doubt.
See that, and that's why I'm a jackass, quite frankly.
That was a movie.
Because when I say, who cares about Anthony Lamb, I don't want to discredit him.
Okay.
But that's the thing about the Warriors. You're talking about winning championships.
Yeah,
if you're talking about winning championships, can we? You got to table Anthony Lamb.
So you're betting. You're thinking Lamb by April or the offs will either be like. Yesterday
He'll
you
play
tried to put
0 or he'll play 8 minutes a night tops.
Okay, all right. And he's showing me like that 8. I don't know how he's going to perform in the playoffs when they get there. But what I'm seeing, I wouldn't say, oh, we can't win it because Anthony Lamb's playing 8 minutes. Anthony Lamb is playing like he belongs. I just wish the young fellas would follow that. And you go, oh, he played college. Okay, whatever. But Steiny, they left the barn with the mission of going back to back. And if they don't make trades, those 3 you mentioned, the youngsters, they better be ready.
But they're not.
Like, ain't no passes.
They're not ready. They're both hurt again.
Was showing before he got hurt. And
what was he really showing?
I heard you with Evan. It was one show I turned off. Like, look at my boy. Give Kuminga a little love. It was about the defensive end.
Because you know why? Because we found one thing that Kuminga actually can hang his hat on right now, other than dunking.
Okay.
And that is guard your man, stay with your man.
No doubt.
By the way, when you do that with Kuminga, you also lose a help defender. So while it's good on the one hand, because you finally you can make him useful. This is where I'm at. From the 925, I agree with the 925. Anthony Lamb ends up mattering. Warriors ain't winning at all. I'm kind of with. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Let's go to Dr. Hustle.
What's going on, fellas? Before I get to my point, Guru, just answer this. When you threw that pass and you hit board off John, what did he say on the floor? My neck, my back, my neck, and my back?
No, there was none of that.
Okay, then your job is fine. Don't worry about that. You're good.
Spinal.
For the first time, I'm not worried yet. You know me, I'm always the guy, Warriors going to win it all. I'm a little concerned. The concern level is up now. We are 20-21 at the halfway point, and it's not that. It's losing to the Orlando Magic, the Detroit Pistons. I mean, if you're shorthanded and losing to, top teams, that's one thing. But the Warriors are going to have to go in this second half of the season 24, 25 wins. And right now, I mean, unless they absolutely all stay healthy, which I'm going to be a Matt Simon on this one. They haven't shown that they can yet. I'm a little concerned. But having said all that, banner number 5, and those are the doctor's notes.
Not a doctor. Thank you, Dr. Hustle. Thank you. Thank you so much. I like Dr. Hustle. I do
too. I like all our callers.
Well, I don't like
Speaking
them all.
of which, I got to shout out Meech, who I met. Meech.
There's no Meech.
He does custom hoodies, and he made this for me, and I met him in Union City.
Meech.
Okay.
Yeah. That's so funny. May as well go there now.
You know him?
No, but I see what you're wearing.
Yeah, he did this for me.
You ever see the movie? You ever see the movie?
Dude, Meech
Cape Fear?
It's one of the greatest.
Yeah, remember when De Niro was tatted up from head to toe, but he was in a police lineup and he faced and he turned around. You're reminding me of him right now with that pullover. I don't know.
Oh, it's a hoodie,
I don't know whether to look at you or to read you.
Well,
I mean, there is so much going on.
And look at the back.
How many patches can you have?
Dude,
Dude,
this
you know
is
what?
phenomenal.
Let's see what we can do here.
Big
Hold
Meech.
on.
Hook your boy up.
Let's
Hit
make
me
the
on
boss
IG.
happy.
Haters.
Let's go to youtube.com, Google, search Steiny and Guru.
Look at my man.
You got to check out.
Dude, he did
There's too much going on. It's too busy. Meech, you obviously do great work. Yeah, just tone it down a little bit.
Yeah, I'm going to just do a spin. That's incredible,
Yeah,
Steiny. He has everything. Glitter on the Super Bowl.
I think it's also the kind of hoodie that you can't put in the wash.
This is cleaners.
That'll start peeling
I take all my
off.
stuff to the cleaners anyway.
Yeah, still.
Wife she shrinks or I'm growing.
Careful.
Yeah.
Sean in San Diego. What's up, Sean?
Hey, thanks for taking my calls. I just got to say that Brian guy, he was full of it.
Yeah.
the Wiseman thing, I mean, the guy hasn't even played 74 games in the NBA season yet and never really played 30 minutes consistently. So how can you tell the guy's not good or not?
But whose fault is that, though? And I'm a Wiseman faithful. Whose fault is that, though? He's got to stay healthy, man.
It's his injury history first. He was out all last year, so he's coming off that. And this year, he's just not getting consistent minutes because I guess his defense is not as good as they want it to be. So, that's what it is. But the Kuminga part, I mean, if you watch that 5-game winning streak, Kuminga was on the floor for the whole fourth quarter for all those games, helping the Warriors win the game. So, Kuminga can be a winning player on a championship team.
Well, and thanks for the call, Sean. See, that's where I would Myers hit it with, can you get 1.5 of these guys helping in the postseason? Man. And right now, it doesn't look good at all.
Kuminga's the one.
Well, I wouldn't even say he's a 1 now. Keep in mind, he was on the floor late because Wiggins wasn't there. And he was also on the floor late against awful teams.
Yeah, but because of who wasn't there.
I know.
But I'm counting Wiggins. I'm counting Kuminga as the 1, though, Stoney. Because if
that's why you're not going to win it.
We're not even at a half then.
I'd give Kuminga a half right now.
I'll give him a 1. I'm giving him a 1. Because they need and they know they need him to get it before Wiseman and him to get it before Moody. And you can run him out there 50. That Christmas time, he was playing. Kuminga, I was like, oh, my God, I knew it. I heard you, and I wasn't trying to listen. Evan, I think he can do it on the defensive end. I'm like, oh, my gosh.
You see, that's the thing. You only listen half to what I say. You know what I mean? I've said, one thing. Defense is a lot of different things. You can put him on a guy.
I am bothered. They're
Kuminga is a 1. He will be on the floor late because he's athletic.
Yeah. That's something they don't have.
Do
you laugh?
Okay.
You don't have GP2.
When is the last time that Steve Kerr ever played athleticism over experience or smarts in the playoffs?
Well, what if you don't have an abundance of either?
Well, you do have an abundance. That's what everybody's relying on.
What if Iggy is
Well, that's
injured?
even another one. I mean, if Iggy can give him anything, Kuminga's.
What'd you make of him last night?
He stinks. I shouldn't say that. He's rusty.
But it's a different type rusty. Yeah.
What do you mean?
When you get older.
I don't.
Yeah.
Keeps himself in great shape.
No, he don't look like that. Normally his.
Listen,
you know what I mean?
His not great shape. He's still Mr. Atlas.
Okay, no, I get you. All right. Compared to us.
I'll be honest with you. His
Dre,
body.
I love you.
Woo.
But the neck and the
body on him.
You sound like me.
I know. I was doing it on purpose. By the way, all right, you know what?
We got to get to the Niners.
Well, you know what? We do what we want here.
And that's all I was saying. We got to get to this playoffs.
Shoot, I had a great.
Oh, I think. They want to know what your shirt is for the umpteenth time.
It's a shirt about Rod Carew.
So
greatest hitter of my lifetime.
Follows you on Twitter?
Yes, he does. It's a balance, Steiny. This from the YouTube. It's a balance, Steiny. The core three are
debatable.
The core 3 are aging, and you need to inject some youth. That's a great point. It's a great point. But you inject too much youth, that gets you beat.
What's Jordan Poole?
You have to play him.
No, I didn't ask you half. What's he? Youth. Kaminga.
Can't play.
Who can't play?
Goo, don't you? Goo, let me ask you this.
Help me, man.
Okay, let me ask you this. They're 20 and 21.
Ugh.
As the season moves forward, the games are going to get more important.
No doubt.
Okay, so as the games get more and more important, you think Kerr is going to start playing the young guys more and more as the games get more important. He's going to play them less, I believe. Listen, here, let me tell you what Steve Kerr's dream would be. Total health, obviously. Starting 5. Poole 6.
Gotcha.
DiVincenzo 7.
Gotcha.
Iggy 8. And JaMychal Green 9.
Speaking of which, what's
JaMychal
up with
Green
him?
/ Kuminga 9.
Okay.
I think he's like, if everybody's healthy, that team might be able to do it. But not Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody.
Okay, but you're missing something.
Lamb.
You told me yesterday you were worried about the miles on the odometer.
For who?
For all the older players.
Yeah.
The seasoned players.
Definitely.
So how do you negate that?
You can't.
That's
why you don't
Moody,
win it.
Get in there a couple minutes
and lose your games.
See, but
Goo.
Yeah, but you're saying as soon as Moody goes in, you're going to lose that game. It don't work like that.
It works like that when you play Moody
in Portland.
Right, they lose. You want to play Kuminga? I'm sorry. You want to play Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody? You want to get Lamb some minutes? You lose. You're going to lose that game most of the time.
I vehemently I disagree.
Try it again.
I disagree, Stone. Yeah.
Now, see, people just join us. They're like, what a goof. Makes fun of Guru mispronounce it. But
no,
that's kind
I
of
said Hershey Hawkins earlier, and you didn't get me. I got mad at you. It's Hershey.
I know.
But did you
I
hear
was in Philly when he was in Philly.
Okay. He was a bad dude. What college did he go to?
He went to either Dayton.
That's a
Hold on. It was in the Midwest. Don't tell me.
He had a black coach.
Something State.
I thought it was Temple.
Let me tell you what. I will bet on that. Hershey Hawkins went to Don't do this is what Dayton? He went to some place in Ohio.
Oh, I got it now.
Ohio University, maybe?
Bradley.
Yeah, that's right. Bradley.
I thought it was Temple.
No, it wasn't. Alan Stiles. Our own Alan Stiles went to Temple.
What?
Yeah. It's a college.
That's my guy. I didn't know that. Where'd you get that?
I talked to him. I try to engage. That's why I'm kind of. That's why I'm Curry
guy too.
That's why I'm Curry.
He could follow on Twitter.
You want to talk a little Niners?
We got to. A lot of Niners. Right, we got a playoff game because you said something that bothered me.
What's new? Because our guy Willard spent a lot of time.
Foster City Zone.
He sticks it to you a little bit when you're not on the air with him. And not you, me. So he was just saying it's preposterous to think that Brock Purdy's not the most important player on the 49ers. But you know what? I bet you if I ask this question, right? All right? And I'm asking it of Niner Nation, the Empire, whatever the hell you call it. I always get it mixed up. Who's the most important figure for the 49ers moving forward to win a Super Bowl? Is it Brock Purdy? Is it Nick Bosa? Is it Christian McCaffrey? Or is it Kyle Shanahan? Oh, man. See, to me, that's a great question. You don't have to answer now. You can take the break to think about it.
I just like,
not you.
Why would, I'll save it on the side.
We're going to say, why would you ask something like that?
Yeah, because
we try to divide the audience.
Well, my whole thing is
I'm trying to be divisive.
They all are on the same team. Like, why do we got to see? I'm growing. Why do we got to do that?
Okay, pick a bet. Okay, then pick another subject.
Oh, I'll do it on the side. John laughing. He feeling okay.
It's a Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Well, Guru's going to tell me something about it.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yeah. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Oh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Our winter sale is almost over. Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/offers to save through January 22nd. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
It's back and it's better than ever. The 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. January 21st through the 29th. You'll see hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Like motorhomes, travel trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers. Go to RVshows.net for more information. Don't miss the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now reporting.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Deebo Samuel in motion. Brock Purdy will dump it off to McCaffrey. He's got a blocker. He's headed for the end zone, and Christian McCaffrey has a 49er touchdown. Boy, some really nice downfield blocking.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What is going on, everybody? Matt Stein, Matt Darrell, the Guru Johnson. Is it raining?
I got my umbrella.
I don't have one because.
But you always wet your hair, so you're
Actually, that's true.
But it's all natural.
Yeah, it's actually not your umbrella.
Yeah, that's our secret. Could you believe the venom that was in that phone call?
Let's not do that.
Yeah. Complain about your spouse while you're on the air. That ain't never good.
No, not at all.
They don't listen.
It is. Is it raining?
Yeah, it's wet.
It is wet. Matt Steinmetz, Dow, the Guru Johnson. We'll be here for another hour and turn it over to Ratto and Damon Bruce. I could jump into the Niners. And, Brock Purdy, obviously, what a run. But it just got me thinking, is the quarterback position less important on the Niners than other teams? Could other people do what Brock Purdy's doing? Here's why I think it's the most important player on the 49ers. Or figure.
Okay.
If you're going to give me 4 choices, McCaffrey, Bosa, Shanahan, or Purdy, and I know you're going to say you don't really believe it, but I do. It's Nick Bosa. And here's why I say that. Because I actually think if Purdy doesn't get – if Garoppolo doesn't get hurt,
okay,
I think they could still win the Super Bowl with Garoppolo. Now, I know he came up short a couple times. Fair enough. They cannot win the – if Nick Bosa trips over a curb today, they're not winning the Super Bowl. I don't think.
I can respect everything you said, and I think Bosa's the MVP, but I'm looking at you in the face right now and telling you, Matt Steinmetz, I think you're wrong. And the reason I think you're wrong is you are right. Jimmy Garoppolo, without C-Mac, got them to a threshold of hoisting up the Lombardi trophy, but there was just, you could see it and watch it, and it started with the quarterback. We talked about Debo. He's not even an option in this. Just think about that. But there was a place they could go, a max, but they could never have the best offense on the field, I believe. And now, as much as I wanted, and I said this yesterday, Kyle was my answer, the more I think about it, now McCaffrey was the key. The key to unlock everybody else to be the best version of yourself. So I'm looking at you and telling the masses in the city on this rainy Wednesday, the answer, and it's unanimous, is one.
Well, it's not unanimous.
Christian McCaffrey.
It's not unanimous because I selected Bosa. So already it's 1-1, and Willard says Purdy. So it's actually the opposite of unanimous.
In Guru world, your votes don't count. Just it's unanimous where I'm from. It's C-Max, Donnie. He's opened this now, and this is the one beautiful component. Tell me what you think of this about the Niner defense. It seems like they're Bosa dependent, and there's no shade at him. They got other non-names that are names.
Let me tell you something.
And they're leaking a little bit in the secondary with Lenore. But Steiny, you got Warner. You got some guys. But now you're scoring 30 or 40. And this is why you love me. I've been saying, sometimes, Steiny, I think I said in 18, your best defense is your offense. And that's what we're watching with the Niners. They can score with the best of them.
And again, you have no concept of the ripple effect, for example.
Ripple.
Let me tell you something. If Nick Bosa vanished tomorrow,
gotcha.
His 10 defensive teammates automatically all get worse.
Give you that.
The whole defense gets worse.
Okay. I give you that. I feel
Bosa
that.
Here's the other thing about Purdy. Okay.
He wasn't my answer.
Right. Yeah. But if you say Purdy, okay, let's think about it. Let's say there's 80 plays in a game. Fair? Yeah. Okay. And let's just cut it in half. 40 plays offense, 40 plays defense.
Gotcha.
40 offensive plays.
Let's go. Where are you going?
Let's say more than 40 because that's a little. Let's say 50 offensive plays, although that seems like it's high. Okay. How many times McCaffrey get a touch? How many times does Brock Purdy hand the ball off?
25.
Okay. Ideally, it's 60%.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
Okay. So right there, Brock Purdy's not on the field half the time. He's handing off another quarter of the time. So you're really only asking him to make plays, and by the way, very, very safe plays, 18 to 24 times a game. That's all. That's all you want him to throw. That's all you want him to throw.
Okay.
So to me, that kind of means he's not the most important because his biggest job is to not make mistakes. And you know what it is? And I'm not hand the ball off or throw the safest screen, bubble. Well, that's what's going.
Hey, just to I get what you're saying there, but I can make an argument. Bosa, the defense is so stout everywhere.
No, it's not.
That they're going through. Well, here the last couple of weeks.
It's not. He's protecting them.
You know, he's out there for 3 downs.
He's covering up a lot of weaknesses.
I get you, but Steiny.
Is Evan in your ear right now?
No, nobody's in my ear. Brock Purdy has I will defend him to the end
numbers
of time.
very similar to Garoppolo.
They're putting up John Elway's 7, and they're not just screen passes. He's
Better do it in the
throwing the
playoffs.
ball, no doubt. And he's not my winner, but that's the difference between Jimmy and Brock Purdy. He's helping the offense put up 7. Ayuk's got 1,000 yards.
They play 17 games in a pass-happy league.
Hey,
we need to adjust some of these numbers.
Everybody's
1,000
eating.
receiving or 1,000 rushing. Let's make it 1,200.
And let's just say this, as I want to throw this medicine ball through the window. The addition of McCaffrey has given us a question to the fans of who's the most important Niner when last summer our station was all about 19 problems. Who had Seattle colors on at the Warrior game yesterday? Debo. He wasn't even in it.
Please say his name.
Debo Samuel.
I'm not familiar with
top
I'm not
4.
familiar with the urban nicknames of guys.
Urban?
Yeah.
That's his Twitter handle.
Same thing.
But Urban, I didn't like you saying that.
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like the Z's as S's. Wait a minute.
No, I talked to you about the levies
you don't think,
in the urban
You don't think in the urban community they have expanded the language. They've expanded the language in a way that, this is unique and pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm. Who's on first?
Well,
you threw me off. That's all. Because I was talking about the levees, and I said it's not just
when the levee breaks.
It's not just the hoods that are flooding. There's all these nice neighborhoods are flooding. Where are our tax dollars going? And I used that today in the green room with you. I said it's not just urban areas. I don't like urban.
Why? It's just a word.
Yeah, but the way
there's a lot worse words than urban.
They are.
I live in an urban environment.
You're in a town. And you said something that bothered me too.
Give it to me.
You had a party and Todd came and nobody here. Evan might have known.
Nah.
There was no invite for your partner?
No.
Dude,
wasn't a work
fire
party.
this ball at you. But that's what you think of who you work with, huh?
I didn't invite anybody at my work.
Dude, you're special.
We had a number.
How do you just not?
Well, the same way Kyle Madsen did not invite anybody to his wedding because sometimes it's about the numbers.
That's different. That's different. I give you that.
What do you think? What do you think?
Kyle gonna go.
Oh, I'm going to buy 17 cases of beer and Hennessy.
Well, I've been
and this,
to one
that.
party. I met your
and
mom.
That's
We
the
hit
quota.
it off.
That's the quota.
Wow. Urban and quotas. Wow. Whoa.
Let's go to Dean in Oakland. What's up, Dean? How you doing, man?
I'm doing okay. How you guys doing?
Hanging in.
Dynamite.
So I just wanted to touch on 2 points. The first,
Got to call back, Dean. Got to call back.
So your answer's Bosa, mine's McCaffrey, and I want to say Kyle, but Kyle, when you got to say
Kyle too.
But when you got to the bowl without McCaffrey, I feel like you should have won. And when you had the 10-point lead last year without McCaffrey, I still felt like you should have won. So you can't get this award. Stoney, McCaffrey's making you. Everybody, Kittle
he's
left.
Been great.
Everybody's eating except Debo, and no, like he'll eat in the playoffs.
Well, we'll see. That's because he's more of a gimmick than a foundation.
Is Kyle going to call a play to where it's successful with C-Mac, but the quota, I got to give my boy, like Michael Irvin, you had to throw him all the alpha dogs.
You mean Debo being a crybaby because he doesn't get the ball?
He hadn't done that yet.
Not yet.
But
he's waiting for the postseason.
You see what he had on at the Warrior game?
Kidding. No, I didn't.
It was all green. Seattle color. I didn't like it. Next to the lake up.
Here was one thing I was thinking about, though. We're just throwing these names out. Who's most important? Whatever. We're having a fun discussion. I don't think it's Purdy unless, and this is the way it is, Josh Johnson's the backup. See, now then Purdy's way more important.
Well, that's what it is now.
Well, it might not be in a week or two.
Well,
they may have Jimmy as a backup.
Well, let's narrow it down to this Saturday. Huh? Johnson's one play away. So would you? I see what you're like. Oh, why? But we don't know if Josh, under the tutelage of probably the best quarterback mind or offensive mind in his career.
Let me ask you this.
Could he do what Purdy's
doing?
Let
me ask you this.
Oh, my goodness.
Let me ask you this. The 49ers have a better chance of winning against Seattle with Josh Johnson, but you have Bosa, or with Purdy, but no Bosa.
I'll tell you
See,
what.
that's how you divide an audience.
Yeah, well, look at
That's how you pit people against each other.
That's heavy.
Well, if people
Talk
want to
to me,
vote,
Evan.
we have put a poll up on our 95.7 The Game social media sites. And right now, the early front runner, Christian McCaffrey. Between Bosa, Purdy, McCaffrey, and Shanahan.
There's no wrong answer.
Yeah, you took that from me during break. Because I was like, don't you get it? Why do we got to strip somebody or something? But it's just they have a plethora of weapons. And
Steiny, you're delusional. Jimmy can't come back after the playoffs. Yes, he can. And in fact, you would go to him if he's healthy, and Purdy, God forbid,
he's
gets
saying
hurt.
it like it's kind of like there's a rule or something. Like if he, I don't know.
I mean,
But
Kyle
he said-
Shanahan said they hope to get him back later in the
All right,
playoffs.
well, there it is.
Now, it's obviously not going to be the start.
No, but
I'd rather have Jimmy Garoppolo. How about this? Can we
I
unite
would
on
love
this?
to see Josh Johnson in this
those who
offense
can't stand
now
Garoppolo.
with McCaffrey.
Will you at least give me this? If Brock Purdy gets hurt, you would rather see Garoppolo than Josh Johnson.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Well,
no shade at Josh.
I think there's some. I think that we could find a small segment of fans that say, "No, I don't."
But
think
that's
so,
from Jimmy Haight
Okay.
when he didn't
Well,
deserve
that-
it.
That means it's a fact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jimmy didn't lose you those games last year in L.A. Last play of the third quarter was a touchdown to Kittle.
I have a
You're
scoreboard.
up 10.
97 times Guru has said Garoppolo didn't lose the 49ers that game. 87 times Guru has said, hey, Garoppolo cost him the game.
Those are different
So
years.
I don't
Steiny.
know.
Different
I don't
years
know.
and different answers.
Oh, Ryan's in Martinez. What's up, Ryan?
Be
Hey,
safe.
guys.
Yeah.
Afternoon.
Yes.
Hey, I really love the fun conversation that you're having
Thank you.
about this debate. And I have to side with you, to be honest, Steiny. Bosa probably is the most important part of this 49ers team as they go into the postseason. And I think Baldy said it the other morning that when he talked to Bosa earlier on this year, he said, I'm getting ready for the postseason. Max Crosby is not. And I think with that determination on the defensive side, they have the best chance to really put pressure on any quarterback in the NFC run. So, yes, I think Brock Purdy is very capable of leading this offense, but I would also say that they're very lucky to have somebody step up like he did. Yeah. And he has a lot of potential. So my vote is with you.
Fair enough. Thank you very much.
Let me ask you this, Noddy, and the listeners. Is Brock Purdy a star? Is he facing stardom?
No, he's not.
What if he pulls this off?
Well, then that's different, Goo.
What would you say then?
Then he's a star.
Wow. Then he's the starting quarterback next year. Sorry, Trey.
Probably, if he wins it all.
And you're putting star next to him?
707. I really don't understand why y'all pay Steiny. He's just a poor man's Skip Bayless. First of all, much more likable. Much more likable than Skip
Steiny.
Bayless. And here's the other thing, 707. If you really listen if you really listen carefully to my words, but you got to really listen carefully, okay? My takes aren't that hot. They're not hot takes.
You shoot holes in my takes.
They're reasoned and they're nuanced. And I think that frustrates 707.
That's like a singer judging his own voice.
Well, I judged my own voice last week, and I said it was awful, remember?
No, I listened. You guys were great, man. I was a little dirty. Daddy got to get back.
The couple texts from the Xfinity mobile text line.
You can give it
Let's
to
go
him.
to Rob. Let's go to Rob in San Bruno.
Where's he been? Rob,
What do you
playoff
mean?
time.
Has
he
he
comes
not been
out.
around?
What's up, Rob?
Look, man.
Yeah, I miss you, boy. Yeah.
Hey, Rob.
About this Jimmy G nonsense, man. If he's starting, we already know what he does in the playoffs. It's not that much. Let Purdy get his shot. Secondly, it's not about Purdy or Bosa. It's really about Cal.
Okay.
If Cal is because at the end of the day, we all praising Purdy, but it's nothing but the scheme.
Yeah, but
it's
Rob,
CMC, Debo, and the scheme. So if Cal can outcoach them other coaches, we're going to win. But if Cal can't put points up in the fourth quarter like he did in the Super Bowl, and last year in the championship game, we're going to lose. This is Kyle's baby.
Okay, real quick, Rob. It was Kyle's baby with Jimmy, and I blame Kyle for the conservativeness that we saw in last year and in 19. So that's why I can't give him the award now. It's McCaffrey. That's why Debo, and I mean, that's why we're seeing Kittle get touchdowns. That's why we're seeing Ayuk. Everything you wanted, every time you called this show, the ball was not going downfield. That's Jimmy's fault. It is now, Rob. You got to be rubbing your stomach like a fat cat because the Niners now got an offense that is prolific.
I don't see it that way. I see Purdy made a couple throws that was downfield. Everything else has been short. It's just been off CMC. It's a nice scheme. The scheme is nice. There's so much the defense got to worry about with the run game that them little passes that's Purdy throwing, they're going to be open. Them slash they're going to be open because they're so just worried about CMC in the run and everybody else in the backfield. So I just feel like this is Kyle's baby. Purdy's not out there going rogue and Peyton Manning. He's out there. He's running the system. Everything's off play action and short passes and yak yards. So we just need Purdy to go out there, just make that one throw when it's open. And then, like I said, this is on Kyle. This is Kyle's baby. This is his offense. He needs to show up and don't get conservative. I don't want to see 0 points in a close game where we lose by 3 or 4 points.
Hey, give us a Warrior take. They winning it or not?
Rob is about we got a lot of people on hold.
I wanted to talk to Rob.
He's done.
Yeah.
I
think he would side with you with the Warriors.
Well, I want to tell Rob. Yeah. I know. I actually agree with Rob too. I think if Mike McCarthy were coaching the Niners, how would you feel?
They're losing Saturday.
I actually believe this is why quarterback matters less to the Niners than other teams. I really do believe they can't win it all without any one of them. Any one of if they need Bosa, they need Purdy, they need Shanahan, and they need McCaffrey, and they're not winning it if one of those four play poorly.
Okay, but,
I think I'm talking about maybe over the course of the playoffs.
I'm not mad at that, but Rob also talked about it's Kyle. I'm not mad at that answer, but he said basically McCaffrey's changed the scheme, and he's done that. And now the focus is on him and everybody else is eating, Steiny. So have you ever felt more confident, because I know you think they're beating Seattle, we all do, in the Niners winning the Super Bowl than you do now?
No.
I've never been where I'm at. And
I agree.
Why is that? Because of Kyle?
Because of everything.
McCaffrey.
But it's because of everything.
I mean, the domino effect of McCaffrey, though.
Oh, McCaffrey was a huge catalyst.
That's what I'm saying. You came in here like goo, and I was fighting you. Now I'm watching these games like it ain't all him because everybody's contributing. But Steiny, he's the focus now.
Who?
McCaffrey.
Right.
And they still can't.
Well, he's going to touch the ball probably more than anybody else.
Remember we did that?
Yeah.
Please. That's, yeah.
Right. I think they need them all. Let's go to sophomore. Sophomore's in Pacifica. Hopefully staying dry down there. What's going on, sophomore? How you doing, buddy?
Gentlemen, I am hunkered down. You got it. You called it. Hey, I got to agree with 3 different things, and I don't usually agree with everything. But first of all, your guys back and forth makes this show. So keep it up. I know you both work on it. Good stuff. And Guru, I agree with you. Urban and Quota kind of put my on the back of my neck up. Just style points. You know, just wanted
working on it. Yeah.
There. Yeah. And Steiny, I hate to do this, but I agree with you about Bosa. He is just such a force, and he influences, I think, every play on defense.
I'm with you.
They know who he is.
He's kind of like Curry. He's kind of like Curry with the gravity.
Yeah. That is the biggest stretch I will probably hear on sports radio today, but I do see your point. Yep, people, gravity. You're right.
Thanks, Tom.
He has gravity on that defense.
Thanks, sophomore. Thanks for listening. Stay dry. And
what about the McCaffrey Curry gravity too on the offensive side of the ball?
No, he's more of a focus.
Want to break that down for us?
Just word choice.
Yeah, no, I'm asking you what Bosa brings to the defense and how it's different than what McCaffrey is, because you talk about focus, because they're trying to stop him.
Yeah.
But they can't. And he's allowing everybody else to eat McCaffrey.
I just think he's the most dominant. He's by the eye test. And this is where, you're right. I'm not an expert. Film, all 22. Yeah. I've never seen defensive. I mean, we're talking Lawrence Taylor stuff. For me, Reggie White, this guy's unbelievable.
He is.
This guy sticks out like a sore thumb. And you know what else?
Wins,
Here's the other thing about Bosa. People don't get it. He makes big plays. Big plays. They're big.
I was rooting for him to get that sack record, but it reminded me just how badass, and I hear you about Bosa, Aldon Smith was in his prime.
Justin Smith was better. Great comparison. See, Justin Smith.
The Cowboy was a badass, right, and you're saying he allowed.
Thank you.
You said Armstead is not Bosa's Justin Smith.
Justin Smith was unreal.
But Aldon Smith was a bit.
415 has a question for you. Guru. Kyle is a genius. Also, Guru. I blame Kyle for being conservative in the NFC Championship game. Also, Guru.
That sounds like I wrote that.
I blame Kyle for Trey Lance's injury.
Trifecta. That's everything. And that's when I came in here and said.
Everybody listens to you.
You threw me off. But listen, I'm the voice of reason. That's when I wanted to break up with Kyle and call for his head and said he wanted to be fired. A couple people, my pals here.
Wait, one more time?
That's when I came in and said I wanted Shanahan fired.
You regret that?
No, that's how I felt. Nothing bothers me more than in a short sample size.
Sure.
Why did Trey not get this opportunity? But I've relieved myself of that thought.
I love this.
Because Trey didn't have McCaffrey.
Well, Trey also couldn't throw the ball.
It was Steiny. Then why did he get drafted?
They made a big mistake.
They or he? He being Kyle.
Okay.
Dude, I cannot wait to see how this plays out. I know we got the playoffs.
I'm
4
kidding
weeks,
about
hopefully.
That. See, I always have to do this because you never know. I'm kidding about Trey Lance. Can't.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
You're really not.
No,
it's okay.
No, because people are going to say, Steiner, you think Trey Lance is a bust. No, I don't.
But if they did, that's your take. Stand by
He's not a bust yet.
Oh, okay.
That's my point. Neither's Wiseman.
Well, who is this guy over there?
You guys who
you
react
like
know
they
the
are.
game. You think you know the game, and then you want 20-year-olds to be championship level. Doesn't work that way. You got dues that need to be paid. All right. Hey, coming up on the other side, we got phone lines are jamming up. And the next segment's going to be sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Hey, what's up? Mark Willard here for the Game Time app, the absolute best way to find your way into the hottest games, concerts, and events in your area at the last minute. My son actually turned me on to the Game Time app. He used it to get into a Padres-Giants game in San Diego this year. He's 15. He was like, Dad, I can get into this game tomorrow for like $15. I told him, you should do it. The Game Time app offers amazing last-minute deals on tickets, and with the NFL playoffs right around the corner, the Game Time app is where you'll want to be. But it's not only pro sports. I was looking at the app today to find Louis C.K. tickets. Ed Sheeran is coming to town. All the events, all in one spot with great deals. Game Time is the fastest growing ticketing app in the nation, and with these deals, it is no surprise. So download the Game Time app, enter your email, and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, enter your email and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
It looks like your luggage is over 50 pounds. Is there anything you can take out?
Oh, yeah. Let me just toss all these $20 bills.
Great. Let me grab you a trash can.
Stop. Instead of throwing money away, move some clothes into a carry-on. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
This winter, there are COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. If it's been at least 2 months since your primary series or original booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Rain in Lafayette, highs near 55.
Weather brought to you by the Specialized Recruiting Group. The Specialized Recruiting Group takes an individual approach, placing people in contract and full-time roles. SRGExpress.com, now placing in accounting roles.
Second and goal. Purdy, end zone throw. Oh, a fingertip catch. George Kittle has a 49er touchdown.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny Guru with you. We'll be here for another half hour. Turn it over to Ratto and Damon Bruce. 5 o'clock, Steve Kerr. 5 o'clock, Steve Kerr. Dibbs had an interesting point about Kerr.
Dibber Claw.
Saying when, a little yawn.
Well,
you know why?
Stay up late
You know what? That's funny you say that. I didn't sleep a lot last night.
Dude.
I rolled over. It was 3:30. I couldn't get back to sleep. And
Don't you hate? I just grabbed a remote.
That's what I did. I grabbed the phone. Grabbed the iPhone.
That's amazing.
Is there anything you want to bring up?
Anything scare you from a Seattle standpoint offensively? Because to me, before you answer, it's the trifecta of Geno Smith in this breakout season, Walker showing signs at the running back position, and we're going to talk about tandems at the wide receiver position. What if I said to you, Steiny?
Don't do this.
People sleep on DK Metcalf and Lockett.
You see what he does? My main man. But you see what he does. For 18 weeks, all we've heard about is the weaponry. Anybody have the Kittle and Ayuk and Debo. And now it's game time, and all of a sudden, Metcalf and Lockett. They're really, really good.
But you got to
said
their offense too. It's called the matchups, Steiny.
Well, you shouldn't be worried.
Well, no, that's the Niners. That has nothing to do with the Niners.
You know what I'm saying.
Hey, you looking at the weather? We got 3 days before Saturday, bud. Might be a wet track.
You do realize that there's a tarp over the field now.
I can go NFC Championship games with Dallas, Green Bay, where we different side, different times, but the field could get mucky.
It'll be dry at the start. George Toma. We mentioned him the other day.
Point, yes, you did.
Well,
Great
George
call.
Toma, of course, was the the turf doctor, the sod doctor. My boy John Dickinson texted me when he heard George Toma. You know what he said?
What?
Legend, still alive at 93.
That's
so,
phenomenal.
George Toma, you were the standard. He was the gold standard for
Speaking of which,
that kind of thing.
did you wish JD a happy birthday last Saturday?
Real quick.
That's no.
The Road to Glendale. It's brought to you by Mara West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. I didn't.
I was going to text you, hey, text our guy happy birthday, but I thought you knew. Disappointed, man.
Yeah. I'm disappointed in you all for not letting me know.
I was still tripping on the non-invite to the party.
Actually, if it makes you feel any better, I didn't even think of you.
That's obvious. I wasn't there.
Nobody from work was there.
Well, that's when you do, hey, you want to come knowing they're not going to come, but you get credit.
Yeah, you've
It's
come
bonding.
to those before. No, seriously. It was a numbers thing. It was also it was just people, and also it was a neighbor thing where they could just walk over.
Oh, okay.
A lot of neighbors, and then
I probably wouldn't have came.
And you wouldn't have been invited to that one. Ryan in that's why you weren't. Ryan in San Francisco. What's up, Ryan?
Hey. Josh.
Oh,
how you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing well, thank you.
I think, what if Purdy did not perform the way he has after Jimmy got hurt? How would you guys feel about him then?
So you're saying they're maybe instead of 13-4, they're, I don't know what, 10-7?
9-8.
Okay, 9-8.
Well, I saw a different Jimmy
you know
when
what?
we had McCall. I came in and saying
if they would have gone 9-8, then all you can do is go to post with your third string quarterback. Like, I don't know that anything could have happened. You know what I mean? They're out of quarterbacks. He's the third stringer. It was his time. Let's go to TC. TC, let's talk Niners. Hey, TC, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Steiny Guru? What's up with my guys?
Hey. Yeah, we're doing well, thank you.
Hey, sorry about that. Hey, just a few things. So the last caller, about the whole Purdy, what everybody think about the same. I don't think everybody would be losing their mind like they're doing right now if it were 9-8 when Purdy took over. Everybody's losing their mind because he's balling a little bit. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then also another thing, in my opinion, I believe because of roster politics and Shanahan doesn't have enough balls to tell the locker room, this is what I'm doing, and you guys listen, and if you guys don't, then I can get you out of here. Jimmy Garoppolo will be starting one of these playoff games this season because of roster politics.
All right. Goo?
Now, the roster politics is what they've invested in Trey Lance, why I feel like it's going to take a Super Bowl or NFC Championship game for – it's just me now trying to say for Brock to get anointed the starter and no competition next year. That's next year. But he said roster politics, that's what I got from that.
See, I don't think there's any way there's not a quote-unquote competition.
So then
there's
saying
no
to
way.
me with that and that conviction that Kyle's looking at Brock and he's not tripping that he's having success because Kyle must feel like dude's doing what I tell him, but I can have Steiny or Guru come in and do it.
But it's like your guy, it's like your guys on the Warriors who cannot maintain a consistent level of play. Moody, for example. Moody plays last year, let's say.
Western Conference Finals.
Contributes.
Go ahead.
Do you realize that? Do you realize that there are carriers and then there are backpacks? He's a backpack. he gets carried.
Okay, there's no problem. Okay.
But when you say, like, oh, Moody, Moody can't average 20 a game if he's
The point is he could be making more contributions if he got a better opportunity here. He's
fallen off. He's worse than he was last year.
What's fallen off is the opportunities around him in regard
They have more
to him
opportunities.
Moody's got DMPs and nobody's understood it. And then he gets up and plays, and you're like, oh, Moody, I've been consistent with this. Don't dare say Moody has played himself into where he's at because he's being underutilized. Somewhere else, Moody's going to shock you. Stoney, he helped you in the Western Conference Finals.
This is the way you make me talk when you talk like this.
Are you
Moses
robbing him of
Moody
that?
makes no impact in games,
Well,
Guru.
why
because
was he
he's
called
safe. Because he was the safest player on the roster. Because you couldn't play Kuminga and Wiseman. Moody at least played 1 year of college. Moody at least has a clue. Oh, I'm playing with Steph, Draymond, Clay. So guess what? I'm just going to move without the ball, keep my mouth shut, shoot wide open threes, and defend my man as well as I can.
Okay, the game's harder than that, though.
No, it isn't. Not for him. Not on the Warriors.
And the coach needed him. And I'm not saying he went Steph or Bazonkers in the Western Conference Finals, Stoney. And you had to be impressed.
No, I wasn't, Goo.
Well,
I was not impressed by Moses Moody.
I was.
Just surviving in some playoff
And he was
games.
more than surviving. He was taking shots. He was playing D.
What'd you think of Eric Paschall, his first 2 years?
I got
Thank
snookered.
you,
I got
925.
snookered. So did you.
No.
Remember we did a show.
No,
with the
I
topic was,
didn't.
I forgot what it was, but a lot of people thought he was on
No.
his ideas, Donnie. Then he started taking those threes.
Jay's in San Jose. Hey, Jay, what's going on?
What's up, fellas? Goo, now you know you dead wrong for saying Jimmy didn't have anything to do with last year's NFC Championship loss. That was solely.
I'll be like Bimbo Coles. Get him!
Oh, he was 3 of 9 with 1 pick in the fourth quarter.
Okay, all right. I got you.
Come on, Goo.
Now, what about the touchdown pass, last play of the third, to put him up 10 going into the fourth quarter? I can make an argument that had Kyle been more aggressive and called different plays, stayed with the run, that things would have went different.
But Kyle not being aggressive is a pure indication that that's on Jimmy.
All right.
He's not aggressive because of Jimmy. And the fourth quarter, you can't go 3 of 9 in a close game, an NFC Championship game, and throw a pick and get sacked at the end of the game. That's on him.
And I'm going to say this. I'm no Jimmy stan, but the O-line did Jimmy no favors, especially on that last drive. It was kind of like reminiscent of Super Bowl when Jones was just slapping Jimmy upside the head. It was inevitable that Jimmy was going to throw a pick. And I'm not going to defend him because now I'm thinking of the Ramsey pick that he dropped that could have happened earlier. But I ain't mad at you, Tupac.
Do you feel like you're flailing today a little?
Oh, no. I feel like I'm in a zone. Moses Moody, like, I could talk to you to 12 tonight about Rick Fox, Derek Fisher.
What the hell do they have to do with anything?
Guys like that fit the mantle of what you were describing about, they're safe. But those are the components of a good team. Moses Moody was called upon in the Western Conference Finals, and he took every advantage of that.
Oh, really?
Am
That's
I
why he's
telling
playing
you he's
so
a
much this
future
year.
I have no idea what's going on.
Because he's taking a step back, Goo.
And what's
because
that
Lamb's
step back?
better.
Yeah. Huh? Now that I'm not going to.
Okay. But you want to play Moody because
he's 14th back. If he doesn't do it,
that's what Kerr does not do.
Okay,
Kerr does not do it.
If Moody
earn your time,
does not last here, how about this, Donnie? I'm watching him.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
And we'll revisit this.
Let me guess. And you'll be. Let me guess. You're going to be as. I told you so as Kelly Oubre.
Nah, that was an L. Kelly got paid quietly having okay season with Charlotte.
I know that's all it's about. Can he get paid? It's not about how they play.
What's his nickname? Tsunami Oubre?
Don't.
I forget his nickname.
No. I actually no. It's no.
Don't hate style. Tsunami Poppy. The women liked him.
The Warriors didn't. Took me a minute, but I was going to get something out of there.
I'll give you a 4 for that.
Yeah, Moses Moody, let's see. He's playing more. He's shooting 1 percentage point higher from 2. Same from 3. Foul shooting, same. He's just
like none of anything you read. Yeah, is that because you just kind of know.
I know because he doesn't do enough.
Wow.
He's just a guy. He's just a guy right now. Right now.
And Lamb, there's no
Jerome
shame.
and Lamb have never earned their time according to the 510. See, that's what's so troublesome. Is Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb may be better than the three
Ty Jerome
rookies.
getting his shot is something to watch, man. I got to just tip my cap to dude. Virginia, that's where he went. He's Lucas Alexander on the court.
I have no idea what that means. Nobody even knows who Lucas Alexander is.
If I basketball shamed him just on like, hey, what's your name? Oh, I'm Ty Jerome. I can get buckets in the NBA. I'd be like, please, you better go somewhere and sit down. Dude gets on the court and can get to his spot. He's got it. Erky jerk.
Okay.
He can score, Snotty. Give him that.
He's an NBA player.
Buddy, he doesn't look like your prototypical NBA player. That's what I'm saying. If I saw him at the 24-hour fitness, I'm like, where you work at? He's like, dude, I'm in the league. Dude's a baller. I appreciate that.
Mike in Benicia. How much time we got here? You're driving me nuts today. I love you, but what's up, Mike?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Give it to us.
Hey, I'm from Kansas City. I moved to California 12 years ago. Still a huge Chiefs fan, but I tell you, I'm a Big 12 guy, and I'm watching Brock Purdy, and I'm telling you, he might be irrelevant, but I'm telling you what, you ride the hot hand. And he's the hottest quarterback for the Niners right now. Even if Jimmy G's back, you ride the hot hand.
Yes, sir.
I got you.
I agree.
And I know, Steiner, you kept giving us those reports. The what if, Jimmy, I'm like, I'll never put in anybody that has the element of a rust factor on a win or go home situation. Like, you're not playing just because of that. Oh, yeah, exactly.
I don't know. If Purdy really stinks in a half, you're down 16-0, he's thrown 2 picks. Right.
Saturday going to be good. It's early, though. I'm on prime time. 1:30, I'll watch.
I love it.
It's because you'll golf early?
Sunday, I'll golf.
Yeah. Well, you got a game at 1.
What?
Giants, Kirk Cousins. You play at 1.
I'll be done by 1.
Oh, okay.
That game's a lock. Oh, my God.
Daniel Jones.
The Giants almost beat them last time they were up there. Yeah.
All the Vikings have to do is win 1 game, and I will come in here on Monday.
And say what? You beat
laugh at all you all.
Saquon Barkley.
Because you don't win a playoff game if you're a fraud. If
You're
you are
special, man.
I'm not special.
You are.
I'm
where you plant your flags at are special.
I just don't like when people denigrate positivity.
Brian Dable.
Good coach. Good coach.
Came down my road about Coach of the Year yesterday on Twitter.
You say something wrong?
Darius Slayton.
No, I said Kyle could get it. And
of course he could get it.
Somebody from our station just...
Spadoni said it's Doug Peterson.
Right there. Yeah, I'm not mad at that.
How could you be?
But when you do
better coach than Kyle Shanahan.
When you do it with we're talking about the season that was.
Well, I'm talking about an overall coach. Doug Peterson's a better coach than Kyle.
You know what? Hey, I love DP. He's got Super Bowl rings.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he knows a little something about offense.
Yes, he does.
He's got East Chargers this weekend.
Special.
He's got East Chargers.
Chargers roll there.
You just said he was a good coach.
He can't play quarterback or running back.
Dude, he's got Trevor Lawrence.
And you know what?
Speaking of which, hair game.
Who's going to have a better game, Trevor Lawrence or Brock Purdy?
Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I got to believe he's going to have his way with Seattle.
We'll see. Warriors start a 5-game road trip Friday. By the way, here's another reason to be concerned. Get this, and of course, this is vintage. This is vintage JD. You ready? Warriors play Friday night, San Antonio.
Right.
This is why the trip is getting a little bit
4:30 start.
Huh?
Go ahead. It's Friday.
Okay, yeah. Friday night game at San Antonio. That'll be in front of 65,000. It's going to be a little weird. Okay, that's Friday. All right. Your next game, is Sunday versus Chicago.
Zach LaVine.
At 12:30 in the afternoon or 1 o'clock. So they don't actually have two days. They have more like 36 hours. So then they play at noon or 1 on Monday.
MLK.
On Sunday. And they play at noon again on Monday.
No Clay.
Then they stay overnight in Washington.
Okay.
And they go to the White House on Tuesday.
Oh, holy.
And while it's a wonderful trip to the White House, by the same token, it's another thing they got to do.
Yeah.
And then they go to Boston and Cleveland.
Wow.
And probably
somebody got to wake up Sleepy Joe.
And here's the other thing that I put into the equation. Like, it's going to be hard for them to get rolling because there's always a guy out here or there.
No, I told you that. When does that end?
It doesn't, because Clay is not playing back-to-backs. It won't end in the regular season. Here's the other thing.
Ooh, Cleveland, Boston bothers me. But what a hell of 2 games to show we're back on the road.
I'll bet you Steph sits out a game on this trip.
And that's where I was going. You can't sucker me on that one.
And Draymond's due to miss a few weeks, quite frankly.
When was the last time Dre really utilized load management? Like, it ain't like he
last
almost
night?
he ain't that's an occasional 5.
Dude, nobody can coast like he can, even when he's playing.
Oh, that's an occasional 5. But seriously, Draymond not being hurt, there's not too many times, Draymond just, load man. It's happened, but it ain't like, he's almost like Loon Dog. If I ain't hurt, I'm playing. So it'll be interesting to see. But Boston, Cleveland, and they beat Cleveland last time they were here. It was a close game. Dude, this would be a way to just say those 2 games, we got your back.
Good point from the 415. Draymond's not going to miss a few weeks. He's on a contract year. Good stuff, 415. I think you're right. Here's the other thing that just proof of like Draymond Green. The problem is, you said, Bostani, come on, give me. He's active.
Yeah,
give him. He's been. Yeah, he has been all of those things infrequently this year. Less frequently than at any time in his career.
Yes. Not against Charlotte.
He's the worst defense. He's having the worst defensive year of his career.
But I could say that's a product of your environment because everything around you, like nobody's else bringing anything to the table.
So Draymond's having a bad year, bad defensive year because of his teammates.
Product of your environment. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I can't wait. And this was, you hate. I think he might slip in.
Let me guess, you got your popcorn? My popcorn. You think he might slip into what?
The All-Star game. I almost want to bet.
Like, that 5-5-5. Woo!
You sound like Barkley. No, you got to know hoops to appreciate what Dre's bringing.
Of course. What he brings less frequently, you have to appreciate.
Well, I saw it against Charlotte. I saw it against Atlanta. I saw it against
2 out of 7 games.
No, I'm going to keep going. That whole homestand.
They were they went 4-3 after they beat Memphis.
You know what? You're nitpicking there. When they were 5-0, the wins
and
had his signature.
Sustain it because they
come playoff time. And Willard talked about it Dibs every other day. All right, I apologize. I said something about the president that I voted for. I want to take. He'll be awake. I called him Sleepy Joe. A lot of people didn't like it.
No, I didn't see one text.
Otis Bird the third. He just laughed.
Well, he's going to listen no matter what.
He can have his podcast.
That's OB,
He's been in the game long as us.
I didn't say Draymond is having a bad year.
You did, metric-wise.
I'm saying he's worse defensively now than he's ever been in his career. Is he still really, really, really good? Yes, but he is not the defensive player of the year candidate he has been many other times in his career.
Wow.
Odds, you can stick those up your Guglioni.
Well,
Who cares about odds?
Or the metrics.
How many years
watching?
What are you watching? Seriously.
The end of Warrior games where he's guarding 3 dudes at one time and they're winning.
You're not even watching the Warriors.
These last 5
You're watching
games.
somebody else. This is mistaken identity. It's flat out mistaken identity.
Atlanta.
Charlotte. 10-40 Charlotte. Oh, my God. Oh, my
now we
God.
go into records.
This guy, Draymond Green, and I'm going to give him his flowers. I'm getting my bag.
Don't sound like there are any.
How many times has Draymond Green been a Defensive Player of the Year candidate in his 10, 12-year career? How many years? 5?
Yeah.
6?
Yeah.
And he ain't this year. He ain't even close. That's slippage. Still a damn good
Steve Kerr,
defender.
5 o'clock.
How much time we got?
10 seconds.
You want to apologize for something else?
That's just to the president.
Get your list out. All right. We done? Have fun, everybody.
Well, I've seen enough.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
The easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS4KIDS today or donate online at carsforkids.org. Remember, that's cars with a K.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Are boomers
boomers more cringy than millennials? Is Gen Z more woke than Gen X? Is there any hope of bridging our generational divides? Odyssey's new podcast, It's Generational, brings together actual people from these 4 generations for real conversations about today's issues. I'm Lauren Barry, and I'm inviting you to join our mission to dump stereotypes in the trash and really understand each other.
I think these conversations just foretell such a better, richer emotional vocabulary for talking about these things.
Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Andy. I started Harry's because I was frustrated with buying razors at the drugstore. And when I say frustrated, I mean like so upset I called my friend Jeff.
Hello, this is Jeff.
Jeff, I'm at the store, and I don't get why these razors
cost so much?
Yeah, and do they need to look like robots?
Dude, I know. And it's so frustrating how expensive they are.
Getting ripped off sucks.
We gotta do something about this.
Why don't we make our own high-quality razors at much better prices?
Actually, I heard about this German razor factory that makes some really high-quality blades.
Really? Okay, maybe that's not exactly how it went. But we did buy that German factory, where we're turning high-quality steel into super sharp blades for a smooth shave at a great price. Seriously, as low as $2 per cartridge. Over the past 10 years, 20 million people have tried Harry's. Join them and get your starter set now. That's a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, and shave gel, all for just $3 with free shipping, backed by our quality guarantee. If you don't like it, it's on us. Just go to harrys.com now and enter code SMOOTH at checkout. That's harrys.com, code SMOOTH.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
It's officially 3 o'clock. It's good to have you here. We got a bit to get into today. Obviously, huge football game coming up on Saturday. We've got Mike Salk, who is a premier sports talk radio host up in Seattle. He'll be joining us today, later this hour. And then at 5 o'clock, we got Steve Kerr. And I guess, Ray, that's a place for us to start our conversation right here and now. We got a lot of room to talk about what's coming up with the 49ers, obviously. But, man, this is a Warriors team that spent its first half dedicated to leaving you wanting more from them. I mean, every time I look at the Warriors, every other time I'm looking at the Warriors, I want to see more from them than we actually are. The big boy Warriors, like officially healthy. Sure, it was Curry's first game back, but, you know, you expect him to just hop on that bike and ride it again. And in many ways, he kind of did. Wasn't a great shooting night for him. Wasn't really expecting him to have to be great to beat, what was it, JV Suns team. It was the big boy Warriors against the little boy Suns. And they close out their 8-game homestand with 3 losses in a row that are just ugly, and then maybe the ugliest of all just last night, Ray.
Yeah, the final score was not at all indicative of the way the game went. But we should have probably seen this coming, given that the first night back, when you all of a sudden insert 3 new starters who have been out, it's going to be pretty chaotic. The fact that it was as chaotic as it was, as quickly as it was, might have been a surprise. And the fact that they got out rebounded. I mean, they gave up 57 rebounds. 57. And a lot of that was the fact that these two teams just shot every chance they received a pass. But Bismack Biyombo shouldn't be owning you the way he did. And Torrey Craig, shouldn't go 12-14. It's one of those things where when a coach comes out after the game and said, I didn't have them prepared, what I think he's saying is they didn't prepare themselves, because these guys are veterans. They know how to do this. So it's not about I didn't have them prepared. It's Steve Kerr trying to send a message without sending the message where people can hear it, because they looked flat. They looked like they hadn't seen each other in months, which frankly is almost true.
It is almost true. Will you meet me halfway in the middle of the street to agree on this, though? Of all teams in the NBA, if there's a single starting five that should know how to play together, regardless of how much time off in between the last game all five were actually able to play together, it's these five guys. I mean, these five guys have won multiple championships. So when those five guys, yeah, I understand a few trips up and down the floor, you're getting your sea legs back, and I'm not expecting a big minute workload or an extremely efficient shooting night from someone who's just returning from a long absence, but Curry gets held to a higher standard, and I think the Warriors starting five should be held to that same higher standard of, you guys have a shorter runway to land on if the argument is, yeah, we just need to play a little bit together to feel like these guys have been playing together so much for so many years now. It should be a little more rote than it certainly looked last night. And you're right. Steve Kerr will be joining us live at 5 today. Last night, he did all he could to fall on the sword himself.
I take responsibility for that. I clearly didn't have our guys ready to play. So that's my fault. I've got to do a better job of giving them the slap in the face that Phoenix gave us in the first quarter. These games are always go like this. A team's got a bunch of starters out, and then all the guys who normally don't play much, they can't wait to get out there. A guy like Saric comes out and just kicks our butt. These are all NBA players. These guys are all great players. This is the league. There's no easy days in the league. So I think the combination of, that dynamic and then us getting some guys back and trying to find our rhythm, it really got us off to a slow start. But I did like the fact that we competed in that fourth quarter and fought like crazy, because sometimes in this league, you forget how hard it is to win a game. It's really hard to win an NBA game. And the difference between winning and losing is like that. One team has the edge emotionally, like Phoenix did, and they set a tone right away. That's all it takes. They made 14 threes and got 20 offensive rebounds because they were the more aggressive team, the more confident team. So I'm hoping that that fourth quarter was a team that I have come to know and love and recognize, but we have to show that in the first quarter, not in the fourth quarter. And it's my job to try to get that out of them.
Steve always says the right things out loud. He doesn't do anything to embarrass his team, but that was an embarrassing defeat. All things considered, even with the inconsistency that this team has been dealing with, just based on availability, Ray, they need to be, especially that starting five, they need to be more consistent than that in any and all scenarios. That's why you're all making big bucks.
I get why you can make the case that, first night back, they're going to have some problems, but you shouldn't fall behind by 30 to Phoenix's second string. Now, he referred to Saric, who frankly would be a perfect Warrior, because I think he does a lot of the things that they have been looking for. I mean, if they could figure out a way to pry him loose, which they can't, of course, he'd be a great get. But the rest of it, just Torrey Craig having his way and Biyombo having his way. Mikal Bridges is a good player, but Dwayne Washington?
Can't happen.
Well, it can happen. It did happen, but it shouldn't happen.
You can't let Damian Lee have the revenge game. Watch me, mom and dad game. He did. He had 22 last night. It's just, you can't let that happen. And the Warriors looking to, have Curry come bounding back into the conversation in the last game they wrapped up on an 8-game homestand that looked like, this thing is wrapped up to come home at 6-2. Worst case scenario, 5-3 sounds awful. It really does, considering how the 3 losses came about.
Well, when they came about, because they're the most recent. That's the other thing, is that it's now been a week since they looked like the team that you saw a week and a half ago, thinking, Yeah, maybe they're figuring it out.
I'll give them.
I mean, even when Kerr is talking about how hard they competed in the fourth quarter, they still gave up 27. You know, the only reason why they cut the lead at all is because they threw up 29 shots in the fourth quarter because it was, you know, it was what the hell time, and they ended up with 34. But when I hear Steve Kerr say we competed like, you know, we competed our ass off, I expect to see the other team scoring 18, 19 points because the Warriors have defended. There wasn't much defense being played last night, really, at any stretch. It was just a matter of they started making more shots in the fourth quarter, but they didn't look materially better.
The only slack I'm going to cut him is the Magic have actually caught a little bit of an on-the-road West Coast heater here on this trip. That's it.
And the Magic has been, all of a sudden, a tough out on this trip. I mean, they scared the hell out of Sacramento. I think they won last night. I mean, they're not bad. Well, they are bad. I take it back. But they're less bad now than they were 2 weeks ago. And every team can catch a little fire from time to time. But, you know, Steve Kerr sort of tipped his hand when he said, I didn't have them ready. Steve Kerr always has them ready.
Well,
and if they're not ready, it's because they did it to themselves.
Right. It's up to them. They're all big boys. They're all grown men. And this team is way too far down the road of competition to need a rah-rah head coach. And let's face it, professionally rah-rah head coaches don't last very long in the first place. I'm sure Steve had him ready to play, but the team's energy was just wrong. Full stop. It was wrong. Mike in San Francisco, real quick. You're on 95.7 The Game. Hello, Mike.
Hey, how you doing today?
Doing well, thank you.
Hey, I want to say that, contrary to belief, Steve Kerr does have them ready, per se, but from game to game, situation to situation, it seems to be a problem. It's no coincidence that Mike Brown and Willie Shaw, what's the guy named down in New Orleans? He's got these guys playing. The Warriors missing some good coaches.
They are.
Okay? They're missing some good coaches. And I like to think that nobody's going to beat the Warriors in 7 games, man. I wouldn't bet against it.
Mike, there's a part of me that wants to just automatically nod along because until someone does it, it really isn't done. Knocking the Warriors out of a 7-game series while they've all been healthy and available for an entire 7-game series, it hasn't happened. It hasn't happened. But I can see it happening this year. I can see it happening with effort like last night showed us. This is not a team that they used to be. I mean, I think that's pretty obvious. We have enough of a sample size. We are 41 games into an 82-game season. And at the halfway mark, it's tough to say anything better than a C-, round it up to a solid C based on some availability and injuries, which played into the mix. But man, oh man, I got main Warrior questions that we're coming on back with. We will ask plenty of Warrior questions to Steve Kerr when he joins us live at 5, and obviously a lot of questions ready to go for our friend Mike Salk when he joins us later on this hour because we got playoff football happening this weekend, which means before the end of the day, Ray, I'm just going to warn you, we're probably going to achieve maximum football. It's coming your way this afternoon.
Well, give me a chance to leave the room then.
I'll do everything I can to give you a fair warning. And by the way, the
caller, when he referred to Willie Shaw, meant Willie Green.
That's okay.
Well, corrections in real time.
Adam Peters sticking around the 49ers, at least turning down interviewing opportunities. We'll talk about what that might mean. We got a lot for you this afternoon.
Means he's got a raise.
Well, I think that's certainly coming his way. Probably, maybe, possibly even more. 888-957-9570. We're open for business on the Warriors concerns, and my main question and my concerns off of that question when we do indeed come back. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name in the Bay Area since 1922. You can visit friedmansappliance.com today.
The road to Glendale is brought to you by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
More showers tonight, continuing tomorrow with a high of 60.
Weather brought to you by Staples.
Staples has the best deals on a full range of HP printers, so get back to business and start the year strong with an HP printer from Staples, the working and learning store.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
The Manufacturers RV Show is back. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 21st through the 29th.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can find options that fit your budget. Because giving you options is the right thing to do.
Oh yeah, like when I hold the door for someone. Sure, it may be weird if I don't time it right, and they're a little too far away, and now they're running. And we're both asking ourselves, is it worth it to run instead of just, letting them open their own door?
But still, it's the right thing to do. So get options based on your needs with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
hello,
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Are you ready?
Bonus days are back for pros at Lowe's. You earn points and save when you buy the top pro brands you trust, like DeWalt. Right now, you can save $100 on the powerful DeWalt 8¼ carbide tipped portable table saw. Was $399, now just $299. Join today and shop bonus days, only at Lowe's. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 1/20. Subject to change while supplies last. Visit Lowes.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
We're officially streaming. Go to youtube.com/957 The Game. You find Damon and Ratto there. You find Steiny and Guru. You find Willard and Dibbs. You find the morning roast there. The whole gosh darn station is there for you on the YouTube page. Hello, everybody on the chat line. Otis Bird III's chat line. Drew Down, what's going up? What's going on? Chris A., we're saying hello to the people, Ray. We're reaching out and touching individuals.
When you say we, you mean you.
Doing it on behalf of you as well.
No, you don't need to do that.
I'm officially working as your proxy to touch people.
I didn't give you my proxy for this.
I'm taking it.
You swine.
The gentleman from San Francisco does not yield. I'm taking it. It is good to have you here, even you, Ray. It's good to have everybody. Ernie Chavez, what about me, D? Oh, hello, Ernie. How are you? We got a lot for you this afternoon. Later on this hour, Mike Salk at 3:45. If you live up in Seattle, if you are from Seattle, you know his name. He has been on the air forever up there, and he is one of our go-to Seattle guys. We're going to be talking about the 49ers and Seahawks with him coming up at 3:45 today. Steve Kerr joins us live at 5. And look, we got honest questions for Steve today. And, you know, was it time to crucify the head coach? I don't think we're there. It doesn't feel like a crucifixion Wednesday, does it, Ray?
No, that's for Good Friday.
Yeah, we're going to save that for a little bit later on in the year.
Plus, he's not never getting fired, so there's no reason to even waste the energy.
He gets the job as long as he wants it. Kyle Shanahan, sort of in the same boat.
Not sort of. This is done. Nobody can ever call in and just say Kyle Shanahan should be fired again.
Scholarship. Get one.
Yeah, he's done. That's done.
My main Warriors question, though, like about the team, about the franchise right now. Can you really still find the light switch on the wall? Great teams can walk into a dark room and they can still flip the switch. They know where it is. They know how to reach it. They know which way it toggles. And flipping the switch is no problem for great teams, even in dark rooms. Is the room so dark they can't find the switch? Are they actually looking for the switch right now? If they were to find the switch in the dark room on the dark wall, can they actually still flip it? We know that they've got a great starting five, but are they still a great team? Ray, I think the answer right now has to be I'm only using the evidence they put in front of us. No. Are they good? Yeah, they're good. Are they great? 5 of them are. 5 of them together represent an element of NBA greatness, but collectively, the entire team is far, far and away from anything that is a great basketball thought week in, week out, stretch of games in, stretch of games out. A lack of consistency means you can't be regarded as great.
They were 30-11 a year ago. They're 10 games worse. And the reason why they're 10 games worse, and you could put these in any order you want, injuries, inconsistency, shoddy defense, bad second unit. And some of that has changed for the better. But, you know, they were going great guns defensively for a while. In the last 3 games, it's not there again. Now, either they're aging and they can't play defense the way they used to, or they have too many guys who don't play defense consistently well night in and night out, which is what they got in the last decade. And like I said, maybe this is just normal, 33-year-olds don't defend the way 28-year-olds defend. But I do believe there is also sort of a sense that we're not together yet. And I don't know if that means the two team parallel line development isn't working as well as they thought, or they're not getting enough from enough other people. And that to me sounds like roster construction more than it does anything else. So maybe it's across the board they're not as sharp as they were a year ago. And that includes Bob Myers, because this team doesn't look like any of the others in terms of cohesion.
It doesn't. And there are enough links of the same DNA between last year and this year where you wouldn't think it would be so difficult to overcome. So I guess maybe my follow-up, how about this? Let me ask you, are you still leaving a corner of your mind open to the actual thought and possibility they could be in the NBA Finals again this year?
Yeah, because the NBA Finals are largely determined by what you do starting in March.
Right.
That's when you either are healthy or you're not, and you start to build up momentum for the postseason, or you don't.
We're a long ways away from that, and we just saw it represented in the NBA Finals on the other half of the bracket last year. That was a very ho-hum beginning to Boston's season, to the point where they were talking about breaking that team up and trading whoever they had to just change direction, to change gears, to find more cohesion. And then around the All-Star break, the Celtics built a wall of defense that very few teams climbed over, and all of a sudden, everyone's talking about them and favoring them almost over the Warriors in the NBA Finals. That's what Boston just did last year. And I'm going to say, if Boston could do that, there is a chance, conceivably, the Warriors could be doing that too, which means, following that model, they don't make that big dramatic trade. And I honestly don't know where that big dramatic trade is coming from. I don't know who that big dramatic player necessarily is that could come in here and change so dramatically just how you think about this team conceptually, where you'd be like, okay, they did what? They added who? Oh, well then, in that case, see you in the finals, everybody. I don't know what that trade is.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. So let me just ask you, if they are who they are and they're going to stay on the hand that they have dealt themselves and have been dealt, when are they going to start taking the season seriously? Because I think that's been a problem too. Like, when do the Golden State Warriors actually believe their season starts in terms of, all right, no more messing around, no more we dropped the balls at home game against the Orlando Magic or the Detroit Pistons? I used to say, every season is built into a 15-game head start before it starts to matter. Then we pushed it to 20. Now we pushed it to 30. Are we pushing this thing out to 40, 50 games of just, we're just kind of, wading ourselves in the shallow end of the pool before we really dive in and start swimming in the big boy end of the pool. And once we do that, oh man, we're going to be Michael Phelps. Like, don't worry about us. When we really start paddling, we'll be swimmers.
Well, they lost 12 of 17 last year before they ran off 5 wins at the end of the year. And those 5 wins at the end of the year were enough momentum for them to show who they were in the postseason.
There was also the return of Curry there, too.
True, but, that the nature of this is you stay within, fighting distance, and then if you hit the gear right, it can be as little as 5 games. It could be as little as 10. So in terms of a date where they have to show or go, that could be, game 72. But in terms of who they are, that needs to start happening sooner, maybe post All-Star break. And who they are should be a team that's hard to play. And right now, they're not consistently a hard team to play. They certainly weren't a hard team to play last night. They weren't a terribly hard team to play against Detroit or Orlando. And that's all down to defense. And defense is about don't foul, don't make the stupid mistake, guarding the wrong guy or letting the wrong guy open. That's where the inconsistency to me is that they are not playing consistently well defensively as a unit. They have great defense from Draymond Green. They have very good defense, I think, from Andrew Wiggins. But after that, who's their great defender? Who's the third guy who provides sort of the glue that makes everybody else better? I'm not seeing it.
DiVincenzo on occasion.
Well, but on occasion isn't glue. On occasion is on occasion.
On occasion.
Yeah. So that to me is the tell. When they start putting together game after game where they're committing fewer fouls than the other team, when they're shooting a better percentage than the other team, and when they're allowing fewer shot attempts than the other team. It's all those things work together. And there are, greater nuances to defense than just those three things. But on the assumption that most people listening are not head coaches in the NBA, you can tell what the Warriors are by the way they play defense more than how they shoot. The idea, well, Curry didn't shoot well tonight, but Curry, there are going to be games when they don't shoot well. But on the games where they don't shoot well, they have to see to it that the other team shoots worse. And that's about consistency of defense, which they have not provided in any, measurable material way for the bulk of the first half of the year. For the first 20 games, they played almost none. And so, their year-to-year defense numbers look worse. But it's really about the consistency, where they'll have a 5-game burst where they can stop teams from doing things. And then you get the last 3 games, 2 of which are inexcusable, because those are teams that you should be able to defend night in and night out without problem.
To me, what would be most scary for the Golden State Warriors if we could sodium pentothal Steve Kerr, the players, Bob Myers, Joe Lacob too, the whole franchise. Hell, we'll even sodium pentothal Raymond Ritter. We'll get them all. Nothing but the truth. Here to me is what would be the scary thing, is if you got the truth out of them and they told you, yeah, we've officially taken off from the starting blocks. We are out here giving a best effort. We are trying. This is the best we can do. If that is the best the Warriors can do, then they absolutely need to start doing something else right now. If they haven't blown the whistle yet, kind of disappointed in that. It's really not how you became the Golden State Warriors, but the way up the mountain and the way down the mountain are 2 different things. I get it. I really do. It's just natural sports life cycles. It's a natural NBA competitive life cycle. I get it. I do. But if this thing is really their best effort, then there are problems afoot right now. Serious problems. If after being sodium pentothal, they'd admit, yeah, dude, we basically said we're not going to worry about the first 50 games of this year. We're just really not. We know that we can, like I said earlier, find that switch in the wall when we walk into the dark room of the playoffs. We know where that light switch is. We know which way it flips. We'll flip it, and we'll do it with about 30 games left to play. If you could tell me that, if that's what the plan is, I wish that they would share that with us, because I'd feel a lot better about what it is we're seeing, because what we're seeing, as I said earlier, it leaves you wanting something more every night. And it's not one of those first rules of show business is leave them wanting more compliments. It's, why am I looking at this? Why are they continually disinterested in making a defensive stand for 4 or 5 minute stretches in a row? Why is a team like the Detroit Pistons just slashing and burning through the paint on the way to the rim with just no problems or worries about it at all game long? I don't get it. So if this is their best effort, problems.
I don't think it's a switch, though. I think it may be that they do not have enough guys in the second unit for whom defense is a priority. And that would include Jordan Poole. And I'm not going to sit here and bash him because it's clear what he is for them. He's a scorer. He's a shooter, to be more specific. But, DiVincenzo, Anthony Lamb, Ty Jerome, they don't have the Otto Porter, Gary Payton, minutes here, minutes there of Iguodala, who can clamp down on teams, who make defense a priority. And I think that, to me, again, it's a roster construction problem.
To me, one of the things that's kind of nuts about this is I'm starting to look at Anthony Lamb and look at his minutes and like what I'm seeing. I understand why he's out there, but there's even a diminishing return on him because they're going to have to make a roster move in order to sign him to a full contract. He's a two-way player. And look, it's, Andre Iguodala, what are you going to do this year? Are you actually going to contribute on the court? Because if he's just some, he's like a mascot at this point. He's a Svengali on the end of the bench who dispels wisdom to everyone. He's basically our basketball Rasputin. Well, then cut him and tell him that they will buy for him that first seat next to the Warriors bench every single game going forward. And so even though he's really not on the team, he's still on the team and he can come into the locker room and he can be a part of the guys. If that's what it's going to take, because they either need Andre Iguodala to find the fountain of youth and really start contributing, or they need to tell Anthony Lamb, we didn't need to worry about what games we are or aren't using you in because you're going to be along for the rest of the ride. I'm not saying that Anthony Lamb is the difference, but he's actually one of the things I have taken out of the category of might be a problem and put in the category of could be an asset.
But he's part of the problem in that he's not a consistent defender. And I think it's not about what Andre Iguodala is or isn't doing, because they told you at the beginning of the year, and they have maintained it, that Andre Iguodala's contributions are going to be measured when the games get important. March, April, May, etc. He's only been back for 2 games. He's only played 12 minutes. They've let you know that, look, this is how we're playing him. It's the fact that they can't rely on defensive games where you just go, God, how's a team going to score on them? There have been too many games where they've given up 120. And 120 is not a magic number anymore. But it is a sign that you're paying less attention to defense than you are trying to get to 121.
They're giving up 117.7 points per game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to find success with that number attached to you.
Yeah, and that's my point, is that their failures, if you want to classify them as that, are largely defensive. And defense is cohesion. They haven't been very cohesive. And I mean, who are the guys who night in and night out, you know what you're getting? Green, Curry, Wiggins. Everybody else.
Looney.
Yeah, Looney. You're right. I should include him. Everyone else is prone to ups and downs, and the Warriors were not an up and down team in the past. They weren't an up and down team very much last year. I think that's the difference. It's just you cannot bank on what you're getting from them night in and night out. And they're at the halfway point. I mean, even last year, you knew coming out of the chute who they were. They were 18-3 at one point. And that's because they were lockdown defenders as a team. And I know that I probably focused too much on the defensive side of the ball, but that's how they made their rep. That's how they won in 15 and 17 and 18.
That's why the classification of their jump shot shooting team never really fit, even though they took a lot of jump shots because they had great shooters. To say a team is a jump shooting team is to say they were soft, and the Warriors were, iron sharpening iron on the defensive side of the court for years in a row. You took it for granted. A lot of fans did. You just took the defensive effort for granted, and you can see how much the equation changes without it. The Warriors' true saving grace so far of what has to be, universally said, a disappointing 41-game start, coming in at 20-21 through their first 41 games. We are at the halfway point. They're under 500 by a game here. You know, the Warriors, they're only 7.5 games back of two teams that are tied for the top spot. I mean, there is a lot of basketball still to play, and nobody has pulled away. It feels like the entire NBA has basically said, yeah, first 40 games of the year, we ain't going to really worry too much about that. Is it time to start worrying about it now? And, you know, you talk about Andre Iguodala is here for when the games matter. It felt like the universe existed at a time where the Warriors were going to be the sole decision makers in what games really mattered to them. That luxury, I think, has been removed. There is a new variable in the equation of when games should start mattering to the Warriors, and that's the rest of the NBA, because they're no longer the team that has the collective willpower to just beat any and all comers under any and all circumstances. Things have changed, and I think they got to drop that arrogance that is, yeah, we'll decide when it's important. When you're 20-21 on the year, games are important right now. Like, importance is chosen this moment more than you get to choose the moment of importance. So this moment, unfortunately for the Warriors, comes with a road trip, which we know has been, you know, their massive bugaboos so far. They've got a big road trip coming up, and we'll see how it looks. We'll see how it looks. San Antonio, Chicago, Washington, Boston, and Cleveland, 3-2. Like, I would buy 3-2 right now, and so would Steve Kerr, so would Steph Curry, so would Dre, Klay Thompson. Bob Myers would buy 3-2 on this road trip, sight unseen. 100% they would. They used to live in a universe where 3-2 would be, you know, that's unacceptable. That universe is gone, man. It's changed. The good news is that the man who is most important to the room is back in the room, and here is how Steph Curry said he felt after getting back on the court last night.
After 4 weeks, it's obviously just kind of hit or miss on how much rust you'll have and how quickly you can get up to the speed of the game. And obviously with the flow, the way that they were playing, first quarter felt good just to be back out there and running with my guys and feeling the energy in the building again. Kind of hit a little lull in the second and third quarter. I felt like I got stronger as the game went on, which exciting knowing body will respond and coming on this road trip and be able to continue to build my endurance back to where it was before the injury, and then hopefully get everybody on the same page of how we need to go through this road trip and find a way to kind of right the ship after these last 3 games.
All things considered, we're just underway here this afternoon on Damon and Ratto. We've got Mike Salk from up in Seattle joining us. He is a great sports talk radio show host up there. He knows the Seahawks like the back of his hand. We played some sound from Pete Carroll from earlier in the week that happened right on his show. He talks to Pete Carroll every week on his show, the same way we talk to Steve Kerr, who we're going to be talking to live at 5 this afternoon. So we'll get back to the Warriors at 5 o'clock. In the meantime, we got ourselves a juicy NFC wildcard weekend about to start. We got Niners, we got Seahawks. That used to be a rivalry, kids, and could be again real soon. Actually will be again starting at 1:25 on Saturday afternoon. It's Damon, it's Ratto. We're here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
By God, is that the Harlem Globetrotters music? Yeah! Harlem Globetrotters! Remix!
It is. The Harlem Globetrotters are live in studio with Vontae and Shasky tomorrow morning at 8.
Unbelievable.
Don't miss the hilarious and talented Harlem Globetrotters tomorrow at 8. Live in studio with a morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi, we've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yeah, check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Our winter sale is almost over. Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/offers to save through January 22nd. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Welcome to No Mercy, hosted by yours truly, Stephen A. Smith. For the first time in my career, I have complete, unadulterated freedom to say my piece on a whole host of different topics. News, politics, pop culture, social justice. Look for my podcast on big topics making headlines across the country, as well as unfiltered conversations with celebrities like Charlamagne the God, Jake Paul, Dana White, Snoop Dogg, and more. Listen to No Mercy, spelled K-N-O-W, Mercy. A presentation of Cadence 13 and Odyssey Studio, available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So the road to Glendale is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. We're very happy to say hello to Mike Salk up at Seattle Sports Station, host of the Brock and Salk Show, which is in the mornings, which means he's got the afternoons open and is nice enough to join us here, getting you ready for a big playoff game between division rivals this Saturday. Mike, first of all, isn't it surprising to see both these teams going off as the first game of the wild card weekend, the Houston Texans Memorial time slot? I thought it would have gotten a more prestigious primetime placement.
Well, I'm glad to hear I'm not the only one complaining about this. I was saying that this morning on the show, and people are like, oh, we kind of like the early Saturday. Like, what? This is for the Jaguars, the Texans, the Titans, the Bills before they were good. I mean, this is a terrible time slot, and I totally agree with you. I would have thought that this game would have gotten like the Sunday afternoon, like the second game on Sunday or something like that, because there are probably some better games. But, yeah, I'm with you. That's garbage.
At what point in time during this year did you officially buy into, like, the Geno Smith, this could actually be a better year than anyone had predicted going into the season? At what point did the light come on, hey, these guys kind of can play?
Yeah, they won those 4 straight games in the middle of the year, and, you know, it turns out none of the teams they played ended up being all that good other than the Giants. But it was enough, right? It was enough during that stretch to sort of make everybody take notice and say, hold on a second, we got this entire thing wrong. We were wrong about, well, a lot of people were wrong about Pete, the people who wanted Jody Allen, the owner, to choose Russ over Pete. Can you imagine if that had happened? Oh, my God, what a disaster it would have been here. And all of us, myself included, for sure, who were wrong about Geno, I wasn't just wrong. I was as wrong can be about Geno Smith. I mean, I truly believe it is one of the most incredible turnaround stories we've ever seen in sports over time. I don't mean like a one-game surprise upset or a series. I mean a guy who literally we all thought was bad, and he turns out to be a Pro Bowler and very good.
Who do you know was right about Geno Smith, though? I mean, it doesn't sound like you're in a minority here. Nobody thought that was a good idea. I mean, it looked like the Seahawks had no choice. They just, it was, whoever they took, they were going to suck at quarterback, and it turns out they took the absolute rightest guy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you got to give Pete Carroll some credit. I mean, they did decide, he and John Schneider, to go down that road. No one thought, I mean, I'm not even sure Geno thought it. And I don't know whether Pete was expecting him to play as well as he did, but they had other options, right? I mean, we had talked about Jimmy Garoppolo. We had talked about, Baker Mayfield, who they could have gone after. They had other options and other directions they could have gone. And they kept saying, look, we believe in Geno, and quite frankly, we even like Drew Lock. And we didn't believe him, right? None of us. I remember Tim Hasselbeck saying that, they don't have 2 1s, they have 2 2s at best. And I was right there with them. And now, this is what a sucker I am. I'm now sitting here going, if they lose Geno Smith, I might have to believe, Pete, that Drew Lock is pretty good.
Well, no, the reason why I asked was not whether Pete Carroll and John Schneider believed this was a good idea. Anybody outside that building. Because I never heard anybody say, man, they're in good shape taking Geno Smith.
Yeah, not really. We have KJ Wright on our show, former Seahawks linebacker. He liked Geno a little bit, but even he didn't think this was going to evolve. I mean, it really has been a special story. I don't know if he'll win Comeback Player of the Year, because there's a debate as to whether he's coming back from anything, right, other than just not playing for the last half a decade. But, compared to the guy that he was, not just the player he was, right, but the guy that he was and the personality that he was when he was with the Jets and not taking responsibility for anything. We talked to Mark Sanchez, who was his teammate then, who said Geno would kind of show up, sleep in his eyes, still wearing his pajamas, not taking life too seriously. Obviously, he gets punched by the teammate. Fast forward to today, and I don't just love what he's done on the field. he has answered every single question flawlessly throughout the entirety of the season. He's been a great leader. He's harnessed some of his competitive frustration and turned it into leadership. It really is, honestly, it is such a bizarre, cool story. And he's going to make some money this offseason. He made all of his bonus money this year. He got $1 million when the Lions won the other night. And you could sort of see the tears. I mean, this guy has made, $9 million or something like that over the course of his career. He makes $7 million this year, and he's probably going to make 30 plus in the off season. That's a pretty huge change in what his life has been like for Geno Smith.
Mike Salk, Seattle sports talker here on 95.7 The Game. And, we got ourselves a rivalry sort of reborn. It was supposed to end, Harbaugh, Legion of Boom. Two teams go, their separate ways, if you will. The Rams really rear their head in the NFC West. And this felt like, maybe it was going to be put on the back burner, but here we go again. And, I mean, all the stars, all of the great, borderline future Hall of Famers, if not future Hall of Famers, who've been involved in this rivalry, it comes down to Brock Purdy versus Geno Smith, just like we all thought it would, Mike. If Geno and Pete were to roll down here and drop maybe the upset of the NFL weekend, give me 2 or 3 things that you think 100% need to happen for Seattle to shock the world.
Can Trey Lance play?
If you hurt Brock Purdy, maybe, but that ankle might not even have him dressing. It's Josh Johnson if you knock Purdy out.
I don't know. I think I'd still rather see Trey Lance if that's a possibility. I don't, we're trying to write what that script looks like for a Seahawks upset. And, if they play 10 times, what do the Seahawks win? Twice, right? Maybe 3 times, somewhere in that range. It probably, it's going to have to start with stopping the run, shutting down Christian McCaffrey, shutting down that running game. Because honestly, the Seahawks pass defense is pretty good. I mean, as bad as it's been for the last few years, this kid, Tariq Woolen, they got playing cornerback. Does not have a personality like Richard Sherman, and he's not quite as physical, but he's a whole lot faster. And he is a legitimate lockdown corner. Probably should be Defensive Rookie of the Year. I know it'll go to Sauce Gardner because he, plays in New York, but Tariq's been every bit as good as Gardner has over the course of this year. They can stop the pass if they can actually stop San Francisco's running game. And by the way, they've struggled to stop most running games that aren't even as good as the Niners. But that's where it's got to start. And then offensively, huge game from your tackles. You've got 2 rookie bookend tackles. Can they slow down Bosa, et cetera? Probably not, but it's going to start there. And they got to run the ball. I don't know if you guys have watched Ken Walker. He's good. He really is. I mean, he's a really good young running back. And, Pete wants to run the ball. It's important to him, important to the Seahawks' entire, philosophy. But they're going to have to do all those things against a team that really doesn't let anyone do those things. So I'm not exactly brimming with confidence, but I also look at it and say, in their last, since Purdy took over, the Niners scored 35 plus in every game except for one. And that's when the Seahawks held them to 21. Yeah, there was also a little Travis Homer fumble that led to 7 of those points as well. So in order to believe that the Seahawks have a chance, you have to believe that they figured out some sort of way to at least slow down that Niner attack.
In general, how do people in Seattle feel about the Seahawks right now? And how dramatic a change would there have been in the mood in the town if Green Bay hadn't coughed up its chance to get into the postseason?
Well, yeah, it's a good question. I was kind of asking folks about that today because it doesn't feel like some of those previous Seahawks teams, right, where you knew they were good and they were expected to win and the whole city felt like they were rallying around the Seahawks. I don't know if it feels quite like that, but I think there's more of a sense that this is the way things were in 2010 and 11 when Pete first took over, and you could see a nucleus being built. We're really excited about having the Broncos pick, which we thought was going to be 3rd overall. Now it's going to be the 5th overall pick, thanks to the Broncos finally getting a win and the NFL sort of screwing around with the schedule a little bit last weekend. But I don't know whether the mood would have been that different if Detroit had lost that game, which certainly I expected would happen. I mean, if you look at it and say, either way, they were 9-8 with a really young team, and you just had an incredible draft class. Almost every single member of it contributed in a major way to this team and looks great moving forward. You've got 4 picks in the first 2 rounds, 3 in the top, 35 next year in the draft. So I think there's a lot of optimism, but I don't know whether it's about what this particular unit can do for the rest of this year.
Mike, you've been in Seattle longer than the Space Needle, basically, so you've seen it all. Is this Pete Carroll's best season as a head coach?
I asked KJ Wright that question today. He said yes. I don't know whether I would say that. It's right there. I really believe that in 2014, the year they got back to the Super Bowl and lost, getting back-to-back Super Bowls, getting to that moment, I think is an incredible coaching job. And I think what he did the next year, after the trauma of the pick at the 1-yard line and all of that, to get that team back to the playoffs again, that included the Cam Chancellor holdout. Those 2 years were pretty special in my book. But this one is right there with it just because of what talent he had on the team and how young everybody was. I mean, other than DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, who's perennially ignored and overlooked, what stars are on this Seahawks team? There really aren't a lot of them, and yet Pete's found a way to just sort of use his philosophy, use his culture to get them to the playoffs for the 10th time in the 13 years he's been here in Seattle.
Mike Salk from up in Seattle on 95.7 The Game. Let's wrap up with this because, look, Seattle is a city that officially loves and protects and cherishes their own. And Russell Wilson obviously was one of your own, and he was the king of that town for many, many, many years. So what is the real level of schadenfreude to see his flop so hard in Denver? And, is there any almost sympathy thinking, geez, if they had just kept him around, it wouldn't have ended quite like that? Or is it just fans are happy to be done with him? Did he really burn his bridges?
Yeah, I've never seen anything quite like that. I mean, fans actually legitimately seem to be pretty happy to be done with Russell Wilson. And it's not that everyone doesn't recognize the incredible decade that he had here in Seattle as the best quarterback in franchise history. But I think there's a simultaneous belief that inside of that was his desire for legacy, his own personal desire to play a specific style of play that he's not very good at, a desire to win MVP awards, et cetera, that wasn't going to happen, and that he viewed Pete Carroll and their system as the problem. And when he was out on his own and was allowed to do all of the things that he thought he should be able to do here, it turns out Pete wasn't the problem. Pete had a really good sense as to what Russ was good at and what he wasn't, and put him in a really good position to succeed for that decade plus here in Seattle. So, go back and look at the difference between the way the fans reacted to Russ's return and Bobby Wagner's. Two captains, two longtime, stalwarts of the Seattle team. Russ was booed. Pete essentially encouraged the team the fans rather to do so, whereas Bobby was cheered and revered and honored by Pete and everybody else in the organization. I mean, there had to be stuff going on behind the scenes, which we now know quite a bit about, that led to all of that. So, you throw in the fact that the Seahawks have their first 2 picks this year, and I don't think there were many Seahawks fans who were feeling sympathetic at all. That could change into the future now that you don't have their picks. But, I mean, listen to the stuff Russ is saying. I mean, it's like a daily part of our show, playing Russell Wilson, trying to pretend like he knows the lunch lady and the other people that very clearly he doesn't know who they are, but he's trying to prove he's a human being every day in his press conferences in Denver. I swear to God, we spend almost as much time talking about the Broncos as we do the Seahawks. Right?
Mike, Ray's got one more for you. Let me just quickly welcome everyone to our 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free. Can a case be made that Geno Smith might have saved Pete Carroll from a forced retirement?
You could probably have that. It's a good question, Ray, and as a longtime sports writer, I'm not surprised you asked it. I don't think so. I think Pete was on pretty solid ground.
So
I think that when Jody Allen had a meeting last year and was faced with a decision between Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson, essentially, she chose Pete Carroll. She chose culture over quarterback, which I think most people disagreed with at the time. And I think she was very smart. It's hard to find a franchise quarterback. It might be even harder to find a legitimate franchise coach like Pete is. And she knew it was going to take it some time in all likelihood to rebuild this roster and certainly to find the ideal quarterback. I don't know whether Geno's that guy or not. We'll see what happens this offseason. Pete made some allusion to the fact that maybe they're okay in their system going with, another quarterback, maybe Drew Lock, maybe somebody else, and maybe they'll end up drafting a guy in the top 5. But I don't think so. I think Pete's on pretty solid ground, and people have been wondering about it for a while. And every year, it turns out he knows exactly what he's doing and seems to have quite a bit of respect from the people above him.
Mike Salk knows everything going on up in Seattle. Your answer doesn't need to be longer than 20 seconds because it's a hockey question. How big are the Kraken? Is it still working up there? Are the Kraken still like team du jour up in Seattle?
Well, they won 6 in a row. They're pretty good this year. They're heading into Boston tomorrow for a huge matchup with the really, really good Bruins. I'm into it, but I grew up in the Northeast. I grew up in Boston, and hockey's kind of in my blood. We don't talk a ton about it, and, I'm not sure how much the fans are ready for that kind of conversation, but it's fun. And when they do make the playoffs, Seattle's certainly a town that will support a winner, and I think they will by this year.
Will you have an NBA team in the next decade?
Yes, as soon as one is available. I mean, the building is ready for it. I mean, this building is magnificent. If you guys haven't been up, it really is an absolutely gorgeous building, and it's ready for hockey. And the Lodwickis and the folks who built it are in touch with the NBA. Their owner, David Bonderman, is a minority owner with the Celtics. As soon as there's a team ready to expand or move, they're coming here. It's just a matter of when, not if.
I said I was going to ask one more question, but I'm asking one more question. Once the Seahawks are done, does it become a Kraken town for a while?
Well, don't forget about our other team that just made the playoffs for the first time in 20 years. I mean, there is a pretty significant buzz around the Mariners right now. They haven't had a huge offseason, but they ended this gigantic playoff drought. They got young Julio Rodriguez, who might be the most exciting young player in baseball right now. They got a really great young pitching staff. They traded for Luis Castillo, who was a legitimate ace. I don't know. I mean, the Mariners have a pretty good case to say that right now it's a Mariner town more than even a Seahawks town.
Hey, San Francisco is a Mitch Haniger town. What do you think of that?
You guys are going to love Mitch. He's such a great dude and such a fun player to watch when he's healthy. And obviously that last statement is huge. He just hasn't been healthy consistently. And it's not always been his fault. He's had these freak injuries, right? I mean, you guys know about his midsection injury that kept him out a couple of years ago. And you feel terrible for him because he's a grinder and he's a really, really good hitter when he's on. You guys will like Mitch. Fun dude, and just a really, really good, solid baseball player.
Mike Salk, fun dude, really, really good, solid radio talk guy. Thank you so much for joining us today, man. And we plan to home and home. I'll talk to you on Friday morning.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it, Damon. And Brace, thank you. Huge fan of yours as well.
I'll give it time. That'll blow over.
There he is. Mike Salk on 95.7 The Game. That is the most comprehensive interview about Seattle sports in the history of any interview that ever took place outside of the city of Seattle, I'm guessing. It was comprehensive, Ray. We
covered it.
We didn't get any, what's their MLS team?
The Sounders.
The Sounders?
That's a fairly big deal. They draw like 30,000 a game. And that's like 30,000 real people, not 30,000 chairs. So Seattle's a good sports town. You just have to show them that you don't suck. And I was, fascinated to hear how Carroll was safe no matter what happened this year. But I really do believe that Geno Smith might have actually saved him from the forced retirement, because he is 71. He's older than Belichick. And you start hitting that slide where you're not making the playoffs often, all of a sudden people start looking at you going, you're too old for this gig. And it looks like he showed this year that he's not only not too old, but he's still sort of cutting edge.
And look, Geno did an awful lot to keep public pressure off of his back. I mean, it's not a ravenous media town in terms of driving people out of town, but whoever was going to write that column didn't even really get the chance to write that column. And because we both agree that there's way too much credit given to quarterbacks in the NFL for overall team success, it really takes a team to get it done. John Schneider did as much to save Pete from an early retirement. I mean, these two guys have been one of the most successful head coaching and GM tandems in the league. I mean, they are in the playoffs the year after they move on from Russell Wilson and Bobby Wagner. Those are the last two holdovers from the Super Bowl roster. And 10 out of 13 years they're in the postseason. Even with a trip up of maybe Geno wasn't the guy, how do you say goodbye to someone who is, without a doubt, the best head coach in the history of your franchise? And John Schneider, we could sit around and talk about great GMs in sports and probably not get to him just because Seattle, out of sight, out of mind. That's just the way that city works as a sports town. But the truth is, he just dropped one of the single best rookie classes we have seen battle-tested in a rookie year in a real long time. I guess here's a question. There are 2 rookie tackles, Charlie Cross and Abraham Lucas. What are they still rookies? When do they cease being rookies?
When their second season starts. They're rookies now.
All right, but their first season has ended, so are they still technically rookies?
No,
I don't know.
I think it's when the next season starts. But
whatever, battling semantics, you got 2 tackles. You got Kenneth Walker III, who has really shown up in his rookie year and given you 9 touchdowns, a 4.6 average, and over 1,000 yards. Kobe Bryant, C-O-B-Y, not K-O-B-E, but Kobe Bryant. This guy's a 4th-round corner who forces fumbles. He's been making plays in their secondary all year long. John Schneider is responsible for drafting their 2 1,000-yard receivers, DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. Their tight end, Noah Fant, acquired in the trade that sent Russ to the Denver Broncos. Their second tight end, Will Dissly, isn't bad. I had to pick him up on emergency waivers in fantasy football, and Will Dissly actually, in the weeks that I carried him on my roster, did pretty good things for me.
That's really the standard for greatness, whether he made you money.
Well, I'm just saying there's not a lot of second tight ends who are actually a little bit of a threat. Like Will Dissly is a little bit more of a threat to score a touchdown on you than most second tight ends are anywhere in the league. And as Mike brought up, Tariq Woolen, dude, his 6 interceptions would have led the 49ers in the same category. He is a lockdown corner. So that's going to make things a little bit more difficult for the 49ers offense this weekend. But, man, there is something that he also brought up, Mike just did, and he's totally right about it. And it's one of the things that we're going to talk about, how Seattle's defense is basically built in the mirror opposite image of the 49ers defense. The 49ers are an absolute long day of work up front. No real regression in that linebacking core. And then you get to the secondary, and that's where opportunity starts to lie for teams to attack. The Seahawks are basically built from the back of the secondary in. They've got a great secondary, which would be even better had Jamal Adams not torn his quad and hurt his knee and been out since the first week of the entire year. But they have a very good secondary, good linebackers, and not a long days of work up front. They don't have a 10-sack guy on their team. They got 2 9.5-sack guys, but they don't have a 10-sack defensive line player on their roster this year. They are sort of the opposite of the Niners, conceptually anyways.
Yeah, but they're a little bit like the Legion of Boom teams who were built from the back forward.
Yes.
Too. And I think Pete Carroll believes in that. And
he's a secondary coach by nature.
He's a secondary coach by nature, but also most teams in the NFL now want to beat you throwing the ball. This defensive alignment becomes problematic against a team like San Francisco, where they not only are, have a superb running back, but they have a very good second running back, and their philosophy is to beat you on the ground, not in the air. So that's going to be, I think, the hardest thing for the Seahawks to deal with. It's that the 49ers could actually just punish them with time of possession. And if they do that, it's going to be both a long day for them and a short day for me.
We got an awful lot still coming up, including a conversation with Steve Kerr live at 5 here on a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name in the Bay Area since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. When we come on back, I want to talk about some of the coaching origins of Pete Carroll and how they are baked, as we were just talking about, into the way that the Seahawks play. And obviously the 49ers are playing the Seahawks on Saturday afternoon for the right to move on in the NFL playoffs. We are also here on Damon and Ratto, brought to you by calhope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Hey, it's Damon here, and I want to talk to you about the tax and crypto attorneys from Kugelman Law. Did you trade crypto? Do you have any NFTs? Have you received any 1099s from a crypto exchange reporting your transactions? Do you need a crypto accounting service? Chances are you may. And if so, you need to contact the attorneys that know how to handle these sorts of things, and that's the Kugelman Law Firm, by visiting sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law Team has helped hundreds of clients over the years with crypto accounting and tax compliance issues, and they will give you a fair and honest assessment of your crypto tax needs. During your consultation, they're going to be straightforward, they're going to be transparent about their pricing, and they're going to educate you about the solutions that are actually available to you. The IRS is ramping up enforcement all the way around, including crypto users, so it's important to have an attorney experienced with crypto on your side. Visit Kugelman Law to schedule a consultation today. sftaxteam.com. That is sftaxteam.com. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This is a paid endorsement and does not constitute a guarantee or a prediction of results.
If you aren't listening to Willard and Dibbs,
What are you doing right now?
This offense is good enough to make it to that game. You're talking about the NFC Championship game, January 29th. And now that we've seen what we've seen from Brock Purdy, not only is he not spitting the bit and looking bad, he actually looks good. Yep. He's been the best of the three quarterbacks that the Niners have started this year.
Not bad for Mr. Relevant.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight pad.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, These factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
El Cerrito cloudy tonight with a low of 54.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples has the best deals on a full range of HP printers, so get back to business and start the year strong with an HP printer from Staples, the working and learning store.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Merch store. Oh, it's still open for business. Megan in Campbell bought a DPOY hoodie today. Way to get name checked, Megan. Thank you very, very much. 957thegameshop.com. Hear your name on the radio if you maybe buy a T-shirt. What a deal. What a bargain. What value we're providing for the Bay Area, Ray.
Keep me out of this.
Incredible value being provided for the Bay Area. We got ourselves playoff football. It starts Saturday at 1:30. And look, this rivalry, it gets a little bit of a reboot with this game. You know, it really does. And I think it gets a reboot with not only this game, but what this game can be the launching pad of. Now, Ray, if you want to just jump right back into the rivalry, I mean, let Seattle win this game. Whoa, that's
when I think the rivalry is rekindled. If they lose by anything more than something like really close, like a last-second field goal or something, I don't think the rivalry's there, because I don't think most 49er fans view Seattle as the threat they used to be.
That's the wrong way to look at them.
Well, but if Seattle wins or makes it very difficult for them, I think it's probably going to be that again, in large part because neither the Rams nor the Cardinals will be participants in that for the next couple of years.
That's why I think no matter what happens here, we got a little bit of the first spark of this rivalry being rekindled, because the 49ers, the next 2-3 seasons, should be in the driver's seat in the NFC West, just based on what's happened or what could happen in the next week or two, month or two, in terms of the Rams especially. But you got Seattle, which has a bevy of picks still coming in from Denver for the Russell Wilson trade. And they here they are. They're coming. They've reached the playoffs on the strength of a fantastic draft class. Their demise was greatly exaggerated. And as we were discussing yesterday, the omnipotence of the NFC West was probably overly sold, because things change fast, and things changed real fast for, first of all, the LA Rams, because McVay and Stafford are now both huge. Like, let's wait and see what their future hold guys. McVay even more so than Stafford. And the Cardinals are back to being the laughable Cardinals. They need a new head coach. They need a new GM. And let's be totally honest about Kyler. He's an experiment, and those results are hard to predict from the Kyler Murray experiment, especially when you put it in a new test tube with a new GM and a new head coach and shake that thing up. And what does it look like? It looks like at least probably 2 or 3 years to get that right. So it really looks like the NFC West is back to being a these two teams conversation, not only Saturday afternoon, but for a year or two going forward. And I reserve the right to tell you that everything in the NFL can change on a dime.
Yeah, see, that's the thing that makes me hesitate about this, because I think these playoffs will determine what the next great rivalry is. Whether it's the Eagles, whether it's the Cowboys or the Vikings or the Seahawks, it depends on who gives the 49ers the greatest amount of trouble. I mean, it might be that it ends up, the rivalry becomes Kansas City because, let's say they get to the Super Bowl. Let's say Kansas City wins again. Now that's the stalking horse. That's the team they can't get over. I think rivalries in this kind of vacuum get created this month. And it might not be Seattle. It might very well be, because I think the way the playoffs set up now, winning your division is not the thing that it used to be. It's getting a good spot in the 1-7. You have to win your division to do that. But I have a feeling they're going to change that format pretty soon, so that Jacksonville being 9-8 doesn't get you a home game in the first week. I think that's coming. There's talk about it in the rules committee.
I don't have a problem with 9-8 getting a home game if you win your division with 9-8. I have a problem with 8-9 getting you a home game if you win that division. To me, one of the playoff tweaks that I would make is, all right, we're taking the same amount of teams, but you don't get a home game if you've won a division without a winning record. We'll give it to the next best record. That's the way I would play it if I were the commissioner, tweaking the format to feel a little more fair on its surface. And don't tell me that they're not willing to tweak playoff formats and who plays where, because we just saw them do it.
Oh, I wasn't going to tell you that. I mean, the only thing I was going to quibble with was whether the commissioner would do it, because he couldn't manage to get out of bed to make a judgment on Bills versus Bengals. He left that to Troy Vincent. I mean, no, that's one where you want the commissioner, who is allegedly the face of the company, to, even if he has to do it on a Zoom call in his pajamas.
Man, $40 million a year. Text me the answer, Roger.
Yeah, not even text it. Just show yourself. Just say, hey, we're not going to do this. I mean, it should not have had to have been the player's call. Thank God it was. But it's a real statement about what the NFL believes, and that not only did they wait too long to make a decision that the players and coaches had already made for them, but that the commissioner wasn't there to do it. Even if it took an hour for them to get off their dime, that's where the commissioner is supposed to be there, and he couldn't be bothered.
We dropping a dereliction of duty on Roger here?
No, I think he doesn't care about anything except the things that make money for the company. It's not about, what goes on the field. I think he views having to attend games the way Rob Manfred does, as a gigantic pain in his ass. I mean, he just, he's there to do two things: negotiate TV deals and negotiate CBAs.
And be a human shield for any flack coming from the media. And you jump in front of owners like you were trying to, like you're a Secret Service agent protecting a president.
But even then, he doesn't show up for much of that until he's forced to.
Oh, he won't come out and poke his head out of his hole unless it's the State of the Union Super Bowl week. He has to do that press conference.
And even then, he's taken it from, I think, Friday to Wednesday night so that fewer people are there to grill him. He's basically a guy, he's almost in hiding. He's like commissioner in absentia.
I mean, it is how I prefer my commissioners overall. But when a problem arises, your bell should ring and you should be in front of it.
I mean, say what you want about Gary Bettman. He's as unpopular as a commissioner is. But when there's a problem,
he solves it. Check out Gary Bettman while his DJ revolves it.
Well, but I mean, he's the guy who stepped in to solve Arizona's temporary arena crisis when they got kicked out of their arena in Glendale.
Bang up job. What are they going to be playing in front of 400 people this year?
Yeah, they are, but
it actually looks like I've seen that hockey arena. It looks like a really fun place to go see the game. Every single seat is on the glass.
Yeah, people come away from it feeling like, God, this is great fun. I mean, it's still 4,600 seats, but the players rave about it, especially given that they'd be drawing 4,600
anyway
in the old building, and will probably draw 4,600 if they ever get a new one built, or if they move to Houston, like most people think.
I'll say this. The NFL is a league that feels like on a night where you see something as scary on Monday Night Football last week, it squanders all of its goodwill. But, the minute they got a everything's okay with Hamlin story, and by the way, everything is okay with Hamlin. What a great bit of news we have to share with you that he's out of the Buffalo hospital. He not only has been transferred out of Cincinnati back to Buffalo, he's not even in the hospital anymore. He's now recovering at home. This guy is, it sounds like, going to live a normal life, if that's going to be
the Bills have listed him as day-to-day.
Yeah, if this is going to be a football player going forward, we'll see. But this is a living, breathing young man going forward, hopefully approaching old age and decades from now, and he's got a normal life ahead of him. It's amazing how scary Monday Night Football was. But did you see the football machine that, the at-large machine of football just fire, print the we love Hamlin T-shirts, and then make sure every single football fan on the planet knows that his very first words were, did we win? Because, does that sell? Does that sell? Make sure everybody knows, did we win? That's what we're talking about in terms of football player. And they started selling these games and results matter more than anything as quickly as they could. The return, no group of fans will collectively assemble moments of anger and hurl them relentlessly at a sport like football fans, and then immediately forget whatever the gripes were the minute their next game kicks off. Every single time.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that is always amazing to me is how deftly the NFL avoids blame, but conversely, how deftly they take credit. I mean, they were trumpeting their protocols. This is what saved, Duron Hamlin. No, a trainer and doctors saved him. All right? Stop saying that it was your system. Human beings saved his life. And he was one of the people who saved his life. There was a doctor yesterday who said the biggest reason why he's alive now is because he's a young athlete in excellent shape. Said most people who get commotio cordis like that, that it's not a discussion. They, tag him and bag him. But the fact that he got immediate help and was in a position to use the help because he was in such good condition is probably the reason why he's alive today.
I've always recommended that if you're going to have a life-threatening medical anything, be a world-class athlete. It's a really good starting point.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same reason why Christian Eriksen, the soccer player who collapsed on the field, was saved, because there was somebody there within 60 seconds giving him CPR.
Those first moments of response time. And look, anyone who was a responder, they should be winning NFL weekly accolades, very special teams player of the week. I mean, I read a story today about the assistant trainer who's just like a young 24-year-old kid who did not leave Hamlin's side from the minute he went off the field in the ambulance to the minute he was pulling into his driveway back in Buffalo, like did not leave his side. So those are the people that really make a difference. And, all the prayers that were offered up and putting good feelings out into the universe is never a bad thing. It's trained medical professionals with lightning response times, not thoughts and prayers, that saved him.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to debate, what the Galactic Pixies did to help involve themselves in this, but boots on the ground do it.
Yeah, Galactic Pixies can be very, very important.
Yeah.
Certainly inspirational, and inspiration goes a very long way. It certainly probably helped his family through their darkest moments more than it did him. But man, it's a hell of a story, and thank God it officially now we can say we got a happy ending to the point where we really don't even need to talk about it or bring it up anymore. But everything worked out great.
I think we all know how many times it's going to be brought up, like almost endlessly, because It'll be on every field. Everybody will be wearing a jersey. That's the theme for this postseason.
It'll be that theme in Buffalo. I think the rest of the NFL is like, yeah, this is our team now. We're not going to be pulling for anyone wearing another uniform.
No.
Playoffs.
But there's going to be all the trappings and the T-shirts and all the other stuff about it.
That's why we need Buffalo bounced early. Just get it out of there.
No, I don't think the Dolphins are going to be doing that. Not with Skylar Thompson.
Yeah, hey, fade the public, Ray. Fade the public. I bet you would get a lot of action on Buffalo, which means we might be on the Dolphins. We'll figure that out.
Actually, there's already plenty of action on Buffalo. They opened at 11. They're at 13. And most of that is since the Dolphins said that Tua is not playing.
By the way, it really is a shame that Tua can't play. And let's be honest, football means a lot to that guy. And this is, how do you go ahead and make sure that your team extends you and signs you and isn't looking past you for a better opportunity? You go win playoff games and you do it on the road. And he's not going to have the opportunity to do that for all the right medical reasons that will deny him that opportunity, but still it's an opportunity denied. Every single career that you look at in sports is a small sliver of time that you either are able to take advantage of or for unforeseen reasons or foreseen reasons you're not able to take advantage of. It's a real shame. It's a real shame for the young man's career, and I know that there are bigger things than just his football career being discussed down in Miami as he looks to be the most concussion-prone player in the league right now. But it's too bad. It's too bad that he's not healthy. He doesn't have to worry about these things and can't just go play. They're probably going to lose anyways because, again, the Dolphins don't win games when it's under 40 degrees at kickoff.
Well, they also don't win games against superior teams. In fact, they don't win playoff games.
They really don't win playoff games. You're right about that.
It doesn't matter if they're on the surface of the sun. They're not winning.
I got a little Pete Carroll memory lane for you, man, because I was going down the Pete Carroll rabbit hole and just sort of, clicking on articles about him, local old articles about him, how he went to, where did he go to college again? I totally forgot. I was just talking about the article. I read about it and then I forgot.
UOP, was it not?
Yeah, it was Pacific. It was. Pete Carroll went to Pacific. In 1989, and I did not know this, Ray, maybe you did. In 1989, he was a candidate for the head coaching position at Stanford. But the position went to Dennis Green. He was the guy who finished second for the job. Pete Carroll would finish second to Dennis Green later in his career when the Minnesota Vikings were hiring their head coach that became Dennis Green. Apparently, Pete finished second for that job too. Did you know that?
I did know that. I mean, I definitely know about the Stanford gig because Bill Walsh intervened strongly on Dennis Green's behalf.
Hey, Dennis Green knew every bit more about football probably at that point in time in his career.
He was a more qualified candidate at the time.
Yeah.
So it's not like Stanford picked the wrong guy.
No, either way, he had a really good coach. As I'm guessing most people in our audience know, but maybe they don't, Pete Carroll was the 49ers defensive coordinator in the 95 and 96 seasons. He had just been fired by the New York Jets after a one-and-done 6-10 season, which we'll talk about in just a second. But you look at what happened to Pete Carroll and his defense in the 49ers when he was out here. So in 1995, the 49ers are coming off of a Super Bowl championship. They start slow. They end up rallying, and they win the NFC West, but it would mark the first of 3 consecutive years of playoff losses to the Green Bay Packers. It started with a stunning loss at Candlestick when the 49ers were 10-point favorites, but they turned the ball over 4 times, and they end up losing to Green Bay 27-17. I'm guessing a lot of you Niners fans have that built in as a memory you really don't like going back to because that one officially hurt. In 1995, by the way, the 49ers squandered Jerry Rice's best season. Listen to the year that Jerry Rice had in 1995. He caught a career-high 122 balls for 1,848 yards and 15 total touchdowns. Ray, Jerry Rice, he was good, yes or no?
Depends on the year.
95 was a pretty good year for Jerry Rice. So now we're on to 1996 after the shocking home defeat in the opening round of the playoffs. Or was that the divisional round? Yeah, the divisional round, because that's the way playoffs worked back then. So it's 1996 now. This is George Seifert's final season as head coach, and it would also end with a loss at Lambeau Field in the divisional round in 1997 because the Niners just had 2 good seasons. Pete Carroll is a head coaching candidate again, and he takes the Patriots head coaching job. By the way, Pete Carroll wasn't the reason why the 49ers kept losing to the Green Bay Packers for 3 years in a row, because they did lose the NFC title game that year at Candlestick. The reason why they lost, Ray, to the Green Bay Packers 3 years in a row, Brett Favre. Brett Favre was at the peak of his Brett Favrean powers, and the 3 years that they knocked the 49ers out of the postseason were the 3 years that Brett Favre was named the NFL MVP. So if you're going to run into somebody, run into a guy who's at the peak of his powers in a Hall of Fame career. And that's what happened to the Niners. They were good. Favre, for those 3 years in a row, was historically great.
Also, the 49ers committed 9 turnovers in those 3 games, including 5 the second year.
You're going to want to protect the ball a little bit better than that. By the way, that same rule applies for this Saturday afternoon against the Seahawks. So from 95 to 97.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misspoke. It was 11 turnovers.
Oh, even worse. The 49ers lose to peak Brett Favre from 95 to 97. Pete Carroll was there for 2 of those years. Again, he didn't work out in New England. He got 3 years in New England before they jettisoned him, and he resurfaces at USC and rewrites Trojan history. So even as Pete failed, he kept on failing forward because it might not have been an NFL job, but man, Pete was the name in all of coaching, NFL or otherwise, there when he was at USC. I mean, that's where he got his huge reputation back. You know, though, and I want to throw this out here because it's the truth. He kind of got screwed over with the New York Jets. He got a one-and-done year, and they were 6-10, which in the history of one-and-done coaches is usually not a one-and-done win total. 6-10 isn't that bad when you're trying to rebuild the New York Jets. So Pete's Jets team lost huge in the year that he had the job, Ray, in week 13, and I know that you'll remember this. Do you remember the Dan Marino spike game?
Oh, yeah.
That was the Jets' opponent in week 13 of that year. Pete called it a quote-unquote staggering defeat, and then the Jets would lose their remaining 4 games to finish 6-10. They had actually been respectable up into that moment. That moment, that fake spike play by the Dolphins and Dan Marino was such a everybody saw it and talked about it moment. The back page of the New York Post and the tabloids, they never let go of it. And they talked about
it was the butt fumble of its day.
Without a doubt it was. It was even more embarrassing than that because an entire defense had to be caught off guard, not just one man, one ball, one butt. I mean, it was bad, and it was a shocking defeat for sure, but the tabloids never let it go. The public basically came down that Pete can't get it done, and he was run out of town. He shows up as a really good coach for the 49ers, goes back to the NFL. Everyone says, he failed in New England. Now he'll never be a head coach again. He goes to USC, rewrites their history book, decides to run from the burning fire that was NCAA investigation swirling around his back-to-back national championships.
A fire that he helped set.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
He flicked the match as he was walking away from the exploding cinematic scene. I mean, it was the perfect time to leave for Pete. And he goes up to Seattle, and you'll see him on Saturday. But it's a hell of a story. By the way, did you know this about Pete Carroll? Did you know that he was on an Ohio State team coaching secondary for Earl Bruce? He was part of the Buckeyes team that made it to the 1980 Rose Bowl where they lost to USC.
Dun, dun, dun.
Everything comes full circle in sports. We got The one and only Steve Kerr joining us at 5 o'clock, getting a real temperature check on his team. The first half obviously did not go the way they wanted it to. How's this road trip setting up? How is Steph feeling today? We'll get into all of it with Steve live at 5. In the meantime, Damon and Ratto here. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Watch the Morning Roast live on YouTube every weekday from 6 to 9.
I think Nick Bosa's been a better draft pick. Look at what he's done on the opposite side of the ball. Eric Armstead had his best year. Dee Ford was awesome. Ebicam, a case can be made. He's the greatest draft pick on the defensive side of the ball in the last 20 years.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
It's back and it's better than ever. The 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. January 21st through the 29th. You'll see hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Like motorhomes, travel trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers. Go to RVshows.net for more information. Don't miss the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
From the beginning, AmeriWest Credit Union was created to provide a brighter financial future for you. We work hard for our members because they're our greatest strength.
AmeriWest worked for me when I needed an auto loan for my first car.
When I need to make a mobile payment, AmeriWest works for me.
Put our premier savings account to work for you, now paying up to 25 times the national average. AmeriWest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Can you hear a little water in the background?
Yeah! He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now, you can get free carpet installation from the Home Depot. So while we're putting in your new carpet, you'll have more time to take care of the lawn, get started on dinner, or just lay down and relax on your new carpet after it's installed. Get your free carpet installation started with the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Minimum purchase of $4.99. Exclusions apply. U.S. only. See store for details.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Pete Carroll, he's coming to town Saturday. 49ers, Seahawks. Here we go, baby. Here we go. The road to Glendale, brought to you by Marowest, by the way. Credit union working for you today, tomorrow, and together. Speaking of head coaches, we got the one and only Steve Kerr joining us live at 5. Until we get to Steve at 5 o'clock, Ray, at which point we'll probably talk Warriors with him. I want to get into the fact that, Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy, this team, the 49ers, have built up quite a bit of goodwill. And I don't think that goodwill is going to vanish should they fail to win the Super Bowl. But if they were to lose to Seattle, oh, man, it would feel like such a disappointment. I mean, it would be a real, real wasted year. And we admit anything can happen in a football game. I think that there's a 20% chance Seattle's in this. You said 25%, somewhere around there. It's just the way you got to respect an opponent that you're familiar with in the postseason. And, for our own sake, Ray, because I know you got no rooting interests. I try to play it down the middle myself. I would, of course, like to see the city I live in. My wife is a huge Niner fan. My boys are going to be Niners fans. So, yeah, go ahead. Win as much as you can. It makes my family happy. It makes my city happy. That makes me happy. Makes our job here at 95.7 The Game happier. Maybe not you, Ray, but me. For our own sake, though, we need the Niners to win this game. We really do. Just so we're not back to the same old questions like, can Kyle Shanahan really get his team to win the big one? And now we're reevaluating Brock Purdy, not based on the surprise that he was, but what the mission he failed to accomplish. I don't want to go through all that again. If they don't win the Super Bowl, people will be able to live with that.
No, they won't.
Well,
it
reasonable
depends
people.
on how they lose it.
Reasonable people. I'm not saying they're. I'm just saying maybe they drop out in the end. They got to win at least one game here. They got to win this weekend, or all the good feeling washes out with all this rain.
Yeah, if they don't get to the conference final, I think there will be more disappointment among lunatics than pleasure. Because, one, it will mean that they failed to achieve what they did a year ago. Two, it will mean they didn't get to test themselves against the team with the best record in football. And it will mean that all the fantasies, die a borning. So, but it grows exponentially. It's if they lose on Saturday, there will be hell to pay. And I will enjoy that.
I know you will.
If they lose to either Dallas or Minnesota in the second round, there will be some hell to pay. If they lose to the Eagles, I think people will be grumpy but okay, because I think the Eagles are slightly better. If they lose in the Super Bowl, unless they do what they did 4 years ago and, give up 3 scores in the last quarter, I think people will tolerate it.
No one's going to be happy. You don't have to be happy. You're not supposed to be happy if you lose a Super Bowl. But, the level of anger that we are going to have to deal with on Monday if they don't get this done on Saturday afternoon will be extreme. So how do they get it done? How would the Seahawks go about shocking the 49ers? When you start looking at their season on paper, some of their roster on paper, you can see paths to victory and you can see the roadblocks that are going to make it hard. It's like it's kind of all right there. To me, look out for Seattle on special teams all day long. I truly think Pete's going to try to steal a possession, a fake field goal, a fake punt. It's going to happen. I think it's coming. Pete Carroll is just the guy to know I haven't really got the horses to win this game just playing it straight up. I'm going to have to get cute. Getting cute against that defense, probably not as much of an opportunity as maybe trying to get cute on special teams, because that is a 49ers vulnerability. They're much better on special teams this year than they were last year. Much better. But that's still a place I'm looking to attack if I'm Pete Carroll. And look, if they're going to win this game, DK Metcalf becomes Randy Moss on Saturday. He's got talent. 90 catches, over 1,000 yards, 6 touchdowns this year. But the Niners really did a nice job holding DK Metcalf in check all season long. First game all the way back in week 2, 4 catches, 35 yards. That was it for DK Metcalf. Next game, more involved. He's got 7 catches, but only 55 yards in the second game. The Niners have done a good job handling a guy who's hard to handle. If they don't handle him, if Tyler Lockett who is the other 1,000-yard receiver on this Seattle team, one of those guys is going to have to go full on, you were Cooper Kupp today level of games, I think, for the Seahawks to win, plus that special teams play I'm talking about.
Plus the special teams play, plus Kenneth Walker keeping that defensive line off balance by gashing them between the tackles. And the 2 tight ends you referred to earlier, Noah Fant and Will Dissly. Because the 49ers know that they want to go to Metcalf and Lockett. They have been able to tee off on quarterbacks so that whatever their shortcomings in the secondary are, don't get exposed very much. But the Seahawks don't get to pick 1 or 2 guys and go, those guys are going to save us. They have to be able to, A, run the ball, and B, throw the ball both intermediately and deep. I mean, that's why their margin for error is so slim. They need Geno Smith to be both intrepid and flawless. It means no throwing the ball, up into the sky, no throwing a bunch of interceptions. And that's where the weather comes in, because it's not only supposed to be wet on Saturday, winds are supposed to be 15 to 20 miles an hour, which makes throwing the ball that much more difficult. Because if it turns into a muddy slog, which it very well could, that's all in the 49ers' favor. They love to just grind games out and make it look like World War I.
It feels like it's definitely trench warfare, World War I reference there, but it is conceptually in the 49ers' favor. However, the underdog always wants the weather was bad game. And there is no doubt Seattle's the underdog here. So I think Seattle would be very happy with a muddy, sloppy track as well. I'll say this, Kyle and Brock Purdy, it's hard to throw deep on a windy day. Well, throwing deep is not really the modus operandi of the passing game anyways. We've been saying it over and over again all year long. The Niners passing game basically takes place in a 15-yard box that starts 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage and goes to about 12 yards past the line of scrimmage. Every pass that is usually thrown and completed happens inside of that box. It's easier to operate a passing game in that box on a windy day than it is, if you're a big vertical attack type of team. So maybe advantage Niners in that regard. But it's not going to be easy. There's just no doubt that it's not going to be an easy game. DK Metcalf at his press conference yesterday was talking about how, rivalry. Yeah, back on, baby.
It's a tough matchup always. They're probably one of our, in my mind, I think, biggest rivalry. But for this season, it's going to be our third time playing them. So all I know is it's going to be hard to beat the team 3 times. So, I'm looking forward to the matchup. I know their defense is going to they're going to come ready. I know their offense is going to be ready. And I know we're going to be ready. So I'm just looking forward to the matchup.
I think the biggest thing that the 49ers are going to do is they're going to make the Seahawks take the run away. And I don't know who's done that this year. Not even New Orleans, who held them to 13 points. The 49ers are going to basically keep the ball on the ground until Seattle makes them throw. I mean, we saw them play Green Bay in a conference final where they threw the ball 8 times. And it wasn't because Kyle Shanahan was afraid to throw. It's because he knew the Packers couldn't tackle them. And I think he'd be willing to do that again on Saturday, because I think he knows that the percentage play is to let Christian McCaffrey be Christian McCaffrey and to let Elijah Mitchell be Elijah Mitchell. I think he's going to make it as simple as possible until the Seattle Seahawks do something about it. And I'm not sure Seattle can.
So, running back Kenneth Walker III maybe has a little bit more of a game plan being installed by Pete based on what we saw the Raiders do to the 49ers, because they had quite a bit yards. They had a lot of success against the Niners. Overly aggressive pass rush in that middle screen game where Nick Bosa walked away saying Josh Jacobs is the best running back that we faced all year. Now, Kenneth Walker only had 27 catches on the season, but you can expect Pete to pull some middle screens after he watched it work when the Raiders did it against the 49ers. Smart people borrow, really smart people steal. And Pete Carroll is a really smart football coach. He is going to steal that element of a game plan, which now we got a game of checkers afoot because DeMeco Ryans and Kyle Shanahan know that he's going to steal that part of the game plan. So how much more are they looking for that part of the game plan? And now we have a contest afoot. You know what I mean? And this is where coaching matters. But you are going to see Pete attack that part of the field. Another place that you would think, hey, the 49ers got an advantage there is this is a team that starts 2 rookie tackles, 2 very good rookie tackles, Charlie Cross and Abraham Lucas. One guy was the 9th overall pick of the first round out of Mississippi State. That's Cross. Lucas, the third rounder out of Washington State. And, how do you like these rookie chances against the 49ers defensive line? Well, just based on that scenario, defensive line versus rookie sounds really good to me. But these guys hold up. They're good. They're very good. They're a huge part of the reason why the Seahawks are in this game to begin with. So it's going to be a fascinating matchup, man.
Yeah, I think that, you were talking about inside screens. I think that's where the tight ends come in. Because, as you said, Kenneth Walker is not a pass catcher. Travis Homer is not really a pass catcher. And you can't steal what you can't hold. And I think that's the one thing that that Pete Carroll knows more than anything else. You cannot look at something that another team's defense doesn't do well and go do that if you don't have the personnel to do it. So he's going to have to do that another way, and I think that's where Fant and Disley come in.
You're probably right. That tight end middle screen looks like he's blocking, just flashes, and then pulls out between center guard. Yeah, that probably is something. I'm looking at it this way. I bet you Kyle Shanahan's thought of that.
If he's thought of everything, because he's used tape on what Pete Carroll likes to do over and over again, but he also knows that you cannot do what you don't have the personnel to do.
DJ Dallas, more of a pass catcher. He's listed as questionable. What's DJ Dallas got receiving yards?
126 this year.
Okay, so not really.
19 targets. So they're not doing a lot of passing out of the backfield.
Maybe they're saving it for the postseason, right?
Yeah, that's what they do. No, I think they're very limited in what they can do in the passing game, and it's limited to the two superb wide receivers and the tight ends.
By the way, boys and girls, children of all ages, let me welcome you to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
So it was not a very good night for the Golden State Warriors last night. Steve Kerr is going to be joining us here in just a moment on 95.7 The Game. And as a matter of fact, that moment is right now. Steve, is always, brought to us by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Steve, as always, thank you so much for joining us. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I as you know, I prefer to do this show after a rousing victory. So poor timing this week, but that's kind of on me.
So we've been talking about how you have been jumping in front of the train of criticism that might have come for your team after what is maybe as frustrating and head-scratching loss as you guys have suffered all year. Before we get into the granular of what went wrong last night, you're 20 and 21 through your first 41. If there was ever a time to assign a halftime grade, I guess it would be right now because we're halfway through. What is your first half report on the Golden State Warriors?
A C. We haven't been good enough, but we're passing the class because we're still right in the thick of everything playoff wise. But it's not good enough, obviously. So our guys know that, our staff knows that, and we do feel really good about our path ahead and where we're heading. But we've got to do better, and that's about as clear as I can make it.
So you're not prepared yet to start cheating on exams?
No, I will not be, nor will I be purchasing the Cliff Notes. I'm going to read the book. So we're going to get there.
What is the most, to your way of thinking, the most frustrating part of the first half? And you can't say injuries because everybody's got some, and that's just bad luck. Is it the fact that you haven't gotten consistent defense? You tell me. What's the thing that makes you grind your teeth the most about the first 41 games?
I think just the stops and starts. We haven't really built momentum consistently. We've had a weird, home road variance that would speak to, a lack of execution and resilience, because that's what you need to win on the road. So I think all in all, just we're just not good enough right now. But having said that, I do feel very strongly that our team has the ability to get where we need to go. And I've watched these guys for years, our core guys, rise to the occasion. I know what they're made of, and heading into the second half, I think we can see pretty clearly on tape, some of the things that are causing us problems, and we're going to address those. And I believe in our guys. I think we'll get there.
So you have said that it's the games that look easy that are, like, by definition, the trap games waiting for you in this league, because other teams come out and they might be shorthanded, but shorthanded is opportunity for others, and this is a league full of competitive guys looking to take advantage of their opportunities. You said last night you blamed yourself for not having your guys ready to go. Did you mean tactically? Did you mean motivationally? Because you don't seem to look past teams. So I'm going to put it more back on the guys in your locker room than you, to be totally honest with you, last night's loss. What can you do to change that? Because I don't think rah, 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 win one for the Gipper speeches really work well in professional sports, certainly not in a locker room as experienced as yours.
Yeah, I just feel like there's a couple losses like this every year, and every team goes through this. Where during the 82, you run into a team that's wiped out, and you let your guard down, and that team comes in, and they've got 7 or 8 vets who are dying to play, and guys like Sharich last night. Torrey Craig, guys who maybe don't get to take on a role most nights. Josh Okogie, all these guys, they're pros. They've been around for a while and they've had success. And I just feel like, when those nights happen, it's like I kick myself afterwards for not walking into the locker room and banging on the walls, during our pregame meeting and yelling, "Do you guys understand what's about to happen?" And I think a lot of my colleagues go through the same thing. You just, it's such a long haul, and there's just going to be sort of normal human emotion letdown games, and that was one of them. And but I think on top of that, I just think my staff and I could have done a better job, preparing the team for Phoenix and what they do, how they like to play us, and I just didn't think it was a good night for any of us, staff or players, and we've got to acknowledge that and address it.
Just a suggestion to borrow from an Indiana guy. Should you look to get your team's attention, I recommend picking up the chair you're sitting in and throwing it across the court. You'll lead off SportsCenter, I can promise you that, Steve.
Yeah, that would work. I'd be out of a job, but it might work for that night.
I want to pursue this a little bit because I'm wondering how you pound the wall and say, do you guys get what's going on here, to a team of veterans? And it makes me think of when you were with the Bulls. That was a team that was long on years by the end of their run. And I'm wondering how many times Phil Jackson resorted to that.
I think it's different. Every team is different. Our team, my first 5 years coaching here, we might have had one of those once in a while, but it was much less likely to matter. I mean, that we weren't 500. We were cruising along in first place, and it was easy to withstand a game like that and move forward. But those same games happened back in the day. No matter what era you're talking about, it's like I said, it's sort of human nature, but it's also the nature of the NBA season, where you're going through this haul, and guys, you end up with, you'll hear the term schedule losses, schedule wins. Like sometimes things are just lined up for you, and then sometimes things are lined up for a trap. And I think that was, in hindsight, sort of that perfect scenario last night where, we're trying to reconfigure our rotation. We got a couple guys coming back in who haven't found their rhythm yet, and we're going against a team that's severely undermanned. That's a trap, and we fell into it.
You talk about how you're not where you want to be, and we're talking with Steve Kerr here on 95.7 The Game. What is where you want to be? Can we talk a little bit about that destination? Is it a round of the playoffs? Is it a seed? Is it just your defensive effort? Like, give us the X marks the spot of where you want to be.
Yeah, it's what the game looks like. What the process looks like. Are we executing offensively? Are we defending with a purpose? Are we rebounding? Are all five guys engaged, or are we, like last night, letting guys fly by us for offensive rebounds over and over? I thought Phoenix's physicality was the key to that game. They got into the ball late in the first quarter, took us out of our offense on several possessions, and finished the quarter on like an 8-0 run. And then 20 offensive rebounds for the game because they were the more physical team, the more prepared, coached team. And we didn't match that. So what I'm talking about is, having that preparation, having that look that you see from our team every year in the playoffs, where we know what we need to do and we do it. But we got to get there first. We can't wait until the playoffs to turn it on. We have to build better habits in a lot of areas in order to be prepared for that moment.
Can you do that realistically on a 5-game road trip, or is this a much more gradual process, and that we might be looking at post All-Star break before you feel like you've got them in the kind of rhythm you're looking for and described just now?
No, this can happen quickly. I mean, you just look at our homestand just now, and I know we had injuries and all that, but the guys who were out there, they found a rhythm, and we won 5 games in a row, and everybody felt great about where we were, and then all of a sudden, we lose 3 games in a row, and like, oh my God, what happened? Where are we? So it can flip quickly, but the key is to really lay all that stuff bare, and that's what I try to do as a coach. Just really be open and honest with the team about what's happening, and watch the film and talk to guys individually, talk to them collectively, and try to inspire them to play a better, more complete game. And you do that a couple times on the road, that's how you get momentum.
So is Steph Curry standing in the way of your cohesion since he's the new guy in the room? I'm joking, obviously, but he is back. It's good to see him back. When do you worry about just unleashing him and not worrying about him being back, but just looking at him as back? Could that happen as early as Friday? Minute restriction off. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, I think you saw it in the fourth quarter. We played him the whole fourth quarter, and you could see he finally kind of got through. Broke through early fourth quarter, mid fourth quarter. He made a couple threes. It was like, okay, there it is. His speed came back, his pop. You could just see it. Same thing with Wiggs. Wiggs' role on this team is to be a defensive stopper, to put pressure on the ball, to rebound, to make those high energy plays that we need to support, the scoring of Steph and Clay and Jordan. And the great thing with Wiggs is that when he does that, he falls into points anyway. The playoffs last year, perfect example. 20-plus games in the playoffs, and he was our best defender, and he was a rebounding fool, and we won the whole thing. Like, that's what it's got to look like. But you could see Wiggs wasn't himself until the fourth quarter. So he found it too, and I don't think Steph and Wiggs are just now automatically 100%, but they broke through a barrier last night, and I think that bodes well for the road trip.
How much longer until we see Jonathan Kuminga back part of the team picture?
Well, he hasn't practiced yet, so that's he's still a little bit away. We're going to need him. He's developed into a really good defensive player, and plays an important role for us. So we'll see. I don't know how long it's going to be, but we need him back.
Wiseman going to be back in the mix anytime soon, maybe on this road trip?
Same thing, hasn't practiced, nor has JaMychal. So all 3 guys need to get some practice time in before we can count on any of them to play any games. So it's going to be a little bit.
Has Moses Moody completely fallen out of, I don't want to know, what is your favor, your rotation? It's been a while since we've seen him in any significant portion of a game. What's going on with his development, and might we expect him playing a part in your success this year at any time?
Yeah, of course. I mean, he played a part in our success last year, and he was a rookie then. So
I think that's why we're surprised he's not in the mix at all now, because it looked like a great start.
Yeah. I think what you have to keep in mind is there's only so many guys you can play, and frankly, Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome have both played really well and played positions of need for us given the injuries, and that's why those guys have seen more minutes than Moses. I'm a big fan of Moses. I think he's got a bright future. What I told him was that this is year 2 of a 15-year journey, so you can't look at it game to game. Can't be this emotional roller coaster. You just have to look at it big picture, and I think Moses will be fine. It's just it takes time for young players to develop, and this is all part of his development.
You've said in the past that one of the things that you've had going for you as a team is the fact that nobody has really sort of taken command of the conference and run away from everybody else. Are you running out of time to be able to apply that logic? Do you see teams that are poised to start running away from things if you can't get your stuff together? Or do you think it's going to be the kind of year where, a team's going to win 56 games and win the conference and you'll be in it throughout?
Yeah, I mean, it obviously over the last 3 games, we've fallen behind Memphis and Denver. The teams that have extended themselves a little bit, and you look at half the season left, and all of a sudden you're 7 games back instead of 3 or 4. That's a big difference. So I don't pay too close attention to that. I think what our team and I are most interested in is the process of getting better and playing well and stringing together some good games. We do that, and we start winning, then all that stuff kind of takes care of itself. And ideally you want to be healthy and playing well going into the playoffs, and you want to avoid the play-in tournament, and those are all things that are well within our grasp.
Steve, will the romance of a game in the Alamo Dome wash over you at any point in time on Friday?
I'm looking forward to it. It's going to look different. I mean, when I played in the Dome with the Spurs, we played in the corner of the Dome, and they rolled up some bleachers and a huge curtain, and you played in kind of one pocket of it. This game, as I understand it, is going to be played in the middle of the Dome, and it's going to feel like we're out in the middle of nowhere. And we're flying in tomorrow first thing, and then practicing once we get there, which will be good for our guys to get some shooting up, get used to the sidelines and all that. But I am looking forward to it. Just a place that my family and I spent for many years in, and a lot of great memories with my time with the Spurs. So it's always fun going back there.
It's going to feel like a Final Four game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it will feel like a Final Four, and some of our guys have experienced that type of atmosphere. Draymond, Steph, both in college, played it in domes. I think Dante and Jordan Poole, played in Final Fours in big, huge domes. So there is some experience with it.
Let me ask a more pertinent and burning question that may strike you weird. Who are you rooting for on Saturday, Pete Carroll or the local football team?
I'll tell you what, I've really enjoyed watching the Niners this year. I've gotten to know John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan a little bit. I went down to their facility early in the season, watched them practice, spent some time with them, spent some time with both of them in the off season in San Diego. So, being here in town, it's easy to just feel the energy for the Niners and the momentum they've got, and I'm absolutely pulling for the Niners, and just don't tell Pete that.
You got a couple of you got a back-to-back on this 5-game road trip. Starts in San Antonio, then it goes to Chicago. You're going to take on Washington as well. Does that include a trip to the White House for you guys this year?
Yeah, we're excited about that. We'll be going there, I think, the day after our game. So next
Tuesday,
I believe. Yeah. So we're excited about that. Everybody's got to bring a suit. We haven't had to do that on road trips in a while, but that'll be a great treat, and our guys are really looking forward to it.
Has Steph reached the plateau of fame that officially has presidents more excited to meet him than he is excited to meet presidents?
Probably. I think that's a fair statement.
So he's basically going to walk up and say, Joey, what's happening?
Probably. Something like that.
I want to go back to your visit to the 49ers, just briefly. When you go to another team to sort of talk to them about how they do things, what specific questions do you ask? What are you looking for in terms of knowledge from people who basically operate a different sport in a different atmosphere under sort of different external forces. What is it you wanted to know from the Niners, and what is it you generally want to know when you talk to people from other teams and other sports?
Yeah, so when I visited with Kyle last summer, we didn't play in the same group, but we were part of a couple of foursomes that went out, and we had a beer afterwards, and we were sitting there after the round, and I said, I just am interested in the details. Like, I love football. You watch the quarterback come up to the line, and he's pointing out, 51's the mic, and, saying all this terminology and Omaha, and so I just asked Kyle, like, what does all that mean? Like, what's happening? What is the quarterback talking about? And it was fascinating hearing his answer, because he explained what quarterbacks are doing in general, pointing out the where the middle linebacker is to help the offensive line, in their blocking scheme, but then he followed it up by saying, I think some of that is just overkill, and I like to simplify things for my teams and my quarterbacks, and like that stuff translates directly to what we do and what we teach. And I think there are a lot of things that I've learned from football and from soccer that you can implement on the basketball court. And that's one of them. Like we might run, 5 or 6 basic patterns with the Warriors. How can we simplify that? And one way to simplify it is to have different. You can dress it up. You can dress up your stuff with different looks, but then you're still running the same action. That's a good way to keep it simple for the players, because then they know, like, these are your main 5 or 6 actions. The other stuff is just sort of, you're trying to confuse the defense. It's the same concept in terms of after timeout plays in basketball.
That was a great question, Ray. And that was a great answer, Steve. Thank you very much. That was good.
Never mind that. Who bought the beer?
I think Kirk McCaskill, former Angel pitcher, you may remember. I think he paid for the beers that day.
So that's what you do when you go to other teams. You look for a third guy to pick up the tab.
Always.
Smart.
Always. Yeah.
That's that's good scouting is what that is. How often, since we're talking about what you learn and what you need to change and like the skullduggery of it all, how often do you have to change up your in-game calls because, the other dugout is studying the third base coach?
Yeah, you don't do a ton of that. Every NBA team has a traveling scout that is looking at that, and they're sitting courtside. We have our own, Scott Vaughn, who sits courtside. At the last Spurs game, he was definitely there, and he was charting all of Pop's calls. And you can, if you want, you can kind of mess around with that a little bit. One way to do it is, you could, they run an out-of-bounds play, and instead of naming the out-of-bounds play, let's say you watched a college game in Michigan, ran a great out-of-bounds play. You could call it Michigan, or you could just, say to the team, hey, any Big Ten school we name, that's the same play. So you could run the same play and call it Iowa State and try to confuse your opponent. We've done that before. The problem is you usually confuse your own guys, too, so you got to be a little careful with that.
Well, I mean, Iowa State's in the Big 12, so you just confuse yourself. There you go. Steve, thank you for joining us as always. Good luck on the road trip. Further health to you and your team going forward. I know you want the second half to be a lot better than the first half. And I'm just happy to learn that when you get together with other coaches, you're not talking about Bay Area media members you want to go about avoiding. So that's music to my ears. Thank you very, very much as always, and good luck.
All right. Thanks, guys. We'll talk to you next week.
Thank you. Steve Kerr here, brought to you by Xfinity. Good conversation. Good stuff at the end there. I'm glad you came back to that question. It was interesting. What do these guys talk about? How much can a coach learn from another coach? It's fascinating.
Yeah, and I guess I was curious because those always seem from the outside to be pretty pro forma. Just, a professional courtesy to somebody else who's making $9 million a year.
It's a photo op more than anything else.
But it's also good to know that they drag in former baseball players to
pick up rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of detail that I think you expect to see from a coach is, we need to bring in a sucker. And I think that's a valuable skill. Just go, okay, who can we work?
Get a fall guy, get a rube, get a fan.
Get a mark.
Absolutely. I wonder if Bob Myers has not already marked Steve Kerr as an eventual guest. Have you seen this news today?
I heard.
Bob Myers and Peyton Manning are now partners. Maybe this is why Bob has decided he doesn't want to be in the NBA anymore. It's time for him to be a podcaster or a broadcaster, and he'll be leaving the Golden State Warriors for a job behind a microphone, as glorious and glamorous as they indeed are. All jokes aside, ESPN and Omaha Productions are launching a new podcast hosted by Bob Myers. The name of the podcast is going to be called Lead by Example with Bob Myers. It debuts on January 17th, and his first guest is going to be Ryan Rollins. I'm kidding, of course. The first guest is going to be Steph Curry.
Yeah, funny the way that works.
Yeah. All proceeds, and you got to give Bob all credit to this, whatever they are paying him, whether it's a lot or a little, all proceeds are going to go to the Warriors Community Fund. So that's very nice of Bob to do that. Bob's done well in his career, probably doesn't need the pittance that careers with microphones usually make for guys.
Oh, no, you get $20 million out of a deal with Peyton Manning because he's swimming in money too.
Well, again, as we talk about Bob Myers' future with the Golden State Warriors having a level of uncertainty around it right now that it's never had before, we've discussed, is Bob weighing his options? Would Bob like a lucrative career somewhere else in sports that doesn't come with an iota of the stress of trying to win an NBA championship every single day you're rolling out of bed?
He's going to put pressure on himself wherever he works. And if he doesn't, his boss will do it for him because he comes with a resume that basically says, I've won titles there. Now win a title for me. So I think that pressure is always going to be there unless he wants to get out of the business entirely. I think this is largely, and I know you'll be surprised by this is largely about money. And money either in terms of just contractual cash or equity. Because equity is what general managers who do what Bob Myers has done usually get. They usually get a piece of the action. Billy Beane got 5% of the A's without winning a title. And I think Joe Lacob, unless he feels like Bob Myers is somehow holding him up, he's got equity to spare. I don't think that's a big problem.
Well,
and it shouldn't be.
There's a real big difference between 1% are worth something about $500,000 or $500 million and 1% of something that's worth $8 billion. So maybe because the Warriors are now at a level that no one could have ever foreseen, maybe equity isn't the nickel that gets flipped ceremoniously any longer, because that's no longer a nickel. That's hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of millions of dollars.
Well, if it's just 1%, it doesn't have to be that. Because, and in terms of what Billy Beane made or didn't make, it was interesting today that Front Office Sports reported that Major League Baseball took in $10.8 billion in calendar year 2022, which is the most they've ever taken in, which means that whatever you want to say about dwindling attendance or the A's don't know what they're doing about this, that, or the other thing, they still took, if you divide 10.8 billion by 30, they took in $330 million off this media deal and all the other things that Major League Baseball generates. So equity is lots of different things for lots of different reasons. And I think that if Joe Lacob wants to start squeezing quarters on the general manager who's delivered 4 rings.
I guess my point is these are no longer quarters.
No, but metaphorical quarters. He doesn't have an excuse for letting this fail over money. That will be Joe Lacob's fault and entirely his.
There's no indication that he is about to make that fault.
No, I'm
credit.
simply saying if Bob Myers leaves because they can't come to an agreement on proper compensation, Joe Lacob will be at fault there, period. Because you don't let a guy with Bob Myers' resume and number of years still to perform the job at the level that he's been performing it, you don't get to skate on, gee, we were $3 million a year apart. Shut up. Pay him the 3. Period.
Seems like the right thing to do, considering all that has happened. Since we're talking about general managers, 2 little bits of news to fold in around the topic of GMs. 49ers assistant general manager, Adam Peters, who was the vice president of player personnel before he got the bump in title, is turning down interviews, specifically with the Tennessee Titans, and there's one other team that he said thanks but no thanks to officially.
Arizona?
It was Arizona. And he is turning down general manager interviews. This is his 20th NFL season. He came to the Niners in 2016, even though Adam Peters is not a household name. He has been an industry-wide name in up-and-coming player personnel guys in football for years now. He is, without doubt, ready for his I can be a GM somewhere else close-up. What I think is about to happen is he's turning down these jobs because there has already sort of been a reshuffling of titles agreed upon down in Santa Clara. I wouldn't be surprised at all that when this year is over and you get into the business of your offseason and reorganizing and replacing coaches and what else and so on and so forth, I bet you that John Lynch gets promoted to a new title that is, executive director of football operations or something like that. You see Adam Peters installed as the title-holding general manager, while Kyle Shanahan retains all final decision-making power over the whole thing, which means it's his operation anyways. And these other 2 jobs, as important as they are, their titles are a bit ceremonious than they are matter of fact. I bet you that's what happens. I bet you there's a nice bump for Adam Peters to stay, a new title of GM on him. John Lynch gets kicked upstairs to an even grander title, if you will, and Shanahan stays in charge of the day-to-day operations anyway.
But it's not so much the titles, though, as much as it is the responsibilities, because, and this is true in baseball now, there are a lot of guys who run baseball operations departments but aren't the general manager, because in an increasing number of franchises, the general manager is the one who has to deal with the owner and has to deal with, media rights and has to deal with stuff that isn't baseball. And so there are a lot of guys who run baseball departments who don't want to do all that. And Adam Peters might very well be that guy who just says, I don't want to have to go speak to the Rotary Club. I don't want to have to fly out for league meetings. I want to do football. And it doesn't really matter what his title is. There's probably a bump coming for him financially, but it doesn't really matter if he gets a different title as long as he's not the one who has to go trotting up to Jed to explain this, that, or the other bit of minutia. Some guys just want to do scouting and football ops. And he might very well be one of those, because if he's saying, I don't want to be the general manager in Arizona and I don't want to be the general manager in Tennessee, what that sounds like to me is I don't want to get further away from the football part and closer to the holding hands with the owner part, because the holding hands with the owner part can be a real pain in the arse.
As a 49er fan, with your own interests, of course, being selfish, let me just say this. No matter what Adam Peters calls himself, no matter how often he needs to bring good or bad news to Jed York's desk, no matter what his job entails, if his job remains in San Francisco, advantage Niners. He's good at what he does.
But if John Lynch is getting kicked upstairs with a fancier new title, that probably means he's going to have to be the one who does the Rotary Club and the holding hands with Jed. And
I think John kind of likes that. He's a schmoozer.
And he might very well. I mean, it's, and
he's good at it.
But Adam Peters has always struck me not as a company guy, but as a football guy. And football guys like to be left to the football.
Well, here's the deal about Adam Peters. Outside of being able to recognize him, I have never heard him say a peep on the record in a press conference. I have no idea what he would be like in front of the media.
And that's another thing that he probably likes, is that he doesn't have to do the dog and ponies.
Since we're talking GMs, there's one other that I'd like to bring up here and now, and his name is Farhan. Ray, I've been talking to enough people this offseason, media members, current major leaguers, former major leaguers, current, former San Francisco Giants. I got sources, is what I'm basically trying to tell you. Because I want to keep those sources close to my ears. I'm not going to tell you who they are.
Grandy.
It's not Grandy. But he might have some inside information for us tomorrow, so stay tuned at 3 o'clock. Farhan has communication issues. And it's part of the reason why the San Francisco Giants do not land big fishes. This is a shared feeling that Farhan has communication issues. It's a shared feeling in the clubhouse. It's a shared feeling among agents. It's a shared feeling among free agents. And he moves at his own speed, which projects, right or wrong, a level of aloofness and arrogance and detachment from concepts of urgency that other players really want to feel when they're being pursued. How do you make me feel is a big part of who you end up settling down with. Of course, big buckets of money always help as well. Players think Kapler is a bit of an oddball. Just, he's like, they kind of laugh like, geez, he's still really into push-ups for someone who should be further down the road than that. It's not that either one of these guys have bad reputations, but Kapler's kind of an oddball in the eyes of players, current, former, future, prospects, whatever. And Farhan has got a little Dorcas Malorcas that runs through him so hard that he is not the on-the-phone charming communicator that sometimes you might need to close deals. And all things considered, this ballpark's reputation for suppressing offensive everything does absolutely no favors to break the tie. So they got a quirky GM, a quirky manager, and a ballpark that scares guys away. And all of these things are factoring into yet another, that didn't go the way they planned it off season. Ray, I know you talk to people, you got sources. Have you heard this about Kapler and Farhan?
You find that I have not heard that specifically about Farhan, but you find that more and more general managers who are analytically bent tend not to worry about the schmoozing part. And this is not just, dealing with the media, because Farhan can do that dance when he wants to. But he doesn't do it very often. And I think it's because he doesn't like to. I mean, he's a little bit like David Forst over in Oakland, who does that relatively grudgingly. He doesn't enjoy that part of it because, he doesn't view that as an important part of the job. And maybe it isn't media-wise, but if that's a problem for Farhan in terms of dealing with agents, dealing with players, and he doesn't have a representative in the dugout who can help smooth that over, if Kapler is the weirdo that you suggest he is, then yeah, that's a hole in the organization. And it isn't just that Farhan doesn't do it, it's that maybe it's not getting done. And so you can apportion that any way you want, but somebody has to be able to be the person you can reach out and touch. And when Bryant Sabian was the general manager, he didn't hang around to do a lot of media stuff, but he spoke baseball. And he spoke baseball to agents.
Fluently.
He spoke baseball to players. He spoke baseball to other scouts. And that's a skill that you perfect over the years. And maybe Farhan simply hasn't been at this long enough. But if it's a hole that they've got, he's got to figure out how to fill it, whether it's him or somebody else.
Meanwhile, Carlos Correa was introduced in Minnesota today. He says he is very happy that he'll be raising his kid Minnesota nice, and he's got about a half decade of Juicy Lucy's to enjoy in front of him. Look it up, kids. It's a burger with a cheese inside. When we do return, it is for just a moment or two. Two questions that we might have, well, one question and one observation that we should have brought up right after the 49ers actually beat Arizona in the final game of the year. If we don't get to it today, it's officially old news. So that is coming up next. Plus, we will pay tribute to the man who invented the concept of the fluffy cloud. So don't go anywhere. Damon and Ratto here. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world. Right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride.
From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's officially time to wrap things up, Ray, with a couple of points. A question that we might have asked earlier in the week when the win over Arizona was fresher in our minds than the game that's coming up against the Seattle Seahawks. So I'm going to ask you right now, do you think that was really the final game for J.J. Watt?
Yeah. He's going to make more money not beating his head against the walls than he was making it beating his head against the walls. And he's been at this long enough that, he knows that there's a fortune waiting for him. And I think he's also looking at a career that, frankly, is in decline because he's played a lot of years and he had a lot of collisions. And I'm not saying that he's infirm, but he might be one of those guys who has the option to leave when he wants to. Because I cannot imagine when he started his career, he thought it would end with the Arizona Cardinals.
No, he probably couldn't have imagined a career either where he was a 5-time Pro Bowler, 5-time All-Pro, 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, Walter Payton Man of the Year award, all-decade team, and very likely a first-ballot Hall of Famer. So why not get off the stage while the getting's good? And he strikes me as a guy, like, take him at his word, face value kind of guy, and he's got a big personality. If he wants a media career, that's waiting for him. He also says he wants to spend an awful lot of time with his newborn son. But maybe he gets that itch to chase a ring, because if there's anything he also is, and I say this with all love and respect, he is a premier football meathead. And those guys love chasing championships. Could you imagine J.J. Watt on a I'm chasing a ring flyer with the Niners? Woo!
I've never given that a moment's thought, but that's one of the positions where they don't really need J.J. Watt. They are covered. And again, I also think that his days as
2 sacks in his final game, he had 12.5 on the year, Ray.
Yeah. Sacks they don't have a problem with. I would use my money elsewhere.
Hey, fewer sacks this year than last year. Not that we're criticizing, but we are counting these.
But
things.
I mean, I think it's fair to look at his career and say he's been better. And sure. That's not a criticism. I just think, A, the Niners don't need him, and B, I'm not sure he is that football meathead that continues to need it. Because if he's looking at the kind of money that he's going to look at post-career.
Well, you now have broadcasting opportunities that pay better than playing opportunities. There is no doubt about that. But I will say this about J.J. Watt.
He's a competitor.
So we'll see when it's all said and done. Speaking of a competitor, there was never a competitor that Bob Ross didn't defeat easily if the competition was painting on PBS. Ray, today, 40 years ago, The Joy of Painting with Bob Ross debuted on PBS January 11th, 1983. It's like meditation. Have you ever watched The Joy of Painting with Bob Ross? If you say you never have, you're lying.
No, I have never I've never been interested. I know that it existed because people would make fun of it, but I'm not interested in painting. I hire people to paint. I don't need to. I'm not.
When's the last time you commissioned artwork?
In a previous life, maybe in the 13th century.
I'm going to tell you right now, you could do a lot worse than spending a half an hour of a Sunday afternoon with Bob Ross in a rerun. He would have the squirrel Peanut that would come out of his pocket. He had a pet squirrel, Ray. And he had an afro. And he was an unbelievable painter, if you like the same painting of a woodsy sort of cabin over and over and over again. But it's amazing how he could do it. And just when you think he had that painting perfect, this SOB would drop a big tree trunk right in the middle of the whole damn thing, changing the foreground and background. And you're like, oh, no, he ruined that painting with a tree. He had the fluffy clouds. He had everything he needed. And then this damn tree comes in to ruin the painting. 5 minutes later, you'd be like, that tree's perfect there. What a brilliant artistic choice he made.
He sounds like a rustic version of Thomas Kincaid.
Kind of. That's when.
And that sounds absolutely repellent to me. I'm glad I've never seen it.
Oh, no, but he was much better than Thomas Kincaid. Much better.
I know there was a gallery of Thomas Kincaid stuff in Scottsdale, Arizona.
In the mall, too. Yeah.
Yeah, where you charge through the nose for a Kincaid painting, even though it was
a poster at that point. It wasn't
whatever it was. I never saw a Bob Ross gallery. And in any event, I wouldn't watch either of them.
There's a documentary about Bob Ross. It's really good. You should check that out.
There's a documentary about everything. We are sick with documentaries, and most of them never needed to be made. But we have 7,000 channels, and they all must be filled with something.
By the way, I texted Bob Myers today, and I was like, oh, great, Bob. The world needs another podcast. Thank goodness.
Yeah, I mean.
He wrote back. He's like, thanks, Dan. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, that's probably one I'll miss, too.
What if he gets more downloads, Bob Myers does, than Draymond Green? Jealousy afoot?
No, because Draymond's going to be getting that TNT money.
He will be getting that TNT money.
The podcast, I mean, he's doing that in his pajamas.
Did you see Shaquille O'Neal's new hairline last night? They were making fun of it. Or maybe you didn't stick around for postgame. A lot of Warriors fans probably didn't. Shaquille O'Neal looked like he had a drive-in movie screen based on the way that he took what is normally like a circumference issue and just made it into a straight line across his head. He had the give me the Jalen Rose.
The James Brown.
The very stark line of demarcation that is your hairline
the
where
CBS
your forehead
James
starts.
Brown.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not the Godfather of Soul James Brown.
I do not remember him having hair. So it never occurred to me to think of seeing that. And especially how that the show tends to deteriorate when they have to follow the West Coast game, because it's 1:30 in the morning and you know that they'd rather be asleep or drunk.
Well, and you got the players only with the backup crew other than Shaq. And by the way, I do like Candace Parker.
Candace Parker is great. She should be part of the main four because she's the conscience that Kenny Smith tries to be. Because I believe she would tell Shaq and Charles to shut up. And she would be right to do so. She might be.
There's no doubt that Draymond's going to be perfect for that role.
Yeah,
as well.
She might be one of the 5 best studio analysts in any sport in America.
By the way, let me drop this too, because there's one other thing from that game against the Arizona Cardinals that we didn't bring up, and I should have just piggybacked right off of J.J. Watt and his career sacks, because the Ty McGill sack celebration where he did the yummy yummy in my tummy, we should have brought that up earlier in the week. He normally, to see hip movement like that, you got to go to the Gold Club. Ray, what'd you think of the yummy yummy in my tummy egregious hip swivel on Ty McGill?
I suspect we'll hear about a fine on Friday when the NFL usually announces its fines.
It really did have the perfect amount of sass on it. So bravo. Bravo to all involved in this program. Thanks to Steve Kerr and Mike Salk. John, thank you for filling in today. Grandy, thank you very much. Evan, thank you very, very much for sticking around. Although I've never seen you actually leave the building. I think you might live in a utility closet. So, let us know where you're getting your mail, Evan.
He's getting it here because it's in lieu of salary. He can't afford to live anywhere.
Hey, but we will receive your parcels. That's the kind of company we are here.
Yeah, he knows the FedEx guy personally.
Sports don't build character, they reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Get up to $26,000 of ERC money for every employee you had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. You qualify if you satisfy either one of these two tests. The easy way, your gross revenue drops a certain amount. The complex way, a full or partial closure of your business, a facts and circumstances test. You could only use the inside of your business up to 25% of capacity. Even an essential business like a food store had a 75% partial closure, or supply chain disruptions, or limits on the number of people you could have in an area, or many other possible factors. Beware of companies that only consider the easy way and avoid the complex way, and also companies that fraudulently say everybody qualifies, especially companies that only just recently came into existence and then can disappear. We've been practicing tax law for over 30 years. Call Moskowitz LLP at 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or MoskowitzLLP.com, MoskowItzLLP.com.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now on.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans directly, and recycle old clothes by donating them. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Go farther with better fuel efficiency. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click,